Liu politely nodded, preparing to walk away. Get in the car. Lingu agreed in the end, as he had many things he wanted to figure out, and the ride back would be a good opportunity to ask her. Liu was momentarily stunned but then showed Lingu a charming smile, like a silver moonlight. Unlike other men, Lingu didn't act gentlemanly to open the car door for her, but opened it himself and sat in the driver's seat. Liu smiled. This man was still the same, just like the man she first met who didn't understand her allure. She remembered. When Lingu barged into the compartment, he hadn't even glanced at any of the provocatively dressed women, which made her think he was different, paying special attention to her. Miss Liu, send me your location, Lingu said as he started the car. He too was unfamiliar with Dongcheng, making it convenient to drive based on a location. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ling. Liu took the initiative to add him as a WeChat friend, and then sent him her location. Lingu casually glanced at her profile picture, finding it somewhat sensual, but for someone like her, using such a picture was normal. Miss Liu, excuse my intrusion. Lingu got to the point. Are you from the underground kingdom? Why were you with Ji Hao tonight? I've heard some gossip about you in Yunchang, saying you've married into a wealthy family. I am indeed a citizen of the underground kingdom, but I grew up in the dragon kingdom. My sister knows Ji Hao. He took a liking to me when he came to Dongcheng for business. I am just a lowly woman who sells her body and has no power to resist. Liu Yi's bitter smile, coupled with her sparkling eyes, could shatter the hearts of countless men. However, Lingu was like a steel man with a heart of iron. He didn't sympathize with her or even believe what she was saying. Miss Liu, let me ask you a question. If you consider me a friend, please answer sincerely. Can you do that? Lingu finally turned to look at Liu Yi, his gaze genuinely earnest. In all honesty, he found Liu Yi very mysterious, but ultimately, she wasn't his enemy, and if possible, being friends was better than being foes. He wanted to extract more information about the Fierce Fire Association from her because he had a hunch that the Qianwu group behind him was definitely deeply connected to the Sun Heart organization. Mr. Ling, you treated Yi as a friend, and Yi will definitely tell you everything she knows. Yi's smile at this moment seemed a bit excited and innocent, completely different from her usual mature and charming demeanor. It didn't even look like she was acting. Lingu didn't care if she was acting or not and directly asked, "Are you a member of the Blaze Club? How much do you know about the Blaze Club and the Qianwu Consortium?" Although Yi was mentally prepared for what he would ask, she remained silent for a moment. It wasn't until Lingu looked back again that she seemed to say seriously, "How could I be a member of the Blaze Club? What profession I am in? Mr. Ling knows best. I don't know much about the Blaze Club and the Qianwu Consortium, but I do know that the Qianwu Consortium is the financial source of the Blaze Club. The Qianwu Consortium has influence all over the world, and their power is terrifying. Perhaps the Blaze Club is one of the major forces they control." Lingu was somewhat satisfied with her answer and continued, "Thank you for the information. Do you know who the boss of the Qianwu Consortium is? A wealthy consortium like them must have terrifying goals, right?" Yi smiled wryly again and shook her head. "Mr. Ling, you are overestimating me. How could I know the true goals of the Qianwu Consortium? But I do know that the Blaze Club values warriors greatly, and they have very strict selection and appointment systems internally. As for the rest, I really don't know." Lingu nodded, not pressing further. Regardless of Yi's identity, being able to tell him so much was already quite sincere. Shortly after, Lingu drove Yi to her residence, which was in a wealthy residential area with security all around. As a flower seller, it wasn't surprising for her to live in such a place, but what puzzled Lingu was that she should not be short of money. Even if she didn't hire a driver, she should have her own car, right? "Mr. Ling, thank you. Why don't you come in and sit for a while at my place?" After getting out of the car, Yi invited Lingu. "No need." Lingu straightforwardly refused, even though she charged 36,800 just for accompanying a man for a night at the Cloud City brothel. Yi's expression twitched briefly, but she quickly put on a beautiful smile. Well, goodbye. He was the first man to reject her invitation to return home. Maybe she wasn't as good as his wife, regardless of what she thought. Lingu drove straight home. When he arrived at the parking space in the Yunshan community, it was already late at night. Lingu turned off the engine and got out of the car, then suddenly sniffed the air, sensing a strong fragrance inside the car. He quickly opened all the car doors to let the scent of Yi's perfume dissipate completely. His wife was very attentive, and she would surely notice the next day. Lingu had a clear conscience, but he didn't want his wife to have any suspicions, so it was better to be safe than sorry. However, he didn't expect that just as he opened all the car doors to ventilate, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. "You fool! What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Lingu was slightly surprised and turned around to see Chen Mingyu walking towards him in the dark. "Mingyu, why are you still not asleep? Where did you go just now?" It was already past 11 p.m. Chen Mingyu suddenly felt nauseous tonight and had wanted to tell Lingu, but she didn't expect him to come back and immediately head out again. She thought he had gone to the boxing gym to gather information, so she didn't ask him where he had been. After all, the two spouses always trusted each other. Since Lingu wasn't home, she wanted to make sure if she was pregnant first, then surprise this fool when he returned. Chen Mingyu was well aware that this man definitely wanted a baby, not just because of his mother, but he also wanted to be a father himself. However, this was Dongcheng, not Yun City, and in the middle of the night, Chen Mingyu had to go buy a pregnancy test stick herself, but she didn't expect to come back and see their parking space lit up, indicating that the fool had returned. HMPH, I won't tell you. Chen Mingyu rarely played games like this. She wanted to confirm things herself first before surprising him, just like he had kept her in the dark about saving Old Su at the business summit today. Huh, why so mysterious? Tell me. Okay, Lingu didn't expect Chen Mingyu to play along, and he asked with a smile. Then you tell me first, where did you go tonight? Chen Mingyu was prepared, planning to slowly reveal their news and then surprise this fool. It would be interesting to see his reaction and expression. I went to see a factory. Lingu's response surprised Chen Mingyu because she was expecting him to say he went to the boxing gym. You went to see a factory? At night? Yes, this factory is very special. You'll be surprised when we get there. After many years of marriage, the couple had begun to enjoy playing mysteriously. She wanted to surprise him, and he also wanted to surprise her. However, Chen Mingyu was somewhat skeptical and glanced at the car, feeling puzzled. Why did you open all the car doors? Lingu hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to answer, Chen Mingyu sniffed the air and exclaimed, "Why is there such a strong scent of perfume in the car? I just dropped off a woman at her home." Lingu confessed quickly. A woman? Who? Chen Mingyu looked at him sternly. Yi. Lingu didn't lie to her. Yi. Chen Mingyu furrowed her brows. If I remember correctly, isn't she the former top girl at the nightclub in Yun City? How did she get in your car? Didn't you say you were going to see a factory? Bringing up this matter made Chen Mingyu remember the ambiguity between Lingu and the sane woman that first night, and she couldn't help but wonder why her husband always seemed to have unclear relationships with top nightclub performers. I did go to see a factory, and I happened to meet her there. That area wasn't good for catching a cab, so she asked me to give her a ride. Enough. Chen Mingyu felt he was becoming more unreasonable and couldn't help but coldly interrupt. How could she believe this? A top nightclub girl goes to a factory, then encounters her husband at night. Even a brainless novel writer couldn't come up with such an absurd story, but it was coming out of her husband's mouth, and he said it so convincingly. She couldn't help but suspect how many things this man had deceived her about. Could it be that from the beginning, he was just tricking her into marriage? Mingyu, are you okay? Lingu noticed her unusual expression and quickly approached her to gently hold her. Don't touch me. Chen Mingyu still didn't want to get angry, as she likely was pregnant, and getting angry wasn't good for the baby. Mingyu, yet Lingu saw her distracted state, and was very worried. How could he not touch her? I said, don't touch me. Chen Mingyu coldly rebuked and pushed him away before walking into the building on her own. Lingu forgot about the car and hurriedly followed her. However, Chen Mingyu ignored him, and he dared not act recklessly, only anxiously explaining, Yi and I really coincidentally met tonight. We are completely transparent. Don't you believe me? Just stop talking. I don't want to hear it now. Just shut up. Chen Mingyu was inexplicably annoyed and agitated, losing her usual calm demeanor. With so much happening at once, she needed some time to calm down. Bang. Once she returned home, Chen Mingyu immediately shut the door behind her and locked herself in the room. Mingyu. Lingu called out 2 more times, seeing that his wife had no intention of opening the door. he could only sigh and give up. In another room, Ruhan in her pajamas opened the door and peeked out with a small head. Seeing Ling Yu's frustrated expression, she couldn't help but blink her big eyes curiously and asked, "Hehe, brother-in-law, did you make my sister angry? You look pitiful." "My sister is scary when she's angry." Ling Yu smiled helplessly and returned to his room. Ruhan blinked her big eyes again and then went back to her own room. Although she was a curious person and really wanted to witness the process of her sister and brother-in-law falling in love, she also understood that she was just a third wheel living in her sister and brother-in-law's house. If she wasn't there, would her brother-in-law barge into her sister's room and force a reconciliation? In novels and TV dramas she watched, things between couples were always resolved with a bang or two. "No, tomorrow I have to find another place to live. Can't be in the way of my brother-in-law and sister." Ruhan was still very considerate. At this moment, Mingu leaned against her own room door, feeling very unsettled. Luckily, she was a person who knew how to prioritize things, so she quickly took out a pregnancy test kit and tested herself in the bathroom of her own room. When she saw the second faint pink line appear, she felt indescribable emotions. "It seems that I am really pregnant," she wanted to tell Ling Yu, but thinking about how he wasn't honest tonight, and even let another woman sit in her car, she felt very uncomfortable. "Forget it. I won't tell that man for now. Consider it as punishment for him. Who asked that man to never learn his lesson?" Little did she know, while she was punishing Ling Yu, she was also punishing herself. She could hardly fall asleep all night, and by the next morning, Mingu got up early to go to work. Ling Yu woke up at the usual time only to find that his wife was not at home. He rushed out directly and finally saw his wife getting into a car. Unexpectedly, she had called Zi Wang from Yuncheng to Dongcheng overnight. It seems that what her younger sister said was true. It's really difficult to handle her wife when she's angry. Mingyu. No matter how Ling Yu called out, Mingyu just kept moving farther away. Sighing, Ling Yu returned to the house feeling dejected. Ruhan happened to be getting up, and seeing him like this, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked over. "Brother-in-law, did you really make my sister angry? Are you two having a cold war?" In fact, Ling Yu had intended to ask the relationship strategist Guan Roro how he should handle the situation, so since his younger sister asked, he decided to tell her about it. "Hey, brother-in-law, you're really at fault this time." After hearing Ling Yu's words, Ruhan proudly raised her hand, acting like a relationship expert. She wasn't wearing a bra, just a silk pajama. Her figure was clearly visible as she pushed her chest forward with her hands on her cheeks. Even the two basic points were subtly revealed. "How could you let another woman get into my sister's car? Don't you know that my sister has a serious disinfection obsession?" Being scolded this way by his younger sister, Ling Yu accepted it, but he also had his own emotions. "I had important matters to discuss with Liu Yi, and I didn't do anything that would upset your sister. Do I really have to cause a big conflict for giving a female friend a ride home?" About that, propping her chin, Ruhan also felt that brother-in-law was right. She wasn't a feminist, thinking that men also needed some freedom and space. Her sister really shouldn't restrict her brother-in-law so tightly. "Brother-in-law, I don't think my sister is usually that petty of a woman. Could this incident only be a trigger, and she actually has other dissatisfactions towards you?" "Other dissatisfactions?" Ling Yu was slightly taken aback, feeling like he hadn't done anything else to upset his wife, right? "Yeah. My sister is a strong woman. Her merit is her capability. Her flaw is her strong-willed nature. Even if she has other dissatisfactions towards you, she won't complain like other girls, so you might find it hard to notice." Hearing this from Ruhan, Ling Yu thought it made sense, but at the same time felt frustrated. Who knows what else his wife was angry about? "Brother-in-law, don't be feeling down. Women need to be placated. Even the strongest woman needs it too." Proudly, Ruhan patted brother-in-law's shoulder, as if she was a relationship guru, forgetting she was actually just a little girl who hadn't even had a first love. "Here's the deal. I'm moving out today. You think of a way to make my sister happy tonight. If it doesn't work, well, you know what I mean. Good luck." After pointing out brother-in-law, Ruhan hurriedly ran off. Ling Yu also felt that he should find a way to explain things clearly to his wife. He wasn't afraid of fighting a tough battle, but the idea of having a cold war with his wife was something he dreaded the most. On the other hand, Mingu arrived at the company. Zia Shouty noticed that she arrived in Ziwang's car, which surprised her. She hurriedly came to her office and whispered, "President Qing, did you have a disagreement with Lingyu?" Qin Mingyu sighed and nodded slightly. "Is it because he was with another woman?" Zia Shouty thought that Qin Mingyu was upset because of Lingyu's relationship with Zia Zhu, so she tentatively asked. Unexpectedly, Qin Mingyu nodded. "President Qin, I actually believe in Lingyu. That man can resist even when faced with you. He definitely wouldn't mess around with other women." Zia Shouty was very firm. After all, she had tried to test Lingyu at first, but he remained unmoved even when she showed interest. Zia Zhu's level of attractiveness wasn't much different. How could Lingyu possibly be interested in her? Let alone cheat on President Qin with Zia Zhu. Qin Mingyu nodded again. If Lingyu could control himself even when he was with Lin Qingshuan before, how could he do something wrong towards her now? If she didn't trust Lingyu, she wouldn't have just given him the cold shoulder last night. She would have confronted him directly. That man let another woman into her car and left a strong scent of perfume, she had a mental aversion to that. President Qin, rest assured, Zia Shouty didn't realize that what she and Qin Mingyu discussed were completely different. She then patted her chest and assured, "Regarding Zia's matters, I will definitely handle it for you. I won't let Zia's family and Qin's family become enemies. Leave the acquisition of Donqi factory to me." Qin Mingyu was slightly surprised by Zia Shouty's sudden change in topic. She couldn't understand how they suddenly shifted to Zia's family when they were talking about Lingyu. But it made sense. She couldn't let her personal emotions make her forget about work. Since Zia Shouty took the initiative to offer help, Qin Mingyu nodded in agreement. "Go with Ruhan to handle the project. We can't delay it any longer." "Okay, consider it done." Full of confidence, Zia Shouty was determined not to let Wang Guangxin Yellow Light Nu disrespect her as a woman from the Zia family. "Lin Fan, come with me." Qin Ruhan had just returned to the company and she received a task assigned by the CEO. She waved and called her project assistant to accompany her. "Miss San, where are we going?" Lin Fan immediately appeared in front of her, his eyes showing a hint of infatuation. Ever since he found out about the misunderstanding last time, he couldn't stand the sight of Shen Xiaopang. Unfortunately, they were from the same village, and even after coming to Dongchen, they still rented a place together. Seeing Qin Ruhan now, Lin Fan felt a sense of heartache. If only that love letter was really written by Miss Sen to him, how wonderful would that be? Alas, emotions are tricky like that. Once poured out, it's hard to take back. Lin Fan had never harbored a secret crush on Qin Ruhan before. Knowing the class difference between them, he dared not dream like Shen Xiaopang did. But those days, when he fantasized Miss San as his girlfriend, made him feel like he had reached heaven. Now that illusion was shattered, he couldn't bear the reality. "Get the documents ready. We're off to Donqi." Qin Ruhan, straightforward in character, didn't have much pretense and didn't notice any change in Lin Fan's eyes or behavior. She was still warm and cheerful towards her subordinate. "We're going to Donqi. Isn't the factory supposed to be acquired by someone with the surname Tang? Hey. They haven't signed the contract yet, so we have a chance. This time, with Zidai accompanying us, we will definitely secure it." "That's great." After a brief conversation, they quickly set out. Meanwhile, in the East Gate shopping mall in the southern district of Dongcheng, Shen Xiaopang was working hard for Ling Ruoxu early in the morning. Of course, it was at the behest of Ling Yu since Shen Xiaopang had nothing else to do these days. His sister was opening a new shop in Dongcheng and temporarily couldn't find help, so she had to reluctantly use Shen Xiaopang. "Xiaopang, what's wrong? You haven't eaten in 2 days." Feeling weak, Ling Ruoxu turned around to find Shen Xiaopang looking unwell and immediately frowned. Little did she expect that Shen Xiaopang would burst into tears at her question. "What's going on here?" Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but walk over, gently pulling his ear and saying, "Come on. Are you out of breath just with a couple of words? Don't want to work for me, you don't have to be like this." "Wow. Ruoxu, it's not like that. I've had a heartbreak." Shen Xiaopang cried with a sorrowful face. "Heartbreak?" Ling Ruoxu released his ear, then burst into laughter. "Isn't a heartbreak pretty normal? Fall in love, and that would be big news." "Wow. Ruoxu, who makes jokes like this?" Shen Xiaopang cried even harder, embracing Ling Ruoxu. It wasn't to take advantage. Ling Ruoxu was 10 years older and had seen him grow up. She was like a big sister to him. However, at this moment, a voice outside the door suddenly shouted angrily, "You brat! Let go of my goddess. Shortly after, a sunny young man stormed in, pushing Shen Xiaopeng with anger. Unfortunately, despite being 1.8 meters tall, he couldn't move the shorter Shen Xiaopeng, and even ended up stumbling himself. Roku, did you see that? This guy is truly embarrassing himself. Shen Xiaopeng suddenly stopped crying and started laughing. Really, with no abilities, he wanted to play the hero. Zia, are you alright? Ling Roku pushed Shen Xiaopeng away and came to help Zia. I'm okay. Zia instantly felt better, and he sensed that Ling Roku's attitude towards him seemed better than before. What's going on? Was it because of his earlier performance? With this in mind, Zia became agitated again. Roku, who is he? Daring to take advantage of you. I won't let him get away this time. Robbing was one thing, but taking advantage of his goddess, that was absolutely unacceptable. Ling Roku rolled her eyes at him. Why are you getting worked up? This is my fellow villager, my little brother. How did you even find my new shop? Mingu told me. Zia wasn't hiding anything. Slightly excited. I have a method that can bring good luck to your new store. Hearing that it was Mingu who mentioned it, Ling Roku gave him some face and couldn't help but ask, what method? You wear the clothes from your shop, I'll take beautiful photos of you. Make an album for advertisement outside the store. When customers see how beautiful it looks, they will definitely buy. Zia confidently said, you'll take photos of me? Ling Roku was shocked. She didn't have the same confidence as Zia did. She didn't consider herself to be in the same beauty league as Mingu, so it was a surprise that Zia paid attention to her. Miss Ling, my young master is a top-grade photographer in Nanzhou. Many beautiful women queue up to have their photos taken by him. At this point, a Fu, who entered the room, added, anyway, if you let the young master take your photos, if he doesn't make you stunning, then I'll give up. Is he that good? Ling Roku half believed, straightforwardly saying, you're not trying to trick me into modeling for your young master, are you? A Fu quickly spoke up for the young master. He won't be taking photos where you need to undress. What are you afraid of, Miss Ling? This was a bit blunt. Ling Roku was also a woman, of course. She loved beauty too. Besides, this was a way to promote her new clothing store. It was a win-win situation. Zia quietly pinched a Fu's waist and scolded him softly. What are you saying? If Goddess of Fire finds out, I'll squeeze you to death for saying such things. A Fu also whispered back, Master, you've done it. I've seen you take photos of women without clothes before. TSK. Zia pinched him a little harder, gritting his teeth. That was art, and it was at the woman's request to undress. What if Goddess misunderstands and thinks I'm lecherous? I'll strangle you. Alright, I'll let you give it a try. Luckily, Ling Roku didn't dwell on suspicions. She had some understanding of art and wouldn't view things with a mundane perspective. She also hoped she didn't judge Zia wrong. In her eyes, Zia was still a pure artist. After a few hours of shooting, Ling Roku, though feeling tired, was stunned when she saw herself in Zia's camera. Wow, Roku, you look fantastic. Shen Xiaopeng's eyes widened looking at the photos. Zia, a supposed top-grade photographer, turned out to be a wizard behind the lens. If Ling Roku's real-life appearance scored 85 points, these photos took her to 99, making her a stunning beauty. A Fu finally understood why the young master was so smitten with the Goddess of Fire. This woman really had a unique personality and charisma, giving each photo a soul that was similar yet different. Beautiful as a flower, graceful and charming. She exuded the charm of a stunning beauty while having the fiery passion of brilliance. She was a rare natural model. Is this really me? Even Ling Roku couldn't believe the female lead in those photos was her. It wasn't until some time later that she finally spoke, astonished, looking at Zia. This is how I see you. The Goddess of Fire in the ice is snow. Your unique temperament is something other models don't have. Zia smiled contentedly. He had successfully produced the first album for his goddess, and the result was exactly as he imagined. He was extremely satisfied. Humph. Don't praise me too much. I don't believe it. Ling Ruoxu's mouth said she didn't believe it, but she couldn't hide her excitement and joy in her heart. She never thought she would appear so perfect in Zia-chan's eyes. It was truly magical that he could capture it so well in a photo. He really deserved to be called a godlike photographer. Her fondness for this man increased significantly. She had initially thought he was just a cowardly rich second generation, but she didn't expect him to be a talented, cowardly, rich second generation. Shall we continue? Zia was even happier seeing her reaction. The ice is broken. The ice is broken. He finally felt the distance between him and Ling Roku was being closed, no longer feeling like she was a goddess miles away. No more. No more. Do professional models not have break times, even more so for an amateur like me? Do you want to exhaust me? Ling Roku glared angrily at him. Changing clothes and shoes multiple times was tiring. Her calf muscles were almost cramping. Haha. Then let's take a break. Zia quickly scratched his head and smiled. Afu, on the side. Only just realized that the young master might be an M. Did he really like women being dominant to him? God, little fatty also realized. Turns out there are men who like fierce women like Big Zuya, or is it because of craving her body that they like her temperament? Unlike himself, God, little fatty thought he was definitely the perfect male lead type. Strong, domineering yet gentle to his girlfriend. Yes, it must be like this. Having this in mind, he thought about carefully crafting his image for future interactions with Miss Chin. It was perfect timing when Lin Fan called him. Hey, little fatty paper, come to Donchi quickly. We might have to fight again. What's the situation? I ran into that damn bastard surnamed Tang with Miss Third again. Hurry. Hearing Lin Fan's anxious tone, little fatty became agitated too. In a large office in Donchi factory, Chin Ruhan and Zia Shouty sat on one side. Wang Wanxin sat on the other side, and at the entrance, Tang Jiu came in with his people. Heh. Little Miss Chin, it seems our paths will cross again. You dared to fight with me last time here. It's time to settle it today, right? Tang Jiu stared at Chin Ruhan fiercely, not hiding his hostility. His face spelled out for words, unrestrained. But this time, before they could make a move, Wang Wanxin quickly stood up and smiled apologetically at him. Tang, in a civilized society, let's not resort to violence again. Even if we were to fight, please don't do it here. Okay. Last time's incident had affected him too. He had to go to the police station, pay a fine. He didn't want to be caught in that mess again. This place belongs to you soon. I've reached an agreement with your boss to sign the contract and take over the factory today. Upon hearing his words, several people in the room showed visible changes in their expressions. Wang Wanxin, slightly surprised, said, Why haven't I received any notification from my boss about this? As the general manager of this factory, such a significant event shouldn't be undisclosed to him. He should have been the one to handle it. Heh. What are you? Just a small role working for someone else. Just do your job honestly. Do you need to know so much? Tang Jiu's words were arrogant. With just a look, he made his female assistant throw the prepared contract on the table and then directed Wang Wanxin to sign it. Wang Wanxin took a glance, and the acquisition price hadn't changed much from before, and it was even lower than the price offered by the Chin family. But he was indeed acting on behalf of the Zia family. If the boss had agreed, then he had no choice but to proceed. Manager Huang, this must be a bluff from the Tang family. Don't fall for it. Zia Shouty stood up decisively and said, I understand Grandpa the best. He has always been thorough and meticulous in his dealings. If he really agreed with the Tang family, he would have informed you. Wang Wanxin felt the same way. Even if the factory wasn't managed well, such a large acquisition, the boss wouldn't keep him in the dark about it. He would have been briefed to oversee the process. Heh. Did you hear? If you don't believe me, listen to this call. Tang Jiu didn't want to waste time. He immediately called Suemiai, but kept his eyes on Chin Ruhan. Once the contract was signed, the factory would be his. Then he could just lock the gates and see where Miss Chin of the Chin family could run to today. How dare she let people beat him before and mock him at the previous business meeting? He was truly fed up. Chin Ruhan, seeing his gaze, had a sense of foreboding, and upon seeing so many people behind him, she became a bit nervous. However, she was not someone to be trifled with. She was about to ask Lin Fan to call for backup when Lin Fan came to her side and whispered, Miss Third, don't worry. I've called God Little Fatty. He has been practicing martial arts since he was young. He can definitely handle Tang and his people in a fight. If it doesn't work out, we can call the police too. I heard that Officer Zia in the eastern city is very close with Ling Yu. Chin Ruhan nodded. She had actually wanted to call her brother-in-law directly, but considering that he might be busy consoling her sister today, Lin Fan's arrangement was acceptable. While they were talking, Huang Guanxin had already got through to Su Amei on the call. Madam, in fact, the price offered by the Qin family is slightly higher than the Tang family's, and Zia Shaodi is also here, as she is the daughter of young Master Zia. What if? Shut up. Who gave you the authority to make decisions? On the other end, Su Mei's reprimand came down hard. Zhang Hao is the chairman of the Zia family group. His decision is my decision. Don't think because Shaodi is pleading for the Qin family, even if second uncle intervenes personally, it won't change anything. Donqi will be sold to the Tang family. Understand? Madam, I understand. Huang Guanxin hung up the phone with a displeased look. With the sale of the factory, he wouldn't be the general manager of Dongqi anymore. He could have resisted Su Mei's orders with a firmer attitude, but on second thought, this was the Su family's asset. If the woman wanted to lose money, then let her lose. No wonder the Zia family, despite having a good network, was still managed so poorly. With such decision-makers in charge, the Zia family would be bankrupt sooner or later. Tang, I'll sign the contract on behalf of Donqi with you. Donqi will belong to your Tang family from now on. Ha ha. Wise men go with the flow. Manager Huang, you are indeed insightful. Tang Jiu patted Huang Guangxin's shoulder triumphantly, then looked at Qin Ruhan, waiting to see what the beautiful young lady from the Qin family could do. Qin Ruhan was indeed very angry. She expressed her frustration to Zia Shaodi. Shaodi, I'm becoming more and more puzzled with your Zia family. If you don't acknowledge your relatives, that's one thing, but how can you not want to make money? It's ridiculous. Miss Third, don't worry. I'll call Grandpa right now. Zia Shaodi still believed in Zia Zhanghao. He wouldn't be as impulsive and emotional as Su Amei. He would surely consider the bigger picture and his own interests. But for some reason, when she dialed Zia Zhanghao's number, no one answered. Seeing this, Tang Jiu laughed even louder. Ha ha, are you also from the Zia family? Seems like Zia Zhanghao doesn't recognize you. Don't overestimate yourself. In front of me, you're not even worth a fart. Being mocked by Tang Yu's in person like this, Zia Shaodi was beyond irritated. She knew Zia Zhanghao must be aware of what was happening here but chose not to answer the phone on purpose. Could it be that in Uncle's heart, her position as a niece was not even as good as Tang Yu's? Hehe, after signing the contract, this factory will be the territory of my Tang family. No one can control what I do here. Tang Yu's picked up a pen and stared at Qin Ruhan with a sneer. As for the consequences, this young master who did all sorts of bad things didn't even consider it. Anyway, he had a bunch of backers behind him. Wait. Just when Qin Ruhan and Zia Shaodi looked helpless, a voice suddenly came from the meeting room door. Young Master Zia. When Huang Guanxin saw the man leading the group outside the door, he was stunned, as if he had seen an alien invasion. Because everyone in the Zia family knew that the young master of the Zia family never cared about the family business and had never been to Donqi. Has the sun risen from the west today? Isn't this Ruroxu's sister? Qin Ruhan was also surprised. She never expected that Ling Ruroxu and Zia Chia would arrive together with Shen Xiaopang. Ling Ruroxu learned about Donqi from Shen Xiaopang and knew that this was the Zia family's property. When the Zia family decided to sell it to the Tang family, she and Zia Chia rushed over. Ling Ruroxu didn't ask Zia Chia to do anything, not even begging him to help because the Qin family needed the factory. She came here with Shen Xiaopang purely to support Qin Ruhan. In case there was a fight like last time, she could also help. But at this moment, Zia Chia walked in directly and ordered Huang Guanxin, sell the Donqi factory to the Qin family. As I say, young master. This. Huang Guanxin hesitated for a moment, but then decisively stated, No, your mother said Donqi is to be sold to the Tang family and entrusted me to sign the contract. Damn, are you going to listen to my mother and not to me? Zia Chia said angrily. Today, no matter what, he had to help the Qin family and let Ling Ruroxu see his tough side. Young master, I am just following orders. Please don't make it difficult for me. Even if Zia Chia was furious, Huang Guanxin remained unmoved. Ha ha. Tang Yu's laughed triumphantly and walked up to Zia Chia, patting his face lightly, taunting, Isn't this the famous useless young master of the East City? Today, meeting you in person, it's truly as rumored that even the dogs of your own family don't listen to your commands. Huang Guangxin was finding it hard to withstand Tang Yu's. He really wanted to punch him. Zia gritted his teeth, his face turning red. He slapped Tang Yu's hand away and said excitedly, "Don't be too pleased. I won't let you have your way today. Just wait." Ha ha. Wait? Unfortunately, this little master doesn't have time to wait. Let's see how you can stop me from having my way. Tang Yu's, impatient and not wanting to drag things out, immediately signed the contract and threw it at Huang Guangxin. Huang Guangxin didn't comply on the spot, fueled by the insult of being called a dog by Tang Yu's. More surprisingly, Zia snatched the contract away and tore it into pieces on the spot. You're asking for death. Tang Yu's wanted to hit Zia, but Ling Ruoxu stepped forward first and kicked him away. Angered, Tang Yu shouted, "Damn it, beat them up. Ha ha. Finally starting a fight? Then it's my turn to step in." Shen Xiaopeng quickly protected Ling Ruoxu and Qin Ruhan. Lin Fan, not one to back down, grabbed a prepared iron rod and rushed forward. He might not have Shen Xiaopeng's skills, but he was definitely less afraid of death. "This is the territory of my Zia family. I dare anyone to raise a hand." Zia Qian's voice, full of anger, was completely different from before in the parking lot. Ling Ruoxu, although not very familiar with the situation of the Zia family, could still feel the reason behind Zia Qian's actions. Her emotions were complex, and she gazed at Zia Qian. This love made her feel a bit heavy. "Huang Guangxin, have someone secure the scene. I'm going to call my dad." Zia Qian's determined expression was full of determination and vigor. Huang Guangxin nodded hesitantly. Today's young master Zia seemed different from usual. Why was that? "Hey, Dad." Zia dialed Zia Zhonhao's phone as he walked to the main meeting room. "Son, what's up?" Zia Zhonhao was in a meeting at the company's headquarters and had no idea that Zia was in Dongqi at the moment. "I want to be the heir of the Zia family. I want to inherit the family business." Zia gritted his teeth. "You? What did you say?" Shocked by the unexpected news, Zia Zhonhao exclaimed, thinking he might be hearing things. No matter how they pressured Zia before, he refused to inherit the family business, even saying that if they forced him, he would become a monk. Who would have thought that today, he would voluntarily want to inherit the family business? What was going on? A prank? Or was he under a spell? "I said, I want to inherit the Zia family business. Now. Immediately. Right away. Please hand over the Dongqi factory to me." Zia reiterated firmly. Zia Zhonhao finally understood what was happening. It turned out his son wanted to help the Qin family again. Despite knowing his son's intentions, Zia Zhonhao readily agreed. "All right, I'll arrange it immediately." The next moment, Huang Guangxin received a call and looked even more surprised. This was a major event for the Zia family, a big piece of business news in Dongcheng. After hanging up the phone, he immediately informed Tang Yu's, "I'm sorry, Tan Xiao, I can't sign the contract with you now." "What? What did you say?" Tang Yu stared at Huang Guangxin, furious and speechless. Acquiring this factory to produce weapons for a military organization was an important task for him. If the factory couldn't be acquired, he would definitely be scolded by his father and might not be trusted in the future. "Tang Xiao, Mr. Zia just called me and said that the factory has been handed over to young Master Zia to handle completely." As soon as Huang Guangxin clarified the situation, Tang Yu's was left speechless, his expression comically incredulous. Zia Shaodi also looked at Zia in disbelief, never expecting her cousin to give up his years of insistence just to help the Qin family. Seeing Zia Qian's eyes constantly focused on Ling Ruoxu, she understood that perhaps her cousin's actions were all because of Ling Yu's sister. "Of course, I'll sell this factory to the Qin family. As for others, forget about it." Zia was not one to beat around the bush and stated it firmly. Ling Ruoxu didn't fully understand the situation of the Zia family, but she could sense why Zia made this decision, feeling emotionally complex and her eyes shining. This love made her feel a bit burdened. "Heh, Mr. Tang, you've lost to this young lady once again. How pathetic you are. You must be the clown villain from the novel I'm starring in, right?" Qin Ruhan, upon hearing Zia Qian's words, taunted Tang Yu's with delight. Even she couldn't believe the turn of events, feeling truly satisfied. "Tread on them, deal with them, give them a fierce beating to death." Tang Yu's couldn't contain his anger and wanted his men and bodyguards to directly act against Qin Ruhan. However, a man with a sharp chin quickly whispered a reminder in his ear. Young Master Tang, this is always Zia family's territory, and the Zia family stands with the Qin family. If we act now, we will be outnumbered and at a disadvantage. Knowing that they had acquired Danqi, making it their home field, they could easily handle Qin Ruhan. But now, they were playing as visitors, putting them in a weaker position. HMPH, Qin family girl, just you wait, I'm not done with you. Despite his arrogance, Tang Yu wasn't foolish. After some persuasion from his henchmen, he threw a threat at Qin Ruhan and left. Qin Ruhan continued to mock, showing no mercy towards her enemies. Yeah, the big bad wolf is cuter than him. Villains always like to roar in rage, unlike us righteous ones, who are more composed and low-key. Lin Fen and Shen Xiaopang quickly joined in when faced with a common enemy. But now, as the enemy was gone, they began to bicker among themselves, feeling like each other's greatest rival. How about sucking up to the goddess together? Ling Ruoxu paid no attention to the two village brothers and, having just helped the Qin family, found herself awkwardly trying to interact naturally with Zia Qia. Ruoxu, it's about time for dinner. Let me treat you. Zia Qia was about to suggest, but then realized Ling Ruoxu didn't like accepting his favors, so he smartly said, "Today, I sold the factory, completing my first major business deal in life. I should treat everyone to dinner to celebrate." The reason was a bit stretched, but Shadi was the first to agree. "Great. Thanks, cousin. Then I'll go too." Qin Ruhan caught her eye and promptly followed. Hearing about food, Shen Xiaopang and Lin Fan, both natural freeloaders, couldn't refuse, so the six of them set off in 3 cars. When they arrived at a hotel owned by the Zia family, the other four made excuses to slip away, either claiming unfinished work or a gas leak at home, leaving Zia Qia and Ling Ruoxu at the restaurant for dinner. Although Ling Ruoxu felt a bit awkward, she still entered the private room with Zia Qia. "Let's split the bill for this meal." As per our usual, Zia Qia smiled, showing a faint dimple that seemed very innocent. "Why did you do this today?" Ling Ruoxu asked directly. She never liked hiding things, it wasn't in her nature. "Huh, what?" Zia Qia pretended not to understand. "I seem to have heard my little brother mention that young people from your family are reluctant to take over the business, unwilling to inherit the billion-dollar family business. Why the change of heart today?" Ling Ruoxu asked plainly, crystal clear in her inquiry. "Well," Zia Qia hesitated a bit. "If you don't want to say, then forget it." Ling Ruoxu didn't push, even though she was as curious as anyone. Just like Ling Yu. "No. I'll tell you." Zia Qia didn't want to hide anything from Ling Ruoxu, and he didn't try to sound cheesy by saying something like, "If others ask, I won't say, but if you ask, I'll say." He didn't want to pressure her in their relationship. He just wanted to naturally bond with Ling Ruoxu. Actually, the Zia family is a financial powerhouse with deep connections. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become the vice chairman of the Southern Business Association. Zia Qia cut to the chase. Ling Ruoxu appeared even more intrigued, and the more he continued, the more eager she became. The Zia family used to be one of the 4 major families in Yanjing, with influence across the country. However, later on, they intentionally faded into obscurity, leaving only the Zia family in the eastern city as a facade, acting as their front. Intentionally faded into obscurity. Zia Zhu was quite surprised. Doesn't that mean something similar to hidden families in novels? She used to think it was nonsense, but now she saw it was true. You can understand it that way. Zia Qia continued candidly. But it's not entirely accurate, because our Zia family and the hidden Zia family, regardless of wealth and status, are worlds apart. They quietly support arms organizations from behind the scenes, amassing wealth and power, plotting greatly. We can only say we are their agents, whitewashing many things for them, as we are merely tools in their hands. Ling Ruoxu seemed to have gotten a grasp of it. Without waiting for her to ask, Zia Qia clearly gave the answer. "Once I inherit the Zia family, I will have to take over this business. But I don't want war, much less become a willing accomplice of warmongers. No wonder your Zia family has a factory like Danqi, and no wonder Danqi declined." Ling Ruoxu seemed to have understood the whole story. No wonder young people in the Zia family were reluctant to inherit this billion-dollar family, not wanting to become executioners of war. After discussing this topic, the two fell into silence. Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but carefully evaluate Zia for the first time. He appeared a bit wild then unrestrained, unreliable like a dandy, but in reality, he had strong personal convictions and principles. Most importantly, Ling Ruoxu felt his tender and kind heart, emitting a gentle glow that made her comfortable. Tear, Zia, I toast to you. Cheers to a kind future tycoon. Ling Ruoxu suddenly raised her glass proactively. Zia was slightly surprised, displaying a hint of astonishment, but he still raised his glass in a somewhat shy manner. This was the first time his goddess had initiated such a gesture. Inheriting the Zia family's business might not necessarily be a bad thing after all. After clinking glasses, Ling Ruoxu took a sip of wine and smiled as she spoke. If the Zia family's enterprise is framed in such a way, even if you don't inherit it, those behind you will surely allow others to take charge, and they will continue to support armed conflicts endlessly, destroying the world. But if you were in control, perhaps you could do something to prevent war. My father taught me some principles before. He said, if you want to stop evil people, then you must be stronger than them, at least at equal strength. Otherwise, you can't do anything. After hearing her words, Zia, who had been feeling slightly down, suddenly burst into a smile, reaching out to tightly hold her hand. Ling Ruoxu trembled slightly. Ruoxu, you're absolutely right, but I'm a bit foolish and sometimes I may forget this principle. If you can be there to remind me and encourage me, I can definitely do better. This man was quite adept at seizing the moment. While Ling Ruoxu still felt a bit afraid, she no longer resisted Zia like before. Seeing his expression at that moment, and recalling what he had done for her, she softened, nodding in agreement. We're good friends, and as long as you need it, I will accompany you in conversation. However, a little reminder, our relationship should stay at a good friend level, and neither of us should cross boundaries. Understood. Progress was made again. Zia immediately nodded. He knew haste makes waste, and with Ling Ruoxu's commitment, even if they couldn't get married or be intimate, being able to see each other whenever they wanted already made him content. At least for now, he was satisfied. Dongcheng Road. Qin Ruhan sat in Zia Shaodi's car, smirking successfully after setting up Zia to date Ling Ruoxu alone. Shaodi, it seems like your cousin and Ruoxu are getting more interesting. Zia Shaodi also held the steering wheel, chuckling. Yes, I never thought Zia would agree to inherit the Zia family just to show off in front of Ruoxu as a hero. Hey, what are you saying? And what's with that expression on your face? Qin Ruhan couldn't help but mumble and complain. It's like inheriting $1 billion fortune is such a painful thing, so many people dream of it but can't get it. If you to go out acting so pretentious, you might get beaten to death in no time. Zia Shaodi just smiled casually. The third miss didn't know much about the Zia family, so it was normal for her to say that. All right, Shaodi. Drop me off here. Qin Ruhan suddenly requested to get off. Zia Shaodi was slightly startled when she found herself in a medium to high-grade residential area and couldn't help but ask, Third miss, are you buying a house to live in? Qin Ruhan opened the door and got out of the car, then turned back and nodded. Yes, I'm worried about disturbing my sister and brother-in-law's married life. In case my sister hasn't conceived a baby yet, I'm afraid Grandpa will blame me when he comes back for being immature. Zia Shaodi chuckled. Qin Ruhan pregnant? Heavens, she couldn't even imagine that scene. All right, be safe on your own. Zia Shaodi didn't think much about it. She still had confidence in the current social security in Lone Wo, and she needed to go back home and talk to her father about today's events. Qin Ruhan didn't think much either. She used to wander around alone frequently, but never had bodyguards. After all, she wasn't the head of the Qin family who would bother to kidnap her. But unexpectedly, before she could walk to the sales office of the residential area, 3 cars suddenly stopped around her. Qin Ruhan was taken aback. What was going on? The next moment, a group of burly men rushed out of the cars and ran towards her. What do you want to do? Hell! Before she could finish shouting for help, her head was suddenly struck hard by something, making her vision dark before she collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Lin Fan was riding on Shen Xiaopeng's second-hand mountain bike back to their rented house in Dongcheng. The two of them were still chattering all the way. Lin Fan, as a brother, I advise you to give up on the third miss. She likes me. I really don't want you to get too involved and end up heartbroken. Nonsense. The third miss likes you? How many mushrooms did you eat to have such an illusion? Even if the third miss took a liking to me, she wouldn't go for you, right? Lin Fan was not narcissistic, but compared to Shen Xiaopang, his superiority in looks and height gave him a natural sense of pride. In any case, at 1.76 meters tall, he towered over Shen Xiaopang. The two argued back and forth, but neither could convince the other. Fine. Since you insist on fighting me for the third miss, let's make a gentleman's agreement. Each would try their best, and no matter who the third miss chooses in the end, the other is not allowed to cry or ruin the harmony between us brothers, Shen Xiaopang said confidently. Even though the third miss hadn't written him a love letter, her attitude towards him was clearly good. With more effort, perhaps he could marry a wealthy young lady like Lingu and bring her home. After agreeing to the gentleman's agreement, they both returned to their respective rooms and quickly called Qin Ruhan. Although both were very anxious and unsure how to develop a relationship with Qin Ruhan, now that they had rivals, they had to act fast, right? But they found that they couldn't reach Qin Ruhan on her phone at all. What's going on? The nervous two men started to overthink the situation. On the other side, when Qin Ruhan opened her eyes in a daze, she found the light a bit glaring, making her pupils shrink instinctively. However, the next moment, she widened her eyes in panic. She realized she was bound. Sitting tied up on a chair in a small room, her hands and feet bound, her mouth gagged. Qin Ruhan struggled hard but couldn't break free. The next moment, the iron door suddenly opened, and a sinister man with two henchmen walked in, wearing a familiar and detestable smile on his face. The man reached out and removed the cloth blocking her mouth. Tang, you bastard! How dare you kidnap me? Let me go, or this young lady will make you suffer. I will make you rot in jail. Qin Ruhan immediately started to scold angrily. Oh, I'll wait for you to make me suffer. Would you be happy to see me end up in jail? Ha ha. Tang was completely fearless. As a henchman of the Yanjing Tang family, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Let alone kidnapping, he would even dare to force himself on a beautiful woman. He had taken several lives, but he hadn't escaped justice yet, living freely. What the hell do you want to do? Qin Ruhan, seeing his nonchalant attitude, became afraid herself. Who knew what this pervert would do to her? Heh. What do I want to do with you? Tang, with a wicked smile on his face, approached Qin Ruhan and lightly lifted her chin. To be honest, as the eldest son of the Tang family with a substantial family background, he had played with many women. Although Qin Ruhan was sweet-looking, she wasn't his type at all. He just liked to play with women, and now, whether he played with this woman or another, it was all the same to him. The reason he brought this woman back was purely to teach her a lesson and relieve his frustration. You bastard! Let me go. How dare you touch me? My sister and brother-in-law will surely tear you to pieces. Qin Ruhan shook her head vigorously, pushing his hand away and even spat at him. Damn it! After wiping his face, Tang suddenly slapped Qin Ruhan's face hard. I'll make you shut up. Your sister and brother-in-law. What rubbish is that? Would I as the eldest son of the Tang family be afraid of them? The hard slap left Qin Ruhan feeling dizzy and part of her face numb, blood dripping from her mouth as she glared at him fiercely. Heh. Speaking of your sister and brother-in-law, I have a good idea. Tang who was wondering how to play with Qin Ruhan, suddenly had a brilliant idea and snapped his fingers. Your Qin family has also signed up for the peak race in Nanzhou, right? Tomorrow night is the weekend's crazy free-for-all race. Do you think your brother-in-law will be able to save you? Or will he come on stage to rescue you? At these words, Qin Ruhan suddenly had a bad feeling and tremblingly asked, What do you want to do? Heh. I just want to play a fun game with you. You've beaten me twice before, haven't you? This time, if you lose, you'll have to be a good dog by my side. I'll make you crawl if I say so. I'll make you bark if I say so. Ha ha. Tang twisted face and twisted laugh made Qin Ruhan shudder. With such a madman, a normal person couldn't anticipate what he would do. Chang'an Group's Dongcheng branch. At 7 in the evening, Qin Mingu rubbed her eyes tiredly and walked out of the office. As soon as the door opened, she was slightly stunned. Mingu, Ling Yushu had been waiting at the door for a long time. He knew that his wife had instructed Zia to pick her up and take her home, so he had to block people at the CEO's office door. What's wrong? Qin Mingu deliberately kept a cold face when she saw this man. Which woman wouldn't be angry if she knew her husband had lied to her and was driving another woman home at night? Even if she was strong, She was still a woman, after all. Yes, what's up? Ling Yushu nodded. I've made a reservation at a restaurant. I'll take you to dinner now. Humph, why should I have dinner with you? I can take care of myself. Mingu walked past him coldly on purpose. Mingu. Ling Yushu was no longer the fool who had never been in love before. He quickly grabbed her wrist to stop her from leaving. Don't be mad at me, okay? I really didn't lie to you or do anything to hurt you. Can't you believe me? Ling Yushu said in one breath. Seeing him like this now and hearing him plead like that, Mingu felt a little better. She thought to herself, even though this Iron Man was so tough when they first got married, isn't it common for women to learn how to coax their husbands? Seeing her remain silent, Ling Yushu sighed and said, Can I apologize to you? I'll never let another woman ride in your car again. Mingu finally softened a bit, but quickly composed herself to avoid letting this fool see that she had melted. How could she not melt? She could be angry with her husband, but now that she was carrying his child, could she keep on being angry? Mingu was not that stupid of a woman. Do you know you're wrong? Mingu deliberately asked coldly. They had been married for half a year, and this fool of a straight man had never admitted he was wrong, especially, and they had just gotten married, which had made her very upset. Now she wanted to enjoy the power of a wife and make her husband really admit his mistake. Yes, I know. Ling Yushu nodded. Although he hadn't committed any major mistakes, letting another woman ride in the car without his wife's consent and leaving a car full of perfume scent, he realized he was in the wrong. Of course, admitting his mistake was also a reminder from Guan Ruru. Guan Ruru said, during a Cold War, a man who dared to apologize to his wife first was a real man. Those stubborn men who refused to admit defeat were idiots who didn't deserve a woman. What do you mean I know? Your attitude doesn't seem sincere enough. Mingu was really infuriated by this man, preparing to walk away again. Mingu, it's my fault this time, so I want to take you out to dinner to make up for it. Can you please not be angry? I'm afraid you'll skip meals again and have stomach problems. Ling Yushu quickly held her hand again. Mingu stopped again, suppressing a smile at this fool, but quickly hid the smile. Well, for the fool's concern about her health, she decided to forgive him this time. Mingu, how about it? Ling Yushu hurriedly moved forward and asked her. Mingu glared at him and said, Let's go. Ling Yushu felt a sense of relief, nodded quickly, went downstairs, and drove the car over. The Cold War ended in a day, and both husband and wife felt comfortable. In fact, neither of them wanted a Cold War, especially Mingu, who was still carrying this fool's little baby, and during a Cold War was torturing herself. Fortunately, the fool knew how to coax his wife, otherwise, she wouldn't have a way out. The couple had dinner at a restaurant. By the time they finished, it was almost 9 o'clock at night. Mingu's anger had dissipated. She was thinking about how to tell this fool some good news when she suddenly received a call from Zia shouty. What? We can't reach Ruhan. She hasn't contacted me all day. Mingu's expression suddenly became worried. Seeing his wife's unfavorable expression, Ling Yushu immediately picked up the phone and dialed his niece's number. The phone rang with the indication that it was turned off. Mingu put down the phone and heard Ling Yushu's phone ring, promptly instructing, Let's hurry home and see if that girl is there. Okay. Ling Yushu also had a bad feeling. The couple quickly rushed home. On the way, Ling Yushu learned about the situation. After successfully acquiring Dongqi, Ruhan lost contact on her way back home. If she wasn't at home, there was a high probability that this matter was related to Tang use. When the couple arrived home and saw that the lights were off, their worrying deepened. Ruhan, are you home? Mingu called a few symbolic times, realizing that Ruhan was not there. Immediately looking at Ling Yushu. Ling Yushu understood her meaning and quickly called Zia. After learning about the situation, Zia, in fact, felt quite smart. Now Ling Yushu was relying more and more on her. On one hand, she could repay him for helping her solve cases in the past. On the other hand, she could rightfully ask him to teach her martial arts. She's not considered missing for 24 hours, so we can't file a report procedurally. I can privately investigate Tang use in a personal capacity for you. Please be patient waiting for my updates. After leaving this message, Zia started her investigation. Ling Yushu hung up the phone with complex emotions. While he acknowledged that Zia had been helpful, he knew that there might be consequences in the future. However, his primary concern was Ruhan's safety. At the same time, he had to comfort his wife, Mingu. Don't worry too much. Ruhan is a member of the Chin family. I believe no one would dare to do anything to her. Right now, he didn't say, if anyone harms Chin Ruhan, I'll kill their whole family, because if he said that, it would only increase his wife's anxiety invisibly. Even though he didn't know that Chin Mingu was pregnant, seeing his wife looking a bit weary, he couldn't bear to see her worry. Chin Mingu nodded. At the moment, there were 3 things she could do. 1. Wait for Zia's updates. 2. Mobilize her men to search for Ruhan's whereabouts. 3. Stay at home and wait for her sister to return on her own or contact them voluntarily. Unfortunately, by 11 o'clock in the evening, there was still no news. Ling Yeshu stayed by Chin Mingyu's side the whole time and sensed that his wife was different now, in need of care, and he felt uneasy when away from her. Finally, when it was almost midnight, Zia called. Yeshu, Ruhan's disappearance is almost confirmed to be related to someone with the last name Tang. He denies all accusations, but says if you want Ruhan to return home safely, you'll have to see if you're capable tomorrow at the Southern Peak race. He also reminded that tomorrow is the free carnival race. Zia could only relay the message. She had almost clashed with the person surnamed Tan tonight, but without evidence and proof, and conducting the investigation in a personal capacity, she refrained from using violence against Tang Yus. Hang up the phone. Yoshu wanted to charge towards the Tang family directly. How could they wait until tomorrow for such matters? Who knows how Tang Yus would treat Chin Ruhan? But just as he was about to stand up, Chin Mingu suddenly felt dizzy. Yoshu had no choice but to stop, quickly supporting his wife, worriedly asking, Mingu, what's wrong? I'm fine. Chin Mingu gently shook her head, but her eyes were noticeably dull, looking very off. Let me check your pulse. Ling Yu wanted to check on his wife's condition, but at the same time, he had a strange speculation in his mind. Apart from some gastrointestinal issues, his wife had always been in good health. Suddenly feeling dizzy was the first time since they got married. Could she be pregnant? No need. Chin Mingu decisively rejected him. It might be because I haven't rested well recently. I'll go to rest in the room for a night, and I should be fine. She didn't know why, but in this situation right now, just after the Cold War had ended, she didn't want Ling Yu to know about her health condition. At the same time, she also hoped Ling Yu would go rescue Chin Ruhan and not stay at home worrying about her. But how could Ling Yu not worrying about her? With his wife having health issues, he could only stay at home and request to Yue to send someone to investigate Chin Ruhan's whereabouts. However, there was no news for one night. The next day, due to Chin Ruhan's disappearance, even though it was the weekend, Chin Mingu had to personally take charge of the reconstruction of the Dongqi factory, directing on-site work. After all, the project of Entai Group was crucial for the Qing family, and there couldn't be any mistakes. Ling Yu stayed by his wife's side, eagerly awaiting news from Due and Zi Wang. As for Zia Zu's side, since there was no evidence proving Qing Ruhan's personal safety was threatened, they had to wait for 24 hours before initiating a missing person investigation. By nightfall, there was still no news from Due and Zi Wang. The East City was so vast, and they were not police officers, so finding a person was not easy. After Ling Yu and Chin Mingu reported to the police, they could only follow Tang Yu's words and go to the boxing ring for the free-for-all race tonight. The Chin family had also signed up to participate in the peak competition. Due to their lack of fame, they were not members of the Chamber of Commerce before. Based on their understanding and analysis, Ling Yu and Chin Mingu felt that the competition for advancing in the preliminary rounds was intense, so they registered for the 17th day preliminary round based on their gut feeling. The organizers had already registered Ling Yu's name for the 17th day, so even if he wanted to participate in the free registration tonight, he wouldn't have the qualification to compete. Of course, Ling Yu didn't come to participate tonight. They were here to see what tricks Tang Yu's had up his sleeve. Brother, sister-in-law. As they were about to enter, the voices of Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fen came from behind. We've been waiting here for you for a long time. What happened to Ruhan? No matter what, we must ensure the safety of the third miss. Whatever harm she suffers, we must not let the Tang family off. Both of them knew about Chin Ruhan's situation, as Ling Yu had informed them, so they had been waiting at the entrance of the boxing ring early in the morning. Seeing their anxious expressions, Chin Mingu was somewhat surprised. Did they care so much about her younger sister? Did Ruhan have such a good relationship with them? Why did it feel like they were both like boyfriends of her sister? I don't know exactly what happened, but at this point, let's go in and talk later. Lingu didn't know what to say either. Qin Ruhan had been kidnapped for a day. If Tang Yu's truly intended to harm her, she would be in trouble now. If that was truly the case, he would spare no effort to obliterate Tang and avenge his sister-in-law. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Tang Yu's voice came from behind them. Ha ha, it seems I heard someone saying they won't let me off easy. The group turned around and were stunned. What's going on? Why is Yuanxi walking with this delinquent? Yuanxi met the eyes of the three men, but he remained expressionless, his gaze finally falling on Lingu and Qin Mingu. Bastard, release Ruhan now. Shen Xiaopeng rushed towards Tang Yu's on the spot. His style had always been straightforward, and even with his ambiguous girlfriend being captured, there was no room for hesitation. Lin Fen wasn't as skilled, but he wouldn't fall behind in such situations either. The two of them immediately got into a scuffle with Tang Yu's bodyguards. Stop, stop. The boxing ring's security personnel quickly rushed out. Qin Mingu knew that Shen Xiaopeng and the others acting rashly wouldn't be effective, but she let them try first, as she also wanted to deal with Tang Yu's. Shen Xiaopeng didn't disappoint her either, quickly taking down Tang Yu's bodyguards and rushing towards Tang Yu's. The regular security personnel of the boxing ring were no match for him. Tang Yu's was taken aback. This chubby guy's fighting style was indeed rough. Fortunately, a calm long-haired man timely stood in front of him and effortlessly knocked Shen Xiaopeng to the ground. Qin Mingu also marveled inwardly at Yuanxi's impressive skill, calm and composed, leaving one with an unfathomable feeling. Yuanxi, what are you doing? You actually made a move against me. Shen Xiaopeng sat on the ground, staring at Yuanxi incredulously. In his mind, Yuanxi, like Lingu, was his senior brother, someone he respected as an elder brother. Although Shen Xiaopeng often spoke bluntly, he had a deep reverence for both of them. Sorry, I am now a warrior of the Tang family, Yuanxi said with an indifferent expression. What? Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fan were shocked and exclaimed. Lingu was also astonished. He and Yuanxi were not close buddies, but they had been childhood playmates, and he thought he knew Yuanxi quite well. Although this man was quiet, he was not an evil person. Yet now, why was he associating with someone like Tang Yu's? Ha ha. Seeing their expressions, Tang Yu's felt very pleased and laughed, saying, how about it? Want to go against me? Tang Yu's, you're 100 years too early. But since we've met here, let me tell you some exciting news. With that, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it in front of everyone. This is the agreement contract between Qin Ruhan and the organizers. Miss Qin voluntarily became the prize for tonight's free-for-all race because she admires strength and likes heroes. Whoever wins the championship, she is willing to give herself to them. As proof, it was written in black and white on the paper, with Qin Ruhan's signature and fingerprints, looking flawless. Impossible, Qin Mingu said coldly at that moment. Ruhan would never play such a ridiculous game. Upon hearing her words, Shen Xiaopeng roared once again in excitement. That's right. Ruhan likes me, so why would she come out looking for another man? You better release her now, or I won't go easy on you. Before he could make a move again, Yuanxi stood in front of him, making a ruthless threat. Hero Shen, don't force me to act. I don't want to hurt you. Yuanxi, you. Shen Xiaopeng was so angry that his face turned red. He couldn't even dream that Yuanxi, his big brother, would become his enemy. He didn't dare to dream of being enemies with Yuanxi, as he knew how formidable Yuanxi's martial arts skills were. It was something he couldn't handle. Ha ha. I hope to see you guys at the boxing ring later. Tang Yu's laughed heartily as he walked inside, adding a provocative remark. Chubby, you seem to like the little bean from the Qin family. Let's see if you have the ability to take her home, or she be moaning under another man tonight. Just imagining it is quite thrilling. Ha ha. Damn it, I'm so angry. After Tang Yu's and the others went in, Shen Xiaopeng was almost rolling on the ground in anger. Lin Fan was also excited as he said to Lingu, what's going on? Yuanzu has actually become a thug for the Tang family. What is he trying to achieve? Lingu was also at a loss for words. In his impression, Yuanzu was definitely a kind person. Not only that, he was a role model in many aspects in the hero village, hardworking, calm, humble, and respectful of the elderly. He had received praise from the ancestors and villagers of the hero village many times. If the elders of the hero village were to choose a representative figure to represent the village's image, Lingu believed that many would choose Yuan Zhu, and other young people simply couldn't compare to him. But now, he was actually associating with the notorious power of the Tang family. The only explanation was that he wanted to use the name of the Tang family to deal with someone. Lingu actually found this fact harder to accept than Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fan. The playmates who used to play together had now taken completely different paths. He could only hope that there wouldn't be a severe conflict between the two paths ahead, and that only one path would lead to the end. Let's go in. Qin Mingyu spent some money to help arrange security in the boxing arena, and only then were Lin Fan and Shen Xiaopeng able to enter in the name of experts from the Qin family. She was here tonight to save her sister, and she didn't want to pay too much attention to the disputes in the hero village in her current state. The Qin family didn't have VIP qualifications, so after entering, Qin Mingyu and the others sat in the regular stands, while Shen Xiaopeng registered as a participant under the identity of a freelancer. Tonight was a freestyle contest, and the rules were very loose. Anyone who hadn't registered previously could sign up to compete. Shen Xiaopeng saw the rewards for tonight's champion, which included not only a prize of 5 million, but also a super beautiful young lady. He could easily guess that it must be Qin Ruhan, so Shen Xiaopeng decided that even if he had to risk his life tonight, he must win the championship. Lin Fan almost wanted to sign up as well, but considering his combat power of only 5, he decided not to embarrass himself and just get beaten up. Chunky, you have to do your best. If you can rescue Miss Sen tonight, I won't compete with you in the future. Lin Fan nervously clasped his hands together. However, Lingu suddenly patted his shoulder and whispered, "Temporarily protect Mingyu from me. I'll walk around and see if I can find Ruhan and rescue her. Call me immediately if there's any trouble on this side." "All right." After Lin Fan agreed, Lingu looked at Qin Mingyu. "You should go now." Qin Mingyu was 100 times more worried than him, and naturally hoped he could rescue her sister quickly and figure out everything. Lingu nodded, and in an instant, he disappeared in front of the two. The design of the boxing arena, as modeled after the ancient Roman Colosseum, was even more complex. The arena had 3 layers and could accommodate several thousand spectators. Moreover, there were many special rooms for various purposes. Su Lao and Su Qianmo were here to spectate tonight. Originally, the Su family from Dongcheng was supposed to secure the winning spot the next day, but due to an unexpected incident, they didn't send any experts that day. To maintain their reputation, the Su family from Dongcheng had to win the top spot in the freestyle contest held on the weekend. Otherwise, even if Su Lao favored Su Qianmo, the Su family from Dongcheng would be suppressed by the Su family from Shenzhen. In fact, Su Lao had initially wanted to pass on the position of chairman to his eldest son, Su Jianchao, but the eldest son's ambitions were too great. Additionally, their eldest grandson Su Guanglian had a slightly scheming nature, which Su Lao had noticed. Fortunately, his second son, Su Jianlu, had made a name for himself in Dongcheng and accumulated assets worth billions in just a few years, bringing fame to the Su family from Dongcheng and potentially challenging the Su family from Shenzhen. Su Lao adored his granddaughter Su Qianmo and thought highly of her intelligence, grace, and integrity. He had entrusted her with significant responsibilities multiple times, and their relationship had become increasingly close. However, the biggest problem for the Su family from Dongcheng was their lack of strength and influence. For ordinary people, having money might mean having power, but in reality, at the top levels, wealth didn't necessarily equate to power. In a situation where everyone had similar wealth, the family's background and martial strength became crucial. Even if Su Lao wanted to pass the chairmanship to his more just second son's family, they had to outshine the eldest son's family in terms of reputation and prestige. Otherwise, even if he forcefully handed over the power to his second son, he might not be able to maintain stability in the end. Therefore, tonight, Su Lao came to watch the match with his granddaughter, hoping the Su family from Dongcheng could secure both top spots for the night. At least, they had to secure one. Su Qianmo was now feeling a bit regretful. If they had managed to recruit Yuan Zhu that day, the Su family from Dongcheng wouldn't be in such a passive situation now. Although they had gathered some experts in the Su family from Dongcheng, they were no match for Yuan Zhu. The uncertainty of whether they could secure the winning spot tonight still loomed over them. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but sigh once again. If only she could marry a remarkable hero like Qin Mingyu. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a figure suddenly walked down the aisle. Hot. Isn't that Lingyu? Lingyu was even faster than Cao Cao. How come he appeared right in front of her, and she thought of him? Unfortunately, by the time Suqianmo reached the intersection of the aisle, Lingyu had already disappeared. Lingyu had no time to spare for Suqianmo. He was sneaking around in various rooms, searching for his younger sister-in-law. With the strength of the restored Seven-Wolf King, there was no place in the arena he couldn't enter. Finally, he broke into a large room and saw his well-dressed younger sister-in-law, Ruhan. Lingyu was also momentarily speechless. He and Qin Mingyu had been worried all day and night, fearing for Qin Ruhan's safety, even fearing that she might be humiliated. But now, everything seemed fine. Brother-in-law. When Qin Ruhan saw Lingyu breaking into the room, she was even more incredulous. The next moment, she burst into tears, excitedly throwing herself into her brother-in-law's arms. Woo. Brother-in-law, I knew you would definitely find a way to save me. I was so scared all day and night. Lingyu gently rubbed her head, soothing her emotions. Don't be afraid. Brother-in-law will take you out now. By the way, did Tang Yus do anything to you? Why did you become the prize for tonight's freestyle contest? I had no choice but to sign the agreement. Qin Ruhan quickly replied to Lingyu. Last night, Tang Yus kidnapped me and even slapped me hard twice. He said if I didn't agree to play his game, he would forcibly. Alright, don't make a scene for now. I'll take you out first before we talk. Lingyu once again pulled his emotional sister-in-law out of his embrace and was about to take her away. He never expected that Tang Yuzi would dare to challenge the law and play this illegal game, but he vaguely guessed his intentions. Either he wanted to win people's hearts by using this method to officially hand Qin Ruhan over to someone, or Tang Yuzi was simply a pervert, purely playing for revenge against Qin Ruhan. Lingyu thought the latter possibility was more likely. Just as Lingyu and his sister-in-law were about to leave, the door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit with a group of security personnel walked in. Tang Yuzi followed behind, sporting a smug smile. Lingyu had seen related information about the Southern Peak tournament and immediately recognized the identity of the leading middle-aged man. He was the manager responsible for the Peak tournament, Wang Zhang. The information briefly introduced this person's background. One of the vice presidents of the Dragon Martial Arts Association, holding a high position in the martial arts world. As for other abilities, Lingyu was temporarily unaware. Who are you? Who gave you permission to barge in here? Wang Zhang coldly questioned Lingyu. Upon receiving a report from the monitoring room, he immediately rushed over with people. Although Lingyu managed to evade all the cameras and sneak in, there were still cameras in the room, and he had inadvertently revealed his whereabouts while talking to Qin Ruhan. Before Lingyu could respond, Tang Yuzi immediately said, Vice Chairman Wang, he's Lingyu, the representative player of the Qin family. Wang Zhang frowned immediately. Qin family's player. How dare you barge into the prize room without permission? Get out. He didn't care about the relationship between Lingyu and Qin Ruhan. As the manager of the Peak tournament, his mission was to maintain the game rules. Chairman Wang, this woman is my sister-in-law, the daughter of the Qin family. How dare you set her up as a prize? Lingyu not only refused to leave but also questioned with a cold voice. Wang Zhang was also very surprised by his attitude. How could a mere player from the Qin family dare to question him like this? Qin Ruhan signed the agreement. She is the prize for our boxing match, Wang Zhang said angrily, appearing aggressive and unreasonable. Lingyu couldn't help but feel amused. Don't you know this is illegal? She was forced to sign the agreement, which offers no protection whatsoever. Yes. It was Tang Yuzi who forced me to, Qin Ruhan quickly added, with her brother-in-law backing her up. Unaware of Tang Yuzi's disdain for explanations, he continued to smile smugly. These two people actually dared to contest Wang Zhang. Dream on. Sure enough, Wang Zhang snorted. I don't care about that. Young Master Tang brought her to the boxing arena, and there is a signed agreement in black and white. She is now our prize. If you don't leave, I will disqualify the Qin family from the tournament for disrupting the rules of the Peak tournament. Lingyu was shocked. Can such a bossy and unreasonable person still exist in the world? But looking at it from another perspective, Wang Zhang was someone who staunchly upheld rules. If he were afraid of the law, he wouldn't have organized such matches in the first place. Brother-in-law, What should we do? Ruhan quickly pulled on Ling Yu's clothes, looking a bit anxious. She wanted to leave this place and regain her freedom. But if Wang Zhang really used this reason to disqualify the Qing family, their plans to increase prestige and influence would be ruined. Ling Yu was also a bit torn. The fate of the Qin family depended on the success or failure of his mission, but as a brother-in-law, he also had to ensure the safety of his sister-in-law. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't leave, you'll bear the consequences. Wang Zhang coldly issued another ultimatum. All right, I'll leave, but you must ensure that my sister-in-law will be safe until the end of tonight's matches, and no one can touch her. Ling Yu decided to think of a way to resolve the situation satisfactorily. The Wolf King was not fond of reckless actions that could ruin everything. HMPH, I don't need you to tell me that, Wang Zhang said arrogantly. As the manager of the peak tournament, Wang promises to uphold all the rules of the boxing arena. Hearing this, Ling Yu was somewhat impressed by the middle-aged man. It seemed he was not unreasonable, but someone who strictly followed the rules. Ruhan, wait for me. Brother-in-law will definitely rescue you safely. With Wang Zhang's assurance, Ling Yu didn't want to engage in physical conflict with the tournament's organizers. After all, he knew the responsibility for this situation lay entirely with Tang Yuzi. This pervert dared to do this. He must have some backing. Absolutely reckless and unrestrained. Okay. Brother-in-law, I trust you. Ruhan nodded. In fact, most girls have a hero dream in their hearts. Sukion no had it, and Ruhan was no exception. After seeing how loving her sister and brother-in-law were, she also wished to have a man who could come and rescue her in times of danger. Although being forced to be the prize for a boxing match was a bit melodramatic, she wondered if a big hero would come to rescue her tonight. In any case, at this point, she had no choice but to play along and enjoy the game. In the worst-case scenario, her brother-in-law and sister would find a way to save her. In the end, Ling Yu returned empty-handed and sat back at his seat. The free-spirited race tonight had already begun. Seeing him return with a serious expression, Mingu immediately asked, "Any news about Ruhan?" Ling Yu nodded. She has been locked up by the organizers, but is currently safe and unharmed. Hearing this news, Mingu also felt a little relieved, afraid that her sister had already suffered last night. Look quickly, it's Chubby's turn to perform. At that moment, Lin Fen suddenly exclaimed excitedly. The couple also turned their gaze to the ring where Chubby was warming up. Due to his small stature, he looked like a child doing calisthenics. His opponent, on the other hand, was a muscular and powerful man, looking very intimidating. Hey, Ling Yu, can Chubby win this match? He won't lose in the first one, right? Lin Fan was a bit nervous, hoping that Chubby could win the championship tonight and safely rescue Ruhan. No problem. Ling Yu was confident in Chubby and reassured everyone. After all, he was the disciple of an old drunkard. He wouldn't embarrass himself that much. But as soon as he finished speaking, there were several rude and displeased clamors from the back seats. What do you know, you idiot? That Chubby guy looks like trash. He wants to win. Exactly. Do you know who that person on the stage is? He's evolved from our northern territory. Ha ha, he wants to beat our brother John Ba. You guys must be joking. Lin Fen immediately looked back and saw several burly men who looked like they exercised regularly. Mingu also cast a surprised glance at these people. They mentioned the Wolf from the Northern Territory. Were they from the Wolf Warriors? Did they have any connection with Southgate Marshall's master? Oh, you guys are the werewolves from the north. Ling Yu asked casually, with a hint of a smile. Ha ha, now you know how capable we are, right? A burly man with a Wolf head tattoo on his arm chuckled proudly. We are retired members of the North Werewolves unit. The guy on stage with the nickname Joful Wolf is a master in our Wolf team. That Chubby guy is definitely going to lose. Oh, so he's just a pushover. Ling Yu laughed even more. However, these guys dared to impersonate the Werewolves unit, even giving themselves such festive names. It's truly a disgrace to the reputation of the North Werewolves, and Ling Yu certainly won't let these guys off easily. What the heck, you dare to insult us Northern Warriors? Do you want to die? The tattooed man tried to grab Ling Yu by the collar, but Ling Yu dodged and the man missed, crashing heavily into a chair. Ouch, that hurt like hell. You dare to hide from me? The tattooed man winced in pain, still wanting to continue causing trouble. At that moment, a middle-aged man coldly spoke up. Big Wolf, stop. Bullying the weak is not something our werewolves heroes do. and engaging in fights in the ring. Do you want to be kicked out? As soon as he spoke, his companions immediately listened respectfully. The man called Big Wolf then turned to Lingu and said, "Humph, consider yourself lucky. If it weren't for our Wolf King brother stopping me, I could easily have taken you down with just one finger." Wolf King brother. Lingu couldn't help but look at this man, who was pretending to be him. Honestly, he looked quite good, but the deliberate dressing up as a war god was a bit much. And this guy seemed to be quite skilled for sure, but daring to impersonate the Northern Wolf King, is he tired of living? Chen Mingu also couldn't help but look at this Wolf King, wondering why he looked different from the masked man she saw in Country. Why, wait a minute. Chen Mingu suddenly realized that Lingu and the masked man had very similar body shapes. If she had to believe that one of them was the Wolf King from Country, why, she'd rather believe it was Lingu. What's going on? Who is the real Wolf King here? At that moment, the Wolf King behind them spoke again mysteriously. We werewolves don't need to argue with ordinary people. Just watch how Brother Jofel Wolf defeats his opponent instantly. Big Brother is right. Big Wolf also stared at Lingu and said, "I'll wait to see someone get slapped in the face. The one getting slapped will be you." Lingu warned without hesitation, "I advise you not to pretend here, or the consequences will be severe." What the heck, you just want to face slapped, don't you? Big Wolf still wanted to clash with Lingu. However, at that moment, the match on the stage had already begun, and everyone's attention temporarily shifted to the arena. The chubby guy quickly defeated his opponent, known as Jofel Wolf, in less than 10 moves. The imposters were shocked beyond belief. Big Wolf felt like hiding his face. Take care of yourselves and stop pretending to be North werewolves, or suffer the consequences. Lingu warned once again. Lin Fen couldn't help but scrutinize these people. Where did this group of braggarts come from? Chen Mingu couldn't help but watch Lingu. Why was this man so sure that these people were imposters? Could it be that he was from the werewolves unit himself? HMPH, what nonsense are you spouting? The Wolf King heard Lingu's words and finally showed some hostility. Let me warn you. Stop spreading rumors. If it weren't for the ban on private fights in the ring, this Wolf King would have taught you a lesson already. His companions also started shouting, Brother Jofel Wolf must have had a stomachache. That's why your chubby friend had an advantage. Stop acting like you're the innocent one. That's right, my big brother is a true Wolf King. Invincible. And he doesn't bully the weak. Do you know about the #1 expert in Niche City's Su family? He is also a master who came from the north, and he knows our big brother. Forget it. What's the use of talking to a little kid like you, who won't understand? Just wait and see. You'll be amazed by the true strength of the northern experts. Keep your mouth shut. The boxing ring prohibits private fights, and Lingu couldn't be bothered to argue with these braggarts at the moment, turning his attention to the stage. The competitor who entered the ring was indeed the #1 expert of Yi City's Su family, Guo Kong, a muscular and tough man who could be called a demon in terms of physique. To ordinary people, this kind of person was definitely very powerful and intimidating. However, to Lingu, who was a practitioner of inner martial arts, it might not be the case. Because martial arts are divided into inner and outer styles, and someone like Guo Kong on stage mostly practiced external martial arts. Unless they had special techniques, external martial artists generally couldn't match up to those practicing inner martial arts. In today's martial world, there were hundreds of times more practitioners of external martial arts than those of internal martial arts. But at a certain level, internal martial artists outnumbered external martial artists by 10 times. As Lingu returned from retirement in the north for 3 years, he had met many internal martial artists, but the only impressive external martial artist he encountered was Mo Shu. So unless Guo Kong was a special external martial artist like Mo Shu, he would definitely be at a disadvantage against an internal martial artist. Ha ha. Look at Guo Qiang's opponent, a skinny lad daring to show off on stage. This match won't showcase Big Brother's skills. Let's just watch. We don't need to cheer for Big Brother. Several imposters behind Lingu were laughing and discussing once again while waiting for the match's result, hoping to redeem themselves in front of Lingu. They were convinced that there was no way Guo Kong could lose to some unknown skinny guy. Having the same thoughts, seated in the VIP area were Old Su and Sukianmo. They had high expectations for Guo Kong as well, hoping he could easily win tonight's championship. However, their hopes were shattered in the next moment. Completely shattered. Guo Kong was immediately pressure and overwhelmed at the beginning of the match, with a significant gap in speed and technique compared to his opponent, repeatedly getting hit and looking extremely embarrassed. If not for his impressive physical qualities and resistance to impacts, he probably couldn't have lasted even 30 seconds, snap, as Guo Kong was once again knocked down on the ground and couldn't get up. A large group of people on the scene were all shocked. Behind Lingu and the other two, the imposters' eyes were popping out of their sockets. What's going on? Why is this happening? Mingu couldn't help but sneak a glance at her husband beside her again. This man kept surprising her with his abilities. She used to think he was good at fighting, better than average people. Then she thought he was a master, and now she felt like he might be a hidden martial arts expert. With such skills, why did he become a gynecologist in the first place? And why settle for an annual salary of 80,000? He must be hiding a lot from himself. Ha ha, you bunch of braggarts. Don't have anything to say now, do you? Lin Fan couldn't hold back from mocking the imposters for doubting Lingu. How dare they mock his friend? It was like asking for trouble. The group was left speechless. Even though their expressions showed frustration, they couldn't refute verbally. They had been wrong in their predictions twice now. They couldn't match up to him, but they still felt resentful, especially the boss of the group, who wanted to figure out how to save face and turn the situation around. Not long after, his opportunity came. Look, Guo Kong and the people from East City Su's family are walking towards us. With a shout from Big Wolf, Lingu and the others also looked over. It turned out that Su Qianmo was leading the people from East City Su's family over. Hey, do you think Miss Su Qianmo is inviting our boss to help them in the arena? After all, East City Su's family is a big force. Now that Guo Kong has lost, they probably don't even have a chance to advance. Shame. Guo Kong must have recommended our big brother Wolf to them, right? Everyone spoke as if it were all true. If Lingu wasn't clear that he was the Wolf King of the North Territory, he might have been influenced by them and believed their boss was the real Wolf King. But he was not influenced, and the boss had already assumed the role. Now, hearing his subordinate speak like that, his face full of pride, he believed Su Qianmo had come to ask him to fight, even standing up in advance. Who would have thought that Su Qianmo suddenly took a step down and walked in front of Lingu? Oh, the Wolf King felt embarrassed. And what was going on here? Mr. Lingu, my grandfather and I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Could you please step aside? Su Qianmo was extremely respectful, almost bowing 90 degrees to Lingu. Lin Fen didn't know the story of Lingu saving someone, so seeing this scene was just as shocking as the imposters behind. This was the granddaughter of the Su family, the most trusted by the chairman of the Southern Commerce Association. Even Lin Fan knew that her position in the southern business world was even higher than Mingu's. Now, to see her acting so humbly towards Lingu, how amazing was her best friend to earn such respect. Fortunately, Lingu first looked at Mingu. After finally making peace after a Cold War, he couldn't afford to make the same mistakes again. Su Qianmo also understood and asked Mingu proactively, Miss Chin, may I? Mingu was feeling uneasy. She didn't want to be in asthma, but Lingu had been hiding things from her, making her uncomfortable. Now, Su Qianmo invited Lingu but not her, making her feel uneasy. Luckily, she understood the bigger picture and guessed why East City Su's family invited Lingu. She nodded slightly. Please arrange for someone to protect my wife. Lingu stood up immediately and instructed Su Qianmo. Su Qianmo immediately let Guo Kong, who had just been injured, stand behind Mingu before leading Lingu away from the scene. The so-called northern battle wolves were all dumbfounded. They had just been shouting and trying to teach Lingu a lesson, only to realize that his status and position were far higher than Guo Qiang's. Thinking back to how they had tried to associate themselves with Guo Kong, they felt like utter fools. Fortunately, they hadn't acted, otherwise, they might be the ones lying on the ground now. Lingu also didn't have time to pay attention to the imposters. He quickly followed Su Qianmo to a private room. Mr. Ling, we hope you can help the East City Su family again this time. Mr. Su, upon seeing Lingu, stood up to greet him and made a request. This scene shocked many present. This Mr. Su was the chairman of the Southern Commerce Association. With high status, Southern hardly found anyone to match him, but now he was humbly requesting help from an unknown young man. How could that not be surprising? Lingu knew what they wanted but still asked, Mr. Su, please speak plainly. Okay. Mr. Su didn't beat around the bush. Tonight, East City Su's family must win the championship, or it will be a disaster for the family, and even the entire Southern Commerce Association. Oh, Ling Yu simply responded, showing a lack of understanding. Mr. Su continued, Mr. Ling, you may not know, but the Deep City Su family has always wanted me to hand over the chairman's position to them. However, my eldest son and his family are ambitious, even malicious. If they were to take over the chairmanship, the Southern Commerce Association would become as dark as other major associations. Ling Yu nodded slightly, understanding Mr. Su's dilemma. What kind of people were the Deep City Su family? He could see that from the young Su Guanglian. However, he still said, Mr. Su, so you want me to represent the East City Su family tonight and win the championship? Yes. Sukion no interjected, Mr. Ling, don't you also want to save your little sister? If you help the East City Su family to win the championship tonight, she will regain her freedom, won't she? Of course, I want that. Ling Yu also got straight to the point. But the world follows rules, and individual heroism can easily lead to trouble. I am already a participant for the Qin family. I can't represent your Su family. Sukion no knew he would say that, and a hint of meaning appeared on her red lips. She didn't directly answer how Ling Yu would solve this problem, and instead asked everyone else in the room to leave. After being left alone with their grandfather and Ling Yu, Sukion Mo smiled and said, Mr. Ling is right. This world has rules. Heroism is no longer in fashion. Even if you are a national leader, you must be elected through various legal processes to obtain the corresponding power. So tonight, shall we find a way around the rules together, Ms. Su? What do you mean by that? Ling Yu asked with a slight frown. Tonight, he had come to save Qing Ruhan, and had been thinking of various ways to do so. He had previously thought that Shen Jiapeng's strength would give him a chance at winning the championship tonight, but after seeing that skinny monkey just now, he felt that he could no longer rely on his junior brother. However, if he were to personally intervene, it would affect the Qin family. This was a last resort, so if Sukianmo had a way to benefit everyone, he was willing to cooperate. Sukianmo handed him a badge with the words Dongsu on it and said with a smile, this is a privilege bestowed upon us by the rules of the Dongsu family and other major families. If the family's current advancement quota is less than 2, we have the power to send out an additional expert in the free-for-all race. Mr. Ling, if you wear this badge, you can represent the Dongcheng Su family in DRIZZLE at any time tonight. Ling Yu was slightly stunned. He was aware of the privilege of major families, but Su Qianmo's actions were unexpected to him. Ms. Su, but I am a warrior of the Qin family, so doing this will, haven't you already done that? Sukion interrupted him before he could finish speaking, and then made a gesture of putting on a mask on her face. Ling Yu was taken aback once again. Of course, both grandfather and grandson knew his identity. It was a consequence of saving them that night. They had already known that he was the vol-faced man of the Nangon family. Mr. Ling, if you can wear a mask to represent the Nangon family, why can't you do the same for our Dongsu family? Sukion said, as she turned and walked to a table where a set of clothes and a mask were already prepared, and she personally presented them to Ling Yu. Ling Yu smiled bitterly, realizing that Sukion had already planned everything in advance. She was indeed a woman with meticulous thoughts. Xiao Yu. At this moment, Su Lao spoke again, changing his address suddenly, his tone heartfelt and serious. If the Dongcheng Su family cannot gain enough reputation in the Southern Peak competition, they will be completely suppressed by the Shencheng Su family. The position of the family head is very likely to fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions. As a member of the Southern City Chamber of Commerce, even if you are not thinking for the sake of Southern City, you should at least consider the interests of the Qin family, right? These words hit Ling Yu's heart. If the Southern City Chamber of Commerce was handed over to the Su Guanglian family, he and the Qin family would likely face many difficulties in the future. Su Lao suddenly bowed 90 degrees to him. I beg you. Ling Yu was slightly stunned. Next, Sukianmo also said, in this wild celebration, we Dongsu family are definitely being manipulated. Someone deliberately sent an expert to prevent us from easily obtaining the advancement quota. Mr. Ling, Qianmo also pleads with you. After speaking, she, too, bowed 90 degrees to Ling Yu. Both of you. There's no need to be so polite. I will consider it carefully. Although Lingu did not give a definite answer, he accepted the items first, sighing silently in his heart. At this point, perhaps there was no other option. 3 identities were truly exhausting. What if he faced himself in the final round? Such a situation was maddening. After discussing the matter, Lingu walked out of the room, and just a few steps away, he unexpectedly saw Nangongwu, which made him slightly surprised. Nangongwu approached him alone, smiling and saying, "Master, have you encountered that fake Wolf King?" Lingu was even more astonished, asking, "Are those people related to you?" "In a way," Nangongwu said with a playful smile. "I happened to learn that someone was impersonating the master and deceiving people everywhere, so I had people trick them into coming, saying that they could make a name for themselves in the peak competition." Lingu had a headache as he knew Nangongwu was quite mischievous, but he still warned him, "The reputation of the Northern Territory Battle Wolf cannot be tarnished. What is your purpose in doing this?" "Ha. Master, don't be angry." Nangongwu quickly raised his hands to calm Lingu down before whispering in his ear, "Someone is investigating the identity of the Nangong family's wolf-faced person. I'm doing this to divert their attention." "What?" Lingu was slightly startled. Although he had anticipated these events, upon their clear occurrence, he still felt nervous. If his identity was exposed, the mission to assassinate Tang Ning would become even more difficult. "Master, please be more wary of the Shen Changsu family and the Dongchang Tang family. These 2 families are deeply involved, and they should be the ones investigating the Wolf King's identity. In terms of keeping your identity secret, I will do my best to help you." After saying this, Nangongwu lightly patted Lingu's shoulder before returning to his bodyguard group and leaving the scene. Lingu looked around before leaving as well. Meanwhile, in the arena, Qin Mingyu's anxiety grew as they had already entered the semi-finals of the night. Where had Lingu gone? Why hadn't he returned yet? "Chubby, you have to do your best." Lin Fan, too, was nervous, his face turning red as he clenched his fists, forgetting about proper decorum in front of Qin Mingyu. Shen Xiaopang had made it to the semifinals of the Wild Celebration after a series of victories. Shen Xiaopang's performance not only impressed many spectators in the arena, but also made Lin Fan look at him with new eyes. Previously, he only knew that Shen Xiaopang's martial arts were not as good as Lingyu's, and his appearance and height were inferior to his own, which meant he had no place in today's society to showcase his skills. Who would have thought that there would be such an occasion for him to shine brightly? Lin Fan had already decided that if Shen Xiaopang really won the championship tonight and helped the 3rd Miss regain her freedom, he would voluntarily withdraw, allowing Shen Xiaopang to pursue the 3rd Miss on his own. However, in the next moment, when he saw Shen Xiaopang's opponent entering the arena, Lin Fan realized that it wouldn't be easy for Shen Xiaopang to make it to the finals tonight. His opponent turned out to be another expert from the Dongchangsu family, and the strength displayed tonight was surprising even to Lin Fan. Qin Mingyu even knew that the Dongchangsu family was determined to win the championship tonight. It would be very challenging for Lingyu's junior brother to pass this test. As expected, when the 2 started their match, Shen Xiaopang found himself in a tough battle. Lingu had remained by Qin Mingyu's side all this while, fearing to witness such a scene. The Dongsu expert would do everything in his power for the honor and status of his family, while Shen Xiaopang would risk his life to save Qin Ruhan. The 2 were at loggerheads, benefiting a third party. Lingu suddenly looked to the backstage of the stage, where Shen Xiaopang and his opponent for the final showdown, that skinny monkey, were congratulating each other with proud smiles. Regardless of who won between Shen Xiaopang and his opponent, the victor of the brutal fight was destined to face only abuse in the finals. Realizing this, Lingu knew he had to prepare himself in advance. As Lingu turned to enter the backstage, the semifinals on the stage had also concluded, with Shen Xiaopang persevering through thick and thin, finally standing triumphant. Yes, Chubby is mighty. Lin Fan was extremely excited, his fists clenched tightly, shouting frantically at the victorious Shen Xiaopang. The task of saving the 3rd Miss is now in your hands. Tonight is your shining moment in life, so go for it. On the stage, the divine Chubby guy seemed to have heard Lin Fan's shouts. As his eyes met his and he responded with a thumbs up. Even though his face was bruised and swollen, Chubby Guy's smile still showed excitement. Yes, tonight is his shining moment as a hero. If he could win the championship, he would be able to bring a cute and pretty girlfriend back to the village to see his master, bringing honor to his family. His master would surely be very happy, right? Just thinking about it got him a little excited. Chen Mingu saw this scene and felt happy in her heart. Regardless of how things would be resolved later, the hope of chubby guy rescuing his sister was still there. But where did Lingu, that guy, disappear to? Actually, this husband wasn't too bad, but he always seemed to be missing at critical moments. Chen Mingu picked up and put down her phone many times, finally making the call. But no one answered. What's going on? What did the Su family discuss with him? Why is it taking so long? Chen Mingu lightly pursed her lips, feeling her heart rate suddenly become irregular, slightly clutching her chest in pain. However, everyone's attention was on the boxing ring, and no one noticed her subtle movements. To chubby guy's surprise, just as he stepped down from the stage, another semi-final had already ended. The skinny monkey had defeated his opponent with a single move, motioning for chubby guy who had just stepped down. Come on, chubby guy, after I beat you, I'll take the prize money, hug the beauty, and think about how to play later tonight. Haha. With just a few words, he successfully ignited chubby guy's anger. That was his woman. How could he let another man take her away? No way. Absolutely not. Feeling furious, chubby guy leapt up, even more agile than before he got injured. All right. Let's have a big fight. For money. For the beauty. Fight to the death. Ha. What are you saying? For glory. For love. Fight with all your might. The audience below had already been caught up in the festive atmosphere of the night. The fierce fights were truly stimulating. The skills of the two masters on stage were recognized, and the martial arts showdown of the Dragon Nation was much more exciting than those Western boxing matches. The final was about to start, and the organizers were good at stirring things up. They now brought out the 5 million prize money plaque, along with Ruhan. Ruhan, seeing her sister, Chen Mingu couldn't contain her excitement and stood up. Miss Shen, Lin Fan also stood up. Seeing that Ruhan was not in any major trouble, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chubby guy, come on, you can do it. You must win. Lin Fan wasn't as rational as Chen Mingu, who was still calmly thinking about other ways to rescue her sister. Right now his mind was heated, thinking that only chubby guy winning the championship could save Miss Shen from danger tonight. Sister, Ruhan had been scanning the audience section all this while, until she heard Lin Fan shouting at the top of his voice. She finally saw Chen Mingu standing up. But seeing that her brother-in-law was not present, she became nervous and flustered, her eyes flickering with tears welling up. Miss Shen, don't worry, I will definitely win the championship tonight. At this moment, chubby guy on the stage gave a thumbs up to Ruhan, winked at her, as if his eyes were shining. Only then did Ruhan notice him. To be honest, she wasn't excited at all. There was no sense of hero saving the beauty. What was going on? Could it be that there was a problem with the hero's appearance setting? However, she still politely nodded. Safety was more important than anything else. Once she left here, she would definitely have to seek revenge on that bastard surnamed Tang. Little did she know that she hadn't noticed Tang Yu's, who had been sitting in the VIP box all this time, with a devilish smile, looking like a villain. Heh. Chubby guy, don't talk so big, especially in front of so many people, otherwise you'll be embarrassed when you get slapped in the face. The skinny monkey also raised his eyebrows high, his expression full of pride and disdain. Less nonsense. Quickly lie down and pave the way for my hero road. At this moment, chubby guy was at the peak of his life, extremely excited, and attacked the skinny monkey as if his life depended on it from the beginning of the match. The skinny monkey easily dodged his punches, and with one blow, he struck chubby guy. Bam! Chubby guy took a punch, looking surprised. The skinny monkey's strength was really strong, definitely not an ordinary person. Chubby guy took a few steps back, finally steadying himself with a horse stance. Oh, your basic skills are quite solid. The skinny monkey also began to be somewhat impressed by him. Although chubby guy didn't have a protagonist face, his skills were not at the level of an extra either. He quickly used the technique of twin dragons emerging from the sea, his legs chasing after chubby guy. Despite his short stature, chubby guy bent over and executed the techniques showing exceptional core strength, then used the spiral rotation of the 8 trigrams, delivering a fierce counterattack on the skinny monkey. Great! Lin Fan exclaimed loudly. Chen Mingu also looked at chubby guy with newfound respect, surprised by how talented he was. Why didn't Lingu recommend him to work for the Chin family initially? Impressive. Where did you learn your moves? The skinny monkey raised his knee to block chubby guy's sidekick, not rushing to attack, but rather curious to ask. He knew Chubby Guy had learned the Dragon Nation's martial arts, although there were no earth-shattering techniques, but his basic skills were more solid than the ordinary warrior, proving that he was a diligent type. "Why do you care? If you admit defeat, I'll tell you." Chubby Guy shouted and took the initiative to attack again. Each of his strikes was fierce. Ruhan could see it too. His eyes were red at this moment, and his whole body seemed to be glowing. It turned out that Chubby Guy really liked her. Otherwise, why would he fight so hard? The two on the stage fought back and forth for a while, using the distinctive Dragon Nation's martial arts techniques, which amazed the audience below. However, after a dozen moves, the skinny monkey unexpectedly used a tiger lunge kick, catching Chubby Guy off guard, and kicking him fiercely out of the ring. Chubby Guy, Lin Fen, who was originally nervous and excited, was suddenly dumbfounded, silently watching the scene. The atmosphere at the scene momentarily froze. Mingu and Ruhan also looked worried, with a hint of disappointment. In the end, Chubby Guy lost. He crashed hard on the stage, temporarily losing consciousness, needing on-site medical personnel to carry him off on a stretcher, showing the immense power of the skinny monkey's earlier move. Ha ha, garbage. After defeating Chubby Guy and claiming victory, the skinny monkey couldn't contain his inflated ego, standing on stage and loudly proclaiming, "I'm not calling that Chubby Guy garbage. I'm saying all the contestants tonight are garbage. Especially the Su family in Dongcheng. Is that all they can do?" All the experts came out, yet they couldn't even secure an emergency spot. Simply disgraceful. Ha ha ha. With these words, the atmosphere on the audience seat suddenly exploded. Many discussions ensued, and many people turned red with anger, especially Guo Kong and others standing behind Mingu, who couldn't wait to rush up and confront the skinny monkey. Miss Su treated them with great respect, and they could not tolerate the skinny monkey's insulting words towards her. Mr. Su, who had come out of the room and was now sitting in the VIP box observing the match, had a dark expression on his face. Su Qianmo's jade fist clenched, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Could it be that no one could teach that guy on the stage how to behave? Ha ha. Isn't tonight the celebration match? Some families should have extra privileges, right? Are they intimidated by my strength? That's why no one dares to challenge me. The skinny monkey, still unsatisfied with winning the championship, stared in the direction of the East City Su family, boasting loudly, "East City Su family, truly overrated, far inferior to the East City Tang family." With this statement, Su Qianmo and many smart people at the scene already knew which force had sent this skinny monkey. The Tang family is really cunning. Damn. I'll go up and compete with him. A master behind Su Qianmo couldn't contain his anger, shouting to go up on stage, but Su Qianmo stopped him with a glance. Despite his anger, he was no match for the skinny monkey. Going up would only become a joke, making the skinny monkey even more arrogant, and mocking the East City Su family even more. Since no one is coming up, I'll just accept the prize. The skinny monkey's ego swelled. Not waiting for the event host to announce, he jumped off the stage on his own. Approaching Ruhan, he hugged her slender waist tightly. This Chin family beauty wasn't Tang Yu's type, but she was the type he liked. He loved developing these budding beauties the most. "Ah, let me go." "Don't." Ruhan pounded him with her fists, desperately struggling, but the power gap was too great. The skinny monkey only treated it as a full-body massage. Mingu watched, feeling both angry and heartbroken. Wanting to speak up, but due to conflicting emotions, she suddenly felt dizzy. Damn it! Lin Fan could only fret, for the weak have no power in such situations. In the stands, there were many cheering spectators, enjoying this scene of a man and woman. They even looked forward to further actions from the skinny monkey. It was apparent to the organizers too. That's why they purposely arranged for this prize, to ignite the atmosphere and attract more affluent viewers. Tang Yu's wore a smug smile. This was his agreement with the skinny monkey. Now using this method to openly win the Chin family's heiress, he would surely be loyal to the East City Tang family. First, getting the support of Yang Xiu, combined with this powerful skinny monkey, the Tang family almost secured the championship of the Southern Peak Grand Tournament this time. Just think about it. How exciting. At this moment, suddenly a figure dashed towards the skinny monkey. Sensing danger, the skinny monkey's scalp tingled. Ah. Someone extended two fingers towards his throat like dragon claws, scaring him to instinctively leap backward to evade. Yet his actions were entirely predicted by the opponent. Taking advantage of his retreat, the opponent lightly tapped the hand holding onto the girl, spun around, and snatched the beautiful girl away from his arms. Everything happened in an instant. When the audience reacted, Qin Ruhan was already gently held in the arms of the masked man wearing the East City Su family battle robe. Who is he? Qin Ruhan subconsciously held the man's waist, tilting her head, her eyes sparkling. She felt that this man matched her fantasies. She had always hoped that in her moment of danger, a man stepping on colorful clouds would come to her rescue. He must be over 1.8 meters tall, muscular, but not bulky, just like the man now. Although unable to see his features, she could see his clear eyes. Very imposing. Very domineering. Miss Qin Ruhan, are you alright? It wasn't until the man spoke that Qin Ruhan snapped out of her reverie. The masked man had already released her, but she was still holding on to him. Oh, damn. How embarrassing. She quickly released her grip, blushing, and pretending to be ladylike, softly said, I'm fine. Thank you. The masked man nodded. This scene stupefied the audience once again. No one expected a man to appear at the last moment. Lin Fen didn't know what to feel. It was good that Qin Ruhan was saved. But who was this man? What if Miss Ruhan ends up liking him? Qin Ningyu's beautiful eyes were fixed on the man, watching his figure, and then associating him with the person who hadn't returned yet. She already had a bold guess in her mind. Damn it, who are you? How can you suddenly attack and snatch from me? The skinny monkey felt humiliated after being robbed of the girl, pointing at the masked man and shouting angrily. The masked man didn't bother responding to his words, instead, leapt onto the stage, completely different from the earlier masked man representing the Nangon family. As he landed on the stage, the host's voice rang out announcing, East City Su family using their privileges, challenges tonight's winner. With those words, the arena erupted once again. This was the essence of the free celebration match. The ever-changing rules provided more excitement for the audience, satisfying their desire for dramatic twists and turns. The masked man, radiating power, gestured at the skinny monkey, growling, come up here and take a beating. Wow, so domineering. Many people gasped. Qin Ruhan tilted her head higher, feeling that tonight was her shining moment. Unexpectedly, she attracted such a powerful man, becoming the heroine in a public display of hero-saving duty. Tonight, she outshone even her sister. Nosy, the skinny monkey couldn't withstand such provocation, instantly leapt into the air, flying onto the stage like a hunting hawk, angrily pointing at the masked man. Let me tell you, I, Eagle Gate, am a master experienced in the secular world, not like you modern fighters. Since I was young, I've trained in legitimate Dragon Kingdom martial arts. My moves are 100 times more exquisite than yours. You stand no chance against me. His words stir another round of commotion. Legitimate ancient martial arts practitioners. Just hearing that was quite intimidating. Su Lao and Su Qianmo were also surprised. As members of a prominent family in southern province, they were aware of the vast Dragon Kingdom territory, harboring many ancient martial arts sects. These sects trained in deadly martial arts, different from the money-making martial arts schools in the cities or those used for film production, aimed at impressing laymen with flashy techniques. Some sects had been established for centuries, renowned far and wide, with legendary martial arts masters at the helm. Some of these masters rarely showed their skills, but when they did, it would be earth-shattering. There were even legendary ancient martial arts sects, passed down for thousands of years, rarely seen in public, each disciple outside considered a peerless master. The Eagle Gate mentioned by the skinny monkey was unknown to them. Could it be one of these secretive sects? Done talking, many were still curious about the background of the Eagle Gate mentioned by the skinny monkey, but Lingu paid no attention, coldly responding, done, now come up and face the consequences. Tease, shocking everyone. So domineering. Everyone thought the skinny monkey was already quite arrogant, but in front of this masked man, he was clearly outmatched. Impudent. I'll send you to the Western Heaven. In verbal combat, the skinny monkey couldn't match the masked man, showing that his martial arts heart wasn't as steady as his opponent's, roaring as he launched a lethal move towards the masked man. The skinny monkey mainly uses claw techniques, which are completely different from when he battled God Blob previously. Many people in the audience now realize that the skinny monkey didn't even use his true strength when fighting God Blob. Lin Fan is also very nervous, unsure if the masked man can handle it. Even though Qin Mingyu may have guessed that the masked man is Ling Yuan as confidence in him, seeing the skinny monkey's sharper than eagle claws kung fu still makes her anxious. If he loses and gets injured, and his sister can't rescue him openly and properly, she doesn't know what she should do. Only Qin Ruhan confidently holds her pink fist, full of faith in the masked man. He is the hero who came to save her with the 7 colored clouds. How could he possibly lose? Impossible. Swish. Swish. The masked man dodges continuously. Onlookers watch for fun, but experts see the subtleties. Only martial artists know how exquisite the masked man's footwork is. He combines Wudang style bow stance, empty stance, and cross stance, like flowing clouds and running water, yet as steady as Mount Tai, so pleasing to the eye. Sitting on the desk, Sukianmo couldn't help but stand up, clenching her hands. Like Qin Ruhan, she'd rather believe the earth explodes than believe the masked man could lose. He's the former Northern War god. The skinny monkey grits his teeth, eyes red, using the Jianying sex dragon's double finger and 3 hooks finger techniques consecutively, each move having killing power that can separate bone from flesh. Even a slight touch would peel off a layer of skin. But no matter how skillful he is, he can't lay a finger on the masked man. Gradually, due to inner restlessness and physical exhaustion, his moves start to show obvious flaws. A person with a guilty conscience, take the beating. The masked man finally shouts, punching his fingers. Crack. A horrifying bone-breaking sound is heard. In the next moment, the skinny monkey screams in pain, his eagle claw turning into a deformed claw instantly. Nevertheless, being experienced in battle, even while injured, he uses the 8-character halt step to retreat, preventing the masked man from chasing him down. Unfortunately, this is a fighting ring, and his footwork has limited effectiveness here. The masked man is faster than him, quickly catching up and pulling him back, followed by a series of punches, causing his face to swell instantly. In fact, the masked man could have easily killed him with one move, but this guy has a guilty conscience and is a lackey of the Tang family. He even dared to embrace his sister-in-law and injured his senior brother apprentice, so he must punch him repeatedly to vent his anger. Great. Well done. Wow. Handsome. So handsome. In the audience, Qin Ruhan cheers enthusiastically, excitedly dancing. She doesn't know who the masked man is, but it's evident that as long as the character is good-looking, the moral values will follow the facial features. The masked man's physique, demeanor, and his eyes deeply attract her, and now she is willing to be a prize for him. Dupe. In the end, the skinny monkey collapses on the ring. His life or death is uncertain, and even the referee felt there was no need for further confirmation, directly declaring the masked man the winner. After a moment of silence in the arena, bursts of intense applause erupt. The happiest ones are Su Lao and Sukianmo. A satisfying and exhilarating victory finally helps the Su family in the eastern city retain their reputation and position, securing their spot in the final circle. Miss Qin, you are free. Before the official awards ceremony, the masked person speaks to Qin Ruhan in the audience below. Qin Ruhan is taken aback. Comparatively, she still hopes the champion will approach her eagerly, hugging her in excitement. Now, facing the cold and indifferent masked man, will it make her seem lacking in feminine charm? Curry back to your family. See you later. Fortunately, the masked man understands her feelings well. After stepping down from the stage, he pats her head before leaving the venue. Otherwise, being too harsh, others might think the prize was unworthy and lose interest. Ruhan. Miss 3. Just as the masked man leaves, Mingu and Lin call out from behind. The bodyguards of the Su family in the eastern city dare not leave Mingu's side for an inch. Sister. Qin Ruhan throws herself into Mingu's arms, embracing her tearfully with a face full of grievances. Although she was excited and danced in Zhou just a while ago, for the past day and night, she has lived in fear and anxiety, always worried about how Tang might treat her. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? No. I'm fine. Just got a couple of slaps from Tang, nothing serious. Hearing her sister, Mingu can finally breathe a sigh of relief, murmuring, "Thank goodness." If anything had happened to Qin Ruhan, she wouldn't know how to explain to their grandfather and other seniors in the family, especially since she brought Qin Ruhan to the eastern city for development. Sister, where's brother-in-law? Qin Ruhan suddenly realizes that her brother-in-law is not by her sister's side. Mingu is at a loss as to how to answer, glancing in the direction of the VIPC where Sukyeonmo and Sulao are present, feeling their gazes. Although Sukyeonmo even smiles at her, she can't see her husband anywhere. Let's talk about it later when we get back. Shin Mingyu becomes inexplicably angry. The man always seems to be absent during crucial moments. Even though she suspects the masked man is Lingyu, she can't help feeling upset. Why doesn't he inform her in advance when he has something on? Mingu, Ruhan, Lin fan. Just as the three of them reach the exit of the arena, Lingyu hurries from behind. Shin Mingyu gives him a cold stare without saying a word, wearing a frown. Shin Ruhan pouts directly, angry. Brother-in-law, you said you would save me, but you disappeared at a critical moment. If you were here just now, we could have rushed up and beaten up Tang Yu's. Lingyu doesn't explain either, but smiles bitterly, saying, I had some other business. By the time I returned to the ring, the match had ended. HMPH. Shin Ruhan snorts in dissatisfaction, suddenly feeling that her brother-in-law isn't as go as the masked man. She wonders when she will see him again. Let's go check on God Blob first. Shin Mingyu suggests proactively, as God Blob was injured trying to save her sister and has been sent to the hospital by the organizers. Okay. Mingu and Linfan agree with the proposal. However, as they step out of the arena, they happen to see Tang Yu's and his group. Tang Yu's deliberately turns back to smirk at Shin Ruhan, making a taunting gesture of slitting his throat. Brother-in-law, quickly help me catch that guy, beat him up severely, and then hand him over to the police. He kidnapped me, forced me to sign a contract to sell myself. He must rot in jail. Shin Ruhan explodes in anger, pointing at that bastard loudly. Lingyu is about to rush up to deal with the guy, but suddenly a long-haired man blocks his path, his calm eyes carrying a chilling glint that makes people shudder. Yuangxiu. Lingyu has to stop, somewhat astonished, calling his name. Hey. Goodbye. Tang Yu's took the opportunity to leap onto the car, making an arrogant waving gesture before leaving flauntingly in front of Lingyu. Even though his plan failed tonight, it didn't matter. He was determined to take down the Qin family. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yushi, wide. Lingyu temporarily didn't have time to deal with Tang Yu's. He grabbed Yushi's collar in agitation and asked loudly, why would you associate with someone like him? With your insight and judgment, how could you not know what kind of person Tang Yu's is? Yushi looked down at him, her eyes calm without any ripples, and only after a while did she respond. He needs me, so I help him. Lingyu was shocked by Yushi's answer. He felt that the Yushi in front of him seemed a bit unfamiliar. After a moment of silence, Lingyu couldn't help but get excited again. I know you like to do good deeds and often help others in the village, but are the simple villagers in the village the same as Tang Yu's? The Tangs are bad people, doing all sorts of evil. Helping him is like aiding and abetting. Don't persist in your wrong ways. He thought he could remind this man. After all, Yushi was recognized as talented in the village. He should understand this bit of reasoning. Who would have expected Yushi to earnestly counter-question? Helping others is an act of kindness. Does it need to consider the recipient? Moreover, how do you distinguish between good and bad people in this world? Lingyu, do you consider yourself a good person or a bad person? What about Nana? Is she a good person or a bad person? Should she die by your hands? Lingyu didn't know how to answer him, but he knew what Yushi was thinking in his heart. In Yushi's heart, the person who killed Luna Nana must be a bad person, so helping others to deal with that bad person was an act of kindness. And it was also seeking revenge for Luna Nana. Lingyu didn't want to argue with him anymore. He couldn't even claim to be a good person, so all his words condensed into a few words. Yushi, do as you please. After saying that, he let go of his hand. Yushi also acted as if nothing had happened, bowing to the others before slowly walking away. Lingyu, everyone has their own aspirations. Some people are destined to not become friends. Let's go. Shin Mingyu saw that Lingyu was a bit melancholic and came over to persuade him, but her persuasion was laced with a cold rationality. Lingyu sighed slightly. He really didn't want to become enemies with Yushi. But for now, there was no way to change his mind. Only time would tell. The four of them arrived at the hospital, and when the chubby beau lying on the bed saw Shin Ruhan, he jumped off the bed directly. Ruhan, are you okay? You've regained your freedom. Shin Mingyu could also see that this chubby beau really liked her sister. Unfortunately, Shin Ruhan wouldn't be interested in him. She just lightly replied, I'm fine. Are you okay too? Seeing the chubby boy hopping around, it seemed like he was fine. Who would have thought that when the chubby boy heard her concern for him, he immediately lay down pretending to be in pain. Oh, it hurts so much. I think I've broken a few bones. It might take more than a month to recover. If only someone could take care of me for a while, that would be great. Lin Fen rolled his eyes immediately, but he didn't expose him. After all, he was injured while trying to save Qin Ruhan. Lingyu, on the other hand, went over directly, prodding and inspecting him, causing the chubby boy to shout in pain again. All right, stop pretending. You're fine everywhere. Honestly, you're much tougher than your senior brother imagined. Your performance this time really impressed your senior brother. Lingyu finished the examination, patting his shoulder lightly and praising him. He never knew that when the chubby boy went all out, he could actually hold his own. Hey, do I even need to say it? I'm definitely awesome. The chubby boy boasted at first, but then felt something was off, continuing to play dead. But I pushed myself too hard for Ruhan, really strained my muscles and bones. If there's a caring and attentive beauty, that would be great. With that, he shot a flirtatious look at Qin Ruhan. Unfortunately, Qin Ruhan seemed distracted and didn't hear, as if she was lost in thought. Seeing everyone's gazes on her, she suddenly asked, "Huh, what's wrong? Why is everyone looking at me? Is there something on my face?" The chubby boy's heart shattered instantly. Apparently, despite his efforts, he had not touched Miss Ruhan's heart at all. The chubby boy says he's injured and needs someone to take care of him. Lin Fen, who liked Qin Ruhan, spoke up for the chubby boy. "Oh, that's simple." Without hesitation, Qin Ruhan said, "Chubby, in any case, this time you were injured while saving me. I won't ignore you." The chubby boy's heart bloomed with joy. It worked. It worked. The injury wasn't in vain. He had moved Miss Ruhan. "Don't worry, I'll arrange for the best nurse in the hospital for you, and after your discharge, I'll hire a housekeeper for you. I'll cover all the costs," Qin Ruhan said with a sense of righteousness, patting her chest. The chubby boy felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Fen felt a bit sorry for the chubby boy. It seemed that Miss Ruhan really didn't like him, not even a little bit. While Lingyu thought the chubby boy and the little sister-in-law were mismatched, seeing the chubby boy's current state was pitiful. "All right, since the chubby boy is fine, let's go back." After saying this, Qin Ruhan left the ward directly. All she could think about was the masked hero. What did he look like? No, she had to find a way to see him and ask why he didn't want her. How despicable. "Well, we're leaving. Take good care of your injuries. Thank you for your efforts to save my sister." After Qin Mingyu politely thanked the chubby boy, she also left. "Lin Fen, can you stay behind to take care of the chubby boy?" In this busy season, Lingyu had to protect his wife and his sisters-in-law at all times, so he had to leave immediately. "Sigh. If you want to cry, just cry it out." Lin Fen patted the chubby boy's shoulder, comforting him alone. He used to think that the chubby boy was his #1 rival in love, only to realize that they were both just common toads lusting after swan meat. He was a bit better. After all, he didn't put in as much effort, while the chubby boy fought hard and only received indifference from Miss Ruhan. It was hard for anyone. "Ha ha. What did you say?" The chubby boy didn't cry, still with a proud expression, pretending not to know that Miss Ruhan didn't like him, and then smugly said, "Miss Ruhan took the initiative to take care of me. I'm way ahead of you. Why don't you just give up?" Lin Fen hesitated, looking at the chubby boy's smiling face, feeling inexplicably melancholic. After a while, he patted his chest and said with a smile, "All right, I give up. I give up pursuing Miss Ruhan." The chubby boy also saw his desolate expression and pursed his lips. HMPH, no fun. We men of Hero Village, how can we give up so easily? Anyway, I don't care. I must win over Miss Ruhan and show off in the village. Lin Fen didn't know how to respond. If Miss Ruhan was still in danger, he could risk his life to save her, but in matters of the heart, he felt there was no need to force it. He could already see that Miss Ruhan's expression towards the masked man was completely different from her usual demeanor towards them. Tonight, they had lost completely. On the other hand, Lingyu and his wife took Qin Ruhan back to their house in Yunshan residential area. Qin Ruhan had been in a good mood all along, not at all like someone who had just been kidnapped and had her freedom restricted. After taking a shower, she hummed a tune and went back to her room. Lingyu was about to go back to his room to rest when Qin Mingyu took the initiative to come to his room and asked, When do you plan to come clean about your identity? Lingu turned around and, seeing the look in his wife's eyes, was stunned. Mingu, I need to confess, what is my true identity? Lingu said with a smile. Has his wife already figured out that he is the Wolf King of the Northern Territory? Did he reveal a loophole while talking to that imposter tonight? You're still pretending. Mingu looked a little angry. Can't you see that Ruhan likes you? What are you going to do about it this time? This. Lingu finally realized that his wife had seen through this identity. Aren't you going to confess? You and that masked man have never appeared together, and after Sukyeonmo asked you to leave, a person with the same build as you suddenly appeared. How could that be? Mingu stared at him, analyzing. All right, I confess. The masked man tonight was indeed me. I couldn't show up as Lingu, so I had to cooperate with the East City Sioux family to save Ruhan first. Lingu confessed, feeling a weight lifted off his heart. However, Mingu was still a bit angry, saying, I understand your intentions, but now it's difficult to handle. I'm afraid Ruhan will be heartbroken when she finds out that man is her brother-in-law. Lingu smiled bitterly. How would I know it would turn out like this? I didn't intentionally show off. Mingu continued to scold him. Hey, after getting married, are you becoming more and more unreasonable? Lingu looked innocent, shrugged, and remained silent. Forget it. I can't blame you tonight. Mingu sighed. If you can safely bring Ruhan back, it's a great achievement. Let's handle this calmly first. Maybe Ruhan will forget it in a few days. Lingu nodded, hoping his sister-in-law was just momentarily infatuated and would move on. After all, she used to have a favorable impression of him. But tonight, after meeting the masked man, did she suddenly think her brother-in-law was not good enough? You've worked hard. Get some rest early. Mingu gave her husband a warm message before leaving. Lingu gently grabbed her hand from behind. What's wrong? What do you want to do? Mingu subconsciously felt a little fluster. Unlike the icy woman she used to be half a year ago, she had already melted in front of this man. She was worried that this man, if repressing his desires for a long time, would want to release them. How could that be? She was pregnant. She thought that if Lingu really wanted to be affectionate with her, she would directly tell him about the pregnancy. But Lingu had a different idea. He hugged her slightly and whispered in her ear, Give me some time tomorrow. I want to take you somewhere. Mingu felt tingling in her ears and heart. This fool was playing mysterious. Is it a surprise for the wife? Mingu also asked in a soft and gentle tone. Sort of. Lingu wasn't very good at creating a romantic atmosphere, but a more experienced person would have said, Guess. Okay, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You pick me up to go see it, okay. After settling the matter, Lingu reluctantly let go of his wife's hands and sent her away. It wasn't because he knew his wife was pregnant and couldn't be intimate, but because his sister-in-law was also there, and the sound insulation in the house wasn't good. Mingu breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit disappointed as she returned to her room. The next morning, Lingu went to scout the Dark Elf Club by himself. Boss, the engineering team is ready, and Zia is cooperating with our renovation. Officially, the authorities will say, so crack down on behalf of the government. DUA reported to him. Lingu nodded, surveying the site, which was mostly occupied by members of the Wolf Club, indicating that the core forces of the Cloud City had been mobilized. Is the Wolf Club planning to establish a base here? That's right. Also to protect the secrets for the boss. Will it attract the attention of other factions in the East City? We have arms at the level of the Northern Territory. DUA responded casually, leaving Lingu stunned. Seeing his reaction, DUA appeared somewhat pleased. Forget, I am now 3-star commander of the Northern Territory. Lingu certainly didn't forget but was still surprised. The weapons were supported by the Northern Territory. What mission do you have? Due to the top-secret nature of the Northern Territory's files, even Lingu was not fully aware of DU's true background. He only knew that DU's father was the boss of some organization, but she and her siblings lived with their mother from an early age. After their mother died, they sought revenge by training on the front line. Tu Ching couldn't handle it and soon retired, but she made progress step by step until she joined the Wolf Brigade of the Northern Territory. But now, it seemed that DUA had many more secrets even he wasn't aware of. My only mission is revenge. DUA didn't hide it from Lingu. I funded it myself, trained the personnel myself, just used the name of the Northern Territory to legally purchase weapons. When the time comes for the boss to kill Tang Ning, we of the Volf Club will be the frontline sharpest blade for you. Lingu nodded, feeling a bit complicated. To kill Tang Ning, overt coercion was definitely not the wise choice, and if a frontal war were to happen, the personnel of the Volf Club were far from enough. If Tang Ning had to be killed, it should be by pulling him down and then assassinating him alone, which would be the best choice. Therefore, he didn't want the day, and the Volf Club's brothers would confront Tang Ning to arrive soon. After scouting, Lingu went back to the company to bring his wife over. Entering the Dark Elf Club and seeing the small underground city in front of her, Mingu was indeed shocked. She never thought there would be such a place in the East City. Mingu, the environment here fits our original concept of building an underground factory, right? Lingu looked at his wife's expression, slightly proud. This surprise was well received. It does fit very well. Mingu nodded, then stared at Lingu. How did you get this place? How much did it cost? Where did you get the money? Lingu had prepared his lines in advance and answered directly. DRIZZLE acquired it and was willing to sell it to us. She can also provide security for us. DRIZZLE? Mingu frowned, unable to resist asking, how close is your relationship with her? This leader of the Volf Club, mentioning the 3 words Volf Club, she suddenly shook violently, then stared at Lingu. She had known Lingu had a close relationship with DRIZZLE before, but because back then she heard about Lingu retiring and becoming a gynecologist in Cloud City, she didn't dare to think too highly of him. But now, she finally had to suspect Lingu's identity. Could he be the real Volf King, the legendary war god of the Northern Territory? Mingu, what's wrong with you? Lingu saw her suddenly halt in her words and took the initiative to say, I've told you, right? I coincidentally saved DRIZZLE's life on the battlefield before. That's why she treats me so well. She is someone we can trust. Mingu nodded, saying nothing more, and then fell into silence. She was a smart woman. If it were other women, they would definitely press their husband for the truth. But doing so would only lead to 2 outcomes. Either Lingu is not the king of werewolves. If she insists that he is the king of werewolves or forces him to admit it, it will only create a crack in their marriage. Either Lingu is the king of werewolves, but he refuses to openly confess his identity to her. There must be reasons for his reluctance. Perhaps he is carrying some secret mission on his shoulders and cannot disclose his identity. If she insists on forcing him to confess, she will only be making things difficult for him. Regardless of the scenario, it will only be harmful to their relationship. This is why Mingu cleverly chooses to remain silent. She knows this is her best choice, and also because her emotions are in turmoil and she needs to calm down. Mingu? Lingu noticed that his wife's expression was off and hurriedly caught up to her. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? It's nothing. Just a little tired. Mingu replied truthfully. In recent times, she had faced many trials and tribulations, coupled with her pregnancy. Sometimes she felt overwhelmed. If you're tired, you should take a rest. Lingu still felt concerned for his wife, but Mingu insisted, it's okay, just take me for a walk, consider it as a stroll. I've been sitting in the office for too long. When pregnant, one should take more walks. Mingu understood this well. All right. Lingu took Mingu to explore the underground city. When they were almost done, DRIZZLE timely arrived in front of Mingu. Mrs. Ling, nice to meet you. DRIZZLE extended her hand towards Mingu. For Mingu, this form of address was indeed special. She had been married to Lingu for almost half a year, and this was the first time someone had addressed her in such a manner. It made her suddenly realize that, according to the customs of the Dragon Kingdom, she was actually a part of the Ling family. What's wrong? Do you look down on me? DRIZZLE noticed that Mingu was momentarily unresponsive and raised an eyebrow, asking in return. It's nothing. Mingu then reacted and shook her hand. Lingu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that his wife would not cooperate with DRIZZLE. After all, although DRIZZLE had been operating legally, her background was still somewhat tainted. Mrs. Ling, are you satisfied with this place? DRIZZLE continued to ask. Not bad. What's the price you're looking to sell it for? Mingu got straight to the point. Lingu intentionally looked away, not wanting Mingu to catch on to his communication with DRIZZLE. He sensed that his wife might already be suspicious of his true identity. 3 billion. DRIZZLE directly stated the original price. 1 billion. Mingu cut in without hesitation. This place isn't too big. The main challenge lies in construction. Besides, I won't be using it directly. There will be renovations needed. If you disagree, Feel free to find another beer in the industry, but I think now the market isn't that great, and it will be difficult to sell at a good price. She didn't care how DUA acquired the place. She was negotiating from her own point of view. DUA couldn't help but smile. Mrs. Ling, you're truly a skilled negotiator. I can't outdo you. So 1 billion it is. Thank you. Chen Mingyu politely expressed her gratitude. Emotionally, she was actually quite tumultuous. She was becoming more and more convinced that Lingyu was a man far superior to DUA, or else, even if he had saved her life, she wouldn't be displaying this kind of behavior. Her deliberate hard bargaining was a way to test DUA, but the outcome didn't make her particularly happy because it confirmed that her husband was indeed concealing his true identity. No problem. It's just business. If Mrs. Ling doesn't mind, our War-Evolved Society can provide security and defense systems for you, and the price is negotiable. DUA continued. Sure. Since you've readily transferred this place to me, feel free to set the price. I won't haggle. Chen Mingyu agreed promptly, showing both business acumen and understanding of the ways of the world. Great doing business with you, Mrs. Ling. We, the War-Evolved Society, will pledge to protect this space. If any issues arise, you can come to me. How about a price of 1 billion per year? DUA proposed a not-so-low price, also testing Chen Mingyu's response. Okay. Chen Mingyu's instant acceptance surprised DUA. Mrs. Ling, do you really trust me and the War-Evolved Society? DUA inquired. Miss Du, you're mistaken. I don't trust you. Chen Mingyu lightly held onto Lingyu's arm. I trust my husband, and the people he trusts are the ones I trust as well. What a surprise! Hearing this, DUA was caught off guard and almost stayed in place, before eventually breaking into a smile. Lingyu was also somewhat astonished and a bit embarrassed, scratching his head nervously, worried that DUA might laugh at him. But Chen Mingyu remained stern, speaking her heartfelt words sincerely. Well then, now that we've acquired this place, let me take you upstairs to have a look. The environment there is quite nice. Do you think we could transform it into an office space? Lingyu changed the subject. Sure. I also feel like sitting down and resting now. Chen Mingyu nodded. Indeed, she was feeling tired, especially since she became more cautious after knowing she was carrying a baby. She couldn't push herself to work as hard as she did before, and needed a balance between work and relaxation. Lingyu led Chen Mingyu to the 3rd floor. Along the way, Chen Mingyu was gently holding on to him, but he only thought she was tired, without considering any other implications. Sit down, Mingyu. I'll go get some water and snacks for you. Lingyu showed his care by attending to her needs. Chen Mingyu nodded with a faint smile. But not long after Lingyu left, she felt nauseous again and suddenly craved something sour to eat. She stood up and walked out to call for Lingyu. Dig sis, are you looking for big brother Lingyu? He just went outside. A brother from the War-Evolved Society informed Chen Mingyu upon hearing her request. Nodding, Chen Mingyu was curious about what Lingyu was doing outside. Wasn't he supposed to get some water for her? She made her way to the lobby and looked outside through the glass door, only to see Lingyu chatting with Zia. They were standing close to each other, and Zia was even excitedly holding on to Lingyu's arm. What was going on? Lingyu wasn't resisting Zia, and he even agreed to something she said. Normally, Chen Mingyu wouldn't be so sensitive or upset about this, but since she became pregnant, she had developed a heightened sense of pregnancy syndrome. Her depression had worsened, especially after suspecting that Lingyu was hiding his true identity. Alright, let's stop fooling around. Can't I teach you martial arts tomorrow? Lingyu managed to keep some distance from Zia, even though he knew she was just momentarily excited. As for agreeing to teach her martial arts, that was a prior agreement, and now that Zia had helped maintain the secrecy of their renovations, he owed her a favor. See you tomorrow. Zia walked away satisfied. She had her grandfather's 80th birthday celebration to attend the next day, where she was sure she would be introduced to many potential suitors. She had forcefully dragged Lingyu over as a shield, thinking that at least he could block some unwanted attention. Lingyu wasn't aware of Zia's intentions and quickly returned to the hall, only to find that Chen Mingyu was nowhere to be found on the 3rd floor. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, his wife had disappeared. Moon. Where are you, Moon? Lingyu called out for his wife as he walked out, but he didn't get a response until a brother from the Werewolf Society urgently ran up to him. Boss, your wife just left in a car by herself. What? Why did she leave on her own? Lingyu was puzzled and visibly agitated. I have no idea. The Werewolf Society brother shook his head. Lingu quickly called his wife, unable to understand why his wife, Qin Ningyu, was acting differently lately. Being less cold and seemingly emotionally unstable. He couldn't figure out what was going on in her mind. Qin Ningyu had taken a taxi and upon seeing Lingu's call, felt even more conflicted. Why did Lingu say it was difficult to get a taxi that night, when it was actually easy? Prompting Ivy Liu to get into his car. She wanted to ask Lingu but knew it would lead to marital conflict, which was not her intention. She was in a state of chaos, unsure of what she wanted to do. She could handle work cleanly, but in her marriage, she found it hard to do things smoothly, thus falling into a strange cycle. She wanted to be more relaxed, giving her husband enough freedom and trust. But some consecutive small details triggered her sensitive nerves, making it hard for her to stay calm. She didn't suspect Lingu and Zia were having an affair, but seeing that scene just made her feel uncomfortable. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't pick up Lingu's call. Lingu couldn't reach her even after several attempts, so he quickly drove home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Qin Ruhan in a fairy-like nightgown swaying around. He hurriedly asked, "Ruhan, is your sister back?" Qin Ruhan nodded, asking curiously, "Brother-in-law, did you upset my sister again? You men really have it tough." Lingu didn't have time to discuss this with her, as long as his wife returned safely. He quickly barged into his wife's room, only to find her in the bathroom. After waiting for almost an hour, Qin Ningyu finally emerged from the bathroom. Seeing Lingu's anxious look, she apologized. "Sorry, I had something to deal with, so I came home by myself." Lingu wasn't angry, but seeing his wife's worn-out appearance, he couldn't help but ask, "Mingyu, what's going on with you? Do you have something on your mind?" He felt Qin Ningyu was hiding something from him, something significant. "There's nothing wrong, I'm just tired and want to rest. Good night." Qin Ningyu chose not to say anything and went directly to her room, locking the door behind her. Lingu sighed deeply, feeling uneasy, but as long as his wife was safe, everything else could be resolved gradually. The next morning, Lingu and Qin Ningyu went to work together. They were silent throughout the journey. Upon getting off, Lingu received a call from Ling Ruoxu. "Xiao Yu, I'm accompanying Zia to his grandpa's 80th birthday today. Do you have any gift suggestions?" Upon hearing this topic, the couple involuntarily glanced at each other. It seemed like Ling Ruoxu and Zia Qian's relationship was developing unexpectedly smoothly. In less than a week, Ling Ruoxu was willing to accompany Zia to his grandpa's birthday celebration, regardless of her reasons for going. This was a major breakthrough in their relationship. For the elder's birthday, it's best to get something valuable or an antique, Lingu suggested, with Qin Ningyu immediately agreeing. "Yes, Mingyu is right, but I don't have much knowledge in these areas. I'm afraid of buying something bad or being mocked if I accidentally get fake goods." Ling Ruoxu expressed her concerns. She often saw such scenarios in novels, but reality was different. If she bought counterfeit goods, she would face mockery and humiliation. "If it were in Cloud City, I could easily get these things for you, but in East City, I might need to have someone buy it for you. Mingyu, why don't I accompany my sister?" Before Qin Ningyu could respond, Lingu immediately suggested, "I'm not good with antiques, but I'm knowledgeable about medicinal supplements." He also had to accompany Zia to the birthday celebration today, finding it as the perfect opportunity to avoid any conflicts with his wife. Previously, he might have been straightforward, but in this sensitive period, he didn't want his relationship with Qin Ningyu to be strained further due to other women. He even considered not attending the celebration to avoid upsetting his wife again. "All right, it's up to you." Qin Ningyu already saw Ling Ruoxu as family, and now it was a crucial moment in her relationship with Zia, so she wanted things to go smoothly for them. After notifying his wife, Lingu could finally focus on meeting Ling Ruoxu. The siblings arrived at a well-known medical clinic in Eastern City called One Medical Hall. They only knew that this clinic was famous, but the reason for its fame was unknown to them. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Just as Lingu walked into the clinic, admiring the ancient architecture, he suddenly noticed his sister was behaving strangely, staring in one direction without moving. "It's that jerk." Ling Ruoxu clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "Jerk?" Lingu thought he could meet Uji in such a place, but looking over, it was another scumbag. It was his sister's college sweetheart, Zhou Xiaokong. Zhou Xiaokong was holding the waist of a woman in a pink dress. Sensing their presence, he turned to look at Lingu and Ling Ruoxu. After a moment of shock, he smirked slightly. Half a year ago, he and Ling Ruoxu had met at the Qin family's banquet, where he pretended to know some noble ladies from Cloud City, showing off. However, shortly after that evening, Zhou Xiaokan came to East City and became a son-in-law of a prominent family in East City, so he had no idea about Ling's family's subsequent developments. Seeing them now, he was surprised at first, but upon observing the siblings, they seemed like they weren't advancing as expected, not like a successful climb in social status. Zhou Xiaokan even flirted discreetly with Ling Ruoxu, which she found repulsive and turned away, not wanting to engage with such a disgusting man. Ling Yu didn't bother with him, and went with his sister to pick medicinal ingredients. He wanted to prepare a longevity pill for his sister as a gift. He had seen the recipe in the medical records of the Divine Valley and had been wanting to try it out. However, Cloud City was a second-tier city, and many medicinal ingredients were hard to come by. Last time, when consulting about relationship problems with Guan Ruru, she casually mentioned this pharmacy, saying they had many rare ingredients and treasures, so Ling Yu decided to check it out. When he found the rare royal blood gross in the store, his eyes lit up. This medicinal ingredient was unique in its usage and quite rare, making it seldom found in stores. Ling Yu checked the price and was pleasantly surprised that it wasn't expensive. However, when he tried to purchase all the royal blood gross in the store, the receptionist politely declined, stating it was a rare item for members only. Ling Yu was stunned, not expecting this kind of sales tactic. I'm not a member yet. Ling Yu answered directly. Usually, when he responds like this, he's waiting for the salesperson at the counter to persuade him to become a member, and then he would smoothly pay the money. After all, he's not lacking in funds. However, he didn't expect the female salesperson to just smile awkwardly and say, "I'm sorry, I can't sell these medicinal herbs to you." With a friendly and polite attitude, Ling Yu was puzzled right away. Wasn't this supposed to be the normal routine? He was about to speak when he heard laughter coming from beside him. "Darling, look at that man. He looks so clueless. Does he think Chiaguan Medical Center is like those shady medical shops outside, just for making money? These herbs are specifically collected for the privileged." Ling Yu and Ling Ruozu turned to see none other than Zhou Xiaokan holding the woman. The woman was richly dressed, with a shapely figure, obviously from a wealthy family and the type who looks down on others. "Darling, not everyone in this world is as knowledgeable as you, Miss Tang from the Tang family. Show a little tolerance. These two are my friends." Zhou Xiaokan put on a charming demeanor. Ling Ruozu immediately felt disgusted upon seeing him like this. Nobody knew this man better than her, and in certain aspects, he was even more despicable than Nuji. For example, his hypocrisy. When she was in college, she was deceived by his hypocrisy and agreed to be his girlfriend. He swore there would be no sexual activity before marriage, pretending to be so pure and noble. Who would have thought that within 2 days, Ling Ruozu caught him cheating, naked in bed with another woman? That was her first nightmare. After a series of emotional nightmares, Ling Ruozu became extremely resistant to marriage. It was only through the encouragement and matchmaking of Ling Yu and his wife that she was moved by Zia Tian's sincerity and decided to start as friends with him, but still very cautiously. "Ruozu, nice to see you again. Have you been well?" Zhou Xiaokan smiled at Ling Ruozu. If Ling Yu hadn't already witnessed his hypocrisy, he might have believed that he was a refined and gentlemanly man. "The days without you have been quite good," Ling Ruozu retorted coldly without pretending. Zhou Xiaokan was not embarrassed, still displaying an attitude of "You're immature, but I can tolerate your immaturity." "Darling, who is she?" The woman in the pink dress asked eagerly. "She's my ex-girlfriend, Ling Ruozu. We broke up many years ago." Zhou Xiaokan answered honestly. "Oh, so she's the woman who helped you gain experience." The woman in pink dress did not show jealousy, instead keeping the magnanimous attitude, and reached out to Ling Ruozu, saying, "I'm Tang and Chi from the Tang family in Dongcheng, Xiaokan's wife. Thank you for helping Xiaokan practice in the past. That's why he's so considerate and caring now." Ling Yu immediately frowned. The woman's words were too insulting, worse than directly verbally attacking someone. "You're welcome. I should thank you for recycling the garbage I didn't want, and contributing to environmental protection in Cloud City." Ling Ruozu responded with a smile, not backing down. "How dare you?" Tang Yanqi's face turned red immediately. She clearly didn't expect a lowly person like Ling Ruozu to dare to confront her. It was simply outrageous. "And you don't have to lower yourself to talk to Ruozu. Perhaps you two are not suitable to be friends. Zhou Xiaokong spoke with a literary air. Ling Ruozu was used to it, but still felt nauseous. This feeling started when she found out Zhou Xiaokong was a hypocrite and continued till now. No, it was even more nauseating now. Previously, Zhou Xiaokong only used his appearance and charm to seduce women, without attempting to climb the social ladder. But now, he was obviously using his advantages to freeload, giving off the impression of a eunuch beside the empress. And she, why don't you go sit in the VIP room and have some good tea to cool down? I'll join you in a bit. Zhou Xiaokong smoothly urged his wife to leave. HMPH, Xiaokong is right, you're not even worthy of talking to me. Tang Enchi laughed with a proud posture. Ridiculous. You make it seem like I'm trying to strike up a conversation with you. Just love putting a golden sheen on your own face. No wonder you think you're so precious. Ling Ruozu never loses in a quarrel, always having the final word. Tang Enchi, angered, left in a huff. She had already stated that no one was worthy of speaking to her, so exchanging harsh words with Ling Ruozu would be slapping herself in the face. As for Ling Yu, he had no interest in bantering with someone like Zhou Xiaokong. He trusted that his sister would not lose in an argument, so after realizing that obtaining the VIP card here was not easily done, he promptly stepped away to call Guanroro. After all, it was she who had recommended this medical center to him. Hey, if you're going to buy medicinal herbs at Guan Medical Center, let me know in advance. It's troublesome to just go by yourself, Guanroro said proudly. Oh, so can you help me obtain a VIP membership? Ling Yu asked curiously. He had heard a bit from the salesperson at the front desk. Guan Medical Center mainly targeted the elite, hence ordinary medicinal herbs were sold to regular customers, but most of the rare herbs were only sold to VIP customers. VIP status wasn't based on recharging and consumption. It depended on one's family background, with families being granted membership. Naturally, the Tang family in Dongcheng was among the VIP members, which allowed Zhou Xiaokong to show off in front of Ling Ruozu in Tang Anqi's name. Of course, my dad is one of the shareholders at Guan Medical Center. The principal shareholder at Guan is a former senior of my dad's, who happens to be a foreigner. Guanroro seemed even more pleased. Whenever she could help Ling Yu, she felt very happy. She didn't know why exactly. Perhaps he just admired Ling Yu's medical talent. I see, thank you. Ling Yu was quite surprised. He already knew that Director Guan had invested in multiple medical industries. He was also a shareholder in Young AI Hospital of Cloud City, but he didn't expect this seemingly low-key person to be involved in so many industries. And Guan Medical Center seemed to be quite powerful. It turned out that Director Guan was a discreet, industrial tycoon. Ruozu, what are you going to do with this Emperor's blood gross? After Ling Yu left, Zhou Xiaokong purposely kept his wife occupied, wanting to have a private conversation with Ling Ruozu. What's it to you? Ling Ruozu didn't bother to act like a polite lady. She was known as a common woman by many in Cloud City, not one to mince words. Zhou Xiaokong wasn't embarrassed and whispered, this Emperor's blood gross is a rare herb with life-saving properties. Is it for a critically ill relative that you need it? Ling Ruozu was slightly taken aback. Honestly, she had no idea why her younger brother had bought this herb, but Zhou Xiaokong had quite the imagination. His words even surprised Ling Ruozu further. How about this? You spend a night with me, and I'll purchase it for you as a gift to save a life. How about it? Zhou Xiaokong smirked mischievously, his demeanor so cunning that it repulsed Ling Ruozu. Oh. At the next moment, a horrifying scream rang out from the clinic. Zhou Xiaokong's face turned purple as he jumped a few times in place, before finally collapsing to the ground in pain, looking incredibly ugly. Ling Yu hurried back upon hearing the sound. Seeing Zhou Xiaokong's expression and movements, he knew what his sister had done to him. His sister was truly ruthless, using a move to target a man's weak spot for attack. However, he also guessed that if Zhou Xiaokong hadn't gone too far, his sister wouldn't have dealt with him in this way. Darling, what's wrong with you? Why are you crouching there? Tang Enchi heard Zhou Xiaokong's agonizing cries and rushed out of the VIP room again. Many staff members of the clinic also gathered around. After all, Tang Enchi and Zhou Xiaokong were VIP clients of the clinic. If they were bullied in the clinic could not just sit idly by. A group of people instantly surrounded Ling Ruozu. She suddenly hit me. Zhou Xiaokong finally stood up. looking clearly in pain, but still pretended to be pitiful. But Anchi, don't blame her too much. She just tried to reconcile with me, and even said that as long as I helped her buy the royal blood gross, she would be willing to sleep with me for one night. But how could I do that? I am a married man, so I heartlessly rejected her. And then she got angry out of humiliation. Sigh. It's all my fault for being too direct and hurting her self-esteem. Hearing this, Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but laugh in anger. This fake gentleman was truly despicable. She regretted not kicking him to death and leaving no descendants. Is this true, miss? A security team leader-looking man stepped forward and asked. He needed to handle such matters seriously and appropriately, or else it would surely affect the clinic's reputation. Ling Ruoxu felt a bit panicked, knowing that if she told the truth, these people wouldn't believe her. After all, she indeed couldn't buy the royal blood gross. Fortunately, she didn't need to speak as Lingu immediately stepped forward and said, Of course not. I've already purchased the royal blood gross. Why would my sister need to sleep with a man in exchange? Facts speak louder than words. The most powerful weapon against lies is logic. Heard that? I was the one who dumped this man in the first place. Now I buy things on my own. Why would I need to sleep with him? Anyone can tell who is lying. Ling Ruoxu also believed that her younger brother wouldn't lie to help her, so she disdainfully raised a hand and coldly hummed, showing no sympathy for Zhou Xiaokan. Everyone turned their gaze towards Zhou Xiaokan. Nonsense, they are not VIP clients. How could they buy this royal blood gross? It's pretty clear who is lying, isn't it? Zhou Xiaokan also felt self-righteous, thinking that Lingu was a fool for trying to help his sister. It would only make things more rhythmic for them. However, in the next moment, a middle-aged woman who appeared to be a sales supervisor hurried out and asked, Excuse me, who is Mr. Lingu? That's me. Lingu raised his hand. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaokan suddenly had a bad feeling. Indeed, the supervisor quickly came to Lingu, respectfully saying, Mr. Ling is a friend of Director Guan, and Director Guan has mentioned you to our boss many times. He thinks highly of you as a young and promising divine doctor. Our boss has been wanting to meet you for a long time. How could you come to our clinic without making an appointment in advance so that we could inform the boss? No need to bother. I'm just here to buy some medicinal herbs. Lingu casually waved his hand. He was straightforward. If he had known it would be this troublesome, he might not have come at all. All right, Mr. Ling, I will arrange the medicinal herbs you need right away, the supervisor respectfully said, handing Lingu a VIP card. Director Guan just mentioned and that the Qin family also meets our VIP criteria. This card is for Mr. Ling and the Qin family. Thank you. Lingu expressed his gratitude lightly. Soon, the medicinal herbs were in his hands. Watching this scene, Zhou Xiaokan's eyes widened in disbelief, finally realizing that Lingu, like himself, had managed to marry into a wealthy family and enjoy a life of luxury. And his wife was the city's #1 beauty, Qin Mingyu. On what grounds did he deserve this? Being envied for both wealth and looks was truly frustrating. By the way, before leaving, Lingu exchanged a few words with his sister and then reminded the supervisor, Please check the surveillance in advance. Someone just harassed my sister. We have reported it to the police. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ling. The supervisor readily agreed. Zhou Xiaokan immediately turned pale. He had just insisted that Ling Ruoxu was not a VIP and didn't have the authority to ask the clinic to check the surveillance, feeling so bold in distorting the truth. Who would have thought her brother had such capabilities? Zhou Xiaokan, explain this to me. Although Tang and she was proud, she was not dumb. Seeing Ling Ruoxu daring to contact the police and then seeing the state of her husband, who wouldn't she suspect of lying? Her husband actually wanted to reconcile with that woman. What did that commoner woman have that she didn't? Wife, let me explain. Ah, it hurts. Zhou Xiaokan was in pain as Tang and she twisted his ear, making it hard for him to get out a complete sentence. People around the clinic pointed and laughed. This lecher deserved it. Ling Ruoxu felt secretly proud, thinking to herself, see what happens when you pretend in front of my sister. Today, your true colors are exposed. Lingu didn't have time to watch him embarrass himself and left once things were settled. News of what happened at the clinic quickly reached the ears of an elderly foreign man with white hair. Oh, is it the divine doctor that little Guan mentioned who has come to Dongcheng? Why did he buy royal blood gross? This old man's name was Robert Tiophany, who had settled in the Long Kingdom for many years and had adopted a name that sounded like a homonym in the Long Kingdom, called Luoqia. Decades ago, he was director of Wan's senior brother, and they had a deep friendship. The Chiadwan Clinic was a joint venture they had founded. He had always held Director Guan's medical skills in high regard, and over the years, he had been seeking advice on traditional Chinese medicine from him. Some time ago, he had heard Director Guan mention that there was a young man in Yun City with unparalleled medical skills, especially in ancient Long Kingdom healing techniques, surpassing him by 100 times. So he had been wanting to meet this young man. However, being in different cities and being busy all the time, he hadn't had the chance to go to Yun City. Now that the other party had come to Dongchen, he had to meet him no matter what. Follow that young man quickly. I'll prepare myself and personally meet him. Luotia excitedly instructed his subordinates. On the other hand, Lingu was unaware of the events unfolding behind the scenes. After purchasing the rare royal blood gross, he had visited several pharmacies with his sister, spending a busy morning to finally acquire the necessary medicinal herbs. Brother, what are you up to? Ling Ruoxu was curious. Although she knew that Lingu had inherited the Ling family's medical skills, she had never seen him conduct medical experiments before. Today, it seemed like he was preparing to test some miraculous medicine as a gift for old Zia. You'll find out soon. Lingu answered with a smile, choosing not to reveal the answer directly. Theft, pretending to be mysterious. Be careful, or your sister will settle you. Ling Ruoxu scolded playfully, but she couldn't help feeling a bit angry at her brother's teasing. After all, her record against the War-Wolf King of the Northern Territories was 17 wins and 0 losses, making her the best fighter in the land. Okay, the equipment is simple. Let's leave it at that. After an hour of preparation and research, Lingu managed to produce 3 pills. What on earth are these? Ling Ruoxu picked one up and couldn't help wrinkling her nose in disgust. Not only do they look like a dung beetle's masterpiece, but they also smell unpleasant. Do you really think I would give these to Grandpa Zia Tiad in the summer? Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but complain. Lingu smiled and said, Sis, don't underestimate these 3 pills. This is the longevity pill I formulated. Wealthy individuals with discerning taste would be willing to buy for 100 million. This formula belongs to an ancient prescription that only the Shen lineage has recorded, and the royal blood gross is a rare herb that is not easily obtained. Furthermore, no one else knows the potency that comes from the combination of royal blood gross with other herbs, which defies modern logic. In short, these 3 pills are unique in the world. Longevity pill? Can it really make someone live to 100 years old after consuming it? Ling Ruoxu joked as she looked at Lingu. To her surprise, Lingu nodded seriously. That's not entirely wrong. Ling Ruoxu was taken aback. She knew her younger brother. Well, and he always exaggerated. So what was happening today? Could these pills really be miraculous elixirs? All right, sis, trust me and let's go. I won't deceive you. Lingu quickly grabbed a box and wrapped one of the pills in it, so it no longer looked like a dung beetle's creation. He teased Ling Ruoxu. Why are you so concerned about the gift giving? Aren't you just accompanying Zia Chia casually? You're not his girlfriend, so why are you so nervous? That's unlike you. Ling Ruoxu's expression changed slightly, and she said, I'm not nervous. I'm just afraid of embarrassment. But thanks for reminding me. Who knows what's inside the exquisite gift box? Many medications are just based on hype. I'm not afraid of anyone. Lingu chuckled. With the gift settled, they set off for Grandpa Zia Qian's birthday banquet, which was to be held at a grand villa on the outskirts of the Zia family estate. Upon arriving, the siblings realized that the villa was not ordinary. It almost rivaled the Qin family's mansion. This was Grandpa Zia Qian's residence, while Zia Qian's family lived in a villa in the city. It seemed that the Zia family's background was truly remarkable. The estimated wealth of billions on the surface might be just a front, and Lingu felt that a reassessment was necessary to determine the actual extent of their wealth. Ling Ruoxu shared the same sentiment, especially since she knew more about the Zia family's secrets than Lingu did. The depth of this family's influence was unknown to them, and Ling Ruoxu didn't dare to dwell on it. Luckily, she believed there was no need to dwell on it, as her relationship with Zia Qiao was at most that of good friends, with no intentions of crossing a dangerous line. Ruoxu, you're here. Just as they got out of the car, Zia Qian, dressed in a tuxedo, walked over to them excitedly, with a look of adoration in his eyes. Lingu couldn't believe that his tough sister had managed to attract such a man. What was it about her that he found appealing? Aren't men usually drawn to gentle personalities? Wait a minute. Lingu suddenly realized that his own wife wasn't particularly gentle either. Well, that's okay. Then Lingu, I've been waiting for you. Finally, you're here. At that moment, Zia came out from the other side and forcefully dragged Lingu away. Lingu didn't want to be a third wheel between his sister and Zia, so he went along with Zia. At the entrance, Afu and several servants of Zia witnessed the scene and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The siblings of the Zia family seemed to be particularly fond of the Ling siblings, and Mrs. Zia must be furious. If she had seen the recent scene, it could have led to trouble. Zia, why did you insist on me attending your grandfather's birthday banquet? Do you want me to teach you martial arts at such an event? Lingu couldn't help but ask as they walked into the front yard of the villa. Lingu, you seem like a principled man, so I won't beat around the bush. I asked you to come because I want you to be my shield. Zia replied directly. Your shield? Lingu furrowed his brows. Why was it always about this? It was Yue Tingting last time. And now Zia. He wasn't trained for this profession. What's with that expression? I've helped you so many times. Can't you help me once? Where's your sense of loyalty? Zia exploded in anger. But your parents know me. Who do you need protection from? Lingu pondered. Zia explained. You don't understand. The Zia family's connections run deep, and you'll see that today. Zia frowned. Lingu was taken aback by how Zia suddenly grasped his arm tightly, as if she were an octopus unwilling to let go. When he looked up, he saw a few people approaching, who seemed to know Zia. Zuer, is this your boyfriend? He seems quite promising. You haven't introduced him yet. The elders looked at Lingu as if they were inspecting Sifu at the market, almost patting his butt to check if he was sturdy enough. At the same time, two young men were glaring at Lingu, clearly viewing him as a rival. His name is Jin Ziming, and he's a doctor. Zia quickly responded, having pre-planned the identity she would provide for Lingu. Lingu remained silent, unwilling to speak, and decided to play the role of a designated shield silently to avoid Zia accusing him of lacking loyalty. However, a moment later, a piercing voice cut through the air. A woman around 30 suddenly said coldly, Zuer, you seem to excel in many aspects, so why is your taste in men so poor? The atmosphere at the scene turned frosty. Zia was visibly annoyed and asked, what do you mean by that? The woman, referred to as Annie Tsai, raised her lips slightly and looked at Zia disdainfully, saying, he doesn't seem like a Western doctor. He must be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, right? So what if he's a TCM practitioner? Lingu finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. He was irritated by Auntie Kai's attitude. Heh, what about traditional Chinese medicine? Is that even a question? It's not in trend anymore. It's declining. Saya sneered coldly. Who goes to see Chinese medicine practitioners nowadays? Chinese medicine is barely surviving sandwiched between Western medicine, and most who claim to practice Chinese medicine are just frauds. Hearing her say this, Lingu, of course, was very angry. As a citizen of Dragon Nation, how could one not feel a chill when their ancestors' medical practice was being looked down upon like this? It felt as disrespectful as seeing an unfilial child disrespecting the wisdom of their ancestors at their gravesite. Zia, however, understood Saiji's intentions. Perhaps she wasn't looking down on Chinese medicine per se, but rather trying to look down on her boyfriend. Saiji's close friend had once pursued Zia, and Saya had played matchmaker, but Zia had snubbed him, causing embarrassment to Saya. Now, she wanted to seek revenge. Moreover, there were many present who were not pleased to see Zia with a boyfriend. So, with Saya taking the lead, there was quite a commotion. Enough. Lingu couldn't bear it anymore and sternly interjected, you may look down on me, but you must not look down on Chinese medicine. As a warrior of the Northern Territories, national and ethnic pride was a must. Chinese medicine represented Dragon Nation's medical techniques and was a legacy of the nation's wisdom. How could he tolerate others looking down on it, especially when it was his fellow citizens? This was truly distressing. His appearance not only dumbfounded Zia, but also surprised others greatly. No one had expected someone to still defend Chinese medicine so passionately in this day and age. Heh. You truly have quite the pride. Are those who study Chinese medicine all this amusing? Saya continued in a sarcastic tone. Society is cruel. Old and outdated things will gradually be thrown into the river of history and eliminated. What's the point of clinging to them? This is just clinging to tradition. Forget about other things. I have never seen a single Chinese medicine practitioner who has achieved great success. At most, they put up a facade and deceive people. As for large hospitals, Western medicine is the mainstream. One can only say that those still idolizing Chinese medicine as a treasure are either foolish or bad. Lingu felt the urge to give her a slap in the face upon hearing this, but he restrained himself because violence couldn't solve the issue. If foreigners looked down on Chinese medicine, it might be due to a lack of understanding. However, when fellow citizens belittled their own traditions, it was a sign of Chinese medicine's decline and even a matter of life and death for the practice. Lingu could educate those who disparage Chinese medicine, but he wouldn't rescue the reputation of Chinese medicine. If he wanted to restore its honor, he needed to do something influential and change the mindset of those who held disdain. Only then could he ignite a spark and rebuild the confidence of the people in their own traditional medicine. Coincidentally, at that moment, someone pointed excitedly towards the front garden and shouted, "Look, isn't that Dr. Smith?" "Yes, it's him." The crowd immediately rushed towards this Smith. Lingu took a glance and saw that he was a Westerner. He looked quite handsome, with a light stubble, belonging to the type women adored for being westernized. He was dressed in high-end foreign brands, sporting a new white coat that contrasted greatly with the shabby long coats worn by traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Zia couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, when it came to attire, there was a clear distinction between Lingu and Smith. It was understandable white people admired Western medicine and looked down on Chinese medicine. Luckily, she wasn't shallow and found Lingu practicing Chinese medicine quite charming. "What are you discussing?" To Lingu's surprise, Smith inexplicably appeared before them. "Dr. Smith, you are here at a good time." Zia quickly approached and said, "We are discussing which is superior between Chinese and Western medicine. What do you think?" This woman was quite cunning, deliberately provoking a debate. As expected, Smith instantly raised his hands with a smile. "Come on. It's definitely Western medicine. Western medicine is the contemporary mainstream medical practice." His eyes glanced casually at Lingu. Lingu, of course, didn't know the implication behind that look and didn't bother to investigate further. Since Smith said so, Lingu seized the opportunity to counter. "Does being mainstream necessarily mean being superior?" "I don't agree with that perspective." Smith didn't arrogantly respond with "Your disagreement doesn't matter. Facts speak for themselves." Instead, he adopted a more aggressive approach. "I just heard you are a Chinese medicine practitioner. If I can outsmart you with Western medicine, would you admit that Western medicine is indeed superior to Chinese medicine?" Lingu was also taken aback by this challenge. How did this guy seem to know him? Unbeknownst to Lingu, Smith was actually a favored disciple of Luotia. Luotia had deliberately sent him to test Lingu's medical skills and see if they were as miraculous and excellent as Director Guan had said. Luotia was not only an internationally renowned doctor, but also a famous Western medical practitioner in Dongcheng. The elites in Dongcheng all sought to build a good relationship with him, which included the Zia family. When the Zia patriarch celebrated his birthday, inviting Luotia was a natural choice. Smith's challenge ignited the curiosity of the surrounding people, and more gathered around. Zia knew Lingu's personality. He didn't like to be in the spotlight and was merely acting as a shield. Moreover, he didn't like her, so he wouldn't spend his energy on such matters. However, to her surprise, Lingu stood erect and confidently raised two fingers, saying, "Firstly, my level of Chinese medicine is not the highest in Dragon Nation, and there are plenty others more skilled than me. Secondly, when it comes to pure medical skills, I won't lose to any Western doctor." Damn. So confident. Everyone was shocked by Lingu's words. Even Smith was stunned and burst out laughing. "So, even if I beat you, it doesn't mean Western medicine is better than Chinese medicine. And if I lose, does it prove that Chinese medicine is impressive?" Zia didn't expect Lingu to be so clever with his words. Furthermore, Lingu, with a serious expression, said, "In terms of medical skills, I won't lose." His seriousness made some people feel that he wasn't being arrogant but rather had 100% confidence. Many began to cheer for him, feeling that he was boosting the morale of the countrymen. However, people like Zia still sneered at him, thinking he was just pretending and being stubborn. "Ha ha. Interesting. Smith also became excited as he was, after all, a pure healer. He proclaimed loudly, "Then let's compare diagnoses." "All right." Lingu readily agreed. In this aspect, he felt that Smith's defeat would be more rhythmical. After all, diagnosing without tools had always been a strength of Chinese medicine practitioners. However, he didn't expect Smith to play dirty next. "Hello, my name is Smith, a Ph.D. from NY Medical College, currently a consultant at Dongcheng International Hospital." Smith showed courtesy first and then extended his hand towards Lingu after introducing himself. Lingu almost blurted out his own name instinctively, but thankfully remembered the name Zia had arranged for him today. In the middle of pronouncing it, he nonchalantly extended his hand to shake hands with the other person, saying, "I am Jin Ziming, just a regular traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." This scene sparked a lot of interest again. Although Sister Zia and others were waiting to see Lingu make a fool of himself, facing a challenge from a small traditional Chinese medicine practitioner against a big international Western doctor, daring to accept a challenge, aren't they asking for trouble? Regardless of which side people support, they are full of anticipation for what will happen next. "Mr. Jin, hello." After shaking hands, Smith smiled and went straight to the point. "Our Western medical diagnosis is very direct and clear, using advanced instruments for testing. For example, I did a full-body examination in the hospital yesterday, including ultrasounds, electrocardiograms, and various CT scans. I checked the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Any issues can be directly identified. Can traditional Chinese medicine achieve the same? Can it match our efficiency and accuracy in diagnosis?" As soon as he finished, there was an uproar. Zia couldn't help but get angry and said, "Mr. Smith, aren't you being a bit unfair? We have a saying in Longguo, it's unfair to win unfairly. You Western doctors use instruments and yet expect our traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to diagnose without any tools. Is that fair?" Many people nodded in agreement with her. Smith continued to smile and said, "It's our advantage to invent so many advanced diagnostic devices in Western medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners can also invent, right?" The retort left Zia speechless. His words were not harsh, but they made Zia puzzled. It was like a battle on Huashan. The goal was to determine the highest martial arts skill. Just because someone practiced swordsmanship, did that mean the one practicing boxing would have to discard their weapons and fight with bare hands to be fair? However, what they didn't expect was Lingu's calm response. Traditional Chinese medicine can achieve that, and it doesn't need any equipment. A precise diagnosis can be made through pulse and Qi examination. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gasped in amazement again. They knew about pulse examination, but what on earth was Qi examination? Achieving the effect of Western medical instrument diagnosis with that method was like a fantasy. Even Zia was surprised, unable to help but stare at Lingu. How could this man be so competitive today? "Oh, Qi examination?" Smith was indeed curious, requesting, "Can you let me try?" He had heard before about the concepts of human body yin and yang and the atmosphere in traditional Chinese medicine, and he knew that Longguo had a whole set of complete theories on these medical knowledge. Unfortunately, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners he had seen before always boasted about being unbeatable, but lacked the strength when it came to practice. Gradually, like everyone else, he began to doubt and even look down on traditional Chinese medicine. Sure, Lingu saw the doubt deep in his eyes and decided to show him today, breaking through the prevailing doubts and prejudices against traditional Chinese medicine. So, he confidently said, "I will diagnose you with Qi examination. If I make a mistake or miss any of your medical conditions, then I will admit defeat." Wow. The scene became lively again. Zia thought Lingu was too reckless, letting the opponent be the judge. Wasn't it a sure loss? Yet, Smith, unexpectedly, agreed, saying, "I detected 3 issues from my medical checkup yesterday. If you can identify at least 2, I'll consider you the winner." It was evident that despite his prying, this foreigner's character was not bad. "Okay." Lingu readily agreed, motioning for him to raise his hand. As soon as Smith raised his right hand, Lingu placed 2 fingers on his pulse. Seeing this scene, Zia and many others were surprised. Didn't pulse examination require a stable table? Could this method be accurate at all? Sister Zia looked smug, waiting for Lingu to make a fool of himself before persuading Zia to leave him, finding friends for herself. Were they not appealing? There were many relatives and friends with similar thoughts. After all, the status of Zia's second daughter was still very popular. Many men wanted to marry her, becoming the favored son-in-law of the Zia family. Of course, they hoped to see her single. The scenario had already been transmitted through mobile devices to Luotia and director Guan. Watching the scene remotely, Luotia smiled with sparkling eyes. Director Guan, too, was eagerly waiting, but he was more confident than anyone, believing that Lingu would not disappoint. The next moment, Smith's expression became intense as he felt a surge of energy entering his pulse and traveling through his body, sometimes hot, sometimes cold, and sometimes seemingly disappearing. It was so miraculous. That's enough. Lingu released Smith's pulse just as the energy disappeared. Many people were astonished once again. Had he checked the full body condition just like that? Even with Western medical equipment, each examination needed to be conducted one by one. It couldn't be that miraculous, right? Indeed, you have 3 medical issues. Lingu did not play mysterious, immediately holding up 3 fingers and saying, "First, your stomach is cold, indicating a gastrointestinal disease. Second, your anal passage is blocked, likely due to internal hemorrhoids. Third, you have acute pharyngitis and gum inflammation, most likely due to recent inflammation." As the words landed, people were dumbfounded. Could this be possible? If he had gotten all of them right, it was truly incredible since even Western medical equipment couldn't diagnose so quickly. Sister Tsai and others thought Lingu was talking big, but Lingu's confident demeanor made them nervous. This. Smith trembled slightly for a while and then suddenly exclaimed, "Unbelievable, so inconceivable, so amazing." Smith, who had just spoken in Longwo language, suddenly burst out 3 foreign sentences, showing that he couldn't contain his inner astonishment and admiration and naturally expressed his amazement in his native language. "Mr. Ziming, did you cheat? Did you sneak a peek at my medical report?" Smith asked involuntarily. Lingu chuckled. "So, are you suggesting that I can predict the future? I foresaw that you would come challenge my medical skills, so I checked the medical history of a stranger ahead of time. And that person is also a foreigner I'm meeting for the first time." With that said, the people around burst into laughter, followed by applause. Even Smith clapped excitedly, saying, "Mr. Ziming, I'm impressed. Your traditional Chinese medicine indeed has extraordinary virtues. I must stay and learn from you." The applause grew louder. Seeing this scene, Ziazu was extremely excited. Regardless of Lingu being her shield for the day, she hugged his arm, her face filled with pride. Sister Tsai and some men were stunned, never imagining that Ziazu's boyfriend had such remarkable medical skills. No wonder the proud Ziazu was fond of him. "Your interest in traditional Chinese medicine is a good thing, but I am not a TCM teacher, and I don't have the time to discuss this with you. Thank you." Lingu politely declined Smith's enthusiasm. He was busy all day long. Managing his own affairs was already challenging. How could he have time to discuss medical skills with a foreigner? "Well, thank you all for joining us. Let's enjoy the meal today." Ziazu quickly led Lingu away from the scene. "Is it okay now?" Finally reaching a secluded spot, Lingu became a little impatient. He pulled his arm away, otherwise this woman might continue hugging his arm indefinitely. What if her grandfather saw them entering together? If he wasn't happy, it would be fine, but being noticed by him, Lingu wouldn't know what to do. Seeing his poker face, Ziazu, who was in a good mood, suddenly snorted and turned her face, saying, "Really? Aren't you even a bit loyal? I helped you a lot just now, you know. Your family's factory reconstruction was all kept secret by me, otherwise, who knows how many people would have found out. One good turn deserves another." Lingu wouldn't soften his heart towards any women besides Qin Mingyu. "Righteously," he said, "I solved the case for you, and even helped you improve your skills. Besides, now that you've used me as a shield enough, right? Do you really want to walk into the banquet hall with me?" Only then did Ziazu blush a bit with embarrassment. Initially, she wanted Lingu to stop at the entrance to the banquet hall so as not to go in and risk being recognized, but the feeling just now was too enjoyable, so she became a little infatuated, thinking that having such a boyfriend was actually quite nice. Unfortunately, this guy had already been claimed by Qin Mingyu, so at most, she could only treat him as a brother and be considerate. "Alright, let's leave it at that for now, but you still have to teach me martial arts when you have time." Ziazu coldly snorted and walked into the banquet hall alone. After that incident just now, with some fermentation, everyone would know she had a boyfriend named Jin Ziming, and probably wouldn't introduce potential suitors to her. Finally relieved, Ling Yu, known as the Northern Wolf of the Wasteland, valued loyalty the most. He also cherished loyalty with Zia Zhu, but he was afraid the boundary would be unclear and misunderstandings would arise. In the past, he wasn't afraid of misunderstandings, thinking that those who were clear would clarify themselves. But now was different. He didn't want Qin Mingyu to feel any discomfort. In any case, people change. Especially married couples, after marriage, they will gradually become what the other desires. After getting rid of Zia Zhu, Lingyu hurriedly went alone into the banquet hall to see how his sister and Zia Chia were doing at the moment. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere was lively. The Zia family was quite powerful, and the mansion's banquet hall was almost as big as a football field, brightly lit and gleaming with gold. Hundreds of guests, dressed in their best, were having a grand time. In contrast to the situation of Zia Zhu clinging to Lingyu just now, Zia Chia and Ling Ruoxu maintained a certain distance, not appearing like a couple at all. This was at Ling Ruoxu's request, and Zia Chia respected her thoughts. The advantage was that Ling Ruoxu wouldn't deliberately avoid him, but the downside was quite evident. Many female guests on site, upon seeing Zia Chia, would come over to strike up a conversation. Almost everyone would ask, "Zia Xiao, is this your girlfriend?" No. Zia Chia, once again, answered a beautiful woman in a low-cut dress. However, this particular woman didn't walk away discreetly like the others. Upon hearing Zia Chia say Ling Ruoxu wasn't his girlfriend, she didn't care about the other people's gazes and boldly came up to Zia Chia, bending over to reveal her cleavage, teasingly biting Zia Chia's earlobe, saying, "Zia Xiao, it's been a while since you took some beautiful photos from me. When are you going to take them again? This time, I won't even wear stockings, allowing you to photograph freely. How about it?" Ling Ruoxu, upon hearing this, immediately glared at Zia Chia. Zia Qian's goosebumps popped up. He quickly declined, saying, "Mina, stop fooling around. I'm a serious photographer. How could I take those kinds of photos? And I'm busy lately." "Fine. Then I'll make appointments with you every day, waiting for you to be free." This woman was really shameless, persistently teasing Zia Chia. Zia Chia had no way to deal with her. Just as he was about to push her away, he saw Ling Ruoxu standing up and leaving the scene. Ruoxu. Zia Chia, disregarding his demeanor, immediately pushed the bold woman aside and followed Ling Ruoxu quickly out of the banquet hall. Ling Yu happened to witness this scene. Honestly, Ling Yu was quite happy. His elder sister seemed not angry but cared a lot about Zia Chia being surrounded by a group of women. Moreover, she wasn't Zia Qian's girlfriend yet, with no position or temper. As an experienced person, he clearly understood the emotions his sister was experiencing, not far off from falling in love. At that moment, his phone rang. It was from Chen Ailin. "Xiao Yu, how are your sister and Zia Chia doing now?" Chen Ailin asked directly. She currently lived with the Ling family in Yunshan, so even if her children weren't around, she wouldn't feel lonely. However, she was always concerned about her children's love lives, especially with Ling Ruoxu now, at both Ling Siding's and Ling Yu's marriages were settled. Her focus was on Ling Ruoxu. "Mom, things can't be rushed. Let your sister slowly consider whether to choose Zia Chia," Ling Yu advised. "Oh, I asked you and Mingyu. Both said that Zia Chia has a good character. I just hope Ruoxu seizes the opportunity. Otherwise, if she rejects him too many times, he might really give up on her, or be snatched away by another woman. Then she would regret it for a lifetime." Chen Ailin's words weren't what Ling Yu wanted to hear, but they did make sense. Surprisingly, even though she, an elderly person, wasn't present, she already knew that Zia Chia was in high demand. "Mom, Mingyu and I will do our best to matchmake them, but the final decision lies with Ruoxu. Let's not force her." Ling Yu feared his mother's impatience might pressure his sister, which could backfire. Luckily, Chen Ailin understood reason and sighed slightly, saying, "Well, how about the situation with Mingyu right now? You've been married for almost half a year. Why isn't there any news about her being pregnant?" Here we go again, always thinking about this subject, especially Chen Ailin, who was eagerly anticipating becoming a grandmother and was worried that Qin Mingyu couldn't conceive or might have health issues preventing pregnancy. "Mom, these things can't be rushed." Ling Yu wanted to persuade, But this time, Chen Ailin wouldn't listen to him, and immediately said, "Why can't they be rushed? Last time when you came back to Gujin, didn't her grandfather have you drink concoction? Have you put in the effort?" Lingu suddenly felt he had indeed drunk the concoction and put in the effort, but can such matters be hurried? No. What was off? Lingu was about to respond to Chen Ailin when some images flashed through his mind suddenly. His wife had been unusually tired lately, with significantly more emotional swings than before, becoming more sensitive, even displaying mild signs of depression. All these signs indicated that his wife might already be pregnant. "Xiao Yu, why aren't you saying anything?" It wasn't until Chen Ailin's voice came through the phone again that Lingu slightly jolted back to reality. Should he talk to his mom about this matter? "Mom, I'm at a banquet now. It's not convenient to talk about this kind of topic. Let's talk later. Sister has made progress here, and I will tell you too." Lingu still decided not to tell Chen Ailin. At least he had to confirm it first, otherwise it would be troublesome to make a mistake. "Okay, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Don't hang up the phone in a hurry either." Chen Ailin then mentioned another thing. "Your second uncle's family opened a company in Dongcheng and bought a big house. They're having a housewarming party this weekend, so it's a good time for me to go to Dongcheng to see you and Mingu." Opening a company, buying a big house. Lingu was surprised to hear this news. Although his second uncle's family had been in business for many years, they mostly did small businesses, barely earning $1 million a year on average. Now they opened a company, and not in Yuncheng, but in Dongcheng. Yes, it's a blessing from our ancestors. The Ling family's households are all doing well and thriving. Chen Ailin was a kind person, and she was very happy to hear this news, even though the second uncle had always looked down on her before and never even loaned her money. But they were still family, and she didn't mind those things. "All right, let's go see it together then." Lingu didn't have any plans for this weekend either, and the housewarming party for the second uncle's family was a good occasion for the Ling family to show support. Meanwhile, after finally catching up to Ling Ruoxu in the summer, Ling Chia grabbed her hand in urgency. "Ruoxu, are you angry?" "No. Why would I be angry?" Ling Ruoxu turned around and forced a smile at Ling Chia. "It's just that the banquet hall is too crowded, so I came out to get some fresh air." "I don't care if you're angry or not. There's something I suddenly want to say." Ling Chia said seriously. "I won't take photos for that woman just now, and I won't take photos for anyone else. From now on, I only want to take photos for you." Dang. A sudden confession caught Ling Ruoxu's heart off guard. How could this man say such words out of the blue? Wasn't it cheesy? Coincidentally, just then the birthday banquet was about to begin. Su Mei, holding her husband's arm, walked past the entrance with some relatives from Dongcheng, and they happened to see a young couple holding hands outside. "Oh, isn't that Zia Chia?" a woman exclaimed in surprise. "So Zia Chia has found a girlfriend?" Another middle-aged man smiled and said, "Zia Chia has a good eye. The girlfriend has a healthy figure and looks good. Yes, she's not bad looking. Finally out of the market. Congratulations. I never thought he would choose this woman." Despite the complimentary words around her, Su Mei was not happy. On the contrary, her gaze grew colder. She knew these were just polite words from relatives and friends trying to save face. She knew that these people actually looked down on Ling Ruoxu, and if they really thought highly of her, they would use more extravagant words instead of these weak and courteous compliments. "Let's go. The birthday banquet is about to start." Su Mei ultimately put away her anger and ushered a group of relatives and friends to their seats. But her demeanor did not go unnoticed by Xia. After taking her seat, Xia specifically walked over to her table and struck up a conversation. "And Mei, what's the deal with Zia Chia and Zia Zhu? Did they choose their own boyfriends and girlfriends? As elders, shouldn't you be watching over them?" Su Mei raised her eyes slightly and asked Xia, "What do you mean?" In fact, upon hearing Saiji's words, both Su Mei and her husband's faces had darkened. The guests near their table thought Xia was really tactless in her speech, especially in such a setting. Where would she expect the host to put her face in such a situation? Unfortunately, Xia lacked social skills and chose to mock Zia Zhu's boyfriend in public just to assert her point. At this point, both Su Mei and her husband were fuming. Their faces clearly showed their disapproval. People around their table were dismayed by Saiji's lack of tact, and she continued unabashedly. "Zia Zhu just found a dead-end Chinese medicine practitioner. Let's not even talk about that. But look at the kind of woman Zia is with. Setting aside her commoner status, she looks like an older leftover woman. Is this kind of woman suitable for young Master Zia's noble status? As these words were said, the people around them started to murmur, many lowering their heads to gossip. Sumei's face was very unpleasant to look at, while she also shared some of Saiji's opinions. Having it said so publicly made her feel embarrassed. At that moment, Lingu and Lingu happened to reunite, sitting at a separate guest table towards the back. Saya noticed the two of them and continued to escalate the situation, inquiring, "Oh, look at that, your daughter's boyfriend and your son's girlfriend are actually together. Did they use some kind of spell on your children? Are these people criminals with evil intentions? Could they be part of an organization?" As she spoke, the crowd became even more agitated. How did people like them manage to get into such a grand event hosted by the Zia family? Who invited them? Can just anyone attend? Could they be con artists preying on naive and clueless individuals? Upon hearing these comments, Zia Zhanghao's face turned red with anger, almost on the verge of exploding. Saya was known to be ignorant and foolish in her remarks. Considering the circumstances, she openly mocked Zia's boyfriend, causing Sumei a great deal of discomfort. Just then, a voice suddenly boomed from behind. "Have you said enough nonsense?" Saya quickly turned around, only to see Zia Chan's stern face, and she couldn't help but tremble. My goodness, is this the same gentle and artistic Zia Chia they usually saw? How could he dare to strike her? The people around them were stunned. Seeing this side of Zia Chia was completely unexpected. Furthermore, in the next moment, Zia Chia actually slapped Saya across the face. Ah! Saya let out a piercing scream, staring at the man before her with disbelief, feeling completely alien to this side of him. Was this the boy she watched grow up into a docile young man? This drastic change in his behavior left everyone flabbergasted. "I won't allow you to slander Roku carelessly. She has already suffered enough slander. I can't let her be hurt further because of me," Zia Chia said sincerely, his words carrying an invisible yet powerful force that rendered the room silent. Even though the banquet hall was spacious, all eyes were now focused up front, as Zia Qian's actions had stirred up the entire room. Ling Ruoxu watched Zia Qian's back, feeling a myriad of complex emotions. She was shocked, burdened, and touched all at once. In truth, she didn't want to be with Zia Chia, facing heavy pressure in the future, but she also felt it was too cruel to reject him. "I'm sorry, that was rude." After slapping Saya, Zia Chia didn't stay in the banquet hall. He apologized to the guests around and left the scene to avoid further attention. Zia Chia, Sumei wanted to call out to him to have a proper talk, but her son simply didn't listen to her. At that moment, a servant wheeled Zia Leui into the room, diverting attention from the commotion. "Look, the birthday boy is here." Zia Leui is really vigorous at his age. He looks great for an octogenarian. "Hello, Zia Leui." The guests greeted Zia Leui with some even nodding and bowing, highlighting the old man's esteemed status in Dongcheng. What just happened? Why did Zia Chia suddenly leave? Zia Leui inquired upon reaching the main banquet table. "Dad." This, Zia Zhanghao didn't know how to answer his father at the moment, and from his expression, it was evident that he held a lot of respect for his elderly father who was already physically disabled. "Speak up." Zia Leui slammed his wheelchair in anger, exerting pressure. "Ha, let me explain to you. Lord Su." Suddenly, Tang Yu's voice came from behind. "Young Master Tang, is that you?" Zia Leui also recognized this young successor of the Tang family. Ling Yu, although seated quite far from the front of the banquet, could observe this scene clearly. It seemed that the Zia family and the Tang family of Dongcheng had a good relationship, and Zia Leui seemed to have some apprehension towards Tang Yu's. "It's me." Although Tang Yu's was quite arrogant, he showed respect to Zia Leui, saying, "Considering our long-standing cooperation between the Tang and Zia families, with shared interests, that your son Zia Chia disregarded the bonds between the Zia and Tang families just for a woman, and sold Donqi to the Qin family without consulting the Tangs, all because the brother of the woman he likes married into the Qin family. Isn't this absurd and ridiculous? Is this true?" Zia Leui, upon hearing this, turned to Zia Zhanghao with a stern expression. Zia Zhanghao dared not meet his gaze. Even Ling Yu could tell that Zia Qian's personality must be similar to his father's, inherently weak, but when provoked, he could unleash a fearsome power. Lingu wondered if his father possessed this strength as well. Zia Lao, it seems you need to handle this matter personally. Otherwise, the future of your Zia family is in peril. Take care of it yourselves. Tang Yu's tone carried a warning of danger, and after speaking, he returned to his seat. Regarding family matters, it seems I'll have to find time to understand more after the banquet. You descendants, I can't trust you. After reprimanding Zia Zhonghao with a couple of sentences, Zia Laoyi finally took his seat at the banquet. Zia Shaodi had also come with her father, Zia Zhongji, to the event today, but she remained quiet. Seeing the exchange between her grandfather and Tang used just now, Zia Shaodi sighed inwardly. It appeared that building a good relationship with the Qin family was not going to be easy for the Zia family in the future. She feared being caught in the middle, not pleasing either side. After Zia Laoyi took his seat, the birthday celebration officially commenced. As a prestigious family, the Zia family's celebration had a ceremonial feel, with the first segment naturally being the presentation of gifts and well wishes. Representative of Zhou Corporation presents a scroll personally painted by Master Fu, wishing Mr. Zia a long life as vast as the southern mountains. Sujia of Dongcheng presents a pair of peach-shaped jade carvings, wishing Mr. Zia longevity and well-being. The Liu family of Guancheng presents. Each corporate or family representative presented gifts, with even a singing component included, making Ling Ruoxu quite nervous. Although the prices of these gifts were not disclosed, the guests would speculate about their values. After a round of presentations, with over a dozen gifts given, the lowest valued gift was worth over 500,000, and the highest likely several million or even tens of millions. It had to be acknowledged that the value of the gifts received during this birthday celebration of elite families was something an ordinary person might not achieve even after several lifetimes of hard work from their ancestors. Ling Ruoxu keenly felt the gap in status between herself and Zia Tia, making her realize that her family's opposition to their relationship was justified. Their backgrounds were mismatched. She simply did not belong in the Zia family. Even if she somehow managed to enter, their future life together would be incredibly challenging. However, Zia Tia was deeply in love with her, quietly supporting her time and again, making her reluctant to hurt him repeatedly. She was at a loss about what to do. Wow, the Tang family of Dongcheng is quite generous, aren't they? The gift they presented is an antique from the Tang dynasty, valued at 30 million. The relationship between the Tang family of Dongcheng and the Zia family runs quite deep. But didn't I hear that the Zia family hadn't cooperated with the Tangs before? Wasn't there some unpleasantness between them? The surrounding astonishment and discussion snapped Ling Ruoxu back to reality. Upon hearing these remarks, she felt even more uncomfortable. Zia Tia had gone against family interests and clashed with the Tang family just to help her and the Qin family. If so many people at the event were to find out, being a commoner woman, she could easily spark a storm of public opinion. She wasn't worried about herself, having already faced citywide online backlash and criticisms in the past, but she was concerned for Zia Tia. He didn't deserve to bear this pressure and name-calling because of her. Elder sister, it's our turn to present our gift. Zia Tia is watching you. Ling Yu's reminder made Ling Ruoxu startle slightly. Following her brother's gaze, she noticed Zia Tia had returned to the head table, smiling at her. It was evident he wished for Ling Ruoxu to bravely appear before his family and for them to formally meet. Should we just forget about it? Ling Ruoxu, who was usually fearless, now found herself wavering. First, she considered her gift somewhat inferior, just a concoction of herbal pills. Secondly, although she had thought about it, she had not made up her mind to formally introduce herself to Zia Tian's family. She was torn between courage and fear. Elder sister, are you being fair to Zia Tia by doing this? Even if you consider him a friend, you should still present a token of goodwill to his grandfather today, shouldn't you? Ling Yu chastised her. Ling Ruoxu ultimately breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and stood up. Seeing Ling Ruoxu ascend the stage, Zia Tia could barely contain his excitement, his eyes sparkling with joy. Zia Zhu and Zia Shaodi, watching from their seats, could also sense Zia Tian's strong affection for Ling Ruoxu. Thanks to Zia Tia, almost all the guests' attention was on Ling Ruoxu at the moment. This pressure was not something an ordinary woman could easily handle. Even a slightly shy and nervous person would likely have trembling legs. This woman has a connection with Zia Tia. On a front row banquet table, Zhou Xiaokan and Tang and she sat together. When they saw Ling and Roku, Zhou Xiaokan couldn't help but widen his eyes. One of his biggest regrets in life was being dumped by Ling and Roku just as he was about to win her over and take her virginity. Seeing her with another man now made him feel uneasy. Why should a woman he couldn't have be with someone else? Zia and Roku, this is the gift I present to you. Wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as the southern mountains. Smiling, Ling and Roku presented the gift her brother had prepared to Zia and Roku, who was seated on the stage. What's your name? Zia and Roku rarely spoke, but he asked this question, which was a special treatment not offered to previous gift givers, as this woman was the one his only grandson fancied. Sir, I'm Ling and Roku, a good friend of Zia Tia. Ling and Roku deliberately clarified their relationship to prevent any misunderstandings. Hey, why do I smell a hint of tea? Tang and she coldly mocked from the audience, seeking revenge for the fact that this woman had kicked her man and then left him. That's right, a good friend who hasn't given herself to young Master Zia yet, right? A baiting tactic typical of a tea-selling woman, just trying to climb up the social ladder, pretending to be virtuous. Disgusting. With Tang and she leading the way, Kaiji and some other petty individuals began whispering derogatory remarks, each piercing comment reaching Ling and Roku's ears, making her wince each time. You all shut up. Whoever speaks out of turn again, I won't be polite to her. Zia Tia couldn't bear to see these people attacking Ling and Roku and immediately shouted loudly, completely disregarding everything. Zia Tia, you're the one who should shut up. Sit down. Suemi, I couldn't bear it anymore. Shot Zia Tia a fierce look, wishing she could tie him up and shut his mouth to prevent him from embarrassing himself further. As the only heir of the Zia family, he had completely tarnished the 100 years of glory and reputation of the Zia family for the sake of a commoner woman. All right, all of you be quiet and calm down. Mr. Zia simultaneously stopped both of them. His venerable reputation in the eastern city commanded respect from both outsiders and members of the Zia family itself, causing Suemi and Zia Tia to fall silent at his command. Miss Ling, is that your surname? It's a rare surname in the eastern city, if I remember correctly. Mr. Zia continued speaking to Ling and Roku in front of everyone, furrowing his brows as if pondering something. After running through the 100 family surnames, we are from the hero village on the border of Yuncheng. Ling and Roku also respected the elderly man, so since he brought it up, she engaged him in conversation. Oh, hero village. Upon hearing this name, the aged Mr. Zia's eyes seemed to light up with excitement, and he said, I have heard of that village. It's a village that accommodates people from 100 different surnames. Many heroes to return from battle eventually settled there. Ling and Roku smiled and said, Yes, my grandfather was one of those heroes who retired from the battlefield. This statement immediately split the audience into two factions. There were those who respected heroes and their descendants, spontaneously applauding, and then there were those like Tang and Shi and others who scoffed at Ling and Roku for showing off. How could a tea seller try to make herself look important? All right, let me see what gift you brought for this old man. Mr. Zia also became intrigued and chuckled. It wasn't just him. The Master Luotiak who had been observing Ling Yu all this time was also waiting below the stage. Of course, many others were eager to see Ling and Roku embarrassed, so they were also watching eagerly. It's not really a precious item, just a longevity pill personally concocted by my younger brother. Ling and Roku also understood the rules. When receiving gifts, it was customary to announce what it was. On hearing the pill's name, the discussion in the room grew louder and louder. What kind of longevity pill? Never heard of it. Eating it would make you live for 100 years. It sounds like some sort of jargon from the martial world, trying to deceive people. Hearing these discussions, Suemi couldn't sit still and felt embarrassed that her son was interested in such a woman. How could she be laughed at just for giving a gift? Oh, a longevity pill? Does it really have such an effect? Then this old man must see it for himself. Mr. Zia, unsure whether he was anticipating or skeptical, ordered the gift to be unwrapped. Suddenly, an unpleasant medicinal smell filled the air. What's that smell? It's so strong. The entire banquet hall is filled with it. It smells like crap. How could someone gift such a thing? Can you even eat it? Everyone immediately covered their noses. To be honest, Ling and Roku didn't think it was intentional, but while the smell was initially offensive, she soon recognized it as the scent of Chinese medicine. It wasn't nauseating but rather had a bittersweet quality to it after a while. Enough. Unable to bear it any longer, Suemei strode up to the stage, snatched the pill from the servant's hand, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it with her shoe. The audience was stunned to see her trample on a gift given by a guest. The level of animosity was evident. Ling Ruoxu's expression turned ugly. Even if the Zia family looked down on her gift, was this necessary? She knew Suemei harbored a strong bias against her personally just because her son liked her. How you lure my son is something I can overlook. But today is grandfather Zia's 80th birthday. By gifting this kind of trash, you are humiliating grandfather Zia. This is a disgrace to our entire Zia family. Suemei exploded with anger, venting all her pent-up frustration and prejudice on Ling Ruoxu. Not only that, but she even kicked the pill into a corner's trash can with such precision that it was even more accurate than Curry's three-point shot. In any other situation, Ling Ruoxu would have definitely retaliated against such treatment, but for the first time, she chose to remain silent, only clenching her fists lightly. She didn't want to hurt Zia Chia further, but if his family treated her like this, how could she continue a relationship with him? Perhaps they couldn't even be good friends in the future. Boundaries had to be drawn. Seeing this, Zia Chia wanted to rush up to argue with his mother on the spot, but Zia Zhonghao noticed him first and had him restrained. Allowing Zia Chia to engage in a public altercation with Suemei over Ling Ruoxu would truly humiliate the Zia family and become the town's laughingstock. This is despicable. Unable to bear it any longer, Lingu stood up from the table, ready to rush out. Zia Zhu and Zia Shouty also thought Suemei had gone too far and wanted to follow suit. Unexpectedly, an elderly foreign man suddenly charged towards the stage, shouting loudly, "What a pity! What a waste! Madam Zia, how could you destroy something so precious?" Suemei immediately fixed her gaze on him. Like everyone else, she was stunned. Wasn't this chief of the prestigious East City International Hospital, Master Luoqie? This? Oh, it's come to this. In front of hundreds of people, Luoqie, in a fit of passion, picked up the trash can, extracted the squashed object, now resembling excrement, and sighed in sorrow. "Luo. Master Luo, what? What are you doing?" Suemei immediately had a bad feeling and asked with a frown, "Why did you retrieve that trash?" "What trash? Madam Zia, you haven't I but failed to recognize good things," Luoqie retorted angrily, loudly rebuking. "This is a longevity pill that, when ingested, possesses miraculous effects." While others might not believe Suemei, this man was one of the top figures in the East City medical community, a towering figure in the medical world. Many in the audience were also stunned, and the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet and strange. What miraculous effects could that have? Suemei continued to question, her heart in turmoil, a mix of panic and anger. A doctor could not publicly shame her for being ignorant. Who would she turn to after this? Moreover, she couldn't believe that Ling Ruoxu could give something miraculous. The thought of Ling Ruoxu besting her was the most bitter pill to swallow. What are the magical effects of this? In response to this question, Luoqie actually doesn't know very specifically, but he has researched traditional Chinese medicine with Director Guan for many years, and even has some knowledge that is deeper than Director Guan's. Otherwise, his Chiaguan medical hall wouldn't have acquired such a rare Chinese herb as Emperor's blood gross. Apart from Lingyu, he is one of the few people in the world who know that Emperor's blood gross has a powerful detoxifying effect. However, as for how to fully utilize this effect and achieve longevity, he is definitely clueless. He believes in the longevity pill because of his trust in Director Guan, and also witnessing Ling Yu's incredible diagnostic skills just now. Ling Yu sent this pill to his sister, so it must be genuine. At this moment, Ling Yu's voice sounded on stage. This longevity pill can help elderly people eliminate toxins that have accumulated in their bodies for many years, and can also enhance the functional vitality of aging organs, thereby achieving the effect of longevity. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar at the scene. There were many wealthy individuals present, and if such a miraculous medicine truly existed, they would be willing to pay any amount for it. After all, money can be earned back, but once life is lost, everything is gone. Humph, who would believe you? Suemei saw Lingyu also stepping onto the stage and sneered. No matter how grandiosely you talk, if you really had such a miraculous medicine, why would the Ling family need one son-in-law to marry into the Qin family and another one to woo my son? With these words, the discussions at the scene became even more lively, one wave after another. Many people also looked towards Zia Zhu. Isn't he her boyfriend? Ziming. Did they mistake the person? Or did Suemi just get the wrong target? But that is not the focus now. The focus is whether the pill is genuine or not. HMPH. If you don't believe it, I do. Luotia coldly snorted at Suemi, feeling that this woman is truly the most foolish person he has ever seen. Suemi was continuously rebuked by Luotia, and her face gradually turned red. Miss Ling, since the Zia family doesn't accept your gift, can you sell this pill to me? Luotia turned to Ling Ruozu and pleaded, how about 50 million? If you feel it's not enough, I can continue to add more. Anyway, he has a great reputation and numerous industries. Money is not an issue for him at all. And he is also getting older. And the thing he desires the most is longevity, to live for a few more decades. However, his words completely ignited the scene. 50 million for this thing. Is Dr. Luo crazy? Is Ling Ruozu casting some kind of spell? Misleading Zia Tia is one thing, but now even the highly respected Dr. Luo Chia has been ensnared by her. Ling Ruozu herself was also very surprised. She never dreamed that this thing was so valuable. Today, the highest value gift from the Tang family was only 30 million. Miss Ling, please, I beg you, if you're not satisfied with the price, please say so. Luotia looked at Ling Ruozu, who was silent, and continued to urge her. Ling Yu also pushed his older sister, as it is her event today. She cannot allow Zia Qian's mother to bully her like this. Ling Ruozu finally came to her senses, looked at the odious Suemi, and gritted her teeth. All right, really. Thank you. Thank you so much. Luotia was extremely excited and actually transferred 50 million to Ling Ruozu on the spot. This scene left many people dumbfounded. Although there were many wealthy individuals present, they never imagined that Ling Ruozu could earn money so easily. Furthermore, after Luotia made the payment, he couldn't wait and directly swallowed the pill on the spot. Many people were horrified. In their eyes, that was just a piece of crap, and it was going to be stepped on by Suemi. Even Ling Yu didn't expect this. Firstly, he actually didn't know Luotia. Secondly, he had no idea why Luotia trusted him so much. Thirdly, Luotia looked like a very prestigious person, and usually, such people pay attention to personal hygiene. But he just did it without a second thought. More unexpectedly, a miracle happened immediately. After Luotia swallowed the longevity pill, he actually started secreting some oily substances all over his body very quickly, looking extremely dirty. However, Luotia was extremely excited because he knew what these substances were. They were toxins that had been accumulated in the elderly body for many years. These toxins are usually impossible to eliminate, and forcibly removing them with Western instruments would harm the body. But now, by taking this miraculous pill, these substances could be expelled. 50 million was truly worth it. Seeing this miraculous scene, many people were stunned. Would even a fantasy novel dare to write such a plot? That this was happening right in front of their eyes, overturning their understanding of medicine. Miss Ling, do you have more of these pills? 50 million each. I'll buy as many as you have. Luotia didn't care about the oily secretion from his body. He was too excited and held Ling Ruozu's hand tightly. Ling Ruozu, feeling a bit disgusted, looked at her younger brother. Ling Yu simply smiled and said, "We're out. All the Emperor's blood gross has been used up. He only prepared 3 pills, and now that one has been sold, there are still 2 left. One is reserved for his mother and the other for Qin Chiagang. Even if he has the chance to obtain all the materials to continue making more in the future, he will also reserve them for his stepfather, mother-in-law, and other elders. Only if there were any extra would he consider selling them for profit." Oh, what a pity. Such a pity. Luotia pleaded, "If you ever have more of these longevity pills in the future, please remember to inform me first." Ling Yu just smiled casually in response. He didn't really care much about who this foreign old man was. Why would he take him so seriously? Seeing this scene, Zia Tia became extremely excited. When his bodyguard was distracted, he suddenly broke free and ran up on stage. "Mom, do you see that? It's because you don't know what's good. Don't always underestimate Ruozu." Being publicly scolded by her own son, Su Mei's face turned even redder, looking extremely unattractive and embarrassed. At this point, she realized that she can no longer forcefully stop Zia Tia or else she would become the subject of ridicule by everyone. Nevertheless, she absolutely cannot allow Ling Ruozu to cross the threshold of the Zia family in the future. Ling Ruozu didn't want to be the center of attention any longer, so she bowed to Mr. Zia and said, "Then, I will take my leave now." After speaking, she turned and left the stage. She didn't feel any better just because Suemei was embarrassed. On the contrary, she felt even more heavy-hearted. If possible, she didn't want to become enemies with Zia Qian's mother, and certainly didn't want to become adversaries. Ruozu. Once again, Zia Qia disregarded anyone trying to stop him and chased after Ling Ruozu as she left. The celebratory banquet turned into a farce. Suemei was still angry, her face swollen red, staring at Ling Ruozu's departing figure, her teeth clenched in anger. At this point, she realized she couldn't stop Zia Qia today. Otherwise, she would become the subject of mockery by everyone. But regardless, she must never allow Ling Ruozu to step into their Zia family home in the future. After the gift presentation segment ended, Lingu and his sister left the Zia family villa. However, for the Zia family, the birthday banquet was just the true beginning. After the birthday wishes were given, Old Master Zia left the banquet hall and went into the inner hall, where he, Zia Zhonghao, and Suemei met with important figures specially visiting the Zia family. First up was the Su family from Shenzhen, who had a marriage alliance with the Zia family. Sujian Chao didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Old Master Zia, besides the birthday wishes, I have two matters that the Zia family must assist with. His tone was somewhat condescending. While Old Master Zia didn't show it on the surface, he was quite unhappy inside. Although he had handed over the Zia family to Zia Zhonghao, he used to be the vice chairman of the South Continent Trade Association and was on equal footing with Su Jianchao's father. When did it become Su Jianchao's turn to give orders? However, with the Zia family's declining influence and the successive generations of successors being inferior, the Zia family's power and status in South Continent were indeed no match for the Su family in Shenzhen. The old man could only bear with it for the time being. "Su Master, please tell me what assistance you need from the Zia family." "All right, I will be straightforward then." Su Jianchao was even more direct. "Firstly, I request the Zia family's cooperation to help us win the championship at the peak competition in South Continent and gain sufficient reputation." As soon as he finished speaking, Zia Zhonghao wanted to interject, but Old Master Zia gestured for him to not interrupt. The second matter is at the South Continent Trade Association's transition meeting 1 month from now. Support my takeover of my father's position to become the new chairman of the South Continent Trade Association. Su Jianchao continued. "Brother, what benefits will our Zia family gain from doing this?" Suemei immediately chimed in. "The benefit is that if I become the chairman of the association, Zia family will continue to serve as vice chairman, but you must obey me, and I guarantee that the Zia family will continue to prosper and be wealthy." Su Jianchao's expression became more and more proud, completely placing himself above the Zia family and indicating that the Zia family's future actions would depend on his approval. Zia Zhonghao, of course, had an unhappy expression. Old Master Zia remained silent, simply nodding without expressing agreement. "If the Zia family does not cooperate with me, once I become the chairman, your position will not be guaranteed. How to proceed, you will need to carefully consider." Su Jianchao finished speaking and left. "Dad, this Su Jianchao is so confident. We shouldn't cooperate with him and see how he handles us not becoming chairman. I see how he will deal with us." Zia Zhonghao, a man with a temper, was displeased by Su Jianchao's words and didn't want to help him. "Zhonghao, how many times have I told you? Sometimes it's best to keep certain thoughts to yourself and not necessarily speak them out loud." Old Master Zia immediately advised Zia Zhonghao. Although Zia Zhonghao wasn't wary of Suemei, he knew deep down that women may often lean towards their maternal families. If his words were conveyed to Su Jianchao, it could unknowingly offend him. Suemei remained silent at this moment. Next, Tang entered with his group of people. "Hey, Old Master Zia, Vice Chairman Zia, did Su Jianchao just ask you to help them win the championship and then support him to become chairman of the trade association?" Tang was even more direct and unreserved than Su Jianchao. "Tang, what are you coming here for?" Zia Zhonghao had just been advised, so he became cautious and didn't immediately answer Tang Yu's question, but counterqueried. Tang wasn't insistent on their response. He arrogantly continued, I'm here to warn your Zia family. Our Tang family is aiming to win the championship at the peak competition and then swiftly secure the chairmanship of the South Continent Trade Association. I advise you not to be ignorant and support the Su family and our Tang family." "What?" Zia Zhonghao exclaimed in astonishment, full of surprise, not expecting the ambitions of the Tang family in Dongcheng. "Tang, do you think everyone will support your ascension to chairman?" Zia Zhonghao couldn't help but question. Even if Su Jianchao was the eldest son of Chairman Su, it was still reasonable for him to inherit the chairmanship if Chairman Su stepped down. However, what basis did the Tang family in Dongcheng have? In terms of assets, influence, connections, and power, how could they outweigh the Su family? In the eyes of the Zia family, they were merely a lapdog of the Tang family in Beijing's Yan residence. Hehe, I knew you would look down on our Tang family, so I came to remind you. Our Tang family now has the support of the Qianwu group. As long as we win the championship at the peak competition, rapidly strengthen our reputation and influence, the chairmanship will undoubtedly belong to our Tang family. Tang Yu's gloated. What? The Qianwu group? This time, it was the calmer old master Zia who exclaimed, as he knew more about the Qianwu group than Zia Zhonghao. The group's influence almost permeated the entire Long Kingdom and was especially powerful abroad. If the Tang family had their support, many forces within the South Continent Trade Association might back them. Of course, despite the support from the Qianwu group, the Tang family's prestige in South Continent still couldn't match that of the Su family. These forces needed solid reasons to support the Tang family, and winning the peak competition championship was the major goal the Tang family was aiming for. Now, do you know how formidable our Tang family is? Tang Yu warned conceitedly. Our Tang family is now powerful, with unprecedented influence. Offend us, and the Zia family will reach a dead end sooner or later. The matter in Dongqi, I'll take it as the ignorance of your younger generation, not worth addressing. That if the Zia family dares to oppose us in the future, consider the consequences yourselves. After chastising the Zia family, Tang Yu also left. Old Master Zia immediately sent Su Emei out and had a private conversation with Zia Zhonghao. Zhonghao, it seems Dongcheng is about to face another major upheaval, with various powers vying for dominance. As the current helmsman of the Zia family, what are your thoughts, Dad, about this? Zia Zhonghao looked a bit uneasy because he wasn't much better than Zia Tie. Inheriting the Zia family was also not his voluntary choice. With no ambitions, he wasn't very interested in power struggles either. So when his father suddenly asked, he didn't know how to respond. Old Master Zia also sighed. A father knows his son best, and he had long understood Zia Zhonghao's character. Now that he didn't speak, Old Master Zia didn't force him. That there was one thing he needed clear from Zia Zhonghao. Zia Tia likes that Ling Ruoxu. I heard she has some relationship with the Qin family in Yunchang. Don't mind what Su Emei thinks. What is your plan? Facing this question, Zia Zhonghao sighed once more, but at least this time he spoke up. As Zia Tian's father, of course, I hope he can marry the woman he loves. But the Su family definitely won't accept a commoner woman. If Zia Tia insists, Dongcheng Zia family might face disaster, so I must also stop him. Old Master Zia nodded, his expression even more complicated than Zia Zhonghao's. Because he knew more than Zia Zhonghao and was well aware that the Ling family in Yingshu was not truly grassroots. Especially after meeting the Ling siblings today, he believed that this brother and sister were not ordinary individuals. At 10 o'clock late at night, the birthday banquet ended and all the guests had already left. Zia Zhonghao and Su Emei also left the villa and returned to their villa in the city area. As for Zia Chia and Zia Zhu, they had already left early and their whereabouts were unknown. Zia Laoyi thought that today's birthday banquet could be concluded, but the butler hurriedly came to report to him, "Sir, there is a woman outside who claims to be a representative of the Qianwu group and wants to see you." Qianwu group. Zia Laoyi was taken aback. It seemed that this force had already begun to rapidly infiltrate various major forces in the Dragon Kingdom, and their huge ambitions would soon surface. "Please let her in." "Yes." After the butler left, a woman in a purple dress quickly walked in. The woman appeared to be about 30 years old, elegant and graceful, exuding an Orient temperament that amazed others. "The distinguished guest from Qianwu has arrived. I apologize for the intrusion." Zia Laoyi courteously bowed. "Sir Zia, you are too kind. It is I who came uninvited. Excuse me for any inconvenience." The woman's attitude was completely different from Tang Yu's. Even though her status far surpassed Tang Yu's, it could even be said that Tang Yu's was just a dog she used. May I ask why the distinguished guest has come? What important business do you have? Zia and Roku continued to inquire. The distinguished guest dare not. I am Moya, the international chief consultant of the Chanwu Group. I have come today to wish Sir Zia a happy birthday and to discuss potential cooperation with the Zia family. The woman smiled. She had already presented a birthday gift worth 100 million, but kept it low-key. In the eyes of true top-tier individuals, 100 million was not much different from $1 to ordinary people. Oh, more cooperation. Zia and Roku put on a surprised look. I'm afraid our Zia family in Dongchen is a small and insignificant family. We dare not associate with internationally renowned conglomerates. Moya smiled faintly. The Zia family is a centuries-old noble family in the Dragon Kingdom. If the Zia family is considered small and insignificant, then perhaps there are no major families in the Dragon Kingdom. Zia and Roku was slightly stunned, then burst into laughter. Please don't mock the Zia family. We are only a declining and decadent ancient family. We have long lost our strength. Moya ignored his modesty and directly said, the Zia family still controls many armed forces. Its military strength is formidable. The Zia family in Dongcheng also has extensive cooperation with various arms manufacturers. Who in the world would dare underestimate you? We at the Chanwu Group only want to acquire some of your hidden factories, or perhaps you can choose to provide us with some advanced weapons. Zia and Roku's expression suddenly turned serious as he said, I have not been involved in the affairs of the Zia family for many years, so this matter is of no use to you. Oh, then do you want me to speak with your son, or perhaps with your grandson? Do you think they can handle it? I heard that your grandson doesn't even dare to marry the woman he loves. Moya said bluntly. Zia and Roku pondered for a moment, and just as Moya was about to leave, he called her back. Wait, let me think about this. Moya's lips curved slightly. I will let Zia and Roku think about it until the end of the pinnacle race. If you do not agree, I may have the Tang family in Dongcheng take over instead, although that might be a bit troublesome. Zia and Roku heard a strong sense of threat and couldn't help but ask, does the Chanwu Group also have cooperation with the Tang family in Yanjing? What exactly are you plotting? Are you trying to overthrow the current world order? Regardless of whether it was Tang Ning or the Chanwu Group, they both possess terrifying power to subvert nations. If they were really colluding and cooperating behind the scenes and planning some earth-shattering event, it would not be surprising. Moya, however, just sneered. I'm sorry, I cannot disclose any information. With that, she slowly walked away. On the other hand, Lingu returned home, and the two sisters from the Qin family were busy working. There were many things to handle with the establishment of the branch office. Brother-in-law, you're back. You might be in trouble. Ruhan quickly reminded him, in a low voice. Lingu's expression froze, forcing a smile. What joke are you playing with your sister's husband again? Ruhan stuck out her tongue and said, go into my sister's room, and be honest. Lingu had no choice with this younger sister-in-law, not knowing if she was serious or joking. Their relationship, when did it become so sensitive? Nevertheless, he still went into his wife's room. During a phone call with his mother today, he had a suspicion that Mingu might be pregnant, so he wanted to find out. You're back. Mingu seemed a bit better today than before, focusing on her work on the screen with a serious expression, taking the initiative to speak to Lingu. Yes, I'm back. Lingu nodded, sharing the news about her sister and Zia Tia. Unexpectedly, Mingu cut straight to the point. Why did Zia Zhu ask you to pretend to be her boyfriend? Well, Lingu was taken aback, just realizing that this could be the issue. I just don't understand. With so many men out there, why does she have to choose you? Mingu's gaze finally shifted from the screen to him. She didn't want to continue the Cold War, as it would be very exhausting and emotionally draining. So, she decided to address any issues directly to show her stance. Though Lingu didn't want her to be angry, he preferred her to express her feelings and to have a silent standoff. Quickly, he explained. I was also startled when she suddenly asked me to cover for her on the spot. I should have refused her right then and there. Sighing, Mingu also explained, I'm not investigating you on purpose, nor do I doubt you. It was Zia Shouty who attended the banquet and she told me. Lingu nodded, not blaming Zia Shouty. In fact, having someone like her looking after his wife made him feel more secure. Mingu, this was my fault. I promise I won't cover for anyone in the future. Lingu walked over and said. As the issue came to light, the tension that Mingu was holding onto instantly dissipated. She then said, in fact, I trust you. If this kind of thing happens and you tell me in advance, I will agree. After all, Zia has also helped us before. She didn't want to limit Lingu. This did not align with her beliefs about love. Mingu. Thank you. Lingu smiled contentedly. He had always known that his wife was not a petty woman, even though she could be a bit temperamental at times. Mingu glared at him, as if to say, thank you for what? This was your freedom from the beginning. By the way, Mingu, have you been feeling particularly tired recently? If there are any symptoms, please let me know. I'll give you the right medicine to boost your health. Lingu came forward warmly. Mingu was actually quite touched. This man was finally showing concern for her health. She wanted to tell him the truth, but a sudden thought crossed her mind. So she changed the subject. Let's not talk about that for now. I want to ask you something. Lingu was surprised and asked. What is it? Were you in the army in the Northern Territory? Mingu went straight to the point, with a sharp gaze, not leaving any room for Lingu to lie. She had initially hesitated to ask, but her emotions had been wavering, since she was already pregnant with this man's child, and they were on the same boat, facing the same challenges. What secrets did he have that he couldn't share with her? Lingu noticed that her gaze wasn't quite right, and he became nervous again. Didn't I answer this question for you before? Lingu's smile was slightly stiff. I was a soldier in the Northern Territory. Are you from the Wolf Warrior Brigade? Otherwise, how did you know that those people weren't from the Wolf Warrior Brigade that night? Mingu decided to attack. If this man didn't truthfully answer her questions, then she wouldn't tell him about her pregnancy. Lingu smiled bitterly. They obviously didn't fit the characteristics of the Wolf Warrior Brigade. The Wolf Warrior Brigade is a highly disciplined unit that would never betray any information, let alone flaunt themselves using the Wolf Warrior flag outside. He was already hinting at Mingu. As a member of the Wolf Warrior Brigade, especially the former captain, he could not reveal any secrets of the Northern Territory. This was his duty. However, Mingu lightly clenched her jade fist, bit her lip, and stood up. Tang. She closed the door and said to Lingu, stand up. Lingu stood up, looking a bit surprised, unsure of what his wife wanted to do. The next moment, Mingu lifted her head and took the initiative to kiss him. Lingu was even more puzzled. Just as he was about to hug his delicate and boleless wife, Mingu suddenly pushed him away coldly. Clever as she was, she had already confirmed the truth. This man was actually the Wolf-faced man from Country Y. He was the Wolf King of the Northern Territory. But he had been keeping it from her all this time, and still refused to tell her the truth. Mingu, what's wrong? Lingu saw her trembling all over and quickly approached. However, Mingu still pushed him away, not allowing him to get close. She felt like she was being played. Despite harboring a grudge about the things that happened in Country Y, and even feeling low several times because of it, she never expected that the man was actually her husband. She felt like a fool. It was the first time she had such a frustrating feeling. Mingu, what's wrong? Mingu, I'm fine. Please leave. Mingu interrupted him. Although Lingu didn't know what was on her mind, he knew it was related to him. Seeing his wife resisting him so strongly, he could only let her calm down by herself. However, before leaving the room, he turned back and said, Mingu, my mom will come to Dongcheng to see us tomorrow. Yes, I know, she told me. Mingu nodded, her face much less pleasant than before. Lingu sighed softly and could only say, get some rest early. Take care of yourself. Mingu nodded and coldly closed the door. The next day, Mingu went to work as usual but was unusually quiet. When she arrived at the company, Zia suddenly knocked on her office door and entered, looking a bit strange. General Chin, there's a woman outside who suddenly came to visit. Oh, who is it? Mingu asked immediately upon seeing her. Zia had been with her for several years, so she knew this secretary well. Unless it was someone very important, Zia wouldn't report to her without an appointment. Her name is Moya, and she claims to be the chief consultant of the Changwu Group. Zia said, her voice suddenly lowering. General Chin, this woman seems to have met old man Zia yesterday, so she's probably not an ordinary person. Mingu sighed softly and her expression became a bit serious. She nodded and said, I understand, let her in. Upon hearing the name Changwu Group, she had to make time to see them, because, when they were in Yun City, Zhao Wenjin had told her and Lingyu that they would soon face 3 formidable organizations, and the Chanwu group was one of them. She was also curious about the connection between the Chanwu organization and the Heart of the Sun. Miss Chin, hello. Soon, a woman dressed in purple entered her office, exuding extraordinary aura. The other party's demeanor made Chin Mingyu a bit wary, subconsciously feeling that this woman was extraordinary, a truly superior person. Hello, Ms. Mo. Chin Mingyu also stood up to greet her, shaking hands with her. She didn't want to be an enemy of the Chanwu group. In fact, she knew that her grandfather had been in contact with the Chanwu group over the years. However, she was not clear about the specifics of the conversations. General Chin, I'll get straight to the point. I'm here today to purchase something from General Chin. Moya smiled, but it sent a chill down one's spine. Seeing this woman, Chin Mingyu thought of a saying, the real devil is not the one who looks fierce. Are you looking to acquire the Heart of the Sun from the Chin family? Chin Mingyu asked in return. Unexpectedly, Moya shook her head and said with a smile, I know that it's the key treasure of the Chin family. We've tried to purchase it a few times without success, so this time I'm here to request the acquisition of something else. Chin Mingyu felt even more unsettled. Apart from the Heart of the Sun, she had no idea what else the Chin family had that could attract such a major international conglomerate. Nevertheless, she continued with a smile. What is it? As long as it's not the Heart of the Sun, if the Chanwu group shows enough sincerity, perhaps we can discuss it. That's good. Moya suddenly restrained her smile and pointed at Chin Mingyu. I want to buy the child in your belly. General Chin, name your price. What? Chin Mingyu, known as the Ice Queen CEO, had an unquestionable level of patience. However, upon hearing these words, she still couldn't help but cry out in shock. Slamming her hand on the table, she was profoundly shocked. Even Lingyu and Chin Ruhan didn't know she was pregnant. How did this stranger know she was carrying a child? Seemingly able to read minds, Moya didn't wait for her to ask and said, Big data is already very popular in the world now, Miss Chin. You've bought to pregnancy tests and other items, including folic acid, all recorded in big data. Chin Mingyu inwardly smirked. She never thought that the person who knew her best was not her husband, who had always lived with her, but a stranger. General Chin, unknowingly, both you and your husband come from exceptional bloodlines. I believe that a child born from the union of your genes is undoubtedly the most promising Chanwu baby in the world. That's why we, the Chanwu group, want to invest all our efforts in nurturing him. I'm sorry. Chin Mingyu had no intention of listening to her any further and directly interrupted. Ms. Mo, I'm still busy, so I won't be able to entertain you. Moya remained silent, but after a while, she stood up and still wore a smile that was hard to read. General Chin, I won't disturb you further. Please take good care of your child. Thank you. Upon hearing these words, Chin Mingyu felt uncomfortable. It seemed as if her pregnancy was on behalf of the Chanwu group. Absolutely despicable. After Moya left, Chin Mingyu stopped working and lightly tapped her pen on the table, saying to herself, No, I must tell Lingyu about the child immediately. Shouty. Manager Chin, what's up? Can you help me call Lingyu over? Because of Moya's appearance and what she said, Chin Mingyu decided to immediately talk to Lingyu about this matter. Shouty said, Manager Chin, Lingyu just went out to pick up his mother, and he even took the company's business car. He went with the business car. Chin Mingyu was surprised. Why didn't he take the Maserati? Was he picking up a lot of people? Chin Mingyu could handle Chen Ailin but not a large group of Ling's relatives. But Lingyu was busy, and she couldn't talk to him now. She would have to find another time. On the other side, Lingyu arrived at the long-distance bus station in the business car. He thought Chen Ailin and his cousin's family were coming by bus, but to his surprise, they were all waiting for him at the gate. Liu Jian, Lingyu got out of the car and saw the Cloud City young master, who seemed out of place compared to Ling's family. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Why are you with my mom and them? Liu Jian smiled kindly. I happen to have some business in Dong City, so I left with them. Lingyu still didn't understand. It seemed like Liu Jian came with his family. Ling Sitang hurriedly had Yu Tingting pushed a wheelchair to explain. I mentioned this to Liu, and now he's a colleague of the Chia Gang group. Colleague? Lingyu found it hard to imagine. Although he knew about the acquisition of the Li family's group by the Tiagang group, the fact that Liu Jian and his cousin became colleagues and came to Dong City together was simply unbelievable. Actually, I came to Dong City to talk to you about something. Liu Jian's expression was much more sincere than usual. Listen to what I have to say, and maybe you won't find it strange. Ling Yu nodded. I'm curious now. Why didn't you choose to talk to Mingu about this? To avoid suspicion. Liu Jian was honest. Now that I have chosen to join the Qin family, I won't actively approach Manager Qin anymore. Otherwise, if even you abandon us, wouldn't that be awkward for us? Ling Yu looked into his eyes. He knew Liu Jian was not easily tamed. That he couldn't see any deceit in his eyes, so even though he was wary, he responded, So, what do you want to tell me? Liu Jian courteously said, Please follow me. Ling Yu agreed and asked his cousin's family and mother to wait in place. He and Liu Jian found a secluded spot. Pay attention to your second uncle's family. Recently, some strange people had been contacting them. I suspect that their sudden rise to power is orchestrated by someone who wants to harm you. Liu Jian didn't beat around the bush and spoke softly. How do you know? Ling Yu still didn't trust Liu Jian and was suspicious. Liu Jian shrugged. Although my Li family lost their business, we are still the local tycoons in Cloud City. When strange characters enter Cloud City, I have special channels to find out. What strange characters? Ling Yu didn't dwell on the source of the information, but wanted to verify his accuracy. Hearing that his second uncle's family came to Dong City to buy a house for the company, he had various suspicions. The information Liu Jian provided now seemed to match one of his speculations perfectly. I'm not sure yet, but I found out that foreign funds flowed into their family, and there are forces behind supporting them, possibly foreigners, but I'm not certain. It could also be someone trying to conceal something, foreigners. Upon hearing Liu Jian's information, Ling Yu's mind immediately thought of two organizations, the Blaze Organization or the Qianwu Group. Why would these organizations be interested in his second uncle's family? Could it be a plot to infiltrate Tiagang Group using their relatives' identities? After all, Ling Yu and Tiagang Group had encountered such tactics before. You handle it. With Mingu around, I'm at ease. Liu Jian smiled at Ling Yu and left on his own. Next thing, a woman named Susan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, hugged Liu Jian excitedly, hanging on his arm. Watching Liu Jian's departing figure, Ling Yu felt a bit emotional. He could only say there were no permanent friends or enemies in the business world. Regardless of Liu Jian's thoughts, he should be moving towards the Tiagang Group, especially now that the Qin family had fallen, providing no benefits to the Li family. If the Qin family grew stronger, they might have a chance to rise again. Hey, second cousin, where did you go? We've been waiting for you for so long. When Ling Yu returned, his second uncle's family had arrived, and Ling Jiawei was complaining to him. Sorry, just had something to take care of. Ling Yu casually replied. It was clear that his second uncle's family were not sophisticated individuals. Were they bought by someone and planted as moles? Well, let's go eat first. I'm starving. Ling Jiawei waved his hand, ready to lead the group to eat. Ling Yu then realized that Ling Jiawei's wife, Zhou Xiaomei, and her family had also come to Dong City with them. Honey, my parents rarely come to Dong City. Can you take them to eat somewhere nice? Zhou Xiaomei clung to Ling Jiawei's arm, coaxing him. Of course, your husband is loaded now. If it's not a 5-star restaurant, I wouldn't be used to it. Ling Jiawei proudly boasted. Zhou Xiaomei always liked to show off and quickly turned to her family, saying, Mom, Dad, Sister, look, my husband is amazing. Yes, Jiawei is really talented. Brother-in-law is great. Not only does he run a company, but he also frequents 5-star places every day. It's truly enviable. The Zhou family, being rural folks, rarely visited big cities, let alone dined at 5-star restaurants. They were in awe of Ling Jiawei. Flattered, Ling Jiawei puffed up and declared, Let's go. I heard there's a 5-star restaurant nearby called Shallow Water Kitchen, very famous in Nanzhou. Let me take you to try it today. Leading the way, Ling Jiawei and Zhou Xiaomei took the group, who quickly followed. Xiao Yu, why don't we go together? Chen Nailin felt it would be awkward to separate for dinner since they came to Dong City together as relatives. Sure. Mom, I'll drive you there. Ling Yu agreed, as he rarely took his mother to upscale restaurants. This was a chance to show filial piety. Yu Tingting pushed Ling Satang and boarded Ling Yu's business car. Brother-in-law, are they your relatives? Xiaomei's sister, Zhou Xian, looked back at Ling Yu's family, wrinkled her brows, and asked. Ling Yu's family, especially Ling Satang and Chen Ailin, looked like rural folk and didn't dress up well, seeming quite plain. Well, you've met them, haven't you? Ling Jiawei casually said. They're my eldest and second cousin's families. Heh, I've seen them, but people usually don't remember plain folks like farmers, and they drive quite ordinary cars. If they were as impressive as you, brother-in-law, people would surely remember them. Xiang sneered inwardly at Ling Yu's family and didn't forget to shamelessly flatter Ling Jiawei. Ha. That's right. Ling Jiawei enjoyed the flattery from his younger sister-in-law. He was already tired of his wife, and when his sister-in-law was younger, he didn't think much of her. But this year, his sister-in-law turned 19, just started university, at a blossoming age. Now showing such affection towards him, he couldn't help but have some improper thoughts. It was just the perfect opportunity to have his sister-in-law admire him endlessly, even making advances. Ling Shatang and Chen Ailin couldn't hear what they were saying, but Ling Yu was sharp and perceptive, naturally feeling somewhat displeased. Why did they need to flatter each other during this family gathering? What's wrong with being farmers? Without farmers, where would their food come from? Zhou Xian seemed to look down on people. He drove his luxury car over today because his Maserati couldn't accommodate so many people, but he didn't expect to be looked down upon by relatives. Soon, two groups of people arrived at Shallow Water Kitchen at the same time. Wow, this restaurant is quite impressive. The two sisters, Zhou Xiaomei and Zhou Xujuan, were full of admiration as soon as they arrived, immediately taking out their phones to take pictures and share them with friends. On the other hand, Ling Shatang and his family quietly observed the environment, not used to posting on social media before having a meal. Come on, let's go in and take more pictures. Ling Jiawei struts in like the head of the Ling family. Zhou Xian couldn't help but glance back at Ling Yu and the others, muttering softly to herself, really, how can my brother-in-law have such relatives? Everyone just came for a free meal, right? This time, even Ling Shatang and the others heard it. Yu Tingting had thin skin, immediately suggesting to Ling Yu, Uncle, how about we eat separately from them? With so many people, it's not convenient. Ling Yu nodded, preparing to book 2 private rooms. But at that moment, Zhou Xiaomei exclaimed, What? No private rooms left? Are you telling us to dine in the main hall with so many people? The restaurant staff remained indifferent, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, private rooms at our restaurant need to be reserved in advance. Unless you are someone important, we can't accommodate last-minute requests for private rooms. This statement immediately frustrated Ling Jiawei. Did they just imply that they were nobody special? Forget it. Dining outside is fine too. Anyway, the food will be the same. Ling Woken quickly intervened. Although they were sponsored for the meal, it didn't mean they could spend money recklessly. Ling Jiawei didn't want to spend extra money on booking a private room just to impress his sister-in-law. Finally, the staff arranged them at a large round table in a corner. Even though Ling Yu's family was trying to avoid them, they ended up being seated next to them. Ling Woken was obviously unhappy, considering them as freeloaders. How much more money would they have to spend given the number of people dining together? No, he had to come up with a plan later. This couldn't be tolerated. Meanwhile, during dinner time, Sukiano was assisting her grandfather into their own restaurant. As they were about to head upstairs to their reserved private room, they coincidentally saw Ling Yu. Oh, grandfather, isn't that Mr. Ling? Grandpa Su was instantly surprised and thrilled. The last time Ling Yu helped their family win the promotion spot in East City, securing their reputation, they hadn't properly thanked him. This was the perfect opportunity. Quick, call the manager and inquire about the situation. How could they seat Mr. Ling in that kind of place? Grandpa Su immediately ordered with some irritation. Sukiano quickly arranged for them to be moved. Ling Jiawei was getting restless. Their table was directly facing the entrance, and with people constantly coming and going, it heavily affected their dining experience. Moreover, being close to the restroom was unpleasant, despite it being well maintained in a 5-star restaurant. Ling Jiawei worried that if this continued, he would be wasting money without gaining any respect. Not to mention the risk of his sister-in-law ending up despising him rather than admiring and loving him. Staff, we need to change our location. Ling Jiawei raised his hand and yelled. Ling woke and frowned. Change to what? Can't you see how busy it is here? Tables are all taken. Where do you expect us to move? Ling Jiawei also thought the same way, furrowing his brows. This was just a waste of money. On the other hand, Ling Yu's family seemed content. This environment was already perfect for Ling Shidan's family. However, to their surprise, a waitress arrived and apologized to Ling Yu's table. Mr. Ling, we are very sorry for seating you here. We will immediately arrange a VIP private room for you. Ling Yu was stunned. What was going on? Chen Nailin and Ling Shitang were even more shocked. They were already satisfied with dining at this place. Only Yu Tingding discreetly looked at Ling Yu, thinking that this man must be influential, attracting special treatment wherever he goes. Hey, what's going on? I should be the main character. I'm the one who requested a room change, not him. Ling Jiawei realized something was amiss and quickly protested to the waitress. He had been the one to ask for the change. So why were the two waiters going to his cousin instead? This made him feel embarrassed. Was he so unimpressive compared to his cousin? Oh, are you all with Mr. Ling? The waitress was surprised. They received instructions from the manager to invite Ling Yu's group to the VIP private room, not knowing there were two parties involved. Nonsense, they are here to freeload off us. My brother-in-law is the host. Zhou Xian said coldly. Oh, I'm sorry. Please come in together. The two waitresses quickly invited everyone. However, when they arrived at the VIP private room, Zhou Xian immediately complained. There are too many people. We can't fit in the private room. In reality, the VIP private room was spacious enough to accommodate all their family members, totaling around 20 people. Zhou Xian felt that having too many people in one place at such a high-end establishment lowered their status. If they were all respectable individuals, that would be another story. But with Ling Shitang, Chen Ailin, and others, some old, some plain-looking, and even with disabilities, dining together, it would be embarrassing. Then, let's go back to the main hall for dining. Ling Shitang also understood Zhou Xian's intention and suggested to Ling Yu. Ling Yu's expression was grim. Zhou Xian was Ling Jiawei's sister-in-law, but she was also part of the Ling family. Was it necessary to disdain them like this during a family meal outing? Mr. Ling, if you find it crowded, we can arrange an additional VIP private room for your group. The waitress quickly offered, considerate of everyone's comfort. However, Zhou Xian thought it was all thanks to Ling Jiawei's influence and immediately praised him. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. We said so much earlier without any effect, but one complaint from you and a restaurant immediately arranged two VIP private rooms for us. Are you already famous in Nice City? Ling Jiawei was also surprised. When it comes to running a company in Nice City, his father was the boss. How come his complaints were effective while his father's were not? Ling Jiawei finally realized something. Could it be that these materialistic waitresses judge people by their appearance? Considering that he was dressed head to toe in high-end brands, even sporting a Rolex, he looked every bit like a rich second generation. In the end, the two groups of people ended up separately spending money into different VIP rooms. The Zhou sisters, Zia and Xian, chose some luxurious dishes specifically for taking photos and posting on social media to show off. Later on, feeling unsatisfied, Zia coquettishly said to Ling Jiawei, "Honey, I heard that they have a red wine from the Beaux-Artsy winery here. I really want to taste it. How much is a bottle?" Ling Jiawei asked casually. Actually, he also wanted to try it, but when he saw the wine list, he was shocked. Damn, $1.05 million for a bottle? Robbery. More expensive than Lafite. No, can't drink. Brother-in-law, please, I beg you. Your family is so wealthy now, why can't you even afford to drink a bottle of wine? I really want to taste it. Xian also pleaded with a gentle bump on his arm. Fine. Let's have a bottle then. Ling Jiawei reluctantly agreed. Xian was delighted. Zia, however, felt a bit uncomfortable that she couldn't get her husband to agree, but her sister easily did. Is her husband interested in her sister? But she didn't dare to throw a tantrum. After all, her family background was quite average, and she had always been marrying up into Ling Jiawei's family. Especially now, that Ling Jiawei's family suddenly rose in status, her family's position became even lower. In case she made Ling Jiawei unhappy, leading to divorce and him marrying her sister, she would have no way to complain. Hello, the Beaux-Arts wine has arrived. Soon, A beautiful waitress entered the VIP room with 2 bottles of wine. Upon seeing them, Ling Woken's face darkened, realizing that this wine cost over $1 million per bottle. Can we return this wine? He quickly stopped the waitress from opening the bottle. I'm sorry, sir. Once the order is placed in our restaurant, it cannot be returned. The waitress politely refused. Ling Woken still insisted on returning it. Maybe it could be returned, but it would be too embarrassing, especially with both families watching him. Jia Wei, this second-generation rich kid, he's infuriating. Ling Woken could only curse his son in his heart, but eventually sat down with a grimace and endured it. Wait, why did you bring 2 bottles over? We only ordered 1. Ling Jiawei also noticed something was amiss. Was the restaurant trying to push sales? They wouldn't pay for both bottles, they wouldn't stand for it. The beautiful waitress smiled sweetly. This bottle is for the next room. What? Ling Jiawei was immediately furious, and without hesitation, he quickly clarified the situation. Let me make it clear, our room and their room are not sharing the bill. They will pay for themselves. If they can't afford it, don't expect us to cover for them. Although they knew Ling Yu married into the Qin family, and the Qin family was wealthy, who knows if Ling Yu had money of his own? What if Qin Mingyu didn't give him any money to spend? Zi Xian even whispered, brother-in-law, don't you think your relatives next door might think you're treating them, which is why they are ordering expensive items? That must be it. Ling Jiawei gritted his teeth. While they used to be wealthy, when dining out, they would split the bill evenly with Ling Yu and Ling Shideng's families. Although it wasn't explicitly stated this time, they tacitly understood this rule. In the end, if those relatives couldn't pay, they would just wash dishes, and they wouldn't cover for them. I see. The waitress was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded. Sir, we understand. Well, off you go then. Ling Jiawei waved his hand in relief, feeling like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. As the waitress left the room, Sukianmo happened to be walking past from the other end of the hallway, and she asked, has the Beaux-Arts wine been brought up? Yes, miss, it has been brought up. 1 bottle has already been delivered to this room. All right, bring the other bottle to me. Sukianmo took the bottle of wine and personally brought it to the room where Ling Yu was. Unlike the atmosphere in the other room, this room was very harmonious. They ordered authentic dishes that weren't the most expensive, but truly authentic. Chen Nailin and Ling Shideng's family were all very satisfied and having a great time. Wei, in particular, was extremely excited as the restaurant had some fantastic toys to offer with the meals. Suddenly seeing Sukianmo bring a bottle of wine in, everyone in the room was surprised. Chen Nailin even waved her hand, saying, we're fine with just the meal. Why bother with wine? This wine must be very expensive, right? Sukianmo approached with a gentle smile, and respectfully greeted Chen Nailin. Auntie, are you Mr. Ling's mother? Chen Nailin was a bit surprised and nodded awkwardly, saying, I'm his mother. How could her son know such a beautiful woman? She exuded elegance and charm, the kind of wealthy lady. He mustn't do anything to upset Mingyu. Yuding was feeling a bit insecure. She could tell that Sukianmo was trying to impress Ling Yu, and there were too many princesses around her Prince Charming. Maybe she was more suitable for Ling Shitang. Not knowing their thoughts, Sukianmo continued with a beautiful smile. Madam, my name is Sukianmo, a friend of Mr. Ling. I brought a bottle of good wine as a token of my appreciation for Mr. Ling's help to me earlier. Hearing someone address her as madam and seeing such an elegant lady, Chen Nailin felt a shock all over her body. She didn't drink much, but she had just seen this wine on the menu. It was a famous and expensive wine, priced at $1 million per bottle. Miss Su, this is too much. This wine is too expensive. Chen Nailin waved her hands repeatedly. Ling Shitang and Yuding also wanted to try the wine, but they knew their place and didn't feel worthy of drinking such fine wine. Sukianmo remained graceful. Madam, this is just my gesture of goodwill. I apologize, we only have 2 bottles of this wine left in the restaurant. 1 bottle has been served to the room next door. If you like, you can come back next time, and I'll treat you again. Chen Nailin and the others were pleasantly surprised. Yuding looked at Ling Yu, her eyes sparkling. She knew that this man was respected wherever he went. Miss Su, thank you. Ling Yu could see that Sukianmo's presence made his mother and the others feel more subdued, so he graciously accepted the wine to let his mother enjoy it. She deserved to enjoy life. No problem, Mr. Ling. I'll take my leave now. Let me know if you need anything. Here's my QR code. Sukion no quickly handed her personal QR code to Lingyu. She hadn't added him as a friend yet, so she brought over the wine not only out of gratitude, but also with a small agenda in mind. Lingyu smiled, casually scanned the code to add her as a friend. Yuding pursed her lips and puffed her cheeks. Xiaoyu, making friends is fine, but don't do anything to harm Mingyu's feelings. Chen Nailin quickly reminded him. She believed in her son's character, but the way Sukionmo had come in was too charming. She feared that the other party might be too friendly, leading her son to make a mistake under temptation. Mom, don't worry. Why are you saying all this? Come on, let's taste the wine. Lingyu personally poured the wine for everyone, without any pretense. He was the youngest in the room, and Yuding was now his sister-in-law. The two families enjoyed the fine wine, and the atmosphere became even more joyful. On the other hand, Ling Jiawei didn't feel good about the meal, constantly worrying about the high cost. Before the meal was over, he called the waitress back in. What? This meal actually costs over 2 million. Looking at the bill, Ling Jiawei exploded on the spot. After a while, he lowered his head and quietly showed it to his father. Ling Woken's face naturally looked very unpleasant, but he didn't scold his son publicly. Since the matter was already settled, scolding him wouldn't help. He decided to let his son show off first and then privately reprimand him later. Lacking self-control, how can you be swayed by a few words from your sister-in-law, showing such lack of self-control towards women? How can you accomplish great things in the future? Brother-in-law, isn't your family very wealthy? Buying a mansion worth tens of millions, spending billions to start a company, a meal costing 2 million. For your family, it's just a drop in the bucket. Zhou Xianxian's mouth was sharper than Zhou Xiaomei's. Looking at the bill, a couple of sentences made Ling Jiawei swell up and act pretentious. Ha, that's right. I was just worried about the next door. After all, it's a family gathering. It would be troublesome if they couldn't settle the bill due to lack of money. Ling Jiawei saw that his father didn't scold him, so he laughed smugly. Just as he said this, Ling Woken quickly glared at him. What if his sister-in-law were to say, "You're so wealthy. What if you paid for the next door bill too?" How would he handle it? Ling Jiawei was quick to react and said, "Ahem, let me settle the bill first. You guys continue eating." After that, he hurried out to settle the bill. Hey, Mr. Ling. Outside the VIP room, there were two beautiful waitresses who were specially waiting to serve the diners. Seeing Ling Jiawei suddenly rush out in a hurry, they couldn't help but catch up and ask repeatedly, "Sir, is there anything we can help with? Sir, are you going to settle the bill?" Little did Ling Jiawei expect that as he called out, he walked away. He was afraid that these waitresses would know that their two rooms were related and would ask them to pay together. Since the waitresses couldn't catch him, they could only follow him. Ling Jiawei settled the bill after a satisfying meal, and their two families left the room and prepared to leave. Ling Woken had eaten more meals and his son for decades, reminding Ling Jiawei to call Ling Yu. Ling Jiawei understood and immediately made the call. Hey, second brother, we settled the bill and are leaving. Have you finished your meal? Okay. Then we will come out too. Okay. We will leave first. Goodbye. Ling Jiawei was worried that Ling Yu would ask him to pay the bill, so after saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone and led the way out, fearing that Ling Yu's family might not have enough money and might ask them to come back. However, they were also reluctant to leave too far as they wanted to see if Ling Yu's family could not afford a meal. Ling Yu's family came out. Ling Jiawei and Zhou Xianxian stared at them, observing how they would settle the bill. To their surprise, Ling Yu's family walked out directly without having to pay at all. What was happening? Second brother, did you guys pay already? Ling Jiawei ran back excitedly to ask. Pay what? Ling Yu deliberately responded with a question. Having watched Ling Jiawei grow up, he knew his nephew's character very well. Calling just to say that they were leaving first was probably to avoid being asked to help with the bill. Right? Too stingy. No sense of propriety at all. Just like before, no change at all. Ling Jiawei and Zhou Xianxian were both shocked and in disbelief. A bill of over 1 million, and they said it's free? Why was it waived? Zhou Xianxian quickly asked in astonishment. Oh, I'm not very sure about this. Yu Tingting replied with a smile, pretending to be surprised. It seems like the restaurant owner admires second uncle a lot. He not only specially sent over wine, but also took the initiative to waive the bill for us. Didn't they waive it for you guys? What? Ling Jiawei and others exclaimed in disbelief. Ling Jiawei had paid 2 million for the meal. Mr. Ling. At that moment, the two pretty waitresses finally caught up and apologized to Ling Yu. Sorry, your relatives walked out too quickly, we couldn't stop them. By the time we turned back, they had already settled the bill. And they kept saying they were not in the same group as you, so we couldn't do anything. Ling Yu just responded with a simple "oh" without showing any emotion. Ling Jiawei brought it upon himself. Seeing that they were relatives, Sukianmo instructed the waitresses to waive the bill for both families. He wasn't worried about his own family asking him for money. He hastily settled the bill and left. Whose fault was it? Since he was wealthy, let him shed some blood. Can you refund the money to us now since it was waived? Ling Jiawei pleaded with the two waitresses. Being 5-star service attendants, the two were smart and immediately refused. Sorry, our restaurant doesn't have a refund process. This. Ling Jiawei sighed in regret, speechless with frustration. Ling woke and watched his foolish son's pitiful state, his face flushed with anger. Since you paid and sought face, what's this wailing about? Stand dead or kneel alive. You chose to kneel and die. How can you have such an unambitious son? I finally understand. Zhou Xiangxiang suddenly realized with a smirk, looking at Ling Yu admiringly. So all along, the gentleman everyone talked about was you, second brother, not my sister's husband. Ling Yu gave a disdainful smile, feeling indifferent to Zhou Xiangxiang's admiration, casually saying, since the meal is finished, let's go. Ling Jiawei, with lungs almost on the verge of exploding, spent 2 million just to gain admiration from his sister-in-law, but ended up admiring Ling Yu instead. How could he not harbor a grudge? The two groups eventually went their separate ways. Ling Jiawei's family went to their newly purchased villa, but Ling Jiawei's mood was no longer as good. He felt that Ling Yu had stolen his limelight, and now his sister-in-law didn't look at him the same way. He remembered that his second brother's family used to be very poor, so when did Ling Jia get above them? It was after marrying Qin Mingyu. But this was Dongcheng. He didn't believe that the Qin family's halo could last forever. Ling Yu, regardless of what his cousin's family thought of him, first found a hotel to accommodate his mother and his cousin's family. Checking the time, it was almost time to go back to the company to pick up his wife. As he walked out of the hotel, he felt someone lurking in the corner. Immediately, his eyes scanned sharp and cold, but he didn't spot anyone. Ling Yu remained expressionless. Come out. In a place in the corner of the hotel building, where it was once quiet, a remarkably ugly man walked out. Ha. Indeed the man who defeated Zhao Wujin. Impressive. You've noticed this too. Mo Shu. What are you up to? Being sneaky like this. Ling Yu stared at the ugly man, slightly furrowing his brows. Was he trying to come after him again? Was that guy Zhao Wujin trying to make a comeback? Ha. Don't get too excited. I am not your enemy anymore. Mo Shu looked at Ling Yu's eyes, as well as his clenched fist, and quickly waved his hand with a smile as he stepped back. He didn't want to fight Ling Yu one-on-one. What do you mean? Wasn't it Zhao's family who sent you? Ling Yu continued to press. No. Mo Shu looked around directly, then casually sat on the stone lawn in front of the hotel, lazily stretched and said, the successor of the Zhao family has been confirmed. Zhao Wuji is now a useless dog. He doesn't have time to deal with you. He's busy playing dead. I'm also out of work, and don't want to go back to Yanjing. Ling Yu half believed, and continued to question. Then why did you follow us here? Can't I visit my son? Otherwise, I'm here to see you, Mo Shu said nonchalantly. Your son? Ling Yu's eyes turned sharp again. Didn't I tell you before? Ling Xiaowei is my son. He should actually be called Mo Xiaowei. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yu instantly came to him, raised his hand, and grabbed his collar tightly. Ha. I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so excited? Mo Shu had a slight sweat on his forehead, but still grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. I do want to hear you explain in detail. How is he your son? You're so ugly. Although Mo Shu had mentioned this topic to him before at the Heavenly Nightclub, he hadn't gone into detail, and now that there was time, Ling Yu wanted to understand the whole story. Under Ling Yu's pressured gaze, Mo Shu voluntarily narrated the events of the past. After listening, Ling Yu directly punched him in the face, knocking him off the stone lion. Hey! What are you doing over there? No sitting on the lion, and certainly no fighting near the hotel. Got it? At this moment, two security personnel from the hotel rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Ling Yu ignored them and warned Mo Shu as he was about to catch up If you don't want to die, don't talk about this matter again, or I will kill you. Mo Shu grinned, but neither agreed nor refused. Ling Yu let go of him and allowed him to leave. Seeing Mo Shu's demeanor, it didn't seem like he wanted to harm his cousin's family, otherwise, he would have acted already. That night, Chen Mingyu did not come to the hotel to meet Chen Alin, but was busy until late before returning home and resting early due to exhaustion. The next morning, after getting enough rest, Zia and Lingu headed to a seaside residential area in the south of Dongcheng. This time, not only the couple went, but since Jin Ruhan had nothing to do, she went along as well, somewhat as a relative, following her sister and brother-in-law to the banquet. Hearing that Jin Ruhan was also going, Lin Fan and Shen Xiaopang hurriedly followed suit, as they were all residents of Hero Village, somewhat like neighbors with Ling Jiawei. Sister, I feel like I'd been here before. When they were about to enter the coastal area buildings, Jin Ruhan suddenly exclaimed in surprise, right. When that bastard Tang Yuja kidnapped me, I vaguely saw similar buildings and scenery. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu immediately exchanged glances. Chen Mingyu quickly speculated, this is the wealthy residential area of Dongcheng. Tang Yuja might also live here. Then, she glanced at Ling Yu. Yesterday afternoon, when he picked up his wife, Ling Yu had briefly mentioned the situation with his second uncle's family. Now seeing his wife's expression, Ling Yu immediately made a guess. Mingyu, do you think it's possible that the Tang family is supporting my second uncle to develop in Dongcheng? That's a possibility. Chen Mingyu nodded. After being opposed to the Tang family, I studied the Tang family in Dongcheng and found that they have colluded with various forces in the southern region, aiming to control the Southern Chamber of Commerce. The Tang family has cultivated many forces in the past, allowing many nouveau riches to establish companies to support the Tang family in the name of the enterprises. Ling Yu also added, it's possible that they have also investigated our background, cultivated my second uncle's family, and it's not certain they won't be used against us. Chen Mingyu admired his analysis of the situation and said coldly, regardless of whether our guesses are correct, starting today, we must also be on guard against your second uncle's family. Hearing the conversation between his sister and brother-in-law, Qing Ruhan suddenly felt like today was going to be like attending a crucial banquet. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. After entering the villa area, Shen Xiaopang and Lin Fan's car arrived slowly. Look, isn't that the car of that jerk Tang Yuja? Shen Xiaopang immediately recognized the car in front, purple in color, with a very distinctive shape. Yes, that guy. Should we just crash him directly? Lin Fan was more enthusiastic in his speech than Shen Xiaopang. Excited, Shen Xiaopang couldn't help but look at Lin Fan, feeling a bit astonished. He had never killed anyone, let alone commit such a blatant act of homicide. What? You're not daring. Then let me do it. Lin Fan may not be as good at fighting as Shen Xiaopang, but he was definitely fierier in temperament. For what Tang Yuja had done to Qin Ruhan, he dared to crash into him. Damn it. It's not that I'm not daring, it's that I can't do it. If my old car can destroy a Lamborghini, it wouldn't cost a fraction of theirs. Lin Fan felt that Shen Xiaopang's reasoning was valid and scientific, so he had to give up to avoid ending up killing himself instead of Tang Yuja, which would be ridiculous. Let's follow him and find a chance to get him later. Fine. The two quietly followed behind the purple Lamborghini, all the way into the seaside villa area. The purple Lamborghini finally parked in the beachside parking lot. Tang Yuja got out of the car, his mouth still curled in his signature mischievous smile. Shen Xiaopang and Lin Fan were about to get out of the car to attack him, but suddenly stopped and quickly hid in a corner. They saw, to their surprise, that Yuanzhu had also gotten out of Tang Yuja's car. What's going on? Has Yuanzhu become that bastard Tang Yuja's personal bodyguard? Lin Fan whispered in disbelief. Who knows? With Yuanzhu protecting that demon, we can't kill him. Shen Xiaopang was helpless. Although he was strong, he was no match for Yuanzhu, so it was pointless to consider taking action against him. Hey, Master Yuan, please. The arrogant Tang Yuja was very polite to Yuanzhu, knowing that for his family, this man was a nuclear weapon who had secured the championship in the peak competition and must be persuaded to wholeheartedly serve the Tang family. Yuanzhu remained expressionless and followed Tang Yuja forward. Just as they were about to reach the beach, about a dozen bikini-clad beauties ran towards them with enthusiasm. Alluring beauties, white and colorful, waves surging, spring in full bloom. Shen Xiaopang and Lin Fan, who were hiding behind, couldn't help but stare at the scene. Damn it, no wonder Yuan Zhu is willing to work for the Tang family. I wonder if the Tang family needs more bodyguards. Shen Xiaopeng exclaimed on the spot. This kind of job would draw plenty of men, even if they didn't pay well. Lin Fan gave a fierce look at the chubby child. Shen Zipeng immediately chuckled and said, "Just kidding. A heart weighing 1,000 catties, no match for a few ounces of righteousness. Why would I join the Tang family? Isn't it a heart of 1,000 catties, no match for a few ounces of chest?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes at him and joked, "I always feel like you're not very reliable. How could that be? Who doesn't know that I, Shen Xiaopeng, value loyalty the most? Just a measly 12 beauties, I don't even care." Shen Zipeng patted his chest with a righteous air, but in his mind, he added, at least 30 would be required, one for each day. "Master Yuan, I wonder if these girls suit your taste." At this moment, Tang Yus proudly asked, "If Master Yuan is willing, I can arrange for a villa here immediately, and have them serve you every day. How about that? Please don't touch me." Yuan Zhu suddenly swept a glance at all the women in the room. His demeanor was neither icy nor fierce, somewhat polite, yet enough to make these women disinterested and disperse from around him. Yes, this was the power of dignity and aloofness. They felt that even if they seduced him shamelessly, this man in front of them wouldn't be moved. Lin Fan also felt that this was the Yuan Zhu he knew well. This guy, in the face of seduction, was just like Ling Yu. Get lost, get lost. Tang Yus was dissatisfied with the result, venting his frustration on these beauties, kicking them aside with his feet. "Master Yuan, what type do you prefer? As long as you say the word, I will fulfill your requests," Tang Yus asked fawningly. "Mr. Tang, listen." Yuan Shu's demeanor was dignified, not even looking at Tang Yus as he spoke. "I don't care who you are or about the rewards you speak of. If I have joined the Tang family, I will participate in the peak tournament under the Tang family's banner. Don't try any tricks." With that, he walked away from the scene, leaving Tang Yus and others bewildered. Damn, what a strange person. Tang Yus couldn't tolerate someone like Yuan Zhu, one who stood out in a crowd where everyone was ready to serve him for money and beauty. He felt that Yuan Shu's aloofness made him rebellious, always fearing he would betray him at any moment. "Young master, there's no need to worry." His advisor, named Bao Nao, whispered to him in encouragement, "From what I know, people like him value their word. If he said so, he won't break his promise." Tang Yus nodded, putting on a sinister smile once more. When Shen Zipeng and Lin Fan saw Yuan Zhu leaving, they hesitated whether to confront Tang Yus, but at the next moment, they saw an old acquaintance. "Ha! Isn't that Brother Yu's cousin? What is he doing here?" Shen Zipeng murmured. Lin Fan was also curious since, as far as he knew, Ling Yu's family should have been at their place for the partnership banquet. Why was this guy here now? Actually, 15 minutes ago, Ling Jiawei was still at his new house, a small villa in this seaside area. Mingu and Lingu's speculation was correct. Behind the scenes, supporting Ling Jiawei and his family was indeed the Tang family of Dongchen. The Tang family didn't have to put in much effort, just threw in $1 million villa and a poorly managed small company, essentially hiring Ling Guo and his son to work for them. Ling Jiawei didn't know the true intentions of the Tang family in recruiting them. He came to find Tang Yus not because he was summoned but took the initiative. Yesterday, Ling Yu had embarrassed him and humiliated him in front of everyone. A shameful incident, not to mention he had failed to impress Qin Mingyu, who ignored him when he tried to approach her. To make matters worse, Jing Xuanxian saw it and sarcastically asked if he was trying to seduce her sister-in-law, making him feel utterly embarrassed. Ling Jiawei couldn't bear it and came to seek support, feeling that dealing with Jing Xuanxian was easy, but handling Qin Mingyu was beyond his capabilities. Hot, the sisters from the Qin family are visiting this land of mine. Upon hearing Ling Jiawei's words, Tang Yus couldn't help but feel excited. Among all the women he knew, he was most interested in Qin Mingyu. This woman had slapped him in the face at a business meeting, and her Tiagang group had snatched away the Dongqi factory that he desperately wanted to acquire. Most importantly, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Tang Yus had played with countless women, even those at the level of Qin Ruhan didn't excite him much. But Qin Mingyu still made his heart race. Since this beauty came to his land today, he couldn't just sit idle by without plotting his revenge and attempting to flirt with her. "Young master, Do you want to go after Qin Mingyu? Ling Jiawei, seeing his excitement, got motivated as well. He was fed up with that woman. Her presence was the reason his elder brother was so arrogant, suppressing him within the family hierarchy and humiliating him publicly. And she didn't pay attention to anyone in the Ling family, especially not him. Who did she think she was? A queen or an empress dowager? Damn it, he couldn't tolerate this prideful woman thinking she was superior. Hehe, I'll give you a mission. Tang Yu's whispered something to Ling Jiawei. Although Lin Fen and Shen Zipeng had been peeping at Tang Yu's, the distance between them was too far to hear what was said, but they knew it wasn't something good. Take action. Get him. Shen Zipeng was still eager to confront Tang Yu's right there, but Lin Fen held him back. Besides this being Tang Yu's territory, there were also formidable people around him today that were best not messed with. Moreover, Yuanzhu was nearby. If he had vowed to help the Tang family, they wouldn't be able to touch Tang Yu's. Let's go back and inform Ling Yu promptly about the situation here. Lin Fen felt that dealing with Tang Yu's and Yuanzhu required Ling Yu to take the lead. They alone wouldn't be sufficient. Shen Zipeng agreed and decided to retreat for now. However, as the two were about to turn around, they suddenly felt a blow to the back of their heads, their vision darkened, and they fell to the ground. Yuanzhu looked at his two village companions, ultimately choosing not to be ruthless and only put them to sleep temporarily to prevent them from going back and reporting. Currently, at the new house of Ling Guo, the atmosphere at the welcoming banquet was quite lively. Several families gathered together, totaling at least 30 people, chatty and cheerful. After chatting for a while, following international customs, men discussed significant matters, while the women chatted about daily life. Ruhan noticed that Yu Tingding was skilled at embroidery and wanted to learn from her, and Ling Ruoxu took the opportunity to lure Qin Mingyu to the backyard to have a conversation with their mother. Mingyu, what's wrong? You seem out of spirits compared to before. Chen Ailin held her daughter-in-law's hand, looking tense and worried. Is work too busy? You need to take care of yourself and rest. Ling Ruoxu also noticed this and quipped, isn't little Yu a big boorish man? Doesn't he understand to make more soup for you to nourish your body? Mom, Ruozu, don't blame Ling Yu. He's also very busy, and has helped me a lot. Although Qin Mingyu was cold and accustomed to being served, she still understood social norms and traditional customs. The Dragon Kingdom has always been a place where men take care of matters outside the home, and women manage the household. Even though her and Ling Yu's status was different from ordinary families, it would be laughed at if her husband made soup for her every day. No, you all came to the East City and no one is serving you. I want to stay here for a while, cook soup and meals for you to eat, and nourish your bodies. Chen Ailin had already decided that she must help her daughter-in-law with her health, so she could conceive a child. Otherwise, her daughter was correct in saying that her son was unreliable. Thinking he could help Mingyu get pregnant alone might take forever. Mingyu, you mustn't look down on my rural ways. If you don't like living with me, I'll rent a small house, cook for you, and then leave. Chen Ailin was worried that her daughter-in-law might not like it, so she added. Qin Mingyu smiled slightly. She had never thought about living with Chen Ailin before, but Chen Ailin's warmth and good intentions made her feel that she couldn't refuse, so they would have to find a bigger house in the future. Mom. Just as Qin Mingyu was about to respond, she suddenly felt nauseous. Although she wanted to hide it, Chen Ailin and Ling Ruozu still noticed. This was the difference between men and women. In fact, Qin Mingyu had experienced this reaction in front of Ling Yu before, but he either didn't notice while driving, or she easily hid it. So, Ling Ruozu was right to call men big pig hooves. Oh my. Mingyu, what's wrong with you? You're not? Chen Ailin quickly supported Qin Mingyu, her expression like a blooming flower. No, like a shining sun. She was overjoyed. Ling Ruozu saw that Mingyu didn't explain or deny, immediately and happily jumped in place. Great, both the Ling and Qin families will have heirs now. This was why Qin Mingyu liked to interact with Ling Ruozu. She was straightforward, mature, impartial in her words, and quite likable. Mingyu, when did this happen? Why didn't Zia mention it to me? That son of mine, I won't let him off. Chen Ailin rarely got angry, but at this moment, she seemed a bit upset. Mingyu being pregnant was such a big deal, and her son didn't even tell his own mother about it. Mom, don't blame Ling Yu. In fact, I haven't told him yet. Qin Mingyu spoke up for Ling Yu again. What? Why is that? Chen Ailin wanted to ask more, but Ling Ruozu quickly signaled her not to meddle too much. This was a matter between the couple, and as a mother, it was better not to interfere too much. The main thing now was that Mingu and her child were safe. Chen Ailin also understood these principles and quickly instructed Ling Ruozu, "Go and teach your big pig hoof brother. Make sure he makes up for it. Takes good care of Mingu and the child to be born in the future." "All right." Ling Ruozu was eager to tell her brother the good news, excited to see how he would react. "Come on, Mingu. Sit down first. I'll go get you a bottle of milk. You need to drink more milk and soup during pregnancy. I'll personally make you soup tonight." Chen Ailin rambled on while helping Chen Mingu into the empty hallway, where it was quiet for her to rest, as she needed during pregnancy. Chen Mingu actually liked this feeling. It was the kind of warmth and grounded affection that Lin Fei could not provide her, or in other words, maternal affection. After Chen Ailin left, Chen Mingu was left alone to sit. As she didn't want to use her phone too much during pregnancy, she idly looked around and suddenly noticed a small figure running quickly out into the yard. "Ziwei." Chen Mingu quickly got up. Since everyone was busy with their own matters, was there no one looking after Ziwei at the moment? Why did he run out alone? Chen Mingu quietly followed him, feeling that something was off with Ziwei. Could it be that the goo poison inside him was acting up again? This time, Chen Mingu was on high alert. She soon discovered that Ziwei had come out alone to meet a strange ugly man. "Ha. Miss Chen, right?" Mo Shu had extraordinary abilities and immediately noticed someone tailing Ziwei. Chen Mingu was slightly stunned, realizing it was not good, but thinking that she couldn't outrun the person following her, she decided to step forward openly, prepared to call Lingu at any moment. This time, she wouldn't be as careless as last time. Seeing her cautious expression, Mo Shu quickly raised his hand slightly and said, "Miss Chen, don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I just want to meet my son. He's willing to see me as well. You can ask him." Chen Mingu was surprised and quickly looked at Ziwei. She could tell that Ziwei's expression was normal, completely different from last time. "Mingu's sister, don't worry. This uncle has changed for the better. He promised me," Ziwei told Chen Mingu. "Promised?" Chen Mingu narrowed her eyes, partly believing him. "Miss Chen, I met with Lingu yesterday, and he trusts me. I hope you can trust me too. I just want to see my son." Mo Shu smiled broadly. "He's not your son." Ziwei immediately cut in. "You promised me that you wouldn't falsely claim to be my dad. If you lie, I won't talk to you anymore." Okay. You're not my son. You're this ugly man's son, surnamed Ling." "Alright." Mo Shu quickly placated the boy. Chen Mingu saw the scene and felt that Mo Shu wasn't lying. Their intentions were the same as Lingu's. If Mo Shu really wanted to harm her and Ziwei, he didn't need to wait until now. Since they had an agreement like men, Chen Mingu didn't want to disturb them and quietly left on her own. Not going back would likely worry Chen Ailin. However, just making a turn, she encountered 3 unfamiliar men blocking her path. Chen Mingu instinctively turned around, only to find a big man blocking her way behind. What was going on? Was this premeditated? Who knew she would come to the Ling Jiawei's house for a gathering today? How did they know her whereabouts so well? Hey, Miss Chen, please come with us quietly." A few big men clenched their fists, gradually closing in around her, ready to act at any moment. Chen Mingu subconsciously touched her belly. In normal circumstances, she would resist or run away, but this time she dared not move recklessly for fear of any accidents during the process. She just coldly asked, "Who sent you to invite me?" The big men were surprised by how cooperative she was. "Miss Chen will find out once we get there. If you cooperate, we don't intend to use force. If you dare to run or call for help, we won't be polite. If Miss Chen gets hurt or feels pain, we would truly be sorry." They were experienced kidnappers. They were the ones who had kidnapped Miss Chen before. Chen Mingu gritted her teeth. To ensure the safety of her child, she had no choice but to say sternly, "All right then. Lead the way." Chen Mingu had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly twisted her foot. "Miss Chen, are you all right?" The leading man immediately asked in vigilance, as he noticed that Chen Mingu was not wearing high heels today. "How did you twist your foot when you're not wearing heels?" "I'm fine. The heel broke. Let's go." Chen Mingu casually took off her shoes and tossed them on the ground. The men accompanying her didn't pay much attention. After all, this area was all under the Tang family's territory. "Uncle Ugly, Did you hear Sister Mingu scream just now? Xiao Wei was a clever little guy and shouted towards Mo Shu, then ran towards the direction from where Qin Mingyu's scream came. Hey! You little rascal! Mo Shu had no choice but to follow him. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Qin Mingyu's shoes, and the direction of the shoe toe was intentionally pointing in the same direction, indicating where she went. Oh! Sister Mingu might have encountered some bad guys. Uncle Ugly, come with me to save her. Xiao Wei, with his previous experience of how Qin Mingu was once kidnapped, felt the urge to make up for it this time. Hey! Why is it my business? Mo Shu protested, not wanting to get involved, but since his own son ran over, he had no choice but to follow. Mingu. Xiao Wei kept running, now relying on his keen observation skills to track footprints on the sandy paths leading to where Qin Mingu was. A child of just 6 years old, surprisingly adept at following tracks, he finally spotted Qin Mingu at the end of a road. Sister Mingu. Xiao Wei didn't hesitate, despite the danger, and ran towards Qin Mingu. Xiao Wei. Qin Mingu, seeing Xiao Wei coming to her rescue, felt relieved and amazed by the intelligence of this child she had always cared for. Where did this brat come from? Mind your own business, or I'll make sure you regret it. Before Xiao Wei could reach Qin Mingu, a big man stood in his way. Where are you taking Miss Mingu? Xiao Wei was fearless, resembling a hero from an animated film. Mo Shu found this amusing from behind. Who did this little rascal take after? Certainly not him. Is it that character traits can't be inherited, or is it a genetic mutation? Better to have a heroic spirit than me. None of your business. The big man tried to kick him away, but the cunning little boy dodged and, seizing the opportunity, bit the man's calf. Ah! The big man cried out in pain. Mingu, here to save you. Xiao Wei, unaware of the danger, rushed towards Qin Mingu like a calf seeing the light of day for the first time. Xiao Wei, don't act recklessly. Qin Mingu felt a mix of emotions, seeing her little hero in action, but also worried that he might get hurt. Soon, two other big men, lacking any sense of respect for the elderly and young, angrily shouted go die, and kicked towards Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, it's dangerous. Qin Mingu, putting aside her own pregnancy, wanted to rush to save him, but she was too slow. Xiao Wei, petrified, didn't know how to react, but in a split second, the two big men were suddenly lifted off the ground. My God, you dare touch my child. It was Mo Shu. A surprising turn of events for Qin Mingu, seeing the one who had kidnapped her before now coming to her rescue. However, her joy was short-lived as a stern man with long hair appeared in front of her, instructing the other men to take her away while he dealt with the situation. Yuangxiu. Qin Mingu trembled slightly, feeling a mix of surprise and confusion. Firstly, she hadn't noticed how this man appeared before her. Secondly, she didn't expect this hero from the village to become her enemy, with her former enemy now coming to her aid. Thirdly, upon seeing this man, she realized who was behind the plot to harm her. Uncle Ugly, save Mingu. Xiao Wei tugged at Mo Shu's pants, pleading desperately. Hey, why should I care? I won't help. Mo Shu, wary of Yuangxiu's prowess, didn't want to pick a fight with a master like him for Qin Mingyu's sake. If you don't help, I won't call you dad ever again. Don't expect me to address you as dad. Xiao Wei threatened immediately. Seeing Qin Mingu being forced into a car, the child grew increasingly anxious, almost on the verge of tears. All right, I give in. If you call me dad now, I'll help. Dad, hurry and save Sister Mingu. You little rascal. Mo Shu chuckled at Xiao Wei's antics, as he had been adamant about not letting Xiao Wei call him dad. But now, for Qin Mingyu's sake, he gave in and even sold his dignity. Duty truly is trouble. Even my son at such a young age is influenced by you, Mo Shu said casually, loosening his muscles and moving forward. Stop right there. Yuangxiu stopped him expressionlessly. Don't force my hand. I don't wish to kill you. Oh, Mo Shu was taken aback, as if hearing a huge joke, then burst out laughing. Oh yeah, acting so pretentious. In my 30 years of life, this is the first time I've heard such funny lines. With that pretentious expression, it really sparked some fighting spirit in me. Yuangxiu remained unfazed, his left hand already resting on his sword hilt. Ha ha, so you're also a swordsman. Mo Shu laughed even more, feeling triumphant. Didn't expect to meet a swordsman today. If you don't practice the sword, why bother carrying one? The big men around them, who were trying to get Qin Mingu into the car, chuckled at this banter. Yuangxiu's expression remained impassive, colder than a butcher's knife used for 30 years. Go to hell. Mo Shu threw a punch. Today, he wanted to be a hero, especially in front of his son, to redeem himself. His straight punch was easily dodged by Xiu, who then countered with a spinning hook punch. It, too, was dodged. The third move was a side whip kick, smoothly evaded. 3 successive moves without a gap, naturally flowing in motion like drifting clouds and flowing water. Xiu couldn't help but admire. Impressive. Ting. Mo Shu's fourth punch finally forced Xiu to lift the sheath of his sword. No, he even drew the sword. If it were another warrior facing Mo Shu, that punch could have cut off his own fist. But Mo Shu didn't seem to mind. Traditional iron cloth body. Didn't expect to encounter a master like you. Intriguing. Xiu's eyes finally showed some interest. The battle spirit began to rise. Hey. Not bad. If I were not trained in external martial arts, a few moves and I would have been defeated by your sword. Mo Shu, not wanting to push further, retreated. The man's skillful moves were beyond those he had faced before, probably another super master like Lingu. The exciting fight between the two people deeply attracted several people around them. After a few big men realized what was happening, they continued to forcibly put Qin Mingyu on the car. Qin Mingyu gritted her teeth lightly. Just a moment ago, she was all alone and had no hope of escape. In order to protect the child in her belly, she dared not resist. But now, Mo Shu expectedly made a move to save her. She had to try to delay for some time, hoping that her husband would arrive. Yuanqi seemed to understand Qin Mingyu's thoughts and immediately ordered a few big men, take her away quickly. It was only then that the big men reacted. Swish. In order to make Qin Mingyu desperate, Yuanqi finally drew his sword at Mo Shu. A move called Green Dragon emerging from water made Mo Shu break out in cold sweat. This guy's swordsmanship was already exceptional, and he even infused internal energy into the blade, making it cut through iron like mud. Mo Shu dared not to dodge. Yuanqi then followed up with a move called Lifting Moon Sword. Everyone could see the blue sword aura. So powerful, isn't it? It's like a battle of gods. Several big men were still not satisfied, and turned back to sneak a peek, hesitating to take Qin Mingyu away. Mo Shu, at the cost of sacrificing his hair and clothes, bearing the intense iron cloth shirt technique, was still scratched by Yuanqi's sword, leaving faint red marks on his body. He finally found an opportunity to strike back with a spring punch directly at Yuanqi's acupoint. Danger! Several big men exclaimed instinctively. Yuanqi's expression remained calm, and finally, Mo Shu's fist, like a cannonball, stopped abruptly just 1 centimeter away from his acupoint, chasing and disrupting the pulse sword. Mo Shu's expression showed surprise and a hint of pain. Qin Mingyu, who was about to be forced into the car, discovered that her wrist was pierced by Yuanqi's sword, blood dripping slowly, preventing her from advancing her fist even an inch. Where did you learn these sword techniques? So despicable, Mo Shu roared, starting to become enraged. On the other hand, Yuanqi's eyes remained incredibly calm. Who was winning in this battle became apparent to Qin Mingyu. This situation was not good. Mo Shu estimated that he couldn't overpower Yuanqi and had to figure out a way to escape. Sister Mingyu, you go now. At this moment, Little Wei unexpectedly rushed over, biting down on the thigh of one of the big men. Without warning, the big man was hit, and after a miserable scream, he forcefully punched Little Wei in the acupoint. How could a poor child withstand such a heavy blow? Little Wei's eyes instantly went black, and he flew out, lying motionless on the ground. Little Wei! Little Wei! Qin Mingyu cried out in a panic. Son! Mo Shu saw this scene, and his eyes burst into flames. He disregarded Yuanqi and Qin Mingyu and hurried over to pick up Little Wei. Take him away! Yuanqi ordered the big men with an icy stare. The big men trembled and quickly forced Qin Mingyu into the car. Qin Mingyu was filled with grief and resentment, but she retained a last hint of composure. If she confronted these people head-on, she feared she might hurt herself. She wasn't afraid of getting injured but was afraid of failing to protect the child in her womb. Eventually, the van dusted off. Yuanqi didn't continue fighting with Mo Shu either. He defended Tang's family escort and left with his sword. Meanwhile, inside the villa, upon hearing the news brought by Ling Ruoxu, Lingu was so thrilled that he almost dropped the teacup in his hand. Sis, are you not lying to me? Mingyu really has a child. Ling Ruoxu was almost shaken apart by him and quickly pushed his hand away, saying, Why would I lie to you? She just told me this. Lingu was completely stunned, unable to move his body, but his heart was filled with sunshine. After a while, he smiled and said, "Am I going to be a dad? I'm really going to be a dad." He never thought that one day he would become a father too. When he returned from the northern border, he faced significant setbacks in life, felt disheartened, and even thought he wouldn't find a wife. After 17 failed blind dates, he felt that no one would want to marry him. But heaven seemed to favor him, not only allowing him to marry Qin Mingyu but also, after many twists and turns, blessing him with a child. The joy of Qin Mingyu carrying his child overwhelmed him from the bottom of his heart, feeling ecstatic. Seeing Lingyu in this state, Yu Tingting was filled with mixed emotions and went over with a smile, saying, "Uncle, congratulations." Ling Shitang was also full of smiles, excitedly saying, "Great, if it's a boy, our Ling family will prosper again. Little Wei will also have a cousin." Lingyu nodded vigorously, unusual for him. Witnessing his current state, Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but pinch his waist aggressively, scolding him, "Are you a big fool? Getting excited all by yourself here. Hurry up and find Mingyu." "Yes, yes." The Wolf King, normally dignified, but at this moment no different from an ordinary person, only realized after his sister's reminder and ran out excitedly from the grand hall. He arrived at the side hall just as Ling Jiawei walked in from outside. Ling Guoken, who had been quiet all this time, immediately grabbed him and asked, "Where did you go off to?" Like father, like son, he knew that his son was furious with Qin Mingyu just now, and after yesterday's incident, he still held a grudge against Lingyu. So why did he suddenly run out at this moment? Was he planning to deal with his family's relatives? "Dad, don't you remember how we're going to make our fortune?" Ling Jiawei didn't hide it either and whispered in his ear, "Qin Mingyu has been taken by Tang's people." "What?" Ling Guoken was secretly shocked. His thoughts were different from his son's. He wanted to get rich, but he wasn't in a hurry to act against relatives. His impulsive son just couldn't stay calm. If this matter were to be exposed, he wondered how Lingyu and his family would reconcile. Mingyu. Lingyu rushed to the VO's side hall and found that Qin Mingyu was nowhere to be seen. He quickly approached Chen Nalin, who happened to be in the side hall, and asked, "Mom, where's Mingyu? I am also looking for her. Didn't she stay in the grand hall chatting with you guys?" Chen Nalin looked puzzled as well. She had asked Qin Mingyu not to wander off, yet when she turned around, Mingyu was gone. "What's going on? What happened? Are you all looking for my sister?" Hearing the commotion, Qin Ruhan also came over. Lingyu hadn't had the chance to respond to her when from the direction of the villa's main door, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly pierced through the air. "Lingyu! Lingyu! Hurry! Save my son! Mo Shu!" Lingyu immediately felt a wave of uneasiness. What happened to Little Wei? Did Mingyu's sudden disappearance have anything to do with Mo Shu? Zia Wei. What happened to Zia Wei? Lingyu hurried out of the hall and saw Mo Shu holding the unconscious Zia Wei, feeling a sudden tang in his heart. With his experience, he instantly judged that Zia Wei had suffered a severe blow, resulting in a concussion. "What did you do to Zia Wei? How did my son end up like this?" Ling Shitang sat in a wheelchair, also getting agitated and wanting to lunge towards Mo Shu. Yu Tingting was also distraught, treating Zia Wei as her own son. "Stop asking for details for now. I can't be bothered with you guys. Zia Wei was just punched by a big man. Lingyu, hurry and help him. Aren't you a miracle doctor?" Mo Shu looked distressed and nervous, shouting at Lingyu. Seeing his expression, Ling Shitang was astonished. Why did he care so much about his son? Was he a kind-hearted person? Lingyu quickly had Mo Shu lay Zia Wei down on the sofa, carefully and swiftly checked Zia Wei's condition. Then, he pressed on a few acupoints at the back of Zia Wei's head and quickly said, "Zia Wei fainted due to a concussion, and there is currently no sign of intracranial bleeding. I'm relieving his pain through acupressure. Be careful not to let his head move erratically. He should wake up after resting for a while, but there may be some after effects. Everything will have to wait until he wakes up for a proper assessment." Hearing Lingyu's words, Mo Shu and Ling Shitang were still anxious, but relieved knowing there was no imminent danger, which was a blessing in disguise. "Mo Shu, how did Zia Wei end up getting beaten like this?" Lingyu quickly grabbed Mo Shu and asked, subconsciously feeling this incident was related to his wife's disappearance. Mo Shu then said, "Your wife was kidnapped, and my son and I tried to save her. One ended up with a concussion, and the other almost got chopped up. Look at me, still couldn't save your wife. I couldn't do anything." As everyone had the opportunity to look at Mo Shu, covered in blood and tattered clothes, It was evident he wasn't lying. Lingu could tell that he must have clashed with Yuan Shu. It didn't gain any advantage. But that wasn't the focus. The focus was on his wife and the child in her belly. Lingu quickly continued to press him for information. Where did you see Mingu being kidnapped? Come with me. Mo Shu was impatient and quickly took Lingu out of the villa. Hey, Xiaoyu, you must protect Mingu's safety. Ling Ruoxu and Chen Ailan hurriedly followed Lingu out of the villa, but ultimately couldn't catch up to go and save Chen Mingu. Chen Ailan, due to excessive worrying and physical weakness, suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, Ling Ruoxu acted quickly and caught her. Qin Ruhan saw this scene and was shocked. Her sister was pregnant. Sister was kidnapped again. Mo Shu failed to save her sister. Why was there so much information? Forget it. Better call the police first. Mom, pull yourself together. Ling Ruoxu was also in turmoil. If anything happened to Qin Mingu and her child, her brother and mother would not be able to handle the mental blow. As everyone suddenly ran out, Lin Shitang sat in a wheelchair, looking puzzled and confused. He heard clearly that the ugly man claimed he and Ziwei were father and son. Was he talking nonsense, or had he really worn the cuckold's hat for many years? However, at this moment, no one cared about his feelings, including Yu Tingting, who also ran out, worried about Qin Mingyu's safety. Meanwhile, in a mysterious building, Moya learned that Tang Yuja had sent someone to kidnap Qin Mingyu and immediately slammed the table and stood up. Is that guy crazy? Doesn't he know the noble status of Qin Mingyu? If he harms the child in Qin Mingyu's belly, even if he had 100 heads, it wouldn't be enough to repay the debt. Moya was very angry. Although she had a cooperative relationship with the Tang family, she had to severely reprimand Tang Yuja. If anything happened to Qin Mingyu's child, she would surely uproot the Tang family. She wanted to send someone to protect Qin Mingyu, but both she and the top experts of the Qianwu group were far from the South Beach area. It was clearly too late to send someone there now, and her arrangement to keep an eye on Tang Yuja wouldn't have the ability to rescue Qin Mingyu from him. Fortunately, she quickly came up with a solution and ordered, "Quick! Let our people inform Lingu to help him find his wife as soon as possible." Yes, Grand Counselor. At this time, inside a building in the seaside area, Qin Mingyu was rudely asked to get out of the car. With her shoes off, her dark hair slightly disheveled, she looked quite pitiful. At this moment, no one could imagine that she was the cold and aloof female CEO of the Yun City. However, even in difficult circumstances, her gaze remained cool and contained an extraordinary level of calm and wisdom. "Ha, Miss Qin, we meet again. I didn't expect you to come to me willingly." Tang Yuja sat in the brightly lit hall, waiting for Qin Mingyu to enter and burst out laughing. Although Moya had already warned him not to do anything to Qin Mingyu, he, being a reckless and wayward playboy, wouldn't easily listen, especially when he coveted Qin Mingyu's beauty. "It's you indeed." Qin Mingyu didn't show her usual cold demeanor because she wasn't alone. As the saying goes, a woman may be weak, but as a mother, she would be strong. She couldn't allow her child to be in danger because of her personality, so she didn't want to provoke Tang Yuja easily. "Tang sir, why did you ask me to come here?" "Oh, Miss Qin isn't as cold as the legends say." Tang Yuja also noticed something off with Qin Mingyu, stood up from his seat, and approached her step by step. Then, he reached out to lift Qin Mingyu's chin. Qin Mingyu tactfully avoided his touch. Normally, she would have no qualms about rewarding him with a disabling leg strike, but today, she bore a resigned and accommodating smile. "Tang sir, I am already a married woman, and in the eyes of people like you, I am trash. Please be mindful." By demeaning herself, she aimed to make him lose interest and ensure her safety. Unfortunately, Tang Yuja didn't lose interest but instead licked his lips and said, "As the saying goes, a friend's wife is not to be trifled with. I love playing with other men's wives the most." Qin Mingyu's lips twitched slightly, holding back the disgust and emotions, thinking about how to escape. But even with her intelligence that barely hit the mark of being considered smart, she couldn't think of a good solution. The main issue was her vulnerabilities were too obvious now, being pregnant for the first time, afraid of causing any harm to the fetus, filled with immense caution. She couldn't even dare to run quickly. Seeing Tang Yuja reaching out again, she had to continue backing away. "Damn it, if you keep dodging backward, don't blame me for ruining the flower." Tang Yuja was a bit irritated. "I regret not having deflowered your sister that night. This time, I will definitely not make the same mistake. I must have you. Wait. Chen Mingyu quickly stopped Tang Yuja, who was closing in on her step by step, forcing a smile. Tang sir, sorry. But I just started my menstrual cycle. Could you invite me again next week? Oh. Invite you next week. Will you come then? Do you think I'm a fool? Tang Yuja was half doubtful. Can one really run into Aunt Flo with Chen Mingyu? Tang Yu still had some doubts, while Chen Mingyu was still pondering secretly. It seemed that this guy didn't know he was pregnant, otherwise he would know it wasn't possible for him to have his period. Of course, it will still come. Who dares not to give face to young Master Tang? Chen Mingyu said with a smirk. Tang Yu stared at her intently, his eyes still full of suspicion. After a while, he smiled and said, "Do you think I'm so easily fooled? I believe that you can. Take off your clothes and let me check if you're really not feeling well." Chen Mingyu bit her lip secretly, but didn't show any sign of anger. Instead, she chuckled. "Young Master Tang, in our hometown, there's a custom that says it's unlucky for a man to see a woman's red clothes." Ha ha. Unlucky. Tang Yu's laughed 3 times before arrogantly saying, "I don't believe in these customs and superstitions. If I believed in them, I wouldn't have done all those outrageous things. Now, are you going to take it off or do you want me to help you? Young Master Tang, please don't act recklessly." Chen Mingyu saw him approaching and raised her hand to stop him as she stepped back. "All right, I'll show you," she said. "Heh. Miss Chen is quite witty. Much smarter than your sister." Tang Yu's intentionally added pressure to Chen Mingyu. "You know, if you don't cooperate, I'll beat you to a pulp, break your limbs, hang you up, and torture you slowly. You, an outsider miss, are nothing to me." Hearing his words, Chen Mingyu trembled slightly. If he really treated her like this, she wouldn't be able to protect the child in her stomach. In desperation, she secretly put her left hand into her pocket, lightly bit her lip, and used the imperial dagger she carried to cut a slit, enduring the pain quietly. Then, she covered her bleeding finger with both hands placed on her slender waist, pretending to be ready to take off her pants. Heh. I wonder how tempting the body of the first beauty of Yun City is. Tsk. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It had been a long time since a woman had ignited his passion like this, making him burn with desire that even other women, no matter how much they try, couldn't achieve. Today, Chen Mingyu was wearing loose white casual pants. Just as she was about to pull them down, she suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Odd, Tang, look, it's leaking." Tang Yu's frown when he saw it, cursing, "Damn, this is really unfortunate. You didn't lie to me." Chen Mingyu then stopped her actions and said, "Young Master Tang, I'm sorry. How about I come back next week?" With that, she turned around as if to leave. "Wait." Tang Yu's quickly called her back. When Chen Mingyu turned around, he smiled mischievously. "I am afraid that Miss Chen is busy with official matters, and I can't have you come next week." Chen Mingyu lightly raised her red lips. "Really? Young Master Tang doesn't believe me. Do I need to write you a guarantee?" "Even a guarantee won't do." Tang Yu sneered. "By then, you'll bring a group of bodyguards with you. Especially, I heard your husband is very skilled in combat. If he decides to come with you, I'm afraid it will ruin our good time." Finally, Chen Mingyu's brows furrowed slightly, and she coldly asked, "So how can young Master Tang let me go?" "Go back? I think it's better not to go back. You can meet and stay well here with me. How about Miss Chen stays here for a few days?" Tang Yu's approached Chen Mingyu again, hands held up, and a leering smile on his face. "If your lower body is not comfortable, I can start by admiring your upper body. How about that, jerk?" Chen Mingyu couldn't help but curse. This time, she really didn't know how to deal with the situation. Just as she was at a loss, a confident voice came from outside the building. Mingyu. Tang Yu's trembled slightly at the sound, wondering how far away the voice was coming from. It even echoed. "Lingyu?" Chen Mingyu's eyes suddenly lit up, loudly responding, "Lingyu, I'm here. I'm right here." Lingyu. Outside the building, who had exceptional hearing, seemed to hear his wife's voice faintly, and rushed towards the building like a madman. "Stop." There were Tang family bodyguards outside trying to intercept him, but before they could even speak, Lingyu punched one of them, sending him flying. Pop. Seeing their companion pinned to the wall by Lingyu's punch, unable to get down, the other bodyguards were stunned and trembling all over. One punch. Thunderous force. Even Mo Shu, who followed behind, couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this guy too fierce?" Lingyu couldn't care less at this moment. There was still his child in his wife's belly. If anything happened to them, he didn't know how crazy he would become. "Quick, stop him!" someone inside the building exclaimed, and a group of terrified bodyguards rushed forward. However, as they went, one flew away, two went up, and more were knocked down by Ling Yu's relentless attacks. Ling Yu's fighting style at this moment was completely different from what Moshu had seen before. Now, this guy was in a berserk state, and anyone who dared to confront him would die. Ling Yu, even as a super external martial arts expert, didn't dare underestimate him. The Tang family minions who dared to approach were simply courting death. Mingu. Ling Yu knocked down a large group of people, paying no attention to the others who were hesitating to approach. He charged straight into the building. Suddenly, a sword thrust came at him from the side. Ling Yu was taken aback, using an evasive move to dodge, retreating 3 meters. "Ling Yu, you can't go in." It was Yuki, holding a sword blocking his path. But this time, with a hint of red in his eyes, Ling Yu didn't have the patience to exchange words with this hero, roaring angrily, "Get out of my way!" Suddenly, a terrifying dragon's roar came. The Northern Territory broken dragon palm, the 7th palm, flowing dragon chasing wind. Yuka's lips curled slightly as he finally saw the full force of this hero associate from the village. However, the power was not more than this. He prepared to counter with the Qinglong Rising Water technique, but found that Ling Yu's palm force was faster than he had imagined, attacking him quicker than he anticipated. What's going on? Yuki was surprised, realizing that the mystery of this palm was not about explosive power or killing intent but about a sudden strike that couldn't be avoided. He couldn't even react in time, and had to use an 8-trigram rotating step to dodge the attack. By the time he realized, Ling Yu had already stormed past him. "Ha. You flinched." Moshu walked leisurely to join them, intending to watch the heroes fight, then take advantage of Ling Yu and Yuka's injuries to avenge his son. But his plan seemed to fall apart. Ling Yu was now in a berserk state, breaking through Yuka's defenses, and Moshu realized his son might not be this guy's match. "Sorry, I don't have time for you now." Yuki sheathed his sword and was about to leave, his cold gaze making people feel uncomfortable. Damn it, Moshu was a sly fighter, and even though he wanted to avenge his son, he didn't plan to have a head-on confrontation with Yuki. But seeing the smug and aloof look on Yuka's face was unbearable. He used a move called the Black Tiger Steals Heart for a direct sneak attack. Mingu. Ling Yu burst into a dimly lit room in the building based on the voice he had just heard. Ling Yu. Mingu heard the voice and immediately turned around. She was sitting on the ground, looking a bit pitiful. Ling Yu's anger erupted like a volcano, continuously spewing out from his heart. Tang Yuja, that bastard, had done something to Mingu. The buttons on her top were torn apart, and her clothes were in disarray. Seeing Ling Yu's demonic appearance at that moment, Tang Yuja was scared pale. Just like facing the killer of the blood spider, he subconsciously wanted to take Mingu hostage for his own safety. However, his movements were no match for a top-notch killer. Before he could touch Mingu again, Ling Yu had already stepped forward and punched heavily on his right arm. Crack! The sound of bones breaking. Tang Yuja flew out, crashing into a table and falling among the shards. Ling Yu advanced step by step. My hand. Tang Yuja tightly held his right arm, his eyes flooded with bloodshot, glaring at Ling Yu angrily. You dare cripple my hand." His expression made it seem like Ling Yu was committing a heinous act. Ling Yu didn't even bother to show any expression of contempt, just raised his fist again. Crack! Another wail from Tang Yuja. His arms hung down, completely immobile, but it was not over yet. "How dare you cripple both my hands? I won't spare you. If you make another move, I will definitely kill you. I will wipe out your whole family. Do you know who supports me? Chairman Tang Ning of the General Chamber of Commerce. If you dare touch my Tang family in the East City, he won't let you off." Ling Yu completely ignored Tang Yuja's threats, delivering 2 more punches consecutively on him, shouting angrily, "Do you dare challenge me? Touch my wife and children, and even the Father in heaven will die." With the bone-shattering sounds echoing terrifyingly, Tang Yuja became disabled, his body deformed like a pile of mud. Mingu watched Ling Yu's back at that moment, unable to make a sound. When Lin Bai, who plotted against her last time, she had fainted and missed seeing the furious Ling Yu. This time, it made up for that missing scene. Tang Yuja kept wailing, on the brink of passing out from pain. Yet Ling Yu had not taken his life, and even the King of Hell dared not take him away. Lingu approached step by step, exuding a murderous aura. The severely injured Tang Yuja continued to tremble, begging for mercy. Lingu. No, grandfather, I know I was wrong. Please spare your grandson. I won't harm you again, I swear. Lingu struck him again on his face. Finally, the world fell silent. Tang Yuja's face had sunk deep, devoid of any signs of life. Lingu didn't spare him a glance, quickly turning to his wife. Mingu, are you alright? Did that beast Tang Yuja do anything to you? Seeing the worried and guilty look on this big oaf, Chin Mingu shook her head quickly. I'm fine. He didn't get a chance to harm me, just pulled me and I accidentally fell. My collar got torn. And the baby? Is the baby okay? Ling Yun asked anxiously. Chin Mingu trembled slightly and then shook her head. I think the baby is fine. We are both okay. Do you know now? Ling Yu didn't respond but immediately checked Chin Mingyu's pulse. Thankfully, although there was some fetal movement, the child was safe. In the next moment, Ling Yun hugged Chin Mingyu tightly, as if wanting to swallow her whole in his embrace for fear she might disappear. Chin Mingyu felt it, slowly wrapping her arms around him, saying softly, Lingyu, I'm sorry, I should have told you earlier. I shouldn't have wandered off alone. No, it's me who should apologize. Lingyu's eyes reddened a bit, somewhat choked as he replied, Mingyu, I know why you didn't tell me about this. Are you resentful towards me? Have you been angry with me all this time? At this point, Chin Mingyu didn't want to keep some things hidden in her heart. Closing her sparkling eyes, she nodded slowly. Yes, I was angry that you kept things from me and didn't tell me the truth, so I kept things from you too. I was too stubborn. I'm sorry. Lingyu finally let her out of his embrace, gently covering her lips with his eyes filled with intense heat. Mingyu, it's my fault. I won't keep things from you anymore. I am the former Wolf King of the northern region, the man who saved and kissed you in country. Why? It was me. Chin Mingyu paused, their eyes locked. After a while, Chin Mingyu smiled faintly. I actually knew that already. Lingyu also hesitated for a moment, but then let out a relieved smile, embracing Chin Mingyu tightly again. It was then that he heard the sounds of a fight outside, and realized that this was not the place for them to have a domestic dispute. This was Tang Yuja's territory. Leading Chin Mingyu outside, Lingyu found that Moshu was fighting with Uxiu in the front yard of the building. It seemed that the iron cloth sure was not taking advantage against Uxiu's sun and moon sword, as he had some bloodstains on him. Damn it, Lingyu. You finally figured it out. Moshu saw Lingyu and immediately shouted, considering I helped you once, you should return the favor and join forces with me to kill this arrogant guy. This ugly man was getting worked up for the first time. He had never thought of killing someone like this before, but he found Uxiu's aloofness intolerable. Lingyu did not make a move. Uxiu stopped, leapt onto a wall, and distanced himself from Moshu, locking eyes with Lingyu. Did you kill Tang Yuja? Lingyu nodded and asked back, are you going to avenge him? Uxiu shook his head. Whether he lives or dies, it's none of my concern. Lingyu gritted his teeth, questioning further. Then why have you been working for him all this time? What are you thinking, Uxiu? Do you really want to kill me and avenge Nana? Lingyu, unlike Chin Mingyu, understood Uxiu more. In his eyes, Uxiu could never be a bad person. A man who respected the elderly, loved children, and was charitable. How could he be a villain? You ask what I'm thinking. Uxiu seemed slightly puzzled, that kind of confusion that made people afraid because you couldn't predict what he might do. Lingyu, then let me ask you, what are you thinking? Don't you know that Nana likes you? Hasn't she expressed her feelings to you? Why would you choose to be enemies with her, even causing her to die tragically by your hand? The barrage of questions left Lingyu speechless, unsure how to respond. Lingyu, don't waste time with this guy. Let's kill him together. Even Moshu could see through Uxiu's salacious argument. If he were Lingyu, he wouldn't bother arguing with Uxiu. Just fight to the death. Lingyu, however, still didn't make a move. At that moment, sirens blared in the distance. Uxiu sheathed his sword and let down the wall, leaving behind a parting remark. Lingyu, we will have a life and death battle sooner or later. Ruhan had reported to the police early on, and the police cars quickly surrounded the building where the incident occurred. Zia, leading her men, arrived in front of Lingyu and his wife with an imposing manner, asking in surprise, Tang Yuja is dead. Lingyu nodded. Zia quickly stepped inside to inspect the situation, then returned to Lingyu and his wife. Such a tragic death. He was killed while attempting to violate your wife, by you. Lingu nodded. Zia Zhu also nodded. Death is retribution. Legally, it can be deemed as self-defense, but the Tang family will not let you off easily. Be prepared, as things will get very troublesome from here on. Lingu remained unconcerned, even comforting Qin Mingu by saying, Mingu, don't worry. The incident with Lin Baihu before has already passed. Qin Mingu chuckled, finding it amusing how this fool was no longer as straightforward as before, becoming more considerate and warm. However, Zia Zhu sneered and teased, all right, you can go back now. I'll reach out to you if I need to ask more questions. I can't stand seeing you two showing affection in front of me. Please do. Qin Mingu politely responded to Zia Zhu. Now that the conversation was underway, she would no longer distrust Lingu. Since Lingu regarded Zia Zhu as a brother, she would not see Zia Zhu as a woman or feel jealous anymore. As Zia Zhu had anticipated, that same evening, Tang Shang arrived at Zia's villa with a group of men. Seeing the domineering arrival of the Tang family head from Dongcheng, Zia Zhanghao had a foreboding feeling, but he forced a smile and welcomed, Master Tang. What brings you here so late at night? Su Mi stood by her husband's side, her expression very serious, as she had probably guessed the reason behind the Tang family's visit. Humph, Master Zia, is your Zia family declaring war against our Tang family? Tang Zhang's aggressive tone was the first thing he uttered. Zia Zhanghao was not good at withstanding pressure, and though he felt alarmed, he attempted to remain calm, saying, Master Tang, why do you say this? While the Zia family may not be allies, but the Tang family, we are certainly not enemies. Where does this talk of declaring war come from? Is there a misunderstanding regarding my family by the Tang family? Zia Zhanghao had taken over the Dongcheng Zia family out of necessity in the past years, with the mindset of striving for no achievements, but avoiding any mistakes. He diligently handled the business and social connections of the Zia family, never affiliating with factions and never daring to antagonize anyone easily. Although the Dongcheng Tang family was a force set up by the Yanjing Tang family and had backing from around 30 similar factions nationwide, Zia Zhanghao never underestimated their power. If not for Zia Chia forcibly selling Donqi to the Qin family under the pretext of inheriting the family, the Zia family had never had any conflicts with the Tang family. HMPH, a misunderstanding. Tang Shang kicked over the table in the Zia family hall without further explanation, shocking Su Mi. Zia Zhanghao's expression also soured. While he dared not easily offend the Tang family, it didn't mean the Tang family could act wantonly within his Zia family. While Zias only wished to maintain their own territory, they had skilled individuals backing them due to the concealed Zia clan, people not to be easily bullied by the Tang family. The Qin family killed my son, and your Zia Zhu insists on protecting the Qin family's murderer. Isn't that going against our Tang family? Tang Zhang's words left Zia Zhanghao speechless. Over the years, immersed in business and military matters, Zia Zhanghao's perceptions and thoughts had diverged significantly from those of ordinary people. He knew better than most that there was no such thing as fairness and justice in this world. Everything was established on power and strength. Moreover, he was unaware of the details of Lingu killing Tang Zhanghao, making it impossible for him to refute Tang Zhanghao's accusations. What? Is the Zia family planning to ally with the Qin family to confront us, the Tang family, in Dongcheng? Tang Shang continued to threaten. While Dongcheng's Tang family may not be a prominent household or an ancient noble family, at the very least, we carry the Tang surname and are acting on behalf of the overall president of the Tang Ning Commerce Association. If we're wrong and bullied, the president won't turn a blind eye to our situation. Master Zia, there may be misunderstandings in this matter. Please give me some time. I'll investigate thoroughly and provide you with a clear explanation. Zia Zhanghao, under Su Mei's signaling eyes and gestures, temporarily showed submission to Tang Shang. That's for the best. Tang Shang threatened once more. If your Zia Zhu insists on bullying others and defending the Qin family's killer, know that we, the Tang family, also have connections and relationships. I can have her removed from her current position. If the Zia family suffers any losses, don't blame the Tang family for not warning you beforehand. Understood. Understood. Master Tang. This is a small reparations from our Zia family. We'll educate Zia Zhu well. Su Mi hurried to appease and even had a card brought over to Tang Shang. She didn't want to offend people close to the president of the Commerce Association, especially hearing about the collaboration between the Dongcheng Tang family and the Qianwu group. If they were to work together to target the Zia family, the Zia family would be in for a tough time. With a final cold snort, Tan Shan swaggered out. In reality, the Tang family wasn't much, but there were many male members, with only one Tang Yuja dead, still leaving many young masters in the family. Tang Zhang's vengeance for his son was mainly driven by seeking as many benefits as possible through this incident, and to make the Zia family submit to the Tang family. Suemei, you shouldn't have given in to the Tang family so quickly. As soon as the Tang family left, Zia Zhanghao expressed his dissatisfaction. Over the years, Suemei had helped him navigate various interpersonal relationships, but her recent actions indeed seemed inappropriate. Despite being a prominent family in Dongcheng, having the Zia family yield to the Tang family damaged their reputation and honor. Not yield? Should we wait for the Tang family to retaliate against us before yielding? Suemei also vented her frustration to him. The Tang family is now collaborating with the Mountain Shamans Commerce Association, the Qianwu organization, and other forces. With Tang Ning's support, opposing these people would only bring us trouble. This is damage control. Zia Zhanghao didn't want to argue with her. The money was given, and the Zia family wasn't lacking in wealth. However, the situation needed a resolution. Quick, have Zia Zhu brought back home. Zia Zhanghao promptly ordered the people of the Zia family. No need to call, I'm already here. Without waiting for the servants to act, Zia Zhu strode in, still dressed in police attire, indicating she had just come from the police station. Zia Zhu, do you want to upset your parents? Suemei trembled with anger upon seeing Zia Zhu and pointed a quivering finger at her. But before she could verbally reprimand her, Zia Zhu, with a stern expression, stated, Dad, Mom, I am a police officer, and I will always stand on the side of justice and the law. Lingu killing Tang Yuja was in self-defense, and Tang Yuja deserved what he got. If you want me to give up protecting Lingu and collude with the Tang family, then consider me as never having been your daughter. I will move out right away. I'm never coming back. You. Suemei was so angry with Zia Zhu that her chest trembled, unable to help but tightly clutch her left chest. They say daughters are like the Bank of China in prestigious families as well. Suemei had hoped Zia Zhu would marry into a prestigious family, providing an additional support for the Zia family. Who would have thought she would like the son-in-law who came to the Qin family? And now, to protect him, she had no hesitation in breaking away from the Zia family. Did she raise her daughter for over 20 years in vain? Zhanghao, as the head of the family, don't you educate your daughter? Are you trying to drive us crazy with her? Suemei knew Zia Zhu had a quick temper, so she didn't want to confront Zia Zhu directly and could only pressure Zia Zhanghao. Zia Zhanghao sighing, and took out a cigarette. Zia Zhu rarely saw him smoke, which indicated he was genuinely troubled now. Zhuer. Well said. What surprised Suemei was that just when one wave was settling, another wave arose. Zia Jia suddenly appeared, agitated, saying, Mom, the one who should reflect is you. Raising children, are you instilling in them improper values? Is power and influence everything? Zia Jia. You. Suemei was so angry that she almost couldn't catch her breath. Zia Jia continued resolutely, I'm proud to have a sister like this. Living in this world, one should aspire to justice, fairness, love, and freedom, not to lose oneself for power and profit. Since my sister says so, then I'll be clear I like Ruoxu. If you insist on opposing us being together, I will leave the Zia family too. What? What did you say? Say it again, if you dare. Suemei was almost so angry she almost spat out blood. Pointing at Zia Zhu at times and at Zia Jia others, her face flushed, indicating she had reached her limit. Enough. Stop it. You all quiet down. Zia Zhanghao finally roared angrily as the head of the family. Zia Jia and Zia Zhu left for the time being. Suemei, however, was relentless, expressing, Zhanghao, do you know what you're saying? Are you giving them hope? As a father, isn't it your responsibility to make the right choices for them? Their hearts are all leaning towards the Qin family, and at this rate, our Zia family will eventually be ruined. Slap. Zia Zhanghao, troubled and agitated, couldn't bear it anymore and, in a fit of anger, slapped his wife's face. Suemei was stunned. After over 30 years of marriage, Her husband had never hit her and had always been very gentle, but today, he actually hit her. Zia Jonghao also felt some regret, looking at his hand, before swinging it momentously, saying, "Stop bothering me. What's right, what's wrong, is not for you to decide." After that, he left the hall without returning to the room, leaving Suemi alone, sobbing bitterly in the same spot. Early the next morning, Lingu and Chen Mingyu arrived at a hospital in East City. Xiaowei lay on the bed, still unconscious. Yu Tingting and Ling Tang were inside taking care of him, while Moshu stayed outside. He wasn't afraid of Ling Tang, he was afraid of getting into a conflict with Ling Tang inside, affecting Xiaowei's rest. Seeing Ling Yu and his wife entering, Ling Tang immediately asked, "Xiao Yu, what's going on?" Xiaowei still hasn't woken up. Ling Yu quickly checked Xiaowei's condition again and sighed softly, saying, "Xiaowei still has brain-blood circulation regulation disorders. If not handled properly, there is a high chance he may become a vegetable. If it weren't for urgently saving Chen Mingyu and protecting the fetus yesterday, he should have given acupuncture to Xiaowei at that time." The situation had worsened a bit by now. Hearing his words, Moshu outside couldn't help spitting out fiercely, cursing through gritted teeth, "Damn the Tang family. Damn the self-righteous swordsman. I won't let you go." If it weren't for Yang Xiu stopping him at the time, he would have easily handled those pests and Xiaowei wouldn't have been beaten like this. Therefore, Moshu believed that besides the Tang family bodyguards who beat his son, the ultimate culprit was Yang Xiu. He wouldn't let them off the hook. With these thoughts in mind, Moshu angrily left. "I'm going to give Xiaowei acupuncture to assist his recovery, but you need to be patient. For full recovery from a brain concussion, it will take 1 to 2 weeks at the earliest." Ling Yu was unaware that Moshu had left after hearing only the first part of his words, while Ling Tang and Yu Tingting heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing the latter part. Ling Yu intended to administer acupuncture to Xiaowei, but he was stopped by a nurse outside, who quickly prevented him from proceeding, calling the chief physician. "I'm sorry, if you want to treat a patient, you can take him out of the hospital. Otherwise, if something goes wrong while you treat him in our hospital, you will bear full responsibility, and we will not be held accountable." The chief physician's words seemed harsh, but were in line with proper procedures. He thought Ling Yu was either a fool or a quack trying to swindle honest people out of medical fees. Ling Yu didn't want to argue with him, and Xiaowei still needed hospital equipment and care. He wouldn't let anyone take him out for treatment. Yet, he had to administer acupuncture to speed up Xiaowei's recovery, creating a dilemma. "Dr. Wang, let him proceed. Nothing will go wrong." At a critical moment, Luotia intervened. Following him was his disciple Smith. One was the prestigious Western doctor at this hospital, and the other was the honorary dean. Due to Ling Yu and the longevity pill that had appeared, they had been enthusiastically studying traditional Chinese medicine these past days, even considering researching immortality elixirs. Upon hearing that someone wanted to perform acupuncture on a child patient in their hospital, they hurried over. After all, using acupuncture to treat brain concussion was unheard of to them, and they wanted to know who this fool was. But upon seeing that it was Ling Yu, they felt reassured, thinking, "Well, everything should be fine now. Thank you." After thanking Ling Yu, they didn't delay and began the acupuncture. The silver needles his hands expertly pierced in and out, his techniques dazzling and bewildering. It seemed like acrobatics, but every needle was precisely placed, displaying skills honed over decades. Luotia and Smith nodded approvingly as they watched. Soon, the miraculous moment arrived. Before the acupuncture was even complete, Xiaowei, who had been unconscious, slowly began to flutter his eyelids and then slightly opened his eyes, seemingly waking up. How is this possible? The attending physician had thoroughly examined Ziwei and made a diagnosis, stating that the patient would wake up in at least a week. Now, Ling Yu managed to wake him up in just 1 day. Is he trying to provoke the attending physician? If this gets out, his authority and position will be at risk. Unbelievable. Smith once again displayed his trademark shocked expression. Ling Yu's traditional Chinese medicine skills once again astonished him, making him grateful that he came here. "Mr. Ling, may I learn from your medical skills?" Luotia directly asked. "I know your country's customs. If it requires apprenticeship to teach, I am willing to become your student." These words shocked the attending physician, Yu Tingting, and others. This is the eminent figure in the medical world of East City, an esteemed and respected elder like you with extraordinary status, saying you can become a teacher just like that. Lingu modestly waved his hand. Director Luo, Stakai, I will make time to discuss with you, but I am busy now. Another day perhaps. Luo Chiasai, knowing the customs of the Dragon Country's people, when a Dragon Country person says another day, it often implies an indefinite postponement. Ziwei, what's wrong? At this moment, Ziqian's panicked voice could be heard from outside the ward. Next moment, disregarding how many people were inside, this woman forcefully entered and tried to rush towards Ziwei's hospital bed. It's you. What are you doing here? Ling Shitang was the first to push his wheelchair in front of her. Seeing that they were about to argue again, the usually quiet Qin Mingyu reminded, if you want to argue, please leave and do not disturb Ziwei's rest. Yes. General Qin. Ling Shitang quickly acquiesced to Qin Mingyu's instructions, but immediately changed his expression, angrily addressing Ziqian. You, woman, come with me outside. I have something to ask you. Humph. I came to see my son, who wants to talk to you. Ziqian heard from Moshu that Ziwei had a concussion, prompting her to hurry to East City. Even though she and Ling Shitang were divorced, Ziwei was the child she carried for 9 months and gave birth to. No matter how cold-hearted a woman may be, hearing that her son was seriously injured would still make her anxious. Get out. Ling Shitang, who usually had others cater to his every need, only displayed his frightening potential when faced with Ziqian, briskly pushing the wheelchair and attempting to push her out with one hand. Helpless, Ziqian, not being on her home turf, had to leave the ward with a stomach full of anger. Although Yu Tingting was somewhat moved, she remained silent, showing no noticeable emotion. Ling Yu continued to examine Ziwei, but the next moment, Lin Fen and Shen Xiaopang barged in. Ling Yu, something big happened yesterday, right? Senior brother, we have something to tell you. Be prepared. Their expressions were more excited than the other. To avoid disturbing Ziwei's quiet rest, Ling Yu had no choice but to leave the ward with them. What? Did my cousin do something bad? Listening to the news from the two, Ling Yu felt a mixture of excitement and anger. He had always known that his cousin was not a good person, but he never expected him to collude with outsiders to harm his own family. Mingyu is his elder sister-in-law, and she's pregnant. The fact that Ling Jiawei did such a thing is absolutely unforgivable. That's right. We saw it with our own eyes, heard it with our own ears. We're not lying to you. If you don't believe us, ask Lin Fan. Thinking that Ling Yu didn't believe them, the chubby one excitedly pointed at Lin Fan. Before Lin Fan could speak, Qin Mingyu walked over to Ling Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with cold anger. I knew someone could monitor my every move yesterday. It turns out to be your cousin playing tricks. Without him as an insider, Tang Yu's influence wouldn't have been able to surround me the moment I went out. Ling Yu couldn't help clenching his fists tightly, telling Qin Mingyu, Mingyu, rest assured, I will definitely make my cousin explain this matter. Sensing Ling Yu's sorrow, Qin Mingyu simply nodded, not putting any pressure on him. In the meantime, in the green space outside the hospital building, Ling Shitang and Ziqian were already embroiled in a heated argument. You shameless Beifang man, were you really pregnant with a child when you married me back then? Is Ziwei not really your biological son? Ling Shitang's eyes were bloodshot, trying to grab Ziqian and pull her over. But Ziqian was very afraid of his current demeanor, instinctively stepping back, only to have her skirt grabbed and torn off by Ling Shitang. Wow! Look at that! That woman is dressed provocatively, wearing sexy lingerie, and it's red with black accents. Who is that man to her? Can't this be considered public indecency? Hearing the gossip around them, Ziqian blushed furiously, clutching her vital area tightly. Ling Shitang, on the other hand, was furious and fearless, continuing to roar at her. You wretched woman, come here. After deceiving me for so many years, watch how I deal with you. Even the most honest person has a temper. And when an honest person explodes, they are more terrifying than those who are habitually arrogant. It's an unstoppable force. Seeing Ling Shitang about to lose his temper, Ziqian immediately forgot about her skirt and stood up to escape. By Lan, where are you? Come man, save me. Someone wants to kill me. Ziqian found a hidden corner to call Moshe for help. She was genuinely afraid that if Ling Shitang caught her, he would kill her. After all, a man fears betrayal most of all, especially after nourishing someone else's child for several years, only to find out the child isn't his. I'm going to avenge my son. Who is time to chase after you? At this moment, Moshu was on his way to the Tang family villa and didn't feel like dealing with Ziqian. Ling Shitang. He knows Ziwei is not his son and even says it was confirmed by you. You're the one who ruined me. Oh, that honest man. Haha. When you claimed Ziwei wasn't his son before, didn't he still not believe you? Upon hearing Ziqian's words, Moshu didn't speak ill of Ling Shitang and even laughed. Though he looked ugly, he was still rational. Ling Shitang took on the responsibility of raising his child for 6 or 7 years. Moshu should be grateful. Now that Ling Shitang knew the truth and is angry, it's only natural. Are you still laughing? If he finds me, I'm as good as dead. Qian wanted to castrate this ugly man. It's almost unbelievable that he would laugh at a time like this. I'll provide you with a safe place. Come to me. Rest assured, no matter what, you are the child's mother. If Ling Shitang comes looking for you, I'll reason with him and help him let go of his grievances. Moshu continued to laugh heartily. Qian had no choice but to go find him. At the moment, Moshu was her only shoulder to lean on. After hanging up the phone, Moshu's expression turned cold then murderous, his eyes fixed on the Tang family villa. He wasn't a forgiving man. Those thugs from the Tang family who beat his son so badly. Today, they are in deep trouble. Doom. The Tang family's villa was suddenly kicked open by someone. Tang Anqi, who was about to leave the house, was startled, watching an ugly man swagger in front of a group of Tang family bodyguards. Tang Anqi's expression gradually turned from surprise to disbelief. She had lived in the Tang family villa for so many years, but this was the first time she encountered someone bold enough to barge in. Hand over the bastard who hurt my son. Moshu didn't care how many people were present, maintaining a condescending demeanor. Compared to visiting the A trigram sect in the past, barging into the Tang family's territory now was nothing. Find death. Take him down. Tang Anqi commanded the Tang family bodyguards coldly. Hey, is a little girl in charge today? Are the men of the Tang family not around, or are they hiding like cowards? Moshu saw Tang Anqi and teased with a grin. You ugly freak, you're asking for it. I'll tear your mouth apart in a moment. Tang Anqi, a proud woman who valued appearance, pointed at Moshu angrily. The Tang family bodyguards rushed forward. However, the Tang family's strength was not high to begin with. Even the Su family of the East City didn't regard the Tang family highly, and with the absence of Yuangxiu from the Tang family, the outcome was predictable. With minimal effort, Moshu easily defeated the group of bodyguards. Only then did Tang Anqi put away her proud look and began to retreat in panic. Just when she was about to turn and flee back into the building, Moshu teleported and blocked her path. Tang Anqi, just an ordinary woman, was caught off guard as she collided with Moshu. Moshu chuckled. In such a rush to throw yourself at me. Lucky for me, I'm not a serious person either, so I'll reluctantly accept you. Haha. Saying that, he held on to Tang Anqi's slender waist. Being someone who highly valued appearance, Tang Anqi found being held by Moshu extremely disgusting and harshly threatened. Let me go. Dare to touch me, and I'll castrate you for sure. So cruel? Moshu shivered slightly, continuing to laugh. I'm a man who prefers women. The greatest pleasure for me is to revel in pleasure. If I were castrated, I'd rather be killed by a sword. Haha. Beast, release my wife. Zhou Shaokan, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the villa and saw Moshu teasing Tang Anqi. Enraged, his face turned red, and anger stirred within him. Don't get agitated. Don't get agitated. Moshu grinned. Although I'm lustful, I still have some principles. I won't mess with someone else's wife. I'm just here. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Shaokan aimed his gun and fired at him. Tang Anqi screamed in terror, vehemently scolding, You scoundrel, if you hit me, you're dead. Moshu froze for a moment. After hearing Tang Anqi's threat, he quickly retracted his gun, thinking he had settled Moshu with that shot. But Moshu suddenly widened his eyes, frightening Zhou Shaokan to the core. Ouch. Infuriated, Moshu cursed, I'm the one who always shoots others. How dare you shoot me? I'll make you pay. With that, he viciously slapped Tang Anqi on her thigh and buttocks, as if disciplining a child. Tang Anqi felt her entire thigh numb, feeling humiliated and in pain. Tears streaming down her face. She thought, if you want to teach Zhou Shaokan a lesson, go ahead and hit him. Why hit me? Release my wife. Zhou Shaokan raised his gun again, but realizing there was more to the situation than he could handle, he couldn't even kill him with bullets. "What can you do if I don't release her?" Mo Shu angrily retorted, landing another slap on the other side of Tang and Chi. Tang and Chi winced in pain once more. Strangely enough, witnessing her being tormented in front of him, Zhou Xiaokong felt extremely excited, unable to contain his arousal. This woman usually acted like a queen in front of him. Now she finally tasted the bitterness of being tormented, right? However, Tang and Chi was still his mistress, and Zhou Xiaokong had to find a way to save her. He quickly relented, saying, What is your purpose for coming to the Tang family? Release my wife, and we can discuss everything. Are you still hesitating?" Mo Shu, always resolute, wouldn't back down until he achieved his goal. He was particularly annoyed with Yuanxi. However, Zhou Xiaokong couldn't make a decision. He was just a son-in-law of the Tang family, good for nothing. When had he ever had a say in anything regarding the Tang family? "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up!" Tang and Chi shouted in frustration. If word got out about what happened today, that she, the distinguished Miss Tang, was spanked and scolded by an ugly man, she would rather die. "Okay, I'll go." Zhou Xiaokong quickly ordered someone to find the beaten bodyguard. "That's the scoundrel." Mo Shu identified the culprit and swiftly jumped over, delivering a powerful punch to his temple. An eye for an eye. Unfortunately, the bodyguard, still dazed, collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back in his head. "Oh, my mood has finally lightened a bit." Mo Shu chuckled, clapped his hands, and looked back at Tang and Chi. Tang and Chi shuddered in fear, hastily covering her buttocks and retreating. "What about the man with long hair? Where is he staying?" Mo Shu inquired further. He knew very well that Yuanxiu was extremely powerful. If it were just business, he would have confronted Yuanxiu himself. However, driven by revenge for his son and disdain for Yuanxiu's pretentious demeanor, he was determined to fight him to the death. No, he had to kill him. He seems to be staying in an ordinary residential area in the East City. I'll tell you the exact address. Tang Yanqi's fear of Mo Shu had penetrated deep into her bones, causing her to lose her arrogance. After getting the address, Mo Shu warned, "Don't inform that guy in advance, or else I'll come back and beat your buttocks again." After threatening Tang and Chi, Mo Shu left with a big laugh. Visiting the Tang family turned out to be more enjoyable than going to a bathhouse. So refreshing, haha. On the other side, in a modest rental house, Yuanxiu was meditating inside when the door was knocked. "Uncle, are you in there?" "Uncle." It was a teenage girl's voice, tinged with excitement. Yuanxiu frowned slightly, stood up, and opened the door, only to find the young girl who was selling on the streets with her grandfather that morning. "Uncle, I finally found you." The girl was dressed plainly, of average stature and appearance, but her innocent smile was quite infectious, making Yuanxiu feel comfortable. "Who are you?" Yuanxiu's eyes were puzzled as he asked the girl. "Uncle, don't you recognize me?" The girl looked somewhat surprised, pointing excitedly at the cat by her side. "It's us. You helped us before." The cat meowed as if it had its own intelligence, calling out to Yuanxiu. "Oh, it's you two." Yuanxiu remembered. On the morning after winning the championship at the peak race, he had indeed helped this girl and the cat. "Uncle, you can't be serious. You've already forgotten about us." The girl looked both sad and shocked. That day, Uncle had casually handed her a card with 5 million on it. How could he forget her in just 1 week? Yuanxiu didn't give a direct answer. Instead he turned and walked into the house, recalling the teachings of his ancestors. A benefactor should not expect repayment, and a beneficiary should not forget to repay kindness. The girl tapped her chin with her index finger, looking a bit puzzled. It took her a while to understand the meaning of his words. Then, she walked into the house with the cat in her arms, slightly excited. Upon entering, she realized that this uncle was not a wealthy man at all. The house was almost bare, without anything valuable inside. However, it was very clean and tidy, making her feel comfortable. "Uncle, with your current economic situation, why did you give me 5 million? The girl looked a bit flustered. Yuanxiu was making tea for her, not treating her any differently just because of her humble status. Upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but smirk. "So, you look down on me now?" No. The girl hurried over to him, kneeling across the table from him and explaining, "Uncle, it's not what I meant. I just didn't expect why you would sponsor me with 5 million. Yuanxiu didn't answer, merely offering her the cup of tea he just made. Seeing the cat meowing at him again, he took out a piece of bread, carefully cut it, and placed it in front of the cat. The girl watched his every move silently, finding it pleasing to the eye. Couldn't help but praise, "Uncle, your life is really exquisite. Every detail is meticulous." Yuanxiu just smiled faintly, raising his teacup as if to toast a friend. "Oh." The girl was slightly surprised, quickly lifting her teacup in mimicry. Then, they both drank the tea. After drinking, the girl felt a bit hot and stuck her tongue out like a puppy to cool down. Yuanxiu saw her and couldn't help but chuckle. The girl felt embarrassed and quickly stuck out her tongue to alleviate the awkwardness. After a while, she reached out her hand to Yuanxiu. "Uncle, my name is Tanjia. You can call me Xiaoyaya." Yuanxiu remained expressionless, but after a while, he reached out his hand and shook hers lightly, saying, "Yuanxiu, uncle, your name is so poetic." Xiaoyaya smiled and shook his hand, feeling reluctant to let go. "Oh, right." At that moment, she took out her bank card and handed it respectfully to Yuanxiu. "Uncle, here's your card. There's still 4.8 million inside, and the 200,000 is considered a loan from me. I'll definitely pay you back once I graduate from college and start working." Afterwards, she reached into her purse and pulled out a promissory note, with her fingerprint on it, passing it to Yuanxiu. Yuanxiu glanced at it, smiling. "The handwriting is quite nice." Hehe. Xiaoyaya was pleased to receive his compliment, looking like an innocent child. "You can take the money. I don't need it. And what you're doing makes me feel embarrassed," Yuanxiu said seriously. "Why?" The girl was taken aback, not wanting to embarrass uncle. "I was doing a good deed at the time, not lending money. By doing this, you're refusing my good intentions, making it seem like I'm presumptuous or have ulterior motives," Yuanxiu said, looking a bit displeased. No, uncle, I never thought that way." Xiaoyaya, seeing that Yuanxiu was still unhappy, quickly put away the card and promissory note. "I didn't think uncle had bad intentions. Uncle, in my eyes, you shine with kindness. I know you're a great person who likes to do good deeds without seeking recognition. But I just want to repay the kindness, so I spent a week looking for you." Yuanxiu looked at her innocent expression and smiled, gently rubbing her forehead with his finger to calm her down. Then, Yuanxiu stood up, turned his back to her, and looked out the window at the scenery. "Uncle, do you often do good deeds like this? Have you helped many people?" Xiaoyaya admired him and asked. Yuanxiu nodded. "You are truly a kind person. Kind-hearted people will surely be rewarded," Xiaoyaya mentioned casually. To her surprise, Yuanxiu suddenly turned back to look at her, asking seriously, "Do you really think so?" Xiaoyaya hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yuanxiu smiled casually, but reality doesn't always turn out that way. Many kind-hearted people often do not have a good ending. Xiaoyaya didn't know how to respond for a moment, feeling curious about the many stories hidden within uncle. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Yuanxiu walked over to open it, revealing a drunkard from the neighborhood outside. Hey, Yuanxiu, I don't have money to buy alcohol again. Do you have any at home?" The drunkard's breath could be smelled from afar, causing Xiaoyaya to cover her nose lightly. "I don't have any. Here's some money for you to buy it." Yuanxiu casually pulled out some money and handed it over to the drunkard. "Thanks." The drunkard took the money and left without even bothering to count it, let alone write a promissory note. "Uncle, do you often help people like this?" Xiaoyaya asked. Yuanxiu nodded. "You are a truly kind person, but you just said that kind-hearted people may not always receive kindness in return. Why are you still so generous?" Xiaoya's pure eyes were filled with confusion. "Because of a woman, she changed me," Yuanxiu revealed without hiding. After saying those words, he sighed rarely, gazing slightly up at the sky, almost as if Luna's shadow filled his eyes. "Oh, uncle, can you tell me who she is?" Xiaoyaya looked a bit disappointed, realizing that uncle had a woman in his heart. "She's dead," Yuanxiu said, his expression now filled with sadness. "Oh, I'm sorry." Xiaoyaya quickly apologized. Yuanxiu didn't look at her, but continued gazing out at the sky through the window, slowly speaking. "My parents were murderers. When my ancestor brought me back to the village, everyone ostracized me, insulted me. I felt despair and even consider ending this miserable and meaningless life of mine. It was she who suddenly handed me to steaming buns, stuffed them into my hands, and played games with me, showing me what happiness is. I thought she liked me, and indeed, I liked her very much, and even felt that her happiness was the meaning of my existence. But later on, I realized she was just being kind. The man in her heart was not me. Tanya listened to Yuangxi's story, unable to hold back tears streaming down her face. Yuangxi, looking at the faint reflection of the girl through the glass window, felt inexplicably comforted in his heart. Because of Runa's death, he had buried his grief very deep, never knowing who to confide in. Sharing his inner sadness today, the girl shed tears for him, making him feel somewhat relieved. Finally, there was someone who would truly listen to his story. Uncle, you will definitely find another woman as kind as her. Tanya wiped away her tears and said, "You're right. Kindness may not always be rewarded, but I believe in the process of doing good deeds, we find happiness, don't we?" Tanya's words made Yuangxi slightly stunned, and he looked back at her. Tanya smiled through her tears. "She showed kindness to you and you will remember her for a lifetime. And you showed kindness to me and I will remember you for a lifetime. That's the real reward, isn't it?" Suddenly, Yuangxi smiled resignedly, approached her, and gently patted her head, mature and warm, saying, "Silly child, don't cry." "Okay, I won't cry." Tanya nodded, wiping her tears with her sleeve, wanting to continue talking, but suddenly a nose came from outside the door. "Hey, Jianren, I finally found you." A hideous man, propping the doorframe with one hand, smirked at Yuangxi. Startled, Yuangxi looked at this unexpected guest. He had long known that entering the martial arts world and joining the Tang family will inevitably attract enemies and disrupt his peaceful life, but he never expected this day to come so soon. "Prepare to die." Mo Shu seized the opportunity, suddenly pulling out a pair of batons from his body and swinging towards Yuangxi. Yuangxi had no sword in hand, so he could only dodge. Bang! 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 In an instant, the once neat little house was shattered into pieces. "Ah, don't make a mess." Tanya, unaware of who Mo Shu was, thought he was a burglar breaking in and was about to call the police with her phone. But the next moment, Mo Shu took her phone from her and grinned at her. "Beauty, I'm here to avenge my son. I won't touch you. Stay quiet." Tanya was shocked by his smile, wondering what was really going on. Did the uncle hurt his son? Impossible. The uncle was such a kind person. How could he do something like that? Next, Mo Shu continued to attack Yuangxi, gaining the upper hand for a while. "Ha ha, you used to rely on your sword to deceive people. Now let's see how you like being chased with a stick." Mo Shu was different from other martial artists. He enjoyed the process of fighting, especially the feeling of gaining the upper hand against a strong opponent. However, he had underestimated Yuangxi, who grabbed a broom in the house and unexpectedly managed to repel him. "Stinky brat, your spear skills are quite impressive." "Huh." Mo Shu widened his eyes, feeling he had miscalculated. He had come to seek revenge on Yuangxi, hitting with a surprise attack. Now that everyone had weapons, his advantage was lost. Should he retreat or continue to bravely face the situation? Mo Shu suddenly felt torn like Hamlet. "Little white dragon, are you inside?" Little white dragon. Unexpectedly, outside the house, Zikion's voice could be heard. "Why did you come chasing here?" Mo Shu turned angrily to her. "Weren't you the one who called me to come find you?" "Ling Shatang is chasing after me." Kion said anxiously. Mo Shu sneered at her. "Being chased by a disabled person, isn't that embarrassing? He could follow you here." "Nonsense." Kion blushed a bit. She then realized what Mo Shu was up to and asked in surprise, "Is this guy the one who get our son into a coma?" "Damn right it's him." Mo Shu spat. Yuangxi remained expressionless, indifferent. Tanya, however, was having a hard time believing all that was unfolding, protecting Yuangxi with her hands and questioning the two men. "Is there a misunderstanding here? Uncle is such a kind person, he wouldn't harm your son." "Kind?" Mo Shu almost laughed at the notion. "Little sister, many wolves are cloaked in sheep's clothing. Society is treacherous. Don't always assume that looks equate to righteousness. Today, I am the protagonist seeking revenge here." Tanya glanced between Yuangxi and the ugly man, unsure of who was right. Yuangxi did not bother to respond, his gaze cold and distant. "Tanya, step aside and let me deal with them." Tanya nodded, her thoughts a jumble. Why wasn't the uncle explaining himself? "Deal with me? Damn it, I'll kill you first." Mo Shu was getting agitated. To be honest, Yuangxi was the opponent he had fought the most with, and until he defeated him, he wouldn't be satisfied. He continued his relentless attacks, swinging his batons, upward strikes and downward chops, swift movements. Although Mo Shu was an expert martial artist with ironclad skills, his baton techniques were extraordinary. Truly a rare mixed martial artist. But despite his powerful moves, Yuanxi managed to hold his ground with ease. Zia Qian also understood what was happening. She thought it was Yuanxi who had caused her son to fall into a coma and decided to take action. While Yuanxi was busy with Mo Shu, she grabbed a pair of scissors from the house and launched a surprise attack on Yuanxi's back. "You attacked my son." Dying. Zia Qian's fierce face lunged forward. No. Tanya wanted to help Yuanxi, but it was too late. The disparity between a martial artist and an ordinary person was immense. Yuanxi, dealing with Mo Shu, managed to kick Zia Qian away. Zia Qian fell backward, hitting Tanya, who had rushed over. It was an unexpected turn of events. When Zia Qian got up, she saw the scissor she had thrown had pierced Tanya's abdomen. This. Zia Qian's face turned pale. She had never intended to harm Tanya, much less to kill anyone. Zia. Yuanxi turned back, his initially indifferent expression turning angry. "Hey, Zia Qian, what are you up to? You've done enough without making things worse. You were supposed to avenge your son, not harm others." Mo Shu, witnessing the scene, completely lost his fighting spirit in an instant. He wanted to kill Yuanxi, not an innocent girl. "Die. I want you all dead." Originally composed, Yuanxi's eyes suddenly became cloudy, surrounded by a murderous aura, as if he had instantly transformed into a different person. Zia Qian trembled in fear. Mo Shu finally understood. A demon inhabited this man's body, explaining his deviation from normalcy. "Go, you damn woman, run." Mo Shu reacted and fiercely shouted at Zia Qian. But Yuanxi, meanwhile, had already lunged at her with the broomstick. Damn it, Zia Qian always gave birth to a son for him. Mo Shu couldn't bear to see her in danger, bravely using her body to block a strike from Yuanxi. However, Yuanxi's agility was superior, and in a swift move, he evaded Mo Shu's defense and appeared in front of Zia Qian. Zia Qian was so scared her urine nearly came out and hurriedly turned and fled. She knew this man wanted to kill her. Yuanxi aimed a strike directly at her back, intending to end her life. In a critical moment, Mo Shu swung his double-section staff, knocking Yuanxi's pole askew, allowing Zia Qian to escape. However, the next moment, Yuanxi took advantage and launched a sneak attack, striking directly at Mo Shu's vital spot. Even Mo Shu, tough as he was, found it difficult to withstand the strike, feeling a scorching sensation in his abdomen as if it was about to explode. Yuanxi drew his sword from the house and thrust it towards Mo Shu. Instinctively, Mo Shu jumped out of the window and sprinted away, not daring to engage in further combat. Damn it! Being reversed by this jerk was unbearable. "Help! Someone, help me!" Zia Qian panicked as she fled Yuanxi's house, shouting and alarming several residents nearby. However, the surrounding residents did not believe Yuanxi was a bad person. Instead, they didn't know Zia Qian and wondered why she was acting hysterically. Unexpectedly, a man in a wheelchair pushed himself towards her and yelled, "Zia Qian, where are you running off to this time? I won't spare you." Ling Tang. Zia Qian was shocked to see her paralyzed ex-husband. A dire situation with danger on both sides. This old farmer, now disabled, had actually followed her from the hospital. What grudge was this for? Simply cheating on him years ago, and then with someone else. Was it necessary to be so vengeful? "I'll kill you." Ling Tang was getting worked up, not caring about what was happening with Zia Qian, and striking out. Though divorced for some time, the feelings of a husband and wife quarrel still lingered. Desperate, Zia Qian leapt behind him, pushing his wheelchair back to shield herself from the pursuing Yuanxi. Ignoring everything, she ran forward to escape. Unable to defeat the young and strong, could she really not get past this old and lame man? However, in the next moment, a cry rang out from behind. Zia Qian couldn't resist looking back, only to see Ling Tang impaled by Yuanxi's sword through the heart. What's this? Zia Qian was pale, trembling lips, and terrified. She never intended to kill Ling Tang. Who would have thought that his wheelchair would collide with Yuanxi's pursuing sword? Yuanxi hadn't anticipated this sudden turn of events. Seeing Ling Tang dead in front of him, he furrowed his brow slightly. Wasn't this Ling Yu's cousin? How did it come to this? A dead body. Quick! Call the police. The residents, witnessing the scene, hid in fear. Never would they have imagined the quiet Yuangxi would wield a sword and kill someone. Yuangxi also found the situation troublesome, checked Ling Shideng's pulse, confirmed he had passed away, then pulled out his sword without hesitation. Plouch! Blood pooled on the floor instantly. Without a second thought, Yuangxi hurried back into the house, picked up the still-breathing Tanya, and headed straight to the hospital. Meanwhile, Lingyu had no idea why Ling Shitang and Ziqian left the hospital, as he had more urgent matters at hand. Lingyu, why are you bringing me to this club? Qin Mingyu was a bit surprised, as her husband had never been this forceful in taking her out before. Holding Qin Mingyu's hand tightly, as if afraid to loosen his grip in fear of her being kidnapped again, Lingyu replied, I found you a bodyguard. What? A bodyguard? Qin Mingyu was truly astonished. That's right. I can't let you be harmed in any way. I don't want to be a deadbeat husband anymore, Lingyu said seriously, almost making Qin Mingyu laugh. Who would consider themselves a deadbeat husband? Where did you find this bodyguard? Is he reliable? Absolutely reliable, Lingyu assured, piquing Qin Mingyu's curiosity even more. Upon entering the VIP room at the club and seeing the person, she was shocked. Captain Yi, it's you. Madam Ling, nice to meet you. Major Yi extended his hand to Qin Mingyu, while Qin Mingyu lightly shook his hand and kept her eyes on Lingyu. Lingyu, having already revealed their relationship to her, no longer felt the need to hide his connection with Yi. He is the Night Wolf of the War Wolf unit, one of my most trusted brothers. I see. Qin Mingyu finally understood. Everything that had happened previously could now be explained logically, like why Yi was so good to him. Captain Yi, is it you who Lingyu mentioned as the bodyguard? Qin Mingyu was still surprised. When Yi nodded, she was even more amazed. But aren't you the chief of the Yun City Police? How can you protect me personally? Ha ha. I have privileges, and protecting my sister-in-law is more important than any position. Yi responded straightforwardly because in his heart, nothing mattered more than protecting Qin Mingyu. After his sister-in-law was kidnapped twice, he was still on edge, and even if Lingyu hadn't called him, he would have come on his own. As for the reward, Qin Mingyu, being a businesswoman, naturally thought this way. It's free. Without waiting for Lingyu's answer, he patted his chest. Madam, you don't need to doubt my abilities and determination. As long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone harm you. Seeing Yi's attitude, Qin Mingyu couldn't help feeling puzzled because she hadn't experienced the Northerners' belief and loyalty in their oath-bound souls. Looking back at Lingyu, this time, he explained bluntly, our mission is to take down Tang Ning, the chairman of the guild. Protecting you and having you lead the Qin family to pull Tang Ning down from that position is our primary goal. Mingyu feigned annoyance. So, you married me to use me. Mingyu, I'm sorry. Lingyu quickly smiled apologetically and then stated seriously, I swear, when we got married, I hadn't accepted this mission. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. How could I not be willing? Qin Mingyu shot a glance at him. I'm carrying your child. How can I not join your gang? Ha ha. You listened and quickly congratulated. Congratulations on becoming a father soon. Lingyu smiled, feeling the burden on his shoulders, facing numerous powerful enemies, and the difficulty of protecting his wife and child ahead. By the way, boss, there's a message I need to share with you, specifically about the Lin family of Yun City. Yi suddenly interjected, oh, have you found King Xuan? Lingyu immediately asked, with a hint of excitement in his expression. Although Qin Mingyu remained composed, she thought to herself, this idiot, as soon as the surname Lin is mentioned, he can't stay calm. Huh, no. It's about Lin Qinglan. Oh, that guy. Lingyu, although still curious, lost that trace of excitement. Qin Mingyu finally couldn't help but pinch his waist hard, making Lingyu cry out in surprise as he looked at her. What? When your siblings go missing, you care about your sister and not your brother. Your sexual orientation is really normal. No. Lingyu hurriedly explained, waving his hands. It's because Lin Qinglan is definitely still alive, but King Xuan might not be. So of course I'm more worried about King Xuan. Qin Mingyu coldly snorted, clearly not satisfied with his explanation. But this idiot was becoming more accommodating and gentle towards her. Ha ha, you two lovebirds. Stop showing affection for now and let me finish speaking. Yi awkwardly said. Wu Bingzhen, the demon instructor from South Zhang, and I are friends. He mentioned Lin Qinglan's whereabouts and contacting me. Wu Bingzhen, Lingu had heard of this figure before, with a high reputation in South Zhang, on par with the Night Wolf in the Northern Territory. What did he say? Boss, he's right here. Shall I let him in, so we can all hear what he has to say? With Ling Yu's permission, Yizi quickly contacted Wu Bingzhen. Shortly after, a tall, muscular man around 1.9 meters walked in. Seeing this figure, Chen Mingyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. He exuded a strong presence, making her wonder if her husband was more powerful than this man. Hello, Mr. Ling and Miss Chen. Wu Bingzhen seemed unaware of Ling Yu's identity, only being polite due to Yi Zhao's presence. Ling Yu shook hands with him, noting that his wrist was indeed not small. Chen Mingyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement without shaking hands. You two are friends of Qinglan and the goddess, right? Miss Chen is indeed unparalleled in beauty. No wonder I heard that Qinglan had been chasing after you. He's been chasing you for many years, saying he won't marry until he catches you. Looks like he's destined to be a bachelor for life. Wu Bingzhen spoke bluntly, in line with a military man's characteristics. Chen Mingyu just smiled politely. Ling Yu immediately asked, Instructor Wu, I heard you have information about Lin Qinglan. That's right. I heard that after the Lin family was torn apart by the Zhao family, that kid Qinglan went to the City of Dark Knights. City of Dark Knights? Does it have any relation to the Dark Knights in the Eastern City? Ling Yu asked, even suspecting if it was the Dark Knights Club that he had recently acquired and refurbished in the Eastern City. No. Wu Bingzhen's eyes showed a hint of disdain. The City of Dark Knights is a devil's land, not comparable to the minor factions in the Eastern City. It's a large city built on the Devil's Island. Devil's Island? Ling Yu recalled hearing about this during his time in the Northern Territory. Rumors say that on that island live some of the most terrifying individuals globally. Why did that guy Qinglan go there? I'm not entirely sure. Wu Bingzhen continued. Before setting off, he sent me a message, saying, Instructor, I want to become stronger. I want to gain power. I want to change the Lin family. It seems like he's been PUAD. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu couldn't help but share a glance, then chuckled. It was indeed in line with Lin Qinglan's intelligence setting. Those PUA types were just too easy. Alright, since you're his friend and goddess, if you have the chance, bring him back. Wu Bingzhen didn't linger, standing up. I came here today not only to meet Qinglan's goddess, but also to see South Qin's strongest warrior. But honestly, a bit disappointed. This remark made Yizi frown immediately. Although he hadn't revealed Ling Yu's true identity to Wu Bingzhen, he didn't expect the South Jiang's top instructor to lack observation skills like this. Mr. Ling, you are overly accommodating and lack the necessary killer instinct. If you were to enlist in South Jiang, you wouldn't pass my test. Good luck in the peak race. After Wu Bingzhen spoke, he arched his hand and left. Ling Yu found it amusing. The old leader had once told him that mastering the ability to project or withhold killing intent was the mark of a true master. Did he also have to maintain a fierce demeanor towards his wife and friends? Boss, this guy seems a bit arrogant. Should we teach him how to behave? Yizi couldn't help but whisper to Ling Yu as they walked. It's fine. Ling Yu was not without tolerance, knowing that Wu Bingzhen was Lin Qinglan's former instructor and considered a friend by Yizi. It wasn't his style to simply tell someone to behave. Alright, since you're participating in the peak race, maybe there will be a chance to teach him a lesson. Although Yizi was considered a friend of Wu Bingzhen, this guy disrespected the war god of the North Territory, indirectly disrespecting him, so he hoped Ling Yu would eventually teach him a lesson. After the discussion, Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu exited the club. Before getting into the car, Ling Yu received a call from Chen Lin. Mom, what's the matter? Ling Yu thought his mom might be concerned about Chen Mingyu and the baby. However, Chen Lin sounded urgent. Xiao Yu, where are you? Your cousin is in trouble. What? What happened to my cousin again? Ling Yu's heart sank. His mom's tone was off. Your cousin, he. Chen Lin choked up for a while before speaking in a trembling voice. Your cousin, he's dead. What? Ling Yu felt like lightning had struck him, shock written all over his face. He considered Lin Shitang as his elder brother. How could his cousin suddenly die? Ling Yu, what's wrong? Chen Mingyu noticed his expression wasn't right and quickly asked. My mom says, my cousin is dead. He was murdered. Chen Mingyu also found it hard to accept. Who would kill that honest man? The two of them quickly arrived at the scene, where they found not only Chen Alin and Ling Ruraksu, but also Zia Zhu, who had brought a group of police officers to investigate. Seeing Ling Yu, Zia Zhu walked over and said, "According to Zi Qian's confession and eyewitness testimony, your cousin was killed by a man named Yuanxiu with a single sword piercing his heart." Ling Yu immediately knelt at his cousin's body, eyes burning with fury and disbelief. "Yuanxiu had no grievances with my cousin. Why would he kill him?" Zia Zhu didn't explain, but looked at Zi Qian. Zi Qian shakily recounted the situation at the time. Ling Yu's face became increasingly grim, unable to comprehend how things had reached this dire situation. The enmity between him and Yuanxiu had escalated irreconcilably. "Xiao Yu, you must make sure to seek justice for your cousin's family in this matter." Ling Ruraksu also approached to say, although Yuan Yu and she were from the same village, their emotional bond couldn't compare to that of Ling Shitang. She couldn't let the culprit go unpunished. Ling Yu clenched his teeth again and nodded. Before she could speak, Zia Zhu said, "The culprit has already left the scene, and the Tang family in Dongchen is defending and blocking for him. It might not be so easy to convict him through legal procedures. Currently, the most important thing is to figure out a way to arrest him." Ling Yu nodded reluctantly, trying to remain calm as he looked at Zia Zhu. "In that case, I'll leave this matter to you, the police, to handle. Please notify me immediately and you catch Yuan Yu." His fists clench, eyes gradually becoming teary. This kind of incident made him deeply distraught. In the eyes of the villagers, Yuan Yu was a role model for the young people. How could he have killed someone from our village, who was also considered a hero? When news of this incident reaches the village, how will the elders and fellow villagers react? Zia Zhu also nodded, knowing that this matter was complicated. She couldn't even catch Mo Shu before, and now Yuan Yu was rumored to be even more formidable than Mo Shu. Without Ling Yu's help, who could catch him? Chen Mingyu then walked over, gently holding Ling Yu's hand, helping him up and comforting him, saying, "Don't be too upset. Let's first take care of your cousin's affairs, okay?" Ling Yu sighed and turned back. Yu Tingting looked sorrowful, her eyes gazing at him with great complexity. "Sister-in-law, please accept my condolences," Ling Yu approached and said. Yu Tingting just nodded without saying a word. She didn't feel very sad. It was more like losing an ordinary friend to her. Although legally she was married to Ling Shitang, there was no real husband-wife relationship. When she married Ling Shitang, the man was already paralyzed and incapable, not to mention that Xiaowei was not her biological child. Now Xiaowei was still lying in bed, with his biological parents present. Yu Tingting felt that if Xiaowei was willing, she should let him live with his biological parents. She was willing to live as a widowed sister-in-law for the rest of her life. Of course, these were all wishful thoughts for now, and she couldn't bring herself to speak to anyone about it at the moment. After handling the scene, Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu accompanied the grieving Chen Alin back home. Ling Ruraksu had some matters to attend to in the shop and planned to arrive later. As she was about to return to the shop, a man holding flowers stood in front of her. "Ruraksu, these are for you." Zia Tia handed another bouquet of flowers to Ling Ruraksu. This was his daily routine as a romantic artist, always giving gifts every time they met. "Thank you." Ling Ruraksu accepted the flowers without rejecting them, but her mood seemed a bit down. "Ruraksu, what's wrong?" Zia Tia felt something was off and asked as he walked over to her. Before Ling Ruraksu could reply, the phone rang. "Hey, older sister. Do you want to come over and chat with mom? She just fainted from crying and I provided emergency care for her. Although she's awake now, her spirits are still very low. Cousin's death hit her too hard." "Is that so? I'll come over right away." After Ling Ruraksu agreed, she suddenly asked, "Isn't Mingu also there?" Seeing her daughter-in-law, and especially since Mingu is pregnant again, she should be happy, right? Ling Yu added, "Exactly. Mom is delighted to have Mingu by her side. Thanks to that, her condition isn't as bad. But she's still very concerned about you. She's been asking me about how you and Zia Chia are doing." Zia Chia was standing next to Ling Ruraksu the whole time, not daring to speak so as not to interrupt her call. But upon hearing this, he immediately exclaimed, "Is Anne not feeling well? We'll go visit her together." He was just worried that he and Ling Ruraksu wouldn't have a topic to discuss, but now it seemed a topic had presented itself. Ling Ruraksu didn't refuse and sighed slightly. It would be good for mom to see Zia Chia. Maybe she wouldn't approve, and then Ling Ruraksu wouldn't have to struggle with her relationship with Zia Chia. simply rejecting the marriage decree. However, half an hour later, she realized this might not be possible at all. Seeing the energetic and polite Zia, Chen Alin, who had been lying sick, immediately sat up and seemed very pleased. Zia was very polite and well-mannered, bringing her gifts, peeling apples for her, chatting with her, and comforting her so much that Chen Alin seemed to be on the mend. Zia, do you really want to marry my daughter? Taking the opportunity when others had left, Chen Alin asked Zia directly. Zia nodded without hesitation. Chen Alin decisively said, I can see that you genuinely like my daughter. She has a temper. You'll have to take care of her more in the future. And I think Roku has a great personality. I like her, and I'll take care of her, not to worry. Zia's response made Chen Alin even more pleased, patting her chest directly. All right, as long as you don't deceive me, I'll help you convince Roku. Our Ling family has been through a lot recently, and a bit of good news is just what we need. Yes, I support it. Thank you, Aunt. I mean, Mom. Zia was sharp, immediately changing his address. Lingu, who was with Mingu in the hall, also heard the conversation from Chen Alin's room. They were happy to hear Chen Alin supporting Zia and Ling Roku being together, but Mingu expressed concern. Your sister might be starting a new battle. Lingu understood what she meant and chuckled with a complicated moo. He knew that the Zia family in Dongcheng was more prestigious than the Yu family in Huacheng, with even higher thresholds. It might not be easy for his sister to step into that world. Fortunately, he believed that Zia was much more reliable than Yu and would shield his sister from a lot of harm. Roku. At this moment, Mingu saw Ling Roku coming out of the kitchen after washing the fruits, stood up, walked over to her, and gently held her hand. Shall we have a private chat? Ling Roku also knew what she wanted to talk about and nodded in agreement. She was feeling quite conflicted inside and uncertain, so Mingu being so intelligent and taking the initiative to chat with her was just what she needed. Hand in hand, Ling Roku and Mingu left Lingu alone in the hall, entered Mingu's room, closed the door, and began to talk privately. Roku, I know this is a tough decision to make, but I really want to know, what do you think? Mingu went straight to the point as soon as she spoke. Sometimes your biggest enemy is not others, but yourself. If you stay firm in your heart, many difficulties can be overcome, but if you're not firm, difficulties can easily scare you off. After listening to Mingu's words, Ling Roku's bright eyes sparkled. She felt that everything Mingu said made a lot of sense. It was her own indecision within her heart that made her feel so afraid. If she made up her mind to choose a path and stick to it, perhaps she wouldn't feel so troubled like she did now. You've fallen for Zia, right? Mingu asked pointedly. As a woman herself, she understood a woman's mind. If Ling Roku wasn't genuinely moved by Zia and just treated him like a lapdog, she wouldn't have wasted her time attending Zia Laoyi's birthday banquet the last time, let alone preparing gifts. I'm not really sure. Maybe? Ling Roku tried some evasion tactics. But Mingu was not easily deceived by her. She asserted, I will ask you a few questions. You must answer me immediately without hesitating. Ling Roku, under the gaze of Mingu's assertive eyes, couldn't help but nod obediently. First, if he gives you a gift that is not very valuable, would you accept it happily? 3, 2. Before Mingu could finish the countdown, Ling Roku quickly nodded. She wouldn't have accepted it before, but today, she naturally accepted the flower Zia gave her. Very good. Second, if you accidentally see him chatting with another woman, would you walk away immediately or speculate on their relationship? 3. The latter. This time, Ling Roku's response was even quicker. Mingu's lips curled slightly as she already had an answer in her mind, but she continued, if Zia were to be hospitalized, would you drop everything and rush to see him? I would. Well, now I don't need to ask for leave from anyone. After answering, Ling Roku tried to find an excuse for herself. That settles it. But Mingu didn't listen to the rest of Ling Roku's words. She decisively concluded, you've fallen for him. I've been through this and I'm sure of it. Ling Roku flashed a somewhat complex smile. Even though she was older than Mingu and had more experience in love and marriage, it seemed like Mingu was implying she was more emotionally rich. However, Ling Roku didn't dare refute Mingu's conclusion and could only silently acknowledge it. Deep down, she knew she liked Zia, It needed someone else to confirm it for her. Since you like him, don't hesitate anymore. This isn't the Ling Ruoxu I know. You are a powerful woman full of vitality. Qin Mingyu encouraged Ling Ruoxu. If she didn't like Zia Jia, there was nothing to be done. But now that it was confirmed there was mutual affection, it would be a pity to let this opportunity slip away. And Chen Ailin's concerns were not unreasonable. Ling Ruoxu was nearly 31 years old. If she didn't marry soon, she would be considered an older mother for future children. A woman's value diminishes with time, and missing out on certain things in life might last a lifetime. That's why Qin Mingyu decided to give her a push. Ling Ruoxu wasn't hesitant, but she couldn't just rush out and tell Zia Jia that she wanted to be his girlfriend. Luckily, Qin Mingyu was there, not Ling Yu, who was quite obtuse. Qin Mingyu understood her intentions immediately and said, "As long as you're sure of your feelings, I'll take care of the rest for you." A little while later, Ling Yu received a message from his wife and entered the room where Chen Ailin was. Meanwhile, Zia Jia and the elderly woman were still deep in conversation. It was apparent that Zia Jia was different from other wealthy heirs. He didn't seem to have any sense of hierarchy and was a very affable and cultured man. "Hey, how long are you going to chat here?" Ling Yu interrupted their conversation with a single sentence. "Go away. I'm having a great time chatting with Zia Jia. What are you disturbing us for?" Chen Ailin brushed Ling Yu off as if he were her own son and didn't even show any affection towards Zia Jia. Ling Yu could only smile bitterly. First of all, it was the right decision to have Zia Jia accompany his sister to see their mother. That guy could lift spirits with ease, and Zia Jian's presence made their mother momentarily forget the pain of her cousin's passing. However, was their mother being too informal? Seeing the two immersed in conversation, Ling Yu directly intervened. "I say, how long are you going to chat here? Zia Jia, you haven't confessed to my older sister yet, and she hasn't agreed to be your girlfriend. What's your purpose in messing around here?" These words almost left Chen Ailin baffled. Zia Jia, on the other hand, was alert and immediately understood Ling Yu's meaning. Excited, he stood up and exclaimed, "So uncle, you're encouraging me too." Before he could finish his sentence, his expression already revealed his intentions. Ling Yu nodded. "Are you not seeing it clearly? If you don't act soon, the sun will have set." "Understood. Understood. I'll do it right away." "Thank you, uncle." Chen Ailin was still puzzled, but Zia Jia grasped the situation. He ran out of the hall without a present. Would it be too late if he went to buy one now? Coincidentally, at that moment, the front door of the house opened again, and Ruhan walked in carrying snacks and a large doll. She seemed to have returned from an amusement park and was in a cheerful mood. Ling Yu was also curious about where his sister-in-law had gone and where she got the doll from. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that she inadvertently provided a prop for Zia Jian's confession. "Oh, brother-in-law, why are there so many people in our house today?" Qin Ruhan was slightly surprised, as besides Zia Jia in the hall, there seemed to be other people in the other rooms. Is today a special day? Or is something big happening? Qin Ruhan was asking questions as if she were a curious child. Ling Yu walked over and directly took the large doll from her, saying, "Just borrowing this for a moment." Since he thought it was a gift from a presumptuous admirer, it shouldn't matter to his sister-in-law, right? It was convenient recycling. Hey, you rotten brother -in-law ... Qin Ruhan was completely bewildered. How could her brother-in-law take her things in broad daylight? Was he not afraid she would report him to her sister? Thinking of her sister, Qin Mingyu and Ling Ruoxu emerged from the room. Ling Yu had handed over the doll to Zia Jia. Zia Jia didn't hesitate. Perhaps this was a historic moment in his life. He knelt in front of Ling Ruoxu, holding the doll and earnestly said, "Ruoxu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Ling Ruoxu was taken aback. She looked at Ling Yu and then at Qin Mingyu. How could she not know what was going on? Even her usually aloof sister-in-law was clearing the path for her. She couldn't let the person in front of her down, could she? Ling Ruoxu was surprised and didn't know how to respond to Zia Jia for a moment. Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu could remain calm, but Chen Ailin couldn't hold back any longer. Dragging her weak body, she crawled out of the room directly. "Oh my, I can't wait any longer. Ruoxu, you better agree to Zia Jian's proposal quickly. If you don't agree, your mom will decide for you." With that, she directly took over the big doll and stuffed it into her daughter's arms. Zia Jia was still kneeling on one knee, looking a bit embarrassed. Even if Ruoksu's mother agreed, the main thing was for Ruoksu to agree in person. After all, he didn't want Chen Ailin to be his girlfriend, nor did he want to date her. Fortunately, Ling Ruoksu decided not to avoid it this time, holding the pink doll and smiling. Since this rabbit is so cute, I agree. Really? Zia Chia couldn't believe it. This time, such a casual and simple approach, even the love gift was snatched halfway, was successful. What does this mean? It means that love is just a moment of impulse. Alright, since you two are together now, we won't prepare dinner for you tonight. Get out of here. Stop throwing dog food at each other. Qin Mingyu's assist was spot on. She immediately drove the couple out. Zia Chia wasn't one to be outdone. If he already got himself a girlfriend, why stick around here? He quickly revealed his true colors, thanked his future mother-in-law, and hastily took Ling Ruoksu and left. Wah! Poor Qing Ruhan was still being muffled by her brother-in-law, watching helplessly as the big doll she had just managed to get back was blatantly taken away. Sorry, Ruhan. Lingu finally let go of his sister-in-law and smiled. That doll of yours. Do you want compensation from your brother-in-law? Cash or the same thing, even if it's 10. Unexpectedly, the usually obedient and well-behaved sister-in-law threw a tantrum today. Nasty brother-in-law, that doll was something I found with great difficulty. I spent a lot of money to grab it back with my own hands. It's not a rabbit, it's a guinea pig, Qin Ruhan explained excitedly. Lingu hadn't reacted yet. It wasn't until Qin Ruhan angrily retreated to her room that Qin Mingu pinched his waist gently, whispering, "Look at what you've done. That mask you wore when saving Ruhan that night was a guinea pig. Tonight, you've opened a can of worms. Let's see how you handle it." Lingu suddenly realized he couldn't even remember what mask he had worn that night, let alone that his sister-in-law had taken it to heart. This was indeed troublesome. Could his sister-in-law fall in love with the man who saved her that night? No wonder his brother-in-law hadn't been so lucky recently. So that was it. Speaking of the peak tournament, tonight was the 12th day of the event. 20 top players had already emerged and reached the final. The Zia family, a renowned family in the East City and even in the southern continent, was only competing tonight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zia Zhonghao and his wife, along with the elite fighters of the Zia family, headed to the boxing arena. As a prestigious family in the East City and an old aristocratic family in the Dragon Kingdom, the Zia family was determined to win tonight. Zia Chia was nowhere to be found tonight, not even answering their calls. On the other hand, Zia Zhu, the martial arts enthusiast, came with them to the arena. She even wanted to represent the Zia family in the tournament. Zhonghao, will there be fighters from other families and forces causing trouble for us tonight? Suemi, I couldn't help but worrying, especially after the incidents involving the Non-Gong family and the Su family in the East City reached her ears. Both families were not inferior in strength to the Zia family, but they almost didn't secure a spot in the final due to interference from other families. Mom, the martial arts contest is about skills. Why bother about their tricks and schemes? If you have skills, you have nothing to fear. What's the use of striving for a reputation without skills? Zia Zhu had a different view due to her age and social status. She had developed powerful inner energy and made great progress in strength. It was a moment of bursting confidence, hoping to prove herself through the peak tournament. If tonight's matches were just low level, she would find it pointless. How dare you say that? Suemi was getting angry seeing her daughter like this. If you hadn't offended the Tang family, would your dad and I be so worried now? If the Zia family can't even secure a spot in the final, who will respect us in the future? Alright, you two, stop arguing the moment you open your mouths. Calm down. Zia Zhonghao was getting fed up. Fortunately, his younger brother Zia Zhongji and his daughter Zia Shaodi were also present tonight and brought him some good news. Brother, according to what I know, the Tang family villa was just disturbed, and they are busy dealing with it. The elite of the Tang family has already acted, and the fighters who participated in the peak tournament previously cannot compete again, so we don't have to worry about them causing us trouble. This news gave Zia Zhonghao a sense of relief. At that moment, his gaze swept across the VIP area, where Moya led a group of people. The individuals behind her were extraordinary, radiating and imposing or even surpassing some of the fighters who had already advanced to the final. Zia Zhonghao and Moya made eye contact, And when Moya smiled then nodded at him, he felt even more reassured. He was worried that the Chanwoo group might send people to cause trouble tonight due to his father's refusal to cooperate last time. Therefore, he had some business dealings with Moya today. Although the two families had not yet reached a cooperation agreement, it seemed that Moya wouldn't be sending fighters from the Chanwoo group tonight. With that in mind, no one should interfere with the Zia family's affairs tonight, right? Uncle Zia, Mokui has signed up for tonight's competition. The Zia family probably can only secure one spot in the final at most. Just when Zia Zhonghao was starting to relax, Zia Shouty suddenly brought him bad news. Mokui, when he heard this name, Zia Zhonghao didn't react at first. It wasn't until he quickly checked the list of participants for tonight that his expression changed drastically. Mokui had a representative force as well, and it was the Jingcheng Mo family. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena became restless, and many men even started screaming in excitement. The fur beauties from Jingcheng have arrived in the southern continent. Is that Zhao Wenjun, known as the most beautiful rose flower? Even from afar, she looks stunning. Her temperament is impeccable. Absolutely love it. The Zia family also looked over. Zia Zhonghao clenched his fists. But no matter how calculated he was, he couldn't have predicted that the women of the Zhao family in Jingcheng would come to make trouble for the Zia family tonight. Ha ha. Miss Wenjun, it seems like the Zia family of the East City has some complaints about us. Mokui also felt the gaze of Zia Zhonghao and others, laughing heartily. Even Zia Zhu frowned slightly. Though she didn't think it was despicable for Moshu to sign up for the competition tonight, she couldn't understand why Moshu was targeting her Zia family. Wasn't it known that he had reconciled with Lingyu? Besides, even if she was bursting with confidence now, she had no chance of winning against Moshu in a one-on-one fight. At this moment, Lingyu and Qin Mingyu also arrived at the boxing ring, with Yizi following behind. Seeing that Moshu had signed up for tonight's boxing match, the couple didn't feel as surprised as the Zia family did. Lingyu knew very well that Moshu, who had always been competitive, had clashed with Yuanzhu due to Ziwei's affairs. According to Zi Qion's testimony, if it weren't for Moshu saving her, she would have almost become one of Yuanzhu's victims several times. The victor tonight would face the winner from the Tang family in the first match of the final rounds. That's why Moshu was participating in tonight's competition. Not out of enmity towards the Zia family but purely to have another showdown with Yuanzhu in the ring. After a small interlude, the competition quickly began that night. Miss Qin, nice to see you again. Zhao Wenjun wasn't particularly focused on the matches and voluntarily approached Lingyu and his wife with a smile. Miss Zhao, I didn't expect you to be interested in this kind of event as well. Qin Mingyu no longer held any animosity towards Zhao Wenjun and engaged in conversation with her. Although the two had been enemies before, they both had their own goals and no deep-seated grudges. As for Lingyu's feud with Zhao Wuji, it couldn't be blamed on Zhao Wenjun. Moshu is participating, and I came to see. Zhao Wenjun even lightly held Qin Mingyu's hand, asking as if chatting with a close friend, I heard you're expecting. Qin Mingyu nodded. Zhao Wenjun's smile bloomed. Congratulations. Once the child is born, I will definitely give them a big gift. Congratulations also to Mr. Ling, your responsibilities will be even greater in the future. Lingyu chuckled casually. Since Qin Mingyu no longer saw Zhao Wenjun as an enemy, he wouldn't treat her as one either. Suddenly, Zhao Wenjun changed the subject. Have the people from the Chanwoo group and the Holy Flame organization approached you recently? Qin Mingyu nodded, adding, there's a woman surnamed Mo from the Chanwoo group who contacted me. She said some strange things. They want a child in my belly. What? Lingyu was suddenly surprised, tightly holding her other hand. Mingyu, why didn't you tell me about this? Qin Mingyu apologized. I'm sorry, I was stubborn before and then forgot. Now that Miss Zhao is here, it just came up. Lingyu nodded, feeling regretful, realizing that between husband and wife, it's better not to have conflicts and definitely not cold wars, as big problems could easily arise. Yizi listened silently behind them. Though he didn't dare to intervene easily, he was also quite concerned. He had heard of the Chanwoo group and knew they had deep and unfathomable backgrounds. If they were eyeing his sister-in-law's unborn child, trouble was sure to follow. But Zhao Wenjun wasn't surprised by Qin Mingyu's revelations. She even directly told her, the woman you mentioned is probably Moyo, right? She is a senior consultant of the Chanwoo group, with great power, and moreover, she is Moshu's sister. What? The couple was shocked. They hadn't expected that woman to have such a relationship with Mo Shu. So Mo Shu was originally part of the Chuanwu group? Ling Yu asked in response. Zhao Wenjun didn't beat around the bush and just nodded. While Mo Shu isn't around, I'll tell you something blunt. He was actually a reject from the Chuanwu group. A reject? Ling Yu was astonished. He highly respected Mo Shu's abilities, so how could someone like that be considered a reject by the Chuanwu group? Qin Mingyu couldn't help but joke. Was it because he was too ugly? Zhao Wenjun also chuckled. No, Mo Shu was handsome before. His looks were on par with your husband's. So, that guy wasn't lying after all. Ling Yu joined in on the laughter. The three conversed in a light and relaxed atmosphere, and to an outsider, it would be hard to tell that they were once arch enemies. Yes, the goal of the Chuanwu group is to create super warriors and dominate the world. So, they are extremely eager for martial talent, and the unique bloodline in your belly is definitely what they are pursuing. Zhao Wenjun's words piqued Qin Mingyu's interest, and she immediately asked, Miss Zhao, do you know about mine and Ling Yu's true identities? Since they were alone near the area, Qin Mingyu felt comfortable asking. She wanted to know her true identity. Her father wasn't a warrior, so the only rare bloodline had to come from her mother. Miss Qin, I can only tell you that your mother's identity is very special. As for how special, it's hard for me to explain right now. I've only heard about it, so I can't confirm anything for you. Zhao Wenjun's words made Qin Mingyu feel uneasy. Being as intelligent as she was, combining Lin Fei's and Zhao Wenjun's words, she had already guessed her true identity. It was highly likely that the saintess of the Holy Flame organization was her rather than Qin Yushuan. However, this was just her own speculation and required concrete evidence. She knew nothing about what made the saintess special. In the meantime, a highly anticipated match began on the stage. The crowd erupted in excitement. Look, it's the ace from the Zia family. He's one of the top contenders for the championship this year, named Hobai, a grandmother-level expert, the Zia family's guardian deity. That's right, his record in the eastern city speaks for itself. Almost undefeated in countless battles. It's safe to say that the Zia family's reputation and status today are mostly due to this great deity. Ling Yu overheard the voices from the general audience and couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation. He had seen this expert before. He always stood guard behind Zia Zhonghao and his wife, silent as he may be. Ling Yu could sense the aura of a master from him. Unfortunately, his opponent tonight turned out to be Mo Shu. No wonder the audience was so excited. Mo Shu was a renowned expert from the Zhao family in Yanjing, and many had heard of his name. It was destined to be a fiery clash tonight, and the unexpected showdown began so quickly. Glancing towards the Zia family's area, Zia Zhonghao and Suemei were both nervously focused on the stage, not daring to blink. Unfortunately, fate was not on their side tonight, as after an intense battle, Hobai couldn't break through Mo Shu's defenses and was defeated. Hearing the crowd's boos and jeers towards the Zia family, Zia Zhonghao and his wife paled. This defeat was not just in the match, but also tarnished the Zia family's reputation. The fact that the Zia family was also the vice chairman of the South China Association made this loss even more impactful. If they couldn't even secure a spot in the next round tonight, their prestige would definitely plummet in the eyes of major families and powers. Whether Zia Zhonghao could succeed another term as vice chairman was now uncertain for the upcoming elections next month. Hehen, the Zia family's expert is indeed quite skilled. Not bad. Mo Shu, for the sake of Ling Yu's face, still said a few nice words to the Zia family on the stage, but it was all for naught. The voices of disdain towards the Zia family continued to come in waves. Tang Shan even deliberately led his men to intentionally walk up to Zia Zhonghao and his wife, coldly saying, Master Zia, Madame Su, are you still going to protect the Qin family for the Zia family and go against the Tang family? Don't blame me for not warning you. Once you lose your position as vice president, the Tang family will not spare you. After the threat, he left with a cold smile. He purposely came to put pressure on Zia Zhonghao and his wife. If Zia Zhu continued to use her position of authority to protect Ling Yu and prevent them from seeking revenge for Tang Yuja, the Tang family will inevitably make trouble for the Zia family sooner or later. Suemei was about to speak to her husband when Su Jianchao arrived and deliberately controlled his voice to speak to the couple. Zia Zhonghao, for the sake of my sister, I will give you another chance. Promise now to help me secure the position of president, and then I will find a way to keep your position as vice president of the Zia family. Otherwise, the Zia family will sooner or later fall, never to rise again. Su Jianchao, as Su Mei's elder brother, was very clear about the Zia family's situation. They were merely keeping up appearances for the Zia family. If they were not useful or did not meet the requirements for maintaining the facade of the Zia family, they would be eliminated and replaced at any time. Zia Zhanghao's face darkened, but he did not respond to his elder cousin Su Jianchao. At this moment, Zia Zhu had already left her seat and appeared in the preparation area. Although she couldn't hear what Tang, Shen and Su Jianchao were telling her parents, she could guess it to some extent. They were definitely exerting pressure on her father. Therefore, she couldn't help but send a message to her father. "Dad, I'm still here. I will definitely help the Zia family secure a place in the semifinals." Seeing this message, Zia Zhanghao felt slightly comforted. Hope I was a high-level expert secretly sent by the Zia family. He was not one of their own, but Zia Zhu was his biological daughter. If Zia Zhu could secure a place in the semifinals, Zia Zhanghao would truly bring honor to the family and uphold their reputation. So, he clung to this hope. No matter how much Su Mei whispered in his ear, he chose not to respond to Su Jianchao and Tang Shan. He was a man, not a coward who would be weakened by a few words of threat. Unfortunately, today's competition was not friendly to the Zia family. Another high-level expert from the Zia family soon faced Mo Shu. The result was self-evident, a complete defeat. Fortunately, Zia Zhu was determined. After mastering her inner strength, her abilities had vastly improved and she defeated powerful enemies in succession, advancing to the semifinals. Yi, watching from the audience, was quite pleased. Zia Zhu was a highly talented martial artist and still young. As long as she continued to work hard, her martial arts skills were bound to catch up with his, a person with an ailing body. At the same time, he admired Lingu again. No matter how Lingu taught before, he couldn't help Zia Zhu master the inner strength. But with Lingu's help, Zia Zhu immediately made progress. This revealed the huge gap between him and Lingu. Lingu also held a high regard for Zia Zhu, but was not optimistic about her chances of advancing further, as he had noticed another high-level competitor today, Taeyang, who had challenged the Volve Club twice before. Taeyang's strength posed no threat to Lingu, and even Yi could easily defeat him. However, when Zia Zhu faced him, the outcome might be less optimistic. In the other semi-final match, Mo Shu won without a doubt and secured a spot in the final tonight. In the final match of the night, Taeyang would face Zia Zhu. "Miss Zia from the Zia family, go for it. Inspector Zia, you must win." The audience below almost unanimously supported Zia Zhu. After all, in addition to her status, Zia Zhu was a beautiful female martial artist with an extraordinary figure. Duties easily attract male fans. Hehe, Officer Zia, you have quite a few fans. Taeyang stepped onto the stage and smirked at Zia Zhu. "I wonder what expression you'll have when so many people see you being trampled under my feet later." "Hehe, it's you." Zia Zhu frowned slightly upon seeing Taeyang. Due to Lingu's relationship, she had long been acquainted with Taeyang. This guy had twice failed provocations at the Volve Club and even had an arm broken. In the eyes of the Volve Club, he was a loser. And Zia Zhu was not known for her good temper. When she heard his provocation, she gritted her teeth and said, "I hope when you kneel down and beg for mercy later, you won't look too hideous. You arrogant woman. Let's see who will be begging to whom later." Provoked by Zia Zhu, Taeyang impatiently started attacking her aggressively like a rabid dog as soon as the match began. His inner strength was stronger than Zia Zhu's, he had a stronger physique, and he had real combat experience, having received guidance from the leaders of the Blaze Club. Even with one arm incapacitated, he made it hard for Zia Zhu to defend herself, but Zia Zhu had a strong sense of perseverance. Despite being knocked down several times, she insisted on getting up. "Miss Zia, go for it." Watching Zia Zhu being completely dominated, the crowd became increasingly restless. Zia Zhanghao and Su Mei were also anxious, regretting that they couldn't help. Zia Zhu, attack his right side. Use guerrilla tactics and avoid direct confrontation with him. At a critical moment, Lingu couldn't help but shout from the audience. It was allowed by the rules as long as he didn't go up on stage, and only experts like Lingu had the ability to overwhelm everyone else with their voice, making Zia Zhu listen. Okay. Guided by Lingu, Zia Zhu utilized her advantage of having strong arms to patiently maneuver around Taeyang. The battle thus turned into a war of attrition. In terms of willpower, given Ziazu's military background, she was not inferior to anyone. Finally, she found a flaw in Pei Yong, and with a technique she was proficient in, she sought to subdue him. But to her surprise, although Pei Yong's right arm was weak, it could still move. He lifted it directly to brush against her chest. Pervert. Ziazu didn't expect Pei Yong to resort to such a despicable move in front of everyone. Even though she knew his right arm lacked strength, she couldn't allow him to grab her. Her ample chest once again became a hindrance in the fight. Damn it! What is Ziazu doing? Yizi watched anxiously. It was a rare opportunity to turn the tables, but her apprentice from the past had given up to avoid being taken advantage of. With this turn of events, winning was now out of reach. Ziazu was also frustrated. She didn't understand why she had given up. In the past, she might not have cared. After all, physical combat was common in martial arts. She had even let female opponents take advantage of her in the past. But tonight, for some reason, with Lingu and her parents watching from the stage, she didn't want this perverted man to take advantage of her. As expected, when Pei Yong saw her retreat, he suddenly grinned maniacally and fiercely attacked her. Losing the initiative, Ziazu, under the forced confrontation, had her hands and feet go numb, and she was tripped over and forcefully stepped on her face by Pei Yong. Despicable, shameless, disgraceful. Referee, didn't this move he just made constitute a foul? A group of men in the audience below cursed at Pei Yong, but it was all in vain. Since this was a mixed-gender competition, there was no rule against attacking the chest position. Head, Ziadu, are you still not willing to admit defeat? Pei Yong's dirty feet stomped hard on Ziazu's face. Ziazu was still struggling to get up but couldn't manage, even though her neck bones were making cracking sounds as if they could snap at any moment. It seems like you still refuse to concede, so I guess I'll have to make you suffer a bit more. Haha. Pei Yong suddenly struck with a fist, breaking Ziazu's right arm. But this strong woman refused to cry out, her eyes red with determination not to admit defeat. Zhu. Sumei's tears streamed down her face. Despite the recent conflicts between her and Ziazu, she was still her biological daughter. Watching her daughter in such agony, which mother wouldn't feel heartbroken? Zia Zhonghao couldn't help but yell, admit defeat, Zhu. He cared for his daughter even more than Sumei, so he felt even more pained. He knew that Ziazu's refusal to concede was because she was the last hope for the Zia family. If she lost, the Zia family would be ruined. Still not admitting defeat? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Pei Yong struck again, this time on Ziazu's left leg. Ziazu finally couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Lingu couldn't bear to watch anymore. Ziazu had no hope of winning, so why wouldn't she admit defeat? Qian Mingyu, looking at Ziazu at that moment, felt both sympathy and admiration. She was truly a tough woman. Zhu, admit defeat. Yizi finally couldn't remain silent and said, leaving a green mountain is not afraid of not having firewood to burn. Don't be too caught up on temporary gains and losses. Hearing Yizhao's words, Ziazu finally clapped her left hand on the platform 3 times, signaling her surrender. Unexpectedly, Pei Yong slapped her thigh, causing Ziazu to feel immense humiliation. This jerk was intentionally taking advantage of her. Haha, sorry, I didn't know you admitted defeat. Luckily I didn't hurt you, so it doesn't count as a foul, right? Pei Yong let go of Ziazu, laughing triumphantly on the stage, with a lecherous look on his face. Damn it, Yizi couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to jump on stage to teach Pei Yong a lesson and stand up for his disciple. But Lingu, who was ruthless and rarely spoke, had already left the audience seats and directly jumped onto the stage. The audience below was still regretting Ziazu's failure, when Lingu landed in front of Pei Yong. What are you trying to do? Pei Yong looked at Lingu in fear. Lingu's gaze was terrifying, like the eyes of death. DTU. Lingu said the 2 words coldly, grabbing Pei Yong with a move. Lingu rarely lost control due to anger, but seeing Ziazu being tortured before his eyes, he couldn't remain indifferent. Tonight, Nan Gongwu, who had been quiet all along, was excited to see what unfolded. His master had taught him this move, but he had never been able to do it. Now, seeing his master execute the move, he was excited and cheered. Crack! Lingu directly broke Pei Yong's left arm, the extent of the damage definitely not as minor as to the right arm, which would hinder any movement in the future. Pei Taeyang didn't have Ziazu's willpower and screamed in agony on the spot, but Lingu didn't stop. With a movement of his right leg, he also directly broke Taeyang's right leg bone. Ah! Ah! Taeyang's screams were akin to a slaughtered pig. The more he screamed, the louder the cheers from the audience below, in complete proportion to his suffering. Referee, event organizers, help me. I am a qualified competitor. You have to protect the athletes. Taeyang, not stupid, quickly called out for help. The security experts from the organizers quickly rushed onto the stage. It's you again, Won John, as the manager of the entire event, also quickly ascended the stage. He recognized Lingu and coldly questioned, "Why did you assault our winner tonight?" Didn't like him. Lingu didn't bother with any pretentious reasons and said coldly. Won John was dumbfounded. Did this guy not even bother hiding his disdain? Could he just beat people up because he didn't like them? Non Gongwu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, secretly admiring his master. F*******, you went too far. Taeyang shouted on the platform. What kind of reason is this? Vice Chairman Wang. This guy assaulted me for no reason. You must give me justice. But before Won John could respond, the audience below erupted completely. Justice? You're the one who continued to fight after the match ended, so now you deserve to be beaten. That's right. An inferior jerk like you doesn't deserve to advance. The expert on stage, I support you. Kill this guy and let the Zia family advance. Although these words were provocative and Lingu also wanted to do the same, he wasn't a fool. Killing Taeyang in front of everyone wouldn't help the Zia family advance and would likely disqualify himself as well, maybe even face jail time. With emotions running high and Won John representing the boxing ring, always acknowledging strength and rules, not wanting to argue with Lingu, he merely warned, "I will arrange a meeting to discuss this matter. You wait for me." After speaking, he had people disperse both sides. Lingu briefly checked Ziazu's injuries, set her fractures with a snap, and then carried her off the platform. Lingu, will you look down on me? Ziazu didn't care about her injuries or whether her limbs would recover, but was eager to know Lingu's opinion. Are you so concerned about my opinion? Lingu asked back calmly. This time, Ziazu gritted her teeth and admitted directly. Yes. Lingu looked at her with a faint smile. No, you are brave and responsible. I believe you will recover and get stronger. Then seek revenge on your own. Ziazu was a bit astonished by his remarks, never expecting Lingu to evaluate her in such a way, and to hold her in esteem. Zhu. As soon as Lingu stepped off the stage, Zia Zhongha and his wife came over with members of the Zia family. Dad. Mom, I'm sorry. I failed. Ziazu blamed herself. She thought her parents would scold her, but Zia Zhongha just patted her shoulder gently without saying a word. Even Su Mei scolded her mildly. Why didn't you surrender earlier? Let me see how your injuries are. Knowing that Su Mei didn't like him, Lingu returned Ziazu to them and went back to Qin Mingu. Mingu, I'm sorry. I made a mess again. Lingu instinctively apologized, but Qin Mingu smiled. You didn't do anything wrong. Why apologize? You're not mad at me. Lingu asked. If you were indifferent, I would think you're not a man. Qin Mingu held his hand lightly. Since I approve of your actions, no matter what happens next, I won't blame you. I'll even support you. Yi, caught off guard, was filled with dog food, feeling that his boss was really too much. Why would he assign him such a job? A single dog like him would be tortured to death sooner or later. Early in the morning, on the second day, Lingu arrived at the Zia family villa with his sister for a visit. When they got out of the car, Ling and Leui took an unusual deep breath, showing her nervousness. It was her first time visiting the Zia family and she was worried about being embarrassed, not being formally invited by Su Mei. Elder sister, this isn't like you. Weren't you always fearless and brave? Even in the vast cloud city, full of monsters and demons, you weren't afraid. What could possibly trouble you now? Ling Yu's words truly uplifted Ling Ruoxu. Yes, the whole cloud city used to criticize her. Yet she was living just fine now, wasn't she? No matter how harsh Su Mei's words were, could one person's words outweigh the voices of the entire cloud city? Who are you here to see? At this moment, a butler-like person from the Zia family also came out to inquire. I am Ling Yu, and this is my sister Ling Ruoxu. We are here to visit Ziazu and pay a visit to the Zia family. Ling Yu said directly, please wait. The old butler used a communication device to inquire. Ling Ruoxu was worried that Suemei wouldn't allow her even a step closer to the Zia family's entrance, but the butler turned and welcomed them in. As soon as they entered the villa gate, Zia excitedly came out to greet them. Seeing his joyous expression, Ling Ruoxu's previous nervousness instantly vanished. Yes, no matter what Suemei thought, as long as someone welcomed her, she hoped to be accepted here. After chatting with Zia for a while, the siblings learned the situation. Suemei was sick and still unconscious in bed. She wasn't managing anything today. Can we go see her? Lingu thought, since they were already here, treating one patient or two wouldn't make much of a difference. Of course. Zia agreed readily. Having successfully won Ling Ruoxu's approval, he kept holding her hand tightly, afraid that if he let go even slightly, his girlfriend might fly away. Now, the final test for them being together was gaining the approval of their parents. Zia knew that once the mother agreed, the father would surely not object. So now, taking Ling Ruoxu to see his mother was a necessary step, no matter the outcome. Ling Ruoxu was still very nervous, especially, and they were about to enter Suemei's room. She couldn't help but release Zia's hand, fearing that Suemei might see them together, causing trouble. Zia didn't force her and led them into the mother's room. The siblings quickly discovered that Suemei had not woken up at all. Last night, Zia family failed to secure a spot in the championship, and seeing her sister beaten so tragically was a huge blow to their mother. She collapsed on her way back last night and hasn't woken up since. Zia explained briefly. Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but feel sympathy towards Suemei. Looking somewhat sorrowful, Lingu walked directly to Suemei's bedside, checked her pulse, and could roughly understand her condition. Conveniently, he had previously visited the Chiagwan medical house with Ling Ruoxu and said to her, "Elder sister, I'll give you a prescription. Go pick up the medicine from Chiagwan medical house, come back to prepare it, and let Zia's mother drink it. She surely feel better after taking it." Ling Ruoxu nodded, "Okay." Zia immediately said, "Ruoxu, I'll accompany you." Ling Ruoxu hadn't responded yet when the old butler came over and advised, "Young Master Zia, your two uncles and the Yao family from Guancheng will visit today. Zia family needs you to stay and host them." Zia had promised to be the heir to the Zia family, so he couldn't ignore the family matters now. Ling Ruoxu also spoke up, "Zia, I can go by myself, you stay at home. Otherwise, when your mother wakes up and finds out, she surely get angry again." No matter how many words the butler said, Ling Ruoxu's single sentence made Zia nod agreeingly, obediently staying at the Zia family to welcome the guests. Just as Ling Ruoxu left the Zia family, Lingu planned to go to Zia's room to check on his female friend's injuries. But as he passed through the Zia family's main hall corridor, he saw a group of guests arriving. Brother Zia, a 20-something woman, dressed beautifully and with delicate makeup, warmly rushed towards Zia, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Why did you cut your hair short? You look spirited, and even more handsome." The woman and Zia seemed quite intimate. Zia, however, somewhat avoided her, saying, "Linda, we're not kids anymore. We can't hug like that as before." The woman looked surprised, bit her little finger gently, "But we always warmly hugged each other every time we met from childhood to now. We even hugged in the first half of this year." Zia glanced around and continued to explain seriously, "I have a girlfriend now. I can't be so intimate with other women, even if you're my cousin. And we're not destined for marriage, or we?" "What cousin? There's no blood relationship between us. And aren't we destined to get married?" Linda appeared on the verge of tears, then looked back at her parents. While they stayed quiet, another distinguished middle-aged man walked in, breaking the conversation. "Zia, I heard your mother is sick. How is the situation now?" "Second uncle, you've come at the right time. Let me take you to see mother." Zia finally let out a sigh of relief and quickly led Jianlu to his mother's room. Suemei and Yao Linda's mother had always had a very good relationship, like sisters, and they often said their children should become a couple. However, Zia was 9 years older than Yao Linda. When he was going through puberty, she was still a child wetting the bed with pigtails. By the time she grew up, he was already a mature artist and had someone in his heart. Zia had never thought of marrying Yao Linda. He simply treated her as a sister, hugging warmly, and they met in the past, as it was based on the friendship between their parents. But now, as a man with a girlfriend, Discussing such relationships could be awkward, and he hoped Linda would understand his previous words, striving for a good sibling relationship in the future. Su Jianlu was Su Qianmo's father, also Su Mei's second brother. Seeing his sister seriously ill, almost on the edge of life, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Patting Zia Qian's shoulder, he consoled. The Zia family's loss at the championship was regrettable for sure. But it's not the only event. The Dongcheng Su family will always support your Zia family. So, your parents need not worrying too much. Zia Qian nodded. While the uncles and nephew were talking, Linda came over again, hugged Zia Qian and said, Zia Qian, our Ya family in Guancheng will always support you. Since Andy is sick, should our two families make a celebratory union? Hearing this, Zia Qian didn't look pleased but rather shocked. However, in the current dire situation of the Zia family and Linda's easily shifting emotions, he didn't know how to refuse the proposal. Fortunately, Su Jianlu understood his dilemma, knowing Zia Qian's nature, and to avoid a rift with the Yao family at this moment, he quickly patted Zia Qian's shoulder and said, Zia Qian, you are now the heir of the Zia family, so you must take on the family responsibilities. Since you have limited experience at a young age, I, your second uncle, will teach you today. Follow me. In the summer, he finally relaxed and left with Su Jianlu, leaving Linda behind. On the other side, Lingu also saw the interaction between Zia Qian and Linda, guessed the relationship between the two, shook his head involuntarily. It seems that there is still a big hurdle to cross for his sister and Zia Qian. At this time, he couldn't come up with a plan for his sister, so he went to Zia Zhu's room first. Knocked on the door. Inside came Zia Zhu's furious woes. I said, I'm fine. Don't disturb me. It made the eardrums ache faintly. As a policewoman, she had undergone training and special training before and had suffered all kinds of injuries. She knew very well that these injuries required bed rest, and it was useless to see a doctor. Who would have thought that the other party still pushed the door open? Do you want to die? I told you not to. Zia Zhu turned her head. 1 second she was fierce, the next second she couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Is it you? The female dragon instantly became cute. What? You're fine so soon? Indeed. You're very resilient. Lingu laughed. Seeing Zia Zhu bound up like a mummy, he knew that she couldn't be fine. Although her bones weren't completely broken by Pei Young, with injuries like this, even if her physical fitness was better than the average person's, how could she be fine the next day? What do you mean fine? I have a problem. Help me look at it. Help me come up with a solution to help me recover faster. Zia Zhu's demeanor changed in a second, her tone shifting 180 degrees. Lingu smiled, deliberately saying, How can I help you with these injuries? Just rest well. Are you still talking nonsense? Zia Zhu stared at him, her blood boiling. Aren't you a skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor? Traditional Chinese medicine is best at treating injuries like this. I refused other doctors and waited for you to come, didn't I? She blurted out her inner thoughts in a moment. She wanted to cover her mouth, but decided not to bother disguising it. Hurry up and help me. Zia Zhu was still the same Zia Zhu. Although she was requesting help, she still sounded like she was ordering someone. Lingu smiled slightly and didn't argue with her. He reached out to touch her arm, then her thigh, astonished. Did you use any medicine? Nope. Zia Zhu said disdainfully. Didn't you hear me earlier? I've been waiting for you to come treat me, haven't I? I've driven out all the other doctors, so, you really are tough. Lingu marveled. I've treated many brothers with bone and muscle injuries before. Even as men, they didn't recover as quickly as you. Yesterday he just adjusted Zia Zhu's bones without using medicine, but based on today's observation, her recovery was twice as fast as an average person's. Delighted by Lingu's praise, Zia Zhu was more ecstatic than if she had been promoted. Even though her arm was hurting, she still wiped her nose proudly. Now you realize how amazing I am. Stop saying you don't want to practice. Give me massages and medicines where needed. Don't be soft on me just because I'm delicate. After speaking, she even gestured to Lingu. The necessary medicine had long been left in the room, waiting for her personal doctor to come. Lingu couldn't help but chuckle, sat down, unabashedly lifted her dress, and further examined her injuries. You remind me of a woman. Lingu suddenly spoke. Who? Lin Qingshuan? Zia Zhu knew him very well. Besides Qin Mingyu, this man only had one woman in his heart, Lin Qingshuan. Yes, Her recovery ability is actually as strong as yours, or maybe even stronger, but she wasn't as lucky as you. Lingu continued to reposition and align her bones. Zia, at 1.75 meters, had long and well-built thighs. Her skin tone didn't match her name. It was not snow white but carried a hint of bronze, and pressing on it showed great elasticity. As Zia listened to the man's storytelling and observed his expression, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. Why was this man not feeling anything about her body? Did she really lack femininity? Zia didn't believe it and deliberately said, "Check a little deeper. I feel pain there too. Can you help me press there?" "Here." Lingu furrowed his brows and pressed a little deeper. "Yes." "No." "Press deeper," Zia deliberately said. Lingu then withdrew his hand directly, rolled his eyes and said, "Stop it. What are you really thinking?" Zia's face instantly turned red, embarrassed to the extreme. Did this man know that she was deliberately teasing him? How was he not taking advantage like other men would? Was her situation not worth taking advantage of? Were only Mingu and Lin Qingshuan's situations worth it? "Why are you blushing?" Lingu teasingly asked. He had no ambiguous feelings. Why was she suddenly uncomfortable? I'm just in pain," and turning red. Zia turned her face away, murmuring softly, "A man like you can father a child. It really is a blessing from heaven." Playing ambiguous games with a gynecologist was practically seeking death. Lingu didn't argue, just smiled and continued to massage her bones, because Zia was speaking the truth. If it weren't for meeting Mingu, he, as a gynecologist, would have long been done for. He wouldn't even have the ability to conceive a child. After massaging her thighs, Lingu moved to her arms. After a while, Ruozu finally came back with the medicine. After communicating with Lingu, she went straight into Zia's room. Seeing what was happening inside, she widened her eyes discreetly. Lingu might think nothing of it, but she found it strange that her younger brother, a male doctor, was touching and examining an almost completely exposed female patient without any emotions, especially with Zia's figure, which was really good. As a woman, she felt a bit envious. "Elder sister, the medicine came just in time. I need to apply medicine and bandage Zia. Can you go according to my prescription and take medicine for Zia Qian's mother?" Okay." Ruozu pretended nothing had happened, put down the medicine and left, exchanging glances with Zia before leaving. The two women clearly understood each other, and Zia couldn't help but convey her thoughts to Ruozu with her eyes. "Your brother is something else." Ruozu smiled and left, coincidentally meeting the housekeeper on her way out. She asked for directions to the kitchen and went to cook the medicine with the medicine in hand. Oh, where did the beautiful sister come from? Suddenly, Linda walked into the kitchen, smiling and calling out. Suemi had just woken up and wasn't feeling well, so she proactively came to wash fruits for her. Unexpectedly, she saw Ruozu preparing medicine. "Hello, I'm Ruozu, Zia Qian's friend." Ruozu didn't know who Linda was. She thought it was good to get along with her. "Oh, Zia Qian's friend, are you a model?" Linda chuckled discreetly, thinking she was another model who had brought herself over to have a good impression on Suemi by serving her fruits. Didn't she know she and Zia Qian were destined to get married? Ruozu didn't know her thoughts and nodded casually. After all, she had indeed modeled for Zia Qian before. "All right, I'm going to wash fruits for Suemi auntie. Is your medicine ready? I'll bring it over together," Linda said casually. "Okay then." Ruozu didn't have any ulterior motives. When she heard Linda call Suemi auntie, she thought she was a younger relative of hers and let her take the medicine away. Linda brought in the medicine and fruits. Suemi couldn't eat the fruits, but after drinking the medicine, her mind, which had been drowsy, quickly became clear and she was able to eat the fruits too. "Linda, thank you. What medicine did you give me? Why is it so effective?" Suemi already had a fondness for Linda, and now she liked her even more. At this time, Zia Zhanhao also returned home, seeing Suemi looking better. Knowing that she had taken the medicine brought by Linda, he was also very grateful. Linda didn't initially intend to take credit for anything, nor did she know how serious Sumei's illness was. Suemi had seen doctors before, but they couldn't find a good solution. Now, seeing the gratitude of Zia Zhanhao and Suemi, Linda casually said, "I heard from my mom that you were sick, auntie. I asked about the symptoms and specifically went to the pharmacy to get the prescription. It's great that it worked." Suemei was even more touched when she heard this, saying repeatedly, "It's so nice of you to care. Auntie has always cared for you." Linda was thrilled. Linda's mother chimed in with a smile. "Mei, yeah, I have to tell you, Linda cares more about you and her own mother. She had already planned to marry into the Zia family in the future, so you will be her mother now." Suemei was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly. "That's great. Then it's settled. I'll arrange for you and Zia Chia to get married right away." Ya family in Guan City was an ordinary business family with assets of about 10 billion. Their reputation was not as good as the Zia family in Dongcheng, and they were not considered top-tier nobility. Previously, if the two families were to form an alliance, it would definitely be the Yao family climbing up to the Zia family. So Suemei had always known that Linda wanted to become the Zia family's mistress, but she had not tried to matchmake them with Zia Chia. The times had changed. The Zia family had lost in the peak competition, and even the deputy chairman's position was likely not secure. It was probably going to fall apart. Seizing this opportunity to promote the marriage between Zia and Ya families, maybe they could give financial support in the business world and gain benefits. Furthermore, the Ya family was considered an unofficial member of the Southern Business Council, with some connections and influence. If managed well, it might be possible to keep the position of the Zia family deputy chairman. And in a worst-case scenario, with the alliance of the two families, the Zia family might still have the ability to protect themselves in the business world. "Auntie, this ... Linda pretended to hesitate, and said, "I'm still young, these matters should be decided by you and my mother." Hearing her say this, how could her mother not know what to do? Hey. Good. Let's make it official. I'll call Zia Chiao over right away. People are happy when good things happen. Suemei was already feeling better after taking the medicine, and now, hearing Linda agreed to marry Zia Chia, it was as if she had recovered from her illness. Zia Zhonghao quickly ordered the butler to call Zia Chia. Zia Chia was still talking to his second uncle in the study, and when he heard his parents calling him, he quickly excused himself and went to find Ling Ruoxu. Since Ling Ruoxu came to visit the Zia family today, he wanted to announce their relationship to his parents. In no time, Zia Chia arrived at Sumei's door. "Zia Chia, come in fast." Suemei beckoned him in eagerly, but when she saw Zia Chia holding Ling Ruoxu's hand as they entered together, her smile froze on her face. The smiles on Linda's family gradually disappeared, especially Linda, who only then realized the relationship between Zia Chia and Ling Ruoxu. So she was her love rival. "Mom, why are you so energetic all of a sudden?" Zia Chia was also very happy to see Suemei recovering, and took Ling Ruoxu to her side. "Zia uncle, and Su, hello." Ling Ruoxu greeted politely. Zia Zhonghao nodded slightly, and Sumei's face turned black on the spot, and she sternly questioned Zia Chia. "Zia Chia, what's going on? I don't remember teaching you to casually get involved with women." "Mom, I'm not getting involved with women casually. Ruoxu is my girlfriend. She has agreed to be my girlfriend." When Zia Chia said this, everyone in the room was shocked. Their expressions were vivid. Linda even started crying, falling into her mother's arms. You. Suemei was so angry that her face turned red. She couldn't catch her breath for a moment, and fainted again. Fortunately, Zia Zhonghao was quick to catch her. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Zia Chia also approached, but was slapped by the weakened Suemei. Smack. The sound was not loud, but the whole room trembled again. Zia Chia. Ling Ruoxu didn't expect this to happen, and quickly stepped forward. "Aunt Su, why did you hit Zia Chia?" "Shut up. You have no say here." Suemei pointed at Ling Ruoxu, scolded in a cold voice. "This is the Zia family. I'm in charge of my son, not you." Zia Chia also wanted to argue with Suemei, but Zia Zhonghao reminded him, "Your mother is not in good health now. Don't make her angry. Go out with the others first." Zia Chia could only clench his fists, give up, and take Ling Ruoxu to leave. Ruoxu. Zia Chia wanted to follow, but was stopped by Sumei's people. "Zia Chia, I'll tell you again." Suemei gritted her teeth, her eyes sharp with anger. The Zia family is not a place where ordinary women can enter. It hasn't changed for centuries. I will arrange for you to marry Linda. Do not think of that woman anymore. After hearing what Suemei said, Zia Chia didn't say a word, forcefully pushed away the people trying to stop him, and chased after Ling Ruoxu. "Zia Chia, Zia Zhonghao couldn't stop his son. He's too stubborn. Suemei was so angry that her vision turned black, and she fainted again. Outside the door, Jianlu had seen everything, shaking his head and sighing. Ah, what is love in this world? Second brother, you're here too? Zia Zhonghao just noticed Jianlu. Because Jianlu's character and personality are much better than Jianchao's, their relationship is very good. They address each other as brothers when they meet. Yes, I arrived early. I wanted to discuss something with you, but Xiaomei fainted. You guys handle it quickly. Jianlu didn't say much and went straight to the point. If she can recover, I won't say anything. If there's no improvement, I'll come back in 3 days to talk to her. Leaving Zia Zhonghao and the others puzzled, Jianlu walked away. Linda, did you brew the medicine for your aunt just now? Could you do it again? Zia Zhonghao knew that Suemei improved immediately after taking the medicine, so he naturally asked Linda to do it again. Oh. Linda hesitated for a long time before suddenly saying, this medicine shouldn't be taken randomly. It should only be taken once a day. I'll come back tomorrow. Zia Zhonghao nodded. They would have to wait until tomorrow. Linda hurriedly left Sumei's room and discussed with her mother because she didn't prepare the medicine earlier. How could she have brewed it for Suemei? After hearing this, her mother wasn't surprised at all. She knew her daughter wouldn't brew the medicine and didn't bring the ingredients with her. How could she have brewed the medicine for Suemei? It must have been taking credit from Ling Ruoxu. However, she also hoped that her daughter would marry Zia Tia. This matter shouldn't be exposed. She needed to find a way to cure Suemei, so her feelings towards Linda would improve, allowing Zia Tia to marry Linda. Linda's mother didn't seem concerned at all. That day, they spent a lot of money. While Zia Zhonghao was busy, they invited a very prestigious Western doctor to come to the Zia family. It wasn't someone else but Luo Qian's favored disciple, Smith. Mrs. Su's condition is a combination of cold body and mental shock. It's difficult to treat with Western medicine. However, I know that traditional Chinese medicine is good at regulating these conditions. I recommend a doctor. As long as he takes action, Mrs. Su will definitely recover. After hearing Smith's words, Linda and her daughter felt relieved. They knew it wouldn't be too difficult. They wondered why the doctors the Su family previously invited couldn't even handle such a simple illness. What's the name of this Chinese doctor you mentioned? Can you give us his contact information? Linda quickly asked. I don't have his contact information. His name is Ling Yu. He is a good friend of Zia Zhu. You can ask Miss Zia Zhu directly. Smith replied before taking his leave. After Smith left, Linda and her daughter were dumbfounded. They hadn't met Ling Yu, but they weren't fools. They deduced that the medicine earlier must have been brewed by Ling Ruoxu, and the prescription must have come from Ling Yu. Realizing this, they knew they had to seek help from the Ling family to cure Suemei. By doing so, their lies would be exposed. Linda's mother decided to take a chance. She contacted a doctor and had them prescribe some medicine. However, after 3 days, Sumei's condition showed no improvement. Instead, Zia Zhu, who had injuries, recovered quickly. She was already able to sit in a wheelchair after 3 days. Today, Jianlu came again, accompanied by Zia Zhonghao and his son. Seeing his sister still lying weak in bed, he almost understood what was going on. How long are you going to torment my mother? Seeing the useless medicine administered by the Ya family, Zia Zhu finally pushed her wheelchair in with one hand and angrily confronted the Ya family. Are your medicines useless? Are you not feeling any sense of urgency? The miracle medicine that day wasn't brewed by you at all. You're nothing but deceivers. The two families had always been very close, so Zia Zhu's outburst had a shocking effect. It was as if she wanted to overthrow the years of built friendship between the families. Zia Zhu, don't speak out of turn. Zia Zhonghao quickly stopped her. At this critical time for the Zia family, many forces had begun to distance themselves. Commercial cooperation had also been terminated. Everyone knew that the Zia family's humiliating defeat in the pinnacle competition had severely damaged their reputation. Now, countless families and forces were eyeing the position of Zia Zhonghao, the vice chairman of Nanzhou, making their re-election next month almost impossible. Therefore, the Ya family, which had been working closely with the Zia family, was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Zia Zhu, how can you call me a deceiver? I brewed the medicine for Auntie every day by myself. Auntie's condition hasn't improved, and I'm also very anxious. Linda cried out. She was indeed anxious because she had always thought of herself as Zia Qian's future wife. She had already considered Zia Qia her husband. Now that Zia Qia didn't want to marry her, she was on the verge of tears. HMPH, you are indeed a deceiver. Zia Zhu, with her blunt and irritable temperament, disliked the likes of Linda, who only relied on tears for sympathy. The medicine from 3 days ago was brewed by Ling Ruoxu. You just took credit for her work. Now you're unable to produce a prescription, and just to cover up your lie, you deliberately delayed my mother's recovery. You're causing harm, you shameless girl. The harsh and rude words made Linda cry. Zia Zhanhao widened his eyes and asked the mother and daughter, Mrs. Yao, Linda, is what Zia Zhu said true? He had initially supported the Yao family, believing the medicine they brewed earlier was genuine. However, with the truth now exposed, Zia Zhu realized they were harming his wife. How could he remain calm? The Yao family mother and daughter turned pale and had nothing to say. They never expected that the barely conscious Suemei would open her eyes and weakly say, Zhanhao, Zia Zhu, please, don't speak thoughtlessly. Seeing this, Zia Zhu was stunned. At this critical moment, her mother was still trying to defend the Yao family. Linda is my daughter-in-law in the Zia family. How could she harm me? She also has a good heart. If I haven't recovered, it's because of you. You're making me provoked. Suemei reprimanded at times, glaring at both Zia Tia and Zia Zhu. If you were a bit more obedient, a bit more spirited, and didn't rebel so much, why would I be angered by you? Hearing these words, Zia Tia and Zia Zhu were both angry and helpless. On a normal day, Zia Zhu would have retorted immediately. However, the fact that her mother was critically ill made her worrying that further arguments would worsen her condition. What could they do? Listen to me, in the summer. The children did not dare to argue with her, but Suemei continued excitedly. I will never allow Ling Ruoxu to enter our Zia family's door. Even if the medicine was brewed by her for me, I will not drink it. As long as Linda brews it for me, even if it's poison, I will still drink it, because in my heart, she is my daughter-in-law. Hearing Sumei's words, Zia Chia was so angry that he couldn't speak. Zia Zhu felt the same way. How could she have such a mother? How twisted must one be to say such a thing? Enough, that's enough. Sujianlu couldn't hold back anymore. Looking at Zia Zhanhao, he said, can you all go out for a bit? I want to talk to my sister alone for a few words. Zia Zhanhao and the others in the room exchanged glances, then nodded and led the way out. Soon, the room was only left with the Su siblings. Sujianlu finally calmed down and said to Suemei gently, Ziemei, after marrying into the Zia family, have you been influenced and assimilated by their family tradition? Is a person's background really that important? You believe that a person's fate is predetermined by heaven, but second brother doesn't think so. I value a person's abilities more and think that's what determines a person's destiny. Second brother, Suemei choked up a bit and didn't know how to respond. Ziemei, don't get agitated. Listen to second brother's words carefully. Sujianlu patted her hand gently and with a calm smile, said, Ling Ruoxu's background may be lower, but don't underestimate the Ling family, especially his brother Lingyu. Even our father sees potential in that man and believes he will rise to great heights. You're so stubborn now, resisting his sister from entering the Zia family's door. I think you will regret it in the future. Sumei's expression became more and more agitated. Due to prejudice, she had always looked down on Lingyu, thinking he was just a son-in-law from the Qin family. What future could he have? If someone else had said those words just now, she wouldn't have listened. But it was her closest second brother who said them, causing her to start reflecting. Her father is the president of the Southern Commerce Association with a keen eye. Would he really see something in Lingyu? Second brother, is Lingyu really that amazing? Yes. Sujianlu nodded. Give him one step back. Even if father's judgment is wrong and Lingyu doesn't soar, isn't marriage supposed to be based on love? Since Zia Chia chose Ling Ruoxu, why do you insist on imposing your values on him? Listen to second brother's advice. A forced melon is not sweet. Let the young people make their own choices on some matters. Saying what needed to be said for the sake of their sibling relationship, Sujianlu had spoken. As for whether he could change his sister's thoughts, he didn't know. After second brother left the room, Suemei was left alone, lying quietly, staring at the ceiling. Her thoughts were chaotic, her gaze empty, conflicted with second brother's words and her own beliefs up to that point. I've always been thinking for the Zia family, for the children. How could I be wrong? I can't be wrong. I'm doing this for Zia Qian's goat. He will definitely appreciate me in the future. On the other side, Lingu didn't pay much attention to the Zia family matters because the Qin family's martial arts competition was coming up. Tonight, he was going to represent the Qin family in battle. However, he was unaware of the drama unfolding behind the scenes. Today, Moya came quietly to find the representative of the organizing committee. Wan Zhang, Counselor Mo, what instructions do you have? Wan Zhang, who usually held a high position, was surprisingly polite and even a bit humble in front of Moya. This was because the Southern Martial Arts Association and the Qianwu group had some intersections, and Wan Zhang was one of the few who understood the power of the Qianwu group and Moya's status. Vice President Wan, you are too courteous. I don't have any instructions, but I do have a small request. Moya's attitude was also polite, not overbearing. Counselor Mo, feel free to say. Well, tonight a top martial artist from the Qianwu group will register to compete. Please arrange for him to face Lingu. Hearing Moya's words, Wan Zhang was slightly surprised. He knew very well the purpose of the Qianwu group, which was to gather top martial artists from around the world. Now Moya wanted a top Qianwu artist to test Lingu's abilities. Did Lingu fall under the observation of the Qianwu group? Given Wan Zhang's position, he was not overly concerned about the Qin family. Considering they hadn't appeared in the Southern Peak tournament for 30 years, he even believed that the Qin family couldn't even secure a qualifying spot. But it turned out that a martial artist from the Qin family had caught the attention of the Qianwu group. For any martial artist, this was a great honor. All right, Counselor Mo. It's a small matter. I will definitely arrange as you request. In that case, thank you. After getting Wan Zhang's confirmation, Moya didn't linger and left directly. At this moment, in the East City branch of the Chang'an group, Qin family's head bodyguard, Zheng Fuxian, had come here and was nervously preparing in a training room in the building. Zheng Fuxian was extremely nervous. In the past 10 days of the preliminary rounds, he either went to watch live or watch the recordings afterwards. He watched them all. Before in Yuncheng, he truly had no idea. But now he realized how vast the world was, with experts emerging continuously. If he had to compete, given the opponents from the previous nights, in any previous match, he wouldn't have had a chance to qualify. If he were an independent fighter, losing would just be losing, but he was representing the Qin family. Losing so badly would tarnish the Qin family's reputation, making them a laughingstock. Captain Zen, don't be nervous, just do your best. On the other hand, Lingu appeared relaxed. Seeing Zheng Fuxian too nervous, he even walked over to relieve his stress by jokingly asking, Mr. Ling, do you have confidence? Although Zheng Fuxian had heard of Lingu's heroic deeds, he had never seen Lingu's abilities firsthand, so he was still somewhat doubtful of his strength. Could he really compete with the previous top players? Especially the Vol-faced person from the Nangon family and the Raf-faced person from the Su family in East City. Their strengths were simply unfathomable. Confidence? Well, I have some. Lingu patted his shoulder and smiled in a relaxed manner. At this time, Qin Mingu and Zia Shaodi also arrived at the training room. Seeing the two Qin family martial artists inside, one relaxed while the other was tense and sweating profusely, Zia Shaodi couldn't help but sigh. The difference was too big. Lingu, a beautiful woman, is here to see you. Qin Mingu deliberately smiled and spoke, causing both men in the training room to be slightly surprised. Zheng Fuxian had never seen Miss Qin in this manner before. She seemed completely different from the icy demeanor of before. Lingu immediately guessed who the East City beauty was. Sure enough, at the next moment, Su Qianmo appeared with a smile. Mr. Ling, I apologize for this sudden visit. I hope it's not too presumptuous. Miss Su? Lingu was indeed surprised. This was the first time Su Qianmo had come to the Tiagang branch to look for her. Well, the thing is, I have already talked to Miss Qin. She asked me to come and talk to you again. Su Qianmo didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Miss Qin has been visiting my East City Su family every day recently, begging me persistently, wanting to see someone. I had no choice but to come and discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Zheng Fuxian was dumbfounded. Was the third Miss Qin in love? This was a big deal for the Qin family. The Qin family had no male heirs, so love and pregnancy were significant matters. However, Seeing everyone else's calm expressions, he felt embarrassed to show his surprise. Lingu, what should we do now? Chen Mingyu glared at Lingu angrily. This was a mess he had created. Lingu was also at a loss for a moment. At that time, he only wanted to save his sister-in-law from trouble, never expecting this kind of aftermath. Miss Chin, please don't blame Mr. Ling. It was my fault from the East Susai. Please forgive me. I came here to find both of you to solve the problem. Sukion no bowed to apologize to Chen Mingyu. Zheng Fuxian was even more puzzled. What on earth was going on? Miss Su, you are being too serious. Chen Mingyu was usually fierce with her husband only. In fact, she understood the situation very well. If it weren't for the East Su giving us this opportunity initially, we wouldn't have been able to save Ruhan according to the rules. Sukion no nodded. Thank you, Miss Chen, for understanding. Chen Mingyu smiled slightly. In reality, her biggest concern was that Sukion no possessed beauty, wealth, and good character, fearing that her husband might be attracted to her. Compared to herself, Chen Mingyu felt that if she were a man, it would be easy to fall in love with someone like Sukion Mo, who was more gentle and considerate. Miss Su, can you find someone else to substitute? Lingu directly stated his solution. After all, he was wearing a mask that night, and Sukion Mo could find a man with a similar physique to replace him. No. Chen Mingyu refused outright. In fact, Sukion Mo had already discussed this method with her, and she wanted to do the same, which was why she came specifically to seek Lingu's help. Of course, at the time, she did not know that Chen Mingyu had already found out that the masked man was Lingu. Revealed by Chen Mingyu. This is Ruhan's first time liking a man, and I don't want anyone to deceive her. As Ruhan's older sister, Chen Mingyu did not want her sister to be hurt. Lingu trusted Sukion Mo to handle the situation, but as Ruhan's sister, Chen Mingyu was particularly sensitive to such matters. She was worried about what might happen if the man substituting for Ruhan took advantage of her feelings and behaved inappropriately. Ruhan was not yet 21 years old, with a simple mind, and if she found out she had been deceived, she would not be able to handle the blow. So, Mingyu, what do you plan to do? Lingu was starting to feel overwhelmed. Chen Mingyu replied, you should handle it yourself. I trust my own people more than others. This statement made Lingu smile wryly. Initially, he was pleased that his wife trusted him so much. However, he was still Ruhan's brother-in-law and had not yet thought of a solution. Mr. Ling, will you come with me now? Sukion Mo added. Miss Chin said she wouldn't leave until she sees someone. With Chen Mingyu's permission, Lingu followed Sukion Mo out. Zheng Fuxian was still baffled. Once Lingu left, he couldn't help but ask, Miss, tonight is the Chin family's debut. Is it appropriate for Lingu to leave now? He found it strange that if the third miss had a problem in her relationship, why wasn't the miss herself trying to solve it instead of sending her husband? Was this a drama? Chen Mingyu did not explain to him, just calmly said, don't worry. Zheng Fuxian nodded repeatedly. Although Chen Mingyu had changed a lot in front of Lingu, she was still the cold and aloof miss in front of him. When Lingu arrived at the Su family villa with Sukion Mo, he was already wearing a black suit and the pig mask from that night. Hero, it's great to see you again. Ruhan had, indeed, been clinging to the Su family and refused to leave. When she saw the masked man entering the Su family living room, she immediately rushed over. However, she hesitated upon approaching him, looking a bit shy. The masked man was also somewhat awkward, scratching his head. What should he do? This was his sister-in-law, and he couldn't reveal his identity directly, let alone start a romantic relationship with her, and had to politely refuse without hurting her. Why aren't you talking? Ruhan finally couldn't help puffing up her cheeks after waiting for a while. Well, your hero might be a shy handsome guy. I won't disturb you both. Sukion Mo was tactful and left the room. She was also curious about the love story between her brother-in-law and her sister-in-law. She found it awkward but amusing at the same time. No, I'm a bit hungry. Don't have the energy to talk. Lingu said casually. He hadn't had lunch and was indeed a bit hungry. Great. Ruhan suddenly became excited. Lingu was a bit confused. Huh, great. Ruhan blushed slightly. Oh, I brought you a fruit cake that I personally made. I want you to taste it. She then eagerly pointed to the heart-shaped cake on the table. Lingu had a dark line on his forehead. Although he didn't know Ruhan's cooking skills, as her brother-in-law, he should have known better. A few days ago, he had seen her constantly baking in the kitchen. At that time, He didn't know what she was up to and even thought she was making a bomb. Now he understood. Seeing the cake in front of him, he was worried eating it might be life-threatening. Please, have a bite. Ruhan was oblivious to his hesitance, expecting a positive reaction. Lingu had a wry smile. After taking a small bite, his expression changed. Other cakes cost money, but his sister-in-law's cake was a threat to life. Too sweet. It seemed like she had added a ton of sugar in it. How is it? Is it tasty? Ruhan's big eyes sparkled with anticipation, unable to see his discomfort due to the mass. Well, it's okay. It would be better if it had less sugar and cream. Lingu complimented his sister-in-law, as it was her first time making a dessert. Please finish it. Ruhan didn't catch his subtle hint and urged him on enthusiastically, with her big eyes shimmering. Lingu had a sweat drop on his head. If he ate it all, would he still be able to compete in the boxing match tonight? What's with that expression? Do you want me to feed you personally? Ruhan, blushing, lowered her head but boldly joked. No. I can do it myself. Lingu didn't want his sister-in-law to feed him. He wanted to do it himself, while his mind was constantly thinking. In fact, before coming, he had planned to make Ruhan give up on him. But seeing his sister-in-law's excited, passionate, and happy expression, he felt a bit reluctant to hurt her feelings. After all, this was his sister-in-law's first love, and he didn't want to give her a painful memory. But he couldn't be with her either, so he didn't know how to handle the situation. Overthinking, he ended up with cake all over his mouth. Heh. Look at you eating like that. Let me help you wipe it off. Ruhan quickly took out a handkerchief, tiptoed, and wiped Lingu's mouth. Lingu wanted to refuse, but she held his arm warmly. After wiping his mouth, Ruhan suddenly pleaded with sparkling eyes, "Hero, can I see what you look like?" In fact, she felt it was absurd too, not even knowing what he looked like, yet falling for him. But maybe, the mystery was the essence of love. She liked this feeling of mystery. No. Lingu refused without hesitation and moved a bit away from her. What if she found out who he was? He didn't know how it would end. Heh. Okay then, why are you so nervous? Ruhan wasn't angry either. Hands on her hips, teasingly said, I'm very ugly. Yes, extremely ugly. That's why I have to wear a mask. Lingu thought he was very clever. Girls care about looks, so upon hearing his words, his sister-in-law would probably not like him, right? Unexpectedly, Ruhan seemed unfazed. A man's handsomeness is judged by his talents and abilities. I don't mind if you're ugly. Can you take it off and let me see? Lingu frowned, continuing to refuse. No. I absolutely cannot let you see what I look like. Ruhan hesitated but wasn't disappointed or insistent. Instead, she smiled. Well then, until you take off the mask, I'll think you're handsome. Lingu, if this didn't scare away his sister-in-law, he'd have to think of another way. Thank you for the cake, but I've finished eating. I need to go back to be with my wife. Finally, Lingu's words struck a nerve with Ruhan. You're married? She felt silly for not considering this question before, blindly falling for him. Yes. It's been almost a year since I got married. My wife is pregnant, so I need to spend more time with her. Lingu nodded, speaking honestly. Ruhan's eyes welled up with tears, but she forced a smile. Your wife must be very pretty, right? Lingu nodded. For a moment, Ruhan didn't know what to say next. While Lingu felt a bit sorry for his sister-in-law, he had no other choice. Well, I have to go now. Goodbye. Wait. Ruhan subconsciously held his hand. Is there something else? Lingu turned back, slightly concerned. Can you tell me your name? Ruhan teared up. Let's be good friends. Lingu sighed, surprised by how affectionate his sister-in-law was. Her outward appearance didn't match this at all. Nowadays, girls approached relationships with a casual attitude, right? I'm Ling. Lingu casually mentioned a name. I'm Ruhan. Nice to meet you. By the way, can we exchange contact information? Ruhan smiled again. If you have time, send me a photo of your wife. I'm curious to see who's so lucky. Lingu chuckled wryly but ended up taking out his phone and adding her as a friend. With a heavy heart, he left the Su family, while Ruhan remained, sobbing alone. I never expected my first love to end before it even began. It's all my fault for being so foolish, falling for someone without knowing them properly. As she cried, she began to smile. Sukyeonmo happened to walk in and seeing Ruhan's tear-streaked smile, she couldn't help but feel pity. "Oh, Miss Chin, don't cry." Sukyeon No approached, gently comforting the girl from the Chin family. "Thank you. I should leave. I've caused trouble these past few days." After thanking Sukyeon Mo politely, Chin Ruhan left with teary eyes. After Lingu left the Su family, he rushed to the boxing arena for tonight's match and met with Chin Mingu. "Lingu, why are you late? Something's happened." Zheng Fuxian saw Lingu and immediately looked nervous. "What happened?" Lingu could tell from his demeanor that something was amiss. "They're about to announce the qualifications for today's participants. Anti-fighters have just been disqualified for betrayal. 4 days ago, you entered the ring and defeated a contestant named Pei Yun to advance. But your qualification hasn't been approved by the organizers, President," Zheng Fuxian nervously explained. If Lingu was disqualified from participating, Zheng Fuxian felt it would be better for the Chin family to forfeit, to save Lingu from being beaten up and humiliated. He knew his place very well. He was just making up the numbers. Lingu heard his words and couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Chin Mingu, however, remained silent as always, her face as cold as ice, revealing no emotions. "Since we're here, let's just wait patiently." Chin Mingu finally spoke with an extraordinary confidence. Hearing her words, Lingu relaxed, sitting beside her. He had a feeling that his qualification wouldn't be revoked. Why he had such a feeling, he couldn't quite explain. In short, he was involved with many forces that wanted to see him in the ring. As for whether there were manipulations behind the scenes, that wasn't his concern. Sure enough, the list of participants for tonight was quickly finalized, and Lingu from the Chin family was among them. Zheng Fuxian finally let out a sigh of relief, but he realized the relieved sound came not from him, but from behind him. When Lingu turned around, he saw that Shen Xiaopeng and Lingfen had come in with Chin Ruhan. In contrast to their relaxed demeanor, Chin Ruhan's face was full of worrying, lacking her usual charm. "Brother, it's up to you now." Shen Xiaopeng suddenly gritted his teeth. "You must advance to the finals and teach Yuanzhu to behave on the ring." Both from the hero village, he killed Ling Shitang. This matter had already spread back to the hero village, shocking the villagers. If it were in the village, unreasonably killing a villager would subject Yuanzhu to the village rules, stripping him of his cultivation and expelling him from the village records. But Yuanzhu had left the hero village. Now, to punish him legally, evidence and due process were required. With the Tang family's strong influence backing him, convicting and imprisoning him would be challenging. Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fen had heard that except for Ziqian, who was bribed, all other eyewitnesses had been bought off. Punishing Yuanzhu might only be possible in the ring. Lingu nodded, his fist clenched slightly. But in the next moment, a disdainful laugh came from behind. The laughter was harsh, causing Lingu and the others to immediately turn around and look. Behind them was a group of people. Lingu and the others were not unfamiliar with them, as they had clashed with the Tang family before and had encountered Tang's thugs or bodyguards. Unfortunately, Yuanzhu was not among them. The man leading the group bore a slight resemblance to Tang Yu's, but to be honest, he was not as good-looking as Tang Yu's, lacking some of the evil and possessing a bit more arrogance. What does the Chin family want? Do they want to challenge the experts of our Tang family? You are destined not to make it through tonight. The leader sneered. Who are you? Lin Fen hurriedly asked on behalf of Lingu and his wife. It was awkward for Qin Zong and his lackeys to deal with such people. He was afraid of compromising Qin Zong's dignity. Tang family from Dongcheng, Tan Jiasan. After the man identified himself, he openly thanked Lingu and his wife. Thank you for taking care of Tang Yu's. Now, I'm taking over everything from him, including his fiancée. Qin Mingu felt the deep horror of the Tang family once again. Even though their brother had died, they could still bring it up cheerfully. What kind of devilish family was this? You're welcome. If you need it, I can take care of you as well. Lingu responded with a smile to Tang Jiasong. In fact, he had long understood the Tang family. Tang Ning had risen to power by stepping on his brother's corpse, and now Tang Jiasong stepping on Tang Yu's corpse. What was so unusual about it? He even knew that the influential figures in various Tang families across the country were all blood-soaked and did whatever it took for their own interests, truly acting like devils. Because of this, removing Tang Ning was not only to avenge the Northern Territory warriors, but also to rid the country of devils and give the country a bright future. Hehe. Lingu, let's talk after you make it through tonight. Tang Jiasong sneered. Don't say I didn't warn you. Tonight, there's an absolute expert in your half of the region, not only invincible in the city, but also the hot favorite to win. You're really lucky tonight, haha. After speaking, Tang Jiason headed towards the VIP area. Since the Qin family's status in Dongcheng was not high enough, their family's viewing area was located on the edge of the VIP area. Almost every member of a VIP family passing by would go through their area. As the Tang family left, the Su family from Dongcheng arrived. Grandpa Su and Su Qianmo adhered to their promise and did not reveal Ling Yu's identity to anyone, so even Su Jianlu, who had arrived, had no idea that Ling Yu was the former Wolf King. He only knew that Ling Yu represented the Su family and had secured a spot in the competition. Being a super expert, worried about Ling Yu getting hurt, Su Jianlu had come to the Qin family at this moment to further explain. Tang Jiason didn't mean to scare you. There's another force from the western part of Nanzhou here tonight, sending a top expert named Wang Jing. You might not know him by his name, but once I tell you his title, you'll understand. He's the Southern Fist King, Lao Jing. Upon hearing this, even Qin Mingyu shivered slightly. Zheng Fuxian exclaimed, in the world of martial arts, who doesn't know about Southern Fist and Northern Legs? This Southern Fist King had already been undefeated a decade ago in the south, and some even compared him to the peak period of Muran. Shen Xiaopang was also full of shock. My master also mentioned this person. His fists are incredibly powerful and unpredictable, and his understanding of boxing has reached a half-saint level. 10 years ago, he fought against the masters of Falling Blossom Palm, Hong Quan, and Seven Injuries Fist, never losing a match. He was even called the #1 in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Fen wasn't part of the martial arts world, but upon hearing about Lao Jing's background and achievements, he couldn't help but shudder. His own brothers appeared so ordinary in his eyes. Could they compete with such a legendary figure? At that moment, laughter erupted again from behind the group. It was the arrival of the members of the Nangon family. How could Nangon Wu, the head of the master, not be present tonight? Hearing a group of people praising the Southern Fist King, he couldn't help but say, "What is this?" Inflating others' spirits while diminishing one's own prestige before the battle has even begun. Perhaps once they face off, he won't even be able to defeat Qin family's little lackey Ling Yu. Ling Yu immediately glared at him. This guy dared to tease even his master. Qin Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. She and Ling Yu were the only two present who knew Ling Yu's true identity. Seeing Nangon was so relaxed, she thought that maybe the Southern Fist King would be nothing compared to the Northern Territory War God. In any case, be careful, Qin family. Su Jianlu did not waste time mocking Ling Yu. The message was conveyed, and he proceeded to his family's position. Just as everyone thought the commotion would end there, another cry arose from behind. Damn, why is everyone only focused on the right half of the region? Does that mean the left half where the Wolf King is located isn't worth attention? Upon hearing the voice, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu looked over. Well, today was indeed eventful. Who would have thought that even this imposter had signed up for tonight's competition? Why were their seats also located behind the Qin family? Was it just a coincidence, or was it arranged deliberately by someone? Leader, the match isn't about who's stronger, but about suspense. A guy called Shizzy Wolf quickly flattered. The right half has the rookies battling each other, with similar strengths. That's why it's interesting. And in your half, you dominate alone, standing out among the many challengers. Everyone knows you will advance, so there's nothing to discuss. The imposter Wolf King laughed upon hearing this logic. I see. Seeing these people shamelessly enjoying themselves, Shen Xiaopang couldn't help but engage them in banter. Since Ling Yu had already confessed his identity to Qin Mingyu, he didn't need to pretend to be unfamiliar with Nangon Wu, so he directly approached him, whispering, "What's going on? Did you arrange for these special characters to come here?" Nangon Wu shrugged. "No, it really is a coincidence tonight. How could I have known he would register? What was going on? Was this fate? Could it be the subject of a movie titled The Real and Fake Wolf King?" Ling Yu, don't be careless. After everyone dispersed, Qin Mingyu finally reminded Ling Yu as he sat back beside her. For the Qin family to become an official member of the Chamber of Commerce, victory tonight is crucial. Ling Yu nodded to show he understood. In fact, with various forces in Southland vying for supremacy, when he visited the Su family in Dongcheng today, Su Qianmo had briefed him on the situation. If East Su's results were not better than Deep Su's, there was a high possibility that Su Jianchao would inherit the position of the head. In that case, the Qin family, just passing the initial review as a marginal player might be at risk of being kicked out at any time if their reputation was not enough. So, putting aside the issue with Yuan Xiu, Lingu was determined to secure a spot in the peak match of Southland tonight. Once the list 10 matchups were finalized, Lingu and Zhengfuxian went to the preparation area to get ready. Meanwhile, in the special area of the VIP zone, Muya had already done her part. Seeing Lingu enter the preparation area, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. How much excitement could this man bring her tonight? The peak competition of Nanzhou, the 17th day of the competition, officially began. The Zia family members also arrived at the scene, including Zia Zhu, who was still in a wheelchair. Ling and Leui came in with Zia Chia to watch his performance. Before they came, she passed on the prescription given by her brother to Zia Chia, who then handed it to Suemei. As for whether Suemei would accept Ling and Leui's situation and follow the prescription to make the medicine, they did not know yet, because of a comment made by the second elder brother. Even if Suemei did not come to the scene today, she was following the live broadcast at home. She just wanted to see whether Lingu was truly a dragon or just a bug. What they didn't anticipate was that as the competition had just begun and had not even warmed up, the Zia family entering the scene immediately became the focus of the VIP area. Look, the Zia family actually came to watch the competition. They've all been eliminated. What's the point of watching? The Zia family is really disappointing. Their participants were the weakest that day. They didn't even secure a spot in the next round. Exactly. Even disabled individuals managed to advance. But being a prestigious family in the eastern city, they ended up with 0 qualifications. Quite embarrassing, isn't it? Hearing these harsh comments, Zia Zhonghao felt humiliated and knew that if these comments continued to circulate, their position would not be secure in the Southern Merchants Association elections a month later. But what could he do? What others were saying was the truth. Their participants from the Zia family, other than No Shu being classified as an S-class by the organizers after the competition, all the others were below a class, including Pei Yong. On the other hand, the participants who advanced in other rounds were at least of S grade. In short, the Zia family had brought shame upon themselves this time. Fortunately, as the competition heated up gradually, everyone's attention shifted back to the arena. The main focus was naturally on the Yun City's Qin family and the Southern Fist King Lao Jing. After all, one was the champion from 30 years ago, and the title of Southern Fist King needed no further introduction. It was anticipated that tonight would witness an intense battle. Zhengfuxian indeed proved to be stable as expected, getting eliminated in the first round itself, bringing a wave of booing directed at the Qin family. As for Lingu, to conceal his strength mainly due to eating his sister-in-law's dark concoction and experiencing stomach troubles, he didn't dare to exert too much force, fearing that he might end up in an embarrassing situation. During breaks in the competition, he visited the restroom twice, and if not for his skills in adjusting his body, he would have suffered from diarrhea. This sister-in-law of his was truly talented at concocting poisons. What kind of ingredients did she use in that cake? In addition, his opponents in the first 10-second rounds weren't strong, so Lingu purposefully engaged in equal exchanges to disappoint many. However, Lingu did not change his tactics for this reason, kept steady, ensuring he didn't have to show all his cards to advance. Compared to the right half of the bracket, the left side was much colder. The false Wolf King progressed all the way, attracting significant attention. Meanwhile, Lingu's attention remained on Lao Jing. Lao Jing knocked out his opponents instantly in every round, projecting the most overwhelming aura, becoming the hot favorite for the advancement tonight, drawing cheers every time he appeared. If Lingu won one more round, the next match would likely be against Lao Jing. Haha, it seems that Lao Jing from the right half has already secured a spot in the finals without any doubt. That's right. I heard that the Qin family from Yun City is impressive, but with one elimination in the first round, it seems they're nothing special. Trash. Do you guys know? I inquired. That guy named Lingu is said to be the top fighter in Yun City. Top fighter. This guy. It looks like Yun City is really just a small place. Hearing these discussions from the crowd, Qin Mingu and others began to feel nervous. Damn. Our senior brother will definitely teach these trash a lesson. They're so blind. Shen Xiaopang couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger, even getting into a conflict with the surrounding audience. Many viewed him as a fool, considering the limited strength of the Qin family. Were they even worthy of challenging the Southern Fist King to advance? They wanted to see how this Ling Yu guy would fare against the Southern Fist King. Moe, who had been expressionless all along, finally smiled slightly upon hearing these comments. At this moment, a sturdy man in white pants, bare-chested, leapt onto the stage. The entire stage area trembled continuously, the ring ropes even swaying vigorously. His tremendous momentum seemed to suppress the Southern Fist King on the stage. What's going on? The expressions of the audience changed instantly. This guy has been concealing his strength all this time. Shen Xiaopang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In the previous matches, this sturdy man didn't display his full strength, but at this moment, the terrifying internal strength he displayed made the stage scene even more daunting. Interesting. Who are you? Identify yourself. I, the Southern Fist King. Don't kill unnamed soldiers. Lao Jing also began to take him seriously, although his eyes remained aloof. He didn't believe anyone in Nanzhou was his match. However, the man in white pants was even more confident, coldly responding, I was only sent to defeat your unnamed soldiers. I have no name. What? How impudent. The Southern Fist King got angry on the spot. With a well-known reputation, dominating Nanzhou for over a decade, how could he tolerate being disrespected by an unknown soldier? At the start of the match, he launched an all-out attack. Relying on his agile body to approach, he immediately unleashed a move called Bai Lai Da Shou Quan, a combination punch. Although the Bai Lai Da Shou Quan was a skillful boxing technique, fast and flexible, Lao Jing's unique Bai Lai Da Shou Quan possessed terrifying destructive power. A master's move reveals his expertise. The audience marveled instantly. Even Mo Shu, who had come to watch the match tonight, was secretly amazed. This Southern Fist King indeed had the skill level of a mid-level grandmother, and in all of Nanzhou, there were very few who could withstand this punch. But the next moment, they fell into another shock. The man in white pants, with a calm gaze, intercepted all of his punches. Following through with a sweep kick, he pushed Lao Jing back. Good. Incredible. A single move garnered applause from the entire audience. The level of finesse and counter-moves displayed in the brief exchange was something even among the previous 16 days of advancing participants, very few could replicate. Even Ling Yu was quite surprised. This Lao Jing wasn't just all talk, but who was this man in white pants? His strength seemed to be above that of the Southern Fist King. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating a fierce battle, Lao Jing gritted his teeth and raised his hand, declaring, I admit defeat. What? The audience was shocked, exchanging puzzled looks. What was going on? Admitting defeat after just one move. If you were beaten to a pulp, or suffered internal injuries, or even had a scratch, it would make sense. But he didn't have a single scratch, and he just admitted defeat. Lao Jing didn't care how others perceived it. After conceding, he directly jumped off the stage. Fake fighter. Refund. We demand the organizers to permanently ban such a person. Lacks the sporting spirit. The crowd erupted in condemnation. Even those pseudo-warlords mocked. Ha ha. And he calls himself the Southern Fist King. So weak. Luckily, he didn't encounter our boss, otherwise, he'd be thrown out with just one move. Even Shen Xiaopang and Chen Mingu couldn't comprehend why Lao Jing admitted defeat. The whole arena was mocking Lao Jing, except for Ling Yu, who was watching his back in the preparation area with a hint of admiration. Only a few top experts present knew that after just one move, the mighty Southern boxing king Lao Jing had already lost confidence. Lao Jing, just to maintain his reputation and pursue a quick victory, had used all of his hidden skills and techniques right from the start of the match. This tactic was not wrong, because he had seen that the white pants man was hiding his true strength but pretended not to know. By exerting all his strength from the beginning, he hoped to catch his opponent off guard. This is predicting the opponent's prediction in battle, or pretending to be a weakling to catch the opponent off guard. However, even so, he still didn't gain any advantage and could judge that the opponent's strength was at least one level higher than his. So even if he continued to fight, he would only bring shame upon himself. It might be better to admit defeat before embarrassing himself, which could possibly help maintain his reputation as an elder. God of War. God of War. Just at that moment, the boxing ring suddenly erupted, drowning out the previous voices. It turned out that it was time for the semi-finals in the left half of the bracket. One of the players entering the ring was the legendary Wolf of War. Initially, not many people paid attention to this figure. There were two reasons. 1. In peacetime, The average person's knowledge of the martial arts world was quite ordinary, and the popularity of the God of War might not even match that of an internet celebrity. To give an example, an actor who doesn't have a masterpiece to his name, solely relying on a false headline that has been reshared on Weibo a billion times, can become a household name in the streets and alleys of Long Kingdom. But warriors shedding blood and tears on the frontier, even if they sacrifice themselves, will only have a monument erected in mourning for 3 days. After 3 days, no one will remember who they were. 2. The Wolf of War had not displayed a high level of martial arts proficiency. Now that he had entered the semi-finals and was about to secure a spot in the finals, he just managed to stir up a bit of commotion. And the center of this commotion was started by Non Gongwu. "Sister, is this the real Wolf of War from the north?" Qin Ruhan, who had not been in a good mood all night, finally couldn't help but speak. She was at an age where she admired heroes. The person who saved her that night was her hero, and the God of War who protected the country was the hero of the nation. Qin Mingu smiled, unsure of how to respond to her sister. "That surely isn't him." Little Fatty immediately interjected. Just when Qin Mingu thought he knew the true identity of the God of War from the north, the little Fatty shouted excitedly, "I'm not bragging, but I can take on this so-called God of War and his whole family by myself." Oh. This statement undoubtedly provoked the group of so-called wolves behind him. Everyone turned against him. Not only that, the audience around also supported the God of War. "You braggart, we tolerated your boasting, but degrading our country's God of War definitely deserves retaliation." "That's right. You fat pig only knows how to talk big. If you're so capable, why haven't you made it to the championship finals? Keep on talking nonsense, and even if we're all kicked out, I'll beat you to a pulp." It was a futile argument. Even though God of War was good at arguing, he couldn't win against so many people. It was difficult to resist the anger. Qin Mingu rarely spoke to him. "Little Fatty, stop talking nonsense and be quiet." Finally, the storm subsided. At that moment, the competition on the stage began. The battle was intense, but not spectacular. Although 98.233% of the audience tonight were complete novices and didn't understand martial arts, they could still tell that this match was nowhere near the level of the earlier match with the Southern Boxing King. While one person was moving around 10 meters with his skills, they were still stuck in a traditional fighting style. It was like the difference between a Ferrari and a Phoenix Spike. As long as you weren't blind, it was obvious who was the superior combatant. Is this North's God of War just all talk? He seems average, at best just a class A level player. Maybe the martial world is all about using machine guns and cannons. Perhaps he's good with guns, but his hand-to-hand combat skills are average. Or he might be hiding his true strength. Anyway, reaching the finals is what matters. The people in the audience were discussing. Lingu couldn't help but cover his forehead and smile. This imposter was really lucky. He might not even win against Zia, yet somehow he managed to advance. After a few more moves, despite looking a bit worse for wear, the Wolf of War won the match. Yet, "I'm the strongest Wolf of War on the surface." After the imposter's victory, he shouted towards the sky. Surprisingly, he really had a bit of a God of War vibe. God of War. God of War. Once again, under the leadership of the Non-Gong family, a wave of enthusiasm swept across the boxing ring. Undoubtedly, among the experts tonight, this Wolf of War was the most popular, sidelining the Southern Boxing King and the expert in white pants. As for Lingu, hardly anyone paid attention to him. How? What's going on? Why are so many people leaving suddenly? At this moment, Qin Ruhan noticed another issue led by the Tang family. Many big families and factions were leaving. Not only that, even in the common audience seats, many spectators were starting to leave. The competition tonight has ended. I never expected a Wolf of War to appear halfway through, and also a skilled expert in white pants. Quite an unforeseen outcome. Indeed, I wonder what level these two experts will be ranked after the match. Two spectators passing by the Qin family observation booth were still excitedly discussing. In their eyes, the Qin family didn't even exist. Qin Ruhan was puzzled. Hadn't her brother-in-law and the expert in white pants still to have their final showdown? How come in the eyes of these people, it seemed like the competition had already ended? Damn it, these people are really looking down on Lingu. Lin Fen couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly at the leaving audience, "The outcome will surely surprise you. The Qin family of Yun City will definitely secure a spot in the finals." As soon as these words were spoken, Many people were stunned. Following that, a group burst into laughter, almost drowning Lin Fen in spit. They might not understand martial arts very well, but the strength displayed by Lingu and the expert in white pants was like night and day. How could a wildcat defeat a tiger? Could a golden-haired monkey really beat Sun Wukong? Impossible. Lingu, on the other hand, didn't care whether these people left or not. He didn't want to attract attention, and fewer viewers would be better. As a precaution, it would be even better if fewer people were present in case he really lost. However, seeing this scene made Ling Roxu very angry. Zia Zhonghao also wondered if Su Jianlu had misjudged. How could he say that Lingu was a hidden dragon? That would undervalue the worth of a dragon too much. Let the match begin. The on-site referee was clearly influenced as well, announcing the start of the match once they were all on the platform. He seemed eager to finish the match quickly. Unexpectedly, the expert in white pants immediately performed a mid-air flit and executed a swift and earth-shattering flying swallow twisting ground kick. Sound deafening. Going against his usual demeanor, the expert in white pants unleashed even more terrifying power than when he faced Lao Jing earlier, kicking the platform to pieces, causing a slight tremor in the entire arena. Lingu barely managed to dodge the attack. If he had been a bit slower, he would have been in a sorry state. The audience who had already left their seats were left dumbfounded. What's going on? Such a fierce fighting style right from the start? Heh, I told you anyone who leaves early is a fool. The audience members who remained seated in the stands couldn't help but mock those who left early. Many of them had witnessed Lingu's strength when he defeated Pei Young with one move that night. By the standards of the arena organizers, Lingu had at least an A+ level of skill. Tonight, he had been holding back his strength, surely just pretending to be weak and biding his time. The final match was the highlight of the night, so what were those who left early if not fools? Bai Potsi, in his white pants, paid no attention to anything outside the ring. He was a master of the Heavenly Martial Arts School, and his mission was to use all his strength to test Lingu's abilities. With one powerful attack failing, his eyes showed excitement. This demeanor was completely different from his previous fight with Lao Jing. Another move with the 100 cracks fist. Lingu dodged again. The third move followed, the white crane fist. Moon rising from the sea. 3 consecutive moves, clearly from different styles, yet Bai Potsi executed them seamlessly. Lingu was forced to leap into the air, evading the opponent's fierce barrage of attacks. Excellent, Moshu clapped and praised from below the stage. The Heavenly Martial Organization was still the same terrifying organization, with each expert proficient in various martial art styles. They were masters among masters. This Lingu, he was really in for a tough battle tonight. Sister, can our brother-in-law win? Qin Ruhan also grew nervous, unconsciously clenching her fists. For some reason, seeing her brother-in-law in action reminded her of her masked hero. Did her dream just shatter, making her admire her brother-in-law now? Qin Mingu didn't answer her, but the tension in her heart was even higher than Qin Ruhan's. Lingu, you are the only man of the Qin family, the father of your child. Both I and the child are watching you. You can't lose. Qin Mingu could only silently pray for Lingu. Lingu, can you make me more excited? Over there, Moya finally showed a slightly excited expression. She had been waiting all night for this moment. On the ring, Bai Potsi didn't give Lingu a moment to catch his breath. Before Lingu could land, he launched another move, double dragons emerging from the sea. This time, Bai Potsi tore a hole in Lingu's clothes. Following up with North Mountain watching the moon, a punch struck directly at Lingu's chest from below. Not only Qin Mingu's group, but even Nangon Wu found himself wide-eyed. Who would have thought someone could cause so much trouble for his master? Just how much of his master's strength had he truly regained? The North Mountain watching the moon move had great destructive power, but a significant precursor, and Lingu finally found an opportunity to counterattack. With a grappling hand, he seized the opponent's wrist and smoothly executed a shoulder throw. Bai Potsi was caught off guard, somersaulting in midair, landing a horizontal sweep to target Lingu's lower body. The two experts attacked and defended, exchanging 10 blows in a short moment. The audience below were all entranced, unable to even blink. What the heck? Could this right half of the final match compete at the same level as the left half's final match just now? How could both fighters be so much stronger than the so-called Wolf King of the North? The fake who had just advanced to the finals also sweated profusely, realizing that if he were to encounter any of the 3 experts from the right half tonight, he will undoubtedly be defeated. Fortunately, Luck was also a part of strength. Anyway, he had now advanced to the final match, gained fame, and money, so the rest didn't matter. Zia Hao was sweating profusely. He had always heard of Ling Yu's exceptional martial arts skills from the Qing family, but it was only hearsay. Today, he finally saw it for himself and realized Ling Yu was 10 times more powerful than he imagined. With this kind of martial arts, he was truly a dragon. Su Mei, the foolish woman, had always looked down on such a man. On the other hand, Su Jianlu was nervous despite Ling Yu's display of extraordinary martial arts expertise. At that moment, the Baipozi player executed a move called Falling Meteor. His fist seemed to carry a white light as it continuously struck from above towards Ling Yu. Ling Yu rolled continuously. Each powerful strike from his opponent left a shocking fist mark on the ray. Dad, don't worry. Su Qianmo suddenly placed her jade hand gently on her father's hand, showing a beautiful and confident smile. Mr. Ling will definitely win. The Dragon Kingdom's war god is invincible. She believed that no matter how strong Baipozi was, he was definitely no match for the war god of the north. However, she couldn't have imagined that Baipozi's strength exceeded even the top experts of the blood spider. Just who exactly was he? Ling Yu also pondered this thought, finding it even more surprising than Su Qianmo. Baipozi's strength surpassed even the assassin who attacked Old Su that night, and was possibly even stronger than the snake spirit. Was this what they meant by heavenly martial expert? After this thought flashed through his mind, Ling Yu knew he couldn't continue hiding his strength. He decisively unleashed a variation of the northern boundary dragon's palm, striking Baipozi's ribs with a palm strike. Baipozi staggered back a few steps, spitting out blood, but didn't fall down. At that moment, Moya stood up. The entire audience was drawn into this intense battle, fully engaged. Next, Baipozi wiped the blood from his mouth and raised his hand, conceding defeat, because he had accomplished his mission. Unlike in the previous fight with Lao Jing, this time the audience all raised their hands, acknowledging that Baipozi had done his best, but was simply outmatched. The experts from the Qin family are so powerful. Damn. So he was playing possum all along. And those who left early. Look at them now. Shocked, right? Shen Xiaopang, who was previously silenced, now triumphantly spoke with Lin Fan. It felt so satisfying. Those who looked down on Ling Yu and left early. What now? Did they feel shocked now? Ling Yu extended a hand politely towards Baipozi, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation." Meanwhile, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally securing a ticket to the finals for the Qin family, and unexpectedly encountering such a skilled opponent. Just when he thought his mission was complete for the night, there were people in the audience who couldn't resist stirring up trouble, suddenly laughing loudly. Tonight's match is really exciting. I wonder who would be more powerful between Ling Yu and the Wolf King. With those words, the audience immediately became lively. Although many people felt that Ling Yu's battle with Baipozi clearly surpassed the Wolf King's fight in many levels, most were outsiders. Who knows, maybe they hadn't seen through the Wolf King's true strength. Why don't the organizers arrange an entertainment show tonight to have the two finalists fight again? Nangongwu intentionally spoke loudly to Wang Zhan. Ling Yu immediately glared at Nangongwu, inwardly scolding him. What was this guy trying to pull? If it were anyone else making such a request, Wang Zhan would certainly ignore it, but remember, that was the eldest son of the Nangong family. The Nangong family had immense influence nationwide, and he had to give face to the family. Let's have a match. Let's have a match. With Nangongwu taking the lead, the audience naturally wanted to see some action. Curiosity killed the cat, as they all wanted to confirm whether their speculations were correct or if the Wolf King had truly returned to a primitive state, making them appear so childish when in fact every move was filled with profound truths. Anyway, wasn't it always exaggerated in novels and TV dramas? Since everyone has this request, the purpose of our boxing arena is to satisfy everyone. Let's have an extra match for everyone to enjoy. Wang Zhan directly arranged for it, adding a 1 million victory bonus. Damn. Half of the fake goods' hearts turned cold. He and Ling Yu had some conflicts. Whether he was Ling Yu's opponent, others might still wonder. But didn't he have any confidence in his heart? With Ling Yu's level, he could be knocked out with just one punch. What should he do? What should he do? Waiting online, feeling anxious. Got it. Once I step onto the stage, I'll just say I have a stomachache. Even if I lose, I'll at least get 1 million, without deducting the previous prize money. The fake goods were quite wise and decided to go with this plan. Soon, The two of them were standing on the platform. "Kid, don't accuse me of bullying you. If you can stand after one move, even if you win." The fake goods pointed at Lingu and shouted, "You can lose in a fight, but one shouldn't lose in terms of momentum." Hearing this, the audience gasped. This Wolf King sure had some confidence. Damn it, brother-in-law knocked him out in one move. Exactly. Beat that fool. Look at how foolish he looks. Chin, Ruhan and the chubby girl finally synchronized, fully engaged, wanting to see Lingu take down that Wolf King. What war god? He didn't seem like a war god at all. Chin Ruhan thought that it was her brother-in-law who had a bit of a war god aura. He didn't talk much, but he never lost a fight. Go to hell. Lingu ignored the fake goods, who came at him aggressively. He had already planned it out. Losing wasn't a big deal. The most important thing was to have enough confidence so that others would think he was awesome. Sure enough, Lingu stepped aside effortlessly as the fake goods attacked. Ingenious. The fake goods were happy inside, thinking that after one move, he could use the excuse of sudden stomachache. "Sorry, my stomach aches. Let's consider this match your win." Little did he know that as he raised his hand to speak, Lingu had already said the words first. What's going on? The fake goods were stunned. He didn't know that Lingu was actually having a stomachache. After eating his sister-in-law's dark cuisine, his stomach hadn't been comfortable all night. Thankfully, he didn't get into it with white pants, or else he might have jeopardized his advancement to the finals. After saying this, Lingu ignored the boos from the audience and went straight down the stage. Dizzy? What's going on with Lingu? Stomachache at a critical moment. Lin Fan was furious. Chin Ruhan was also furious, pouting. Brother-in-law's expression doesn't seem like he's lying, right? What did he eat? Who poisoned him to cause a stomachache? How despicable. Ha ha. War god. The eldest brother is awesome. Behind them, the group of fake goods hadn't expected the eldest brother to win, and they all cheered exuberantly. Chin Mingyu, Non Gongwu, Mo Shu, and Moyo, seeing this scene, all smiled slightly. The fake goods had defeated the original version. Quite impressive. You've worked hard. Chin Mingyu also didn't care about these false accolades. When Lingu returned to her side, she said affectionately before wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. Gurgle. Lingu's stomach growled again, and he glanced innocently at his sister-in-law, thinking to himself, I need to take some medicine when I get back. Early the next morning, under Zia Qian's invitation, Ling Ruoxu once again came to the Zia family. Ruoxu, I'm really happy that you're willing to come to my house. Before entering, Zia Qia held Ling Ruoxu's hand tightly, his eyes revealing deep excitement. I'm worrying every day that you would leave me because of my mother and me breaking up. Looking into his sincere eyes, Ling Ruoxu felt his emotions. This time, her man stood on the same side as her, not on the same side as his mother. This point was very important to her. Don't worry, since I've agreed to be your girlfriend, I will definitely work hard to make your family accept me. Ling Ruoxu said softly, biting her lip. She wasn't a natural advocate of not getting married. She had been in relationships since university, but always seemed to encounter scumbags. One failed relationship after another had consumed her fantasies of love and courage for marriage, making her adopt a passive attitude towards it. Zia Qia had reignited her desire for love and marriage. That's good. I believe my mother will eventually realize that you're a good girl. Zia Qia also braced himself. Today, he would confront Suemi. If his mother didn't accept Ruoxu and forced him to marry Linda, he would leave the Zia family and never return. Miss Ling, welcome. This time when they enter, the butler's attitude seemed a bit different from before. However, Ling Ruoxu wasn't too sensitive to it. Once inside the villa, Linda was indeed there. Both mothers had already planned for her to marry Zia Qia, so she already felt like she was part of the Zia family. What are you doing? Let go. Seeing Ling Ruoxu and Zia Qia walk in hand, Linda erupted with anger, rushing over and trying to pull and push Ling Ruoxu. Unfortunately, as a delicate and pampered young lady, how could she match Ling Ruoxu in strength? She couldn't budge her. Miss Yao, stop it. After failing to move Ling Ruoxu, Linda resorted to sneaky tactics, digging her nails into Ling Ruoxu's hand back flesh. Linda, that's enough. Zia Qia immediately shouted, but before he could act, Linda, in a momentary distraction, pushed Ling Ruoxu forcibly, causing her to fall to the ground. What's happening? The commotion in the living room immediately caught the attention of Linda's mother. In the next moment, Suemi, with the support of Zia Zhonghao, also came out. Mom, you came at the right time. This woman pushed me, hit me, she's so scary. Linda hurried to embrace her mother, crying, how could my brother be deceived by such a woman? A familiar scene, a familiar formula. Ling Ruoxu sighed softly, gently covering her bleeding hand back, feeling a bit weary. In these wealthy families, this was the norm. Scheming was the standard. She had already seen through it. Outrageous. Before Linda's mother could defend her daughter, Suemei, who had just climbed out of bed, shouted angrily. Linda immediately felt elated. She believed that no woman could compete with her in this household. It felt amazing to be favored. Until she noticed Sumei's gaze fixed on her. Only then did she startle. I just saw it with my own eyes. You were the one who made Ling Ruoxu's hand bleed. How can you play the victim now? What? This. Linda was suddenly speechless. Why did her aunt suddenly change sides? Ling Ruoxu also froze. Completely unprepared for Suemei to speak the truth, she felt a little uneasy. Ruoxu, thank you for providing the formula. I had someone prepare medicine according to your formula, and I feel much better today. Suemei unexpectedly thanked Ling Ruoxu politely. Although it was a routine operating procedure, it made Ling Ruoxu feel uncomfortable. It took her a while to respond, astonished, saying, You're welcome, Auntie. I'm glad your health has improved. Soon after, Suemei coldly stared at Linda. Linda, your auntie should have taught you since you were young that lying is not something a good child does. Why do you keep lying repeatedly? Suemei scolded Linda. The medicine in that bowl earlier was obviously not cooked by you. Why do you want to deceive your auntie? It made your auntie suffer for several days. Auntie? This. Linda was at a loss for words for a moment, because Sumei's attitude changed suddenly without giving her any buffer time. What exactly happened? After a while, she became emotional and said, Auntie, didn't you say you love me the most? Didn't you say you accepted me as your daughter-in-law a long time ago, and that even if I cooked poison, you would still drink it? This statement was like a slap in the face to Suemei. Even Ling Ruoxu almost couldn't help but laugh. Zia Zhonghao and his son Zia Chia felt embarrassed for Suemei, thinking that talking too much nonsense would eventually backfire. Sumei's face indeed turned red as blood. Completely infuriated. Linda, how could you take Auntie's love for you as a reason to act unreasonably? Lying is wrong. And yes, Auntie did drink the medicine you cooked, but it didn't taste good. Linda wanted to say something, but her mother stopped her. Linda also understood that Suemei had suddenly changed. She turned into someone who was bold when she loved you, but as soon as the affection faded, she would leave without hesitation. Suemei didn't care how she felt and said to Ling Ruoxu, Since you're here, let's have a meal before leaving. Okay, sure. Thank you, Auntie. Ling Ruoxu nodded. She was actually a woman who sought revenge, but also had a broad perspective. Regardless of the reason, if Suemei was starting to accept her, it was a good beginning. She didn't want to disappoint Zia Qian's love, so she didn't want to continue arguing with Suemei. Otherwise, Zia Qia would be stuck between them, and it wouldn't be fair to anyone. She didn't want Zia Qia to leave the Zia family because realistically, who wouldn't want to become a wealthy wife instead of being an ordinary housewife dealing with daily chores? She wasn't a saint like the female leads in novels. She was just an ordinary woman with emotions and desires. HMPH. Then I'll leave. Linda also knew that Suemei had changed her mind just like Zia Qia, and if she stayed in the Zia household, she would only be inviting humiliation, so she angrily left with her mother. The 20-year friendship between the two families plummeted in an instant, and Zia Zhonghao felt it was a pity that the couple had already discussed the situation the night before. With Ling Yu's strong showing in the tournament finals and the rising reputation of the Qin family in the eastern city, their business expanding rapidly, they were no longer on the same level as the Yao family in Guan City. Originally, Sumei's plan was to ally with the Yao family to save the Zia family, but if Ling Yu's performance in the tournament was outstanding and the Qin family became one of the leading families in the southern continent, Zia Qia and Ling Ruoxu's marriage might even secure Zia Qian's position as the vice president of the Zia family. So during the meal, Suemei didn't beat around the bush but directly laid her cards on the table with Ling Ruoxu. Ruoxu, I know you and Zia Qia are in love, so I won't stop you, but if you really want to get married, I have one condition. What condition? Ling Ruoxu frowned and asked directly. Zia Qia didn't like his mother's approach. It was too calculating. but he couldn't do anything about it. That is, your brother needs to win the championship in the tournament and become the martial emperor. Otherwise, I won't agree to you marrying Zia. Sumei's words caused Ling Ruoxu to feel displeased again. I could tell Anne sighed suddenly. Ruoxu, I hope you don't blame me, but even if you do, I must do this. Although Ling Ruoxu didn't like Sumei, she felt that there might be some hidden reason behind her actions. Could this be related to the Zia family's background? She visited the Zia family twice, but hadn't noticed anything unusual about the family. Mom, no matter what you say, and regardless of Ling Yu's performance, my goal is to marry Ruoxu. I don't want any other woman, Zia firmly stated. Sumei was about to continue, but Zia Zhonghao, as the head of the family, quickly intervened. All right, let's have a good meal today and discuss the rest later. Everyone stopped at that. Zia kept repeating that he didn't care about Ling Yu's performance, but in the afternoon, he went to the Chia Gang Group subsidiary and found Ling Yu just as he was about to leave work to take his wife home. Brother-in-law, please, you must win the championship in the tournament. My sisters and my future happiness depend on you. Please, I beg you. Seeing Zia like this, Ling Yu found it somewhat amusing. Zia Qian's integrity had no limits. He could appease robbers, humble himself in front of anyone, or stand firm against the world. But the center of his universe was his sister. In fact, Ling Yu was happy to see his sister with such a boyfriend, so he patted Zia on the shoulder and said, even if you didn't ask me, I would do my best to win the championship, rest assured. I mean, why is it that when you say that, I suddenly feel less confident? Zia suddenly said seriously. Generally, saying such things imply, I need to have the strength for that too. Ling Yu laughed. I was going to ask you, what would you do if I couldn't win the championship, and your mother didn't allow you to marry my sister? Nothing, as long as she agrees. Nobody in the world can stop us from being together. Zia said firmly. Ling Yu shrugged. That settled it, so whether or not he won the championship didn't matter much in this case. Strange. Why are there so many bigwigs visiting the Chia Gang Group today? Zia and Ling Yu were standing at the entrance of the building, chatting for a short while, when Zia saw several major entrepreneurs from the eastern city. The next moment, he even saw Su Jianlu and his daughter, as well as the Qin sisters, chatting happily as they walked out. Ling Yu chuckled. Zia, it seems you really aren't focused on business. Don't you know about the Chia Gang Group developing a super energy engine? Zia shook his head, but even though he didn't know, he could feel the power of the Chia Gang Group at that moment. Miss Qin, thank you for cooperating with our Su family. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Su Qianmo walked to the entrance and shook hands with Qin Mingyu. The father and daughter then turned around and greeted Ling Yu with a slight bow. Zia was a little dumbfounded. It seemed that the strength and reputation of the Qin family had suddenly surged, which explained why his mother had done a complete 180-degree turn in her attitude towards Ling Ruoxu. Sister, our Qin family is blessed with 3 happiness. When do you plan to tell Grandpa and everyone? After the Su family father and daughter left, Qin Ruhan couldn't wait to ask. She had accidentally seen her sister vomiting that day and found out her sister was pregnant. Isn't it outrageous to keep such big news to yourself? If their globe-trotting grandfather found out, wouldn't he immediately charter a plane back? Madrid, in front of the Royal Opera House. After watching the opera, an old man and a young girl walked out, delighted. Mr. Qin, the scenery here is quite nice. Shall I take a photo for you? Sure. Qin Chang'an was in good spirits today, having experienced the ups and downs of business for most of his life without ever trying to travel the world. Now he has finally let go of everything and is wholeheartedly enjoying the last moments of his life. Mei took his phone, smiled, and stepped back. Just as she was about to snap a photo, the phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID show. Mingyu. Done. Qin Chang'an was unaware of his phone ringing, still smiling for the camera. The old but young at heart man, dressed in a floral shirt and British-style shorts, looked like a young man. Ah, all set. Mr. Qin, shall we take another one? Mei hung up the call on his behalf and continued to pose with a beautiful smile. Great. Qin Chang'an struck another pose. Mei took photos and videos along the way, documenting every bit of their world tour. In the evening, she would help him upload to social media to share with family and friends. Ding dong. Chen Mingyu's call didn't go through, but then a message arrived. Grandpa, the good news you've been waiting for is here. Please respond when you see this message. Meijiali trembled slightly upon seeing this message. What was the good news that Mr. Chen had been waiting for? Are you ready? Oh. Yes. Meijiali again made a V-hand gesture towards Qin Changong and teasingly stuck out her tongue. What's wrong? Is someone looking for me? Qin Changong sensed something was amiss and approached. No. Just some junk messages. I deleted them for you. These scammers are targeting people like you these days. Haha. Did the scammers do their research? Do they know I still have some money in my pockets? Qin Changong joked along with Meijiali. After nearly a month of traveling the world, the bond between the old man and the young woman became stronger. Meijiali would accompany Qin Changong every day, taking care of his needs, even showering and scrubbing his back for him. Of course, Qin Changong's health was deteriorating, so when he gazed at Meijiali's fair skin, it was as if he was looking at a little girl, his eyes full of kindness. Humans are emotional creatures, and even to people with a strained relationship can develop feelings after spending time together, especially since Meijiali reminded Qin Changong of his late wife. Sir, it's getting late. Let's head back to the hotel to rest. After a while, Bai Lao appeared in front of them. All right. Qin Changong nodded and slowly got into the car, suddenly saying, it's been almost 20 days since the peak race. I wonder if Lingyu has advanced. Why hasn't anyone informed this old man? Mr. Qin, you're at it again? Meijiali smiled. We agreed before we set off to enjoy this world trip. Can't you stop worrying about the family business? Having served Qin Changong all his life, Bai Lao also approved of Meijiali's words. Sir, since you've handed the Qin family over to the younger generation, you should trust them. Let's talk about it when the world tour ends so you won't get immersed in it again. Ha ha. True. True. Qin Changong laughed heartily and dropped the subject. Back at the hotel, Meijiali continued to serve Qin Changong, helping him with meals, showers, and bedtime, but she didn't update his social media or respond to any messages for him. Once she made sure the old man was asleep, she quietly took his phone and sent a message to Qin Mingyu. Just as she put down Qin Changong's phone, her own received a message notification. Feeling guilty, Meijiali started, but seeing Qin Changong still asleep, she breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest lightly, and returned to her room. Everything is going as planned. I will take everything from the Qin family. After replying to the message, Meijiali took a deep breath, deleted all messages, and went to sleep as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, in the east city of the Dragon Kingdom, Lingyu noticed light coming from Wonder Qin Mingyu's door even at 11 o'clock and knocked before entering. Mingyu, why aren't you resting yet? With a hint of fragrance, Qin Mingyu showed him the text she had just received from her grandpa, saying, I trust you all very much, no need to report anything to me in the future. Let's talk when I get back, haha. After reading it, Lingyu immediately comforted his wife. Grandpa trusts us. What are you worried about? Qin Mingyu nodded. Indeed, he should let go of everything and enjoy life, but I still have some concerns. Though not explicitly stated, Lingyu, having lived with her for so long, understood her thoughts. Are you worried about Meijiali? Yes, I feel that the girl has ulterior motives in getting close to Grandpa. Don't worry, Grandpa is smarter than her. Even if she has ulterior motives, she won't gain any advantage. Lingyu reassured her confidently. I hope so. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyu felt much relieved. Grandpa was smarter than herself. Even if the girl had bad intentions, could she deceive him? By the way, Sukianmo told me something today. Qin Mingyu finally mentioned. Oh. What is it? Lingyu prompted. The Qin family's super engine test is completed, making waves in the business world. Major companies are lining up to cooperate. With the Qin Group stock soaring and market value skyrocketing, plus you securing the peak race qualifying spot for the Qin family, they now have the qualifications to become formal members of the Southern Continent Business Association. It's truly uplifting news. Lingyu responded with a smile. It was the result of their joint efforts, moving steadily toward their ultimate goal. Lingyu, did you plan early to make the Qin family the president of the Southern Continent Business Association? Qin Mingyu suddenly gazed at him, asking seriously. Lingyu nodded directly because once he chose to be honest, he didn't want to hide anything from Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. Now, the opportunity has come. Sukiyonmo told me that after the peak race, there will be a large-scale member rotation meeting of the Southern Continent Business Association next month. At that time, all members of the association will vote for 3 presidential candidates. Then, the current president has the right to decide who will take up the presidency. Lingu nodded in understanding. It's no wonder the Su family could secure the president's position. Even Tang Ning found it hard to take over the chairman's position immediately from the Su family. So, Sukiyonmo said that with the current development momentum of the Qin family, as long as you win the championship in the peak race, the Qin family will become one of the 3 major presidential candidates. It will be a definite thing. If East Su loses at that time, the current Su president can also choose to hand over the presidency to our Qin family. Qin Mingyu's eyes sparkled slightly as she spoke. It was clear that this woman also harbored ambitious aspirations and was not someone content with mere mediocrity. 2 days later, Lingu and Qin Shimingyu went to inspect the Donqi factory. The factory has been basically renovated and is ready for production. Of course, the super engine is being produced in a secret factory. The trial production of the super engine was successful, but it will take at least another month of production time before it can be officially delivered to Antai military industry. Just the news of this successful trial has caused a sharp increase in Tiagang Group's shares, and if the formal delivery is completed, the Qin family's strength and position in the business world will undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Lingu, several aunts know that our development in Dongcheng is going smoothly and want to come and see our industry, and also, the baby in my belly. After inspecting the factory, Qin Shimingyu said from inside the car, "This is great news. DS must be very happy now." Lingu responded with a smile. Qin Shimingyu also smiled and nodded. The third aunt must be very happy, but she was unsure about what the other aunts, especially Qin Zaimai, were thinking. With the growing prosperity of the Qin family and this marriage, she seems to have become distant from some of her aunts. The couple chatted in the car and soon arrived at a restaurant for lunch. "Mingyu, I heard that this is a specialty restaurant in Dongcheng. Not only is the environment elegant and upscale, but many of the dishes are also delicious." Lingu got out of the car, smiling. "I reserved a table yesterday and brought you here today to try it out." Qin Shimingyu's mood was also good, nodding with a smile. The couple rarely had such leisurely time, and the current feeling was very warm. However, when they entered the restaurant, they were stopped by the waiter. "Sorry, the restaurant has been booked for a private event today and we are not able to accommodate other guests." Lingu was taken aback by the remark and said with a slight frown, "But I made a reservation yesterday, sir. We are really sorry. The guests who booked the entire venue today have high status, and they suddenly decided to host their event here, so we had to stop serving other customers temporarily." The waiter's attitude was still polite. Lingyu's mood suddenly turned sour. It was rare to bring his wife out for a meal, only to encounter such an issue. Such a situation was unheard of in Yun City. "Who are they? So arrogant?" Lingu asked with a hint of displeasure. Just then, a Lamborghini pulled over at the entrance. In response to Lingyu's question, a woman stepped out of the car and proudly said, "Ha ha, our identities might scare you if we tell you. Let's go, the reservation is free for you, so why hesitate?" The couple immediately turned back. The woman's airs were quite grand, followed by a group of professional bodyguards. If it were an ordinary person, seeing this scene would surely make them retreat. Unfortunately, Qin Shimingyu was not a woman who liked being bullied, especially since Lingu rarely took her out for a meal. She didn't want to leave empty-handed. Lingu understood his wife's thoughts from her eyes and said assertively, "I don't know why you booked the entire restaurant, but I have the right to dine here since I made a reservation." Upon hearing his words, the group of people looked incredulous, as if they had heard a joke. The woman burst into laughter. Her bodyguards immediately shouted, "Get out! Miss Yin is from Beijing, and she is also the fiancée of Su Guanglian, the young master of Su family in Shenzhen. You ordinary rich kids can't afford to provoke her." Understood. That's why they were so arrogant. Lingu suddenly realized, "Sir, madam, please leave. If you make a reservation next time, we will be happy to serve you." The waiter was also in a difficult position, afraid to offend the flourishing Su family in Shenzhen, especially with their bright prospects in the non-prefecture Chamber of Commerce. The couple didn't want to make it difficult for the waiter either. Originally, they considered changing the location out of respect, but the woman, Miss Yin, looked back and said smugly, "Sorry, I just don't like them. From now on, this restaurant cannot admit them, or else it means going against the Su family and the Yin family. You know what will happen. This is too much. The waiter looked astonished. He couldn't stand Miss Yin's behavior. It was blatant abuse of power. Then, we're not leaving. We'll have lunch here today, Lingu said to Qin Shimingyu, completely disregarding Miss Yin. Man. Qin Shimingyu nodded slightly and walked into the restaurant holding Lingu's arm, determined to see what this woman could do. You guys are so ungrateful. Drink up or face the consequences. The captain of Miss Yin's bodyguards immediately roared. The rough bodyguards instantly launched an attack towards Lingu. The waiter was terrified. He had never encountered such domineering customers before. Was there no law and order? However, he had heard that the Su family in Shenzhen might inherit the position of non-prefecture Chamber of Commerce president. Any business owner in the non-prefecture wouldn't dare offend them, as a single business order from them could ruin you. This couple seemed to have a grim day ahead. Unexpectedly, Lingu dodged a punch, sending the bodyguard captain's head crashing into the glass door. Lingu quickly pulled another bodyguard towards him to shield against the glass shards and protect his wife from harm. The other bodyguards were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe someone would dare to fight back against them, especially after they had announced who they were just moments ago. Realizing the situation, they continued the attack. In the blink of an eye, Lingu had taken down all of them. The waiter was stunned, realizing that Lingu was a martial arts expert. No wonder he dared to challenge the Yin family. However, showing off might lead to trouble with the Su family, and dealing with the consequences might not be easy. Indeed, Miss Yin glared at them while retreating and said, in anger, how dare you bully me? You're done for. Kneel down or face serious consequences. Lingu paid no mind to her words and gently asked Qin Shimingyu, did I hurt you? Your martial arts skills are amazing. Qin Shimingyu smiled and replied, no, you are really skilled. Miss Yin, looking at the loving couple who defeated her bodyguards, was infuriated and nearly stamped her feet in frustration. The waiter was at a loss, and at that moment, Su Guangliang, along with a group of Su family experts, walked out of the restaurant. Yin Dao, what happened? Seeing the bodyguards of Miss Yin scattered at the entrance, Su Guangliang was quite astonished. While the Yin family might not be one of the top 4 families in Beijing, they were still a prominent second-tier family there. Coming into Dongcheng, they wielded significant power, so who would dare to challenge them? What was going on? Su Deshao, you came just in time. How come there are still some migrant people in Dongcheng? He actually dared to lay hands on me and bully me. Wah, you must help me vent my anger. Miss Yin is obviously not like Su Qianmo and Qin Mingyu. Women were strong and confident. Upon seeing Su Guangliang, she immediately pretends to be weak, completely different from her previous aggressive demeanor. Don't worry. In Nanzhou, when my Su family speaks, it definitely counts. Su Guangliang proudly raises his head and turns around to take a look. Upon seeing the Ling couple, he suddenly freezes slightly on the spot before regaining his composure. I knew someone so arrogant in Dongcheng. Turns out to be a nouveau rich from Yuncheng. Ling Yun smiles disdainfully. Qin Mingyu ignores him completely. What? Just because you have a ticket to the Nanzhou Peak competition finals, you think you're above everyone else? Being arrogant in Dongcheng, is that it? Su Guangliang coldly questions repeatedly. Lingu chuckles, we're just here for a meal. Is that being arrogant? We don't dare to bully anyone, but anyone trying to bully us, it's probably not going to be easy. Oh, so you want to confront us here today? Su Guangliang sneers, with an air of superiority. Behind him, the Su family's experts are also getting ready. They have heard about the Qin family obtaining a ticket to the finals. Especially Senj, who lost to Lingu previously, is still holding a grudge. If things escalate today, he won't care about Zhang who rules and will definitely swoop in to leave Lingu no chance. That way, the finals will have one less strong opponent. Su Guangliang, why do you always want to bully people? Lingu remains unfazed. Last time at the Heavenly Nightclub, you used your status to oppress me. Are you trying to do the same thing again today? Just because you didn't gain any advantage last time, it will be difficult for you to succeed this time as well. These words reignite old grievances. Su Guangliang's eyes burn with flames. Qin Mingyu gently covers her stomach, reminding Su Guangliang, Su Deshao, you organized this event today, presumably to do something big with the Yin family, right? If a fight breaks out, Aren't you worried about ruining your good plans? This statement is both offensive and defensive, full of wisdom. Although she trusts that Lingu can protect her, she's worried that in the heat of the moment, he might forget about the child in her belly. Her words strike a chord with Su Guangliang. Su Deshao's ambitions are vast. He not only wants to control the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce, but also aims to make inroads into the capital. Marrying into the second-tier powerhouse Yin family of the capital is an important move for him and Su Jianchao, not to be underestimated. Today, he intends to propose to Yin Dao here. If a fight were to break out, it might cause a bit of trouble, but Yin Dao has already complained to him, so not fighting is probably not an option. Therefore, upon hearing Chen Mingyu's words, Su Guangliang hesitates for a moment. Most importantly, he knows how formidable Lingu is. Even if he can take him down, it would come at a cost. Just then, several luxury cars pull up at the entrance. Seeing those cars, Su Guangliang's eyes light up, and he chuckles triumphantly. Chen Mingyu, I know you're the #1 lady of Yuncheng, and I know you're way up there in Yuncheng. But don't forget, this is Dongcheng, within the confines of Nanzhou, where there are plenty of people with the power to crush your Qin family's business. Chen Mingyu suddenly frowns, unsure of Su Guangliang's intentions. The next moment, Su Guangliang, accompanied by Yin Dao, strides towards those cars waiting outside. The bodyguards open the door, and Master Su steps out of the car. Following him are Su Jianchao and some unfamiliar figures to the Ling couple. Grandpa, Dad, you came just in time. Su Guangliang looks pleased as he approaches Grandpa Su. Today we encountered people provoking our Su family, trying to disrupt our good relationship with the Yin family. Oh, is that so? Let me see who it is. Grandpa Su, sitting comfortably in the Rolls-Royce, does not pay attention to the people at the entrance. Though he prefers Su Jianlu's family, he is the head of the entire Su family in Nanzhou and cannot overtly show favoritism. So when his grandson comes to him with a complaint, he has to address it to some extent. While he might not dare to offend anyone in other places, in the realm of Nanzhou where commerce reigns, no one will disrespect someone bearing the name of business. But when he goes to take a look, he trembles visibly and politely says, Mr. Ling, Miss Qin, it's you. Seeing Grandpa's expression, Su Guangliang senses that something is off. The fact that Lingu saved Grandpa Su is something he was unaware of, as Grandpa Su did not mention it to anyone. Hence, Su Guangliang is taken aback. Mr. Su, today my wife and I came out for dinner. The reservation was made yesterday. Your grandson suddenly booked the restaurant, forcing us out. This doesn't seem quite right, does it? Lingu directly explains the situation. Of course, this isn't right. Mr. Su immediately responds, in all matters, there should be a first-come, first-served basis, and the business world must follow such rules. Upon hearing this, the restaurant manager and the service staff secretly admire Mr. Su's rationality. Su Guangliang, on the other hand, is quite impatient. Grandpa, but today, we and the Yin family were supposed to have a family dinner. How can we let others disrupt it? You keep quiet. Mr. Su rebukes him immediately. Do our two families need to occupy the entire restaurant when one private room is more than enough? Is it necessary to make such an exaggerated spectacle? You are disgraceful to our Su family. Su Guangliang is silenced by the scolding, but his face is full of resentment. He feels that his grandpa is publicly praising outsiders and humiliating his own grandson. This old man should have died earlier. Manager, we want a large private room today, without renting the entire place. However, you can bill us as appropriate. It might affect your business, and for that, we apologize. Mr. Su says politely to the manager. The manager is somewhat flustered, nodding repeatedly. The distinguished president of the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce, a man of high status and power, is so approachable. How can his grandson be so arrogant? It's truly unexpected. Mr. Ling, please. Mr. Su personally leads Lingu and his wife, completely ignoring Su Guangliang and Yin Dao. This scene infuriates Su Guangliang even more, his face turning red with embarrassment. Guangliang, go inside. Su Jianchao's expression is also unpleasant, but he manages to keep his cool better than his son, hastily ushering him inside to prevent further spectacle. After the meal, Su Guangliang's mind is not on the food at all and he is repeatedly looked down upon by Yin Dao. Seeing Grandpa Su going out again to toast Lingu and his wife, Yin Dao coldly snorts at Su Guangliang. Su Deshao, this is quite different from what you said. isn't it? You said you are the future head of the Su family, and the successor to the presidency in Nanzhou. Only then I agreed to marry you. But if you don't have that authority, you are not worthy of being my husband in the Yin family. Humph. After finishing a meal, Su Guangliang was filled with frustration. Su Lo finished his meal and went to the Su family in Dongcheng. Su Guangliang and his father returned to the Su family's industry in Shenzhou in Dongcheng. Dad, what should we do now? Even though we performed so well in Shenzhou, it seems like Grandpa doesn't have confidence in us. Su Guangliang asked as soon as he entered the house. Su Jianchao signaled him to calm down. Don't be impatient. Come with me to meet a guest. Su Guangliang shivered slightly and immediately closed his mouth, following his father to the living room. After a while, Tang Shan walked in with Tang Jiasong. Su Guangliang was secretly surprised. When did his father get involved with the Tang family in Dongcheng? There's a hierarchy in the business world here. Although Su Guangliang wasn't a good person, and he and his father's methods weren't honorable, the Shenzhou family was at least a legitimate business family. In contrast, the Tang family in Dongcheng had a notorious reputation. They gained their wealth through illegal means or shady deals, and they didn't have any legitimate businesses to show. Master Tang, what brings you here today? Su Jianchao pretended to be forgetful, but the two had already privately communicated, and today was just to confirm discussions. Master Su, the Qin family has been very arrogant lately, and they're not from your faction. Don't you have any thoughts on that? Tang Shan didn't know about their recent conflict with the Qin family. He was just getting straight to the point. In fact, he had received 2 messages from Tang Ning last night. The president of the Chamber of Commerce being interested in events happening in Dongcheng had surprised him. He was even more surprised that this time, the Chamber of Commerce president was not concerned about the Su family patriarch or the 2 Su families flourishing in Nanzhou, but the Qin family and a guy known as the Wolf King. Tang Ning had ordered without hesitation to use all means to suppress the Qin family. Tang Shan was just a watchdog raised by the Tang family in the capital. Of course, he didn't know the intent behind Tang Ning's orders. He only needed to handle things well. So, he came to find Su Jianchao first. Of course I have thoughts. The Qin family is taking advantage of their business rise, entering the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce, and now even securing tickets to the peak competition finals. They are very arrogant. Su Guangliang couldn't contain his anger. He blurted out Shenzhou's thoughts. They are being so audacious now. If we accidentally let them win the championship, what then? We must use all means to bring them down. Su Jianchao quickly shot him a look. Su Guangliang realized he had lost his cool again, and he immediately shut up. However, Tang Shan had already learned about Shenzhou's plans, and he burst out laughing. The Qin family is indeed arrogant, taking our Tang family's factories, killing our Tang family's people. I wish I could uproot them and turn them into mincemeat. That's exactly what I want. Su Guangliang couldn't hold back his words when he heard this. This time, he ignored his father's warning looks and clenched his teeth. Master Tang, why don't our 2 families team up to kill Lingu on the arena of the final match? Great. Tang Shan also got excited and clapped his hands. The 2 of them looked as if they found kindred spirits, as if they were about to become blood brothers. I came to you with a request. Our family's top fighter, Yuang Xiu, is entangled in a legal case because of accidental killing. Can the Su family help smooth things over with your connections in Dongcheng, so that Yuang Xiu can focus on the competition? Only then did Tang Shan make his request. Don't worry, as long as Lingu is an enemy, our Su family will help. Su Guangliang readily agreed. Master Tang, don't just focus on the Nanzhou peak competition. Su Jianchao couldn't help but remind. Money and power are the fundamentals. Our goal is to secure the position of the Nanzhou Chamber President, and we hope the Tang family can help when the time comes. Of course, of course. Tang Shan honestly said, as long as Master Su of your family cooperates with our Tang family, agreeing to assist the total chamber president, we will not only help you deal with the Qin family, but also help you secure the president's position. It's a deal. Su Jianchao didn't beat around the bush. As long as he could secure the president's position, he was willing to pay any price. As for what happens afterward, they could figure it out later. On the other side, Lingu and Mingu also knew that many forces were targeting them. On the path to the peak, the strong must encounter obstacles. They couldn't avoid these obstacles. They had to become strong and fearless. Tonight, Lingu and Mingu returned to the secret factory. After nearly 20 days of renovation, it had become a highly fortified secret base. Even the bosses, like Mingu and Lingu, had to go through multiple procedures to enter. The place where the Sun Heart was stored could only be accessed by both Lingu and Mingu, activating the electronic system with their retinas to open the Allo anti-theft door. Of course, to establish this secure secret base, the couple had invested millions. After inspecting the secret base, Mingu was very satisfied. Apart from the fact that the forces eyeing the Sun Heart might not discover the location, even if they did, breaking in would be extremely difficult. She also discovered that the secret base housed various advanced weapons and professional armed personnel. In the past, she would have been shocked at where these people came from, but knowing that her husband was the former Wolf King of the Northern Territory, she wouldn't be surprised at the presence of these people. Mingu, are you tired? Sit and rest for a while. Lingu had become increasingly caring, pampering Mingu as if she could easily dissolve. Well, I'll sit for a while. You go and attend to your business. Mingu, wise and understanding, had already sensed that Lingu had other tasks planned for the night. Lingu nodded, ensuring the protection of his wife, and went with Yi Xiaojiao to a special room. Boss, half a year has passed. You must report the progress of the mission to the commander, Yi Xiaoyu said to Lingu. Lingu nodded, and Yi Xiaoyu quickly connected to the video call with the North Territory. After reporting the situation to the commander nodded slightly. Well done. The progress is acceptable, but you can't slack off yet. The Qin family must win the election for the president of the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce next month. Only then will you have a chance to pull down Tang Ming from the position of the general chairman at the National Business Conference early next year. For other families and forces, becoming an official member of the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce within a month was already a small miracle. To go from a non-member to the president of the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce in less than 2 months was viewed as an unbelievable and impossible feat in the eyes of outsiders. However, Wolf's missions had always been harsh and demanding, especially since Lingu was the Wolf King. Every mission he had completed in the past was considered impossible for others. Hence, it had become a habit.